Grasping Evil Chapter 1234 to Chapter 1251. There were only 3 true worlds in the world, the mortal realm, the defying earth realm, and the mountain and sea realm. Among them, the defying earth realm was formed by 4 great desolate continents. Above the 4 wastelands, there were countless immortal kingdoms and immortal domains, and they were constantly at war with each other. At that time, Celestial Emperor Zido had yet to complete his Tao, and the most powerful force above the 4 desolaces was the desolate ancient celestial realm. The immortal cultivators of the Antiquity era dominated the eastern wilderness, and no one dared to challenge their authority. Second only to the desolate ancient immortal realm were the Ziwei and Beidou immortal realms. These 2 celestial realms occupied the northern wilderness together, and their forces were not to be underestimated. No one had expected that the powerful Ziwei and Big Dipper would be destroyed by a single person. On that day, Celestial Emperor Zido had annihilated 2 great celestial emperors by himself and reigned supreme over the desolate north. His ferocious name swept through the 3 dimensions, and the expressions of all who heard of it changed. On that day, the North Star Emperor and the North Star Emperor were crushed by the wheel of history, and they became the stepping stones for immortal Emperor Zido to rise to fame. The remaining descendants of Ziwei were sealed in the illusionary world created by immortal Emperor Zido. Also sealed in the illusionary world was the holy land of the Ziwei immortal cultivators, the Ziwei North Palace. In the North Pole of Ziwei, the 2 words North Pole referred to the place where immortal Emperor Ziwei achieved enlightenment, the North Pole Mountain. It was rumored that on the day immortal Emperor Ziwei achieved Tao, he refined the entire Arctic mountain into a cave abode, which was the origin of the Arctic. As for the word Ziwei, it referred to the Grand Tao of immortal Emperor Ziwei, the Ziwei Grand Tao. As a taboo for venerables, Ziwei descendants didn't dare to call it Ziwei North Pole Palace, they often referred to it as North Pole Palace. This was a palace that was submerged at the bottom of the Boundary River. No one knew how long it had existed there. This was a palace that no one could enter, and only those with the key and the permission of Celestial Empress Ziwei could make an exception. The key to the North Star Palace was in the hands of the Feng Nu tribe's leader, and it had been passed down from generation to generation. The Feng Nu tribe was the guardian of the North Star Palace, but even the members of the tribe couldn't remember how long they had been guarding the palace. At this moment, outside the North Star Palace, there was a purple coral carriage riding on the waves, slowly approaching. A woman dressed in a purple imperial robe sat on the carriage. Around the carriage were a large number of water tribe guards, all of whom wore solemn expressions. This woman in imperial attire was none other than the queen of the Feng lady race, the person who wanted to refine true Lord Northsea's primordial spirit into a pill. Your Majesty, do you really intend to enter the North Pole Palace? Invitations to alchemists had already been sent to the various clans. With His Majesty's rallying power, a large number of alchemists would soon come to help. It was only a matter of time before he killed the old bastard of North Sea. Why must the king risk his life to enter the North Pole Palace? Back in the day, the king had entered the North Pole Palace 7 times and had been injured by the demonic creatures within the palace 7 times. The most serious time, the king's demonic soul had been devoured by the demonic creatures and he had almost died. His Majesty, please reconsider and give up on this trip. Several female guards advised. You don't have to persuade me anymore. That old thief of the North Sea was a second-tier titled sage-to-be. With his powerful cultivation base, even if he sealed his own primordial spirit and magic power, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for others to kill him. To refine such an existence into an elixir was more than 10 times more difficult. Only by adding saint-exterminating grass, soul-dissolving leaf, and Tao-sealing spirit spring during the alchemy process would there be a slight chance of killing it. These 3 items are only available in the North Pole Palace. The hatred of my father and mother is absolutely irreconcilable. No matter how dangerous this trip is, I must take this trip. The woman in imperial attire said with determination. My Majesty, all right, there's no need to discuss this further. If the alchemists of the various clans arrive, you will be in charge of receiving them. Do not neglect them. I will return in at least 3 days and at most 5 days. The woman in imperial attire didn't say anything else. With a light tap of her toes, she stepped on the water and flew towards the entrance of the North Pole Palace. The North Pole Palace was formed by 12 palaces. Therefore, there were 12 entrances that could be entered. It was called the 12 Palace Doors by the Funa clan. The woman in imperial attire was currently walking towards the Quailtail Palace door of the 12 Palace Doors. When she tried to approach the palace door, the purple lightning restriction on the palace door immediately reacted. However, those restrictions didn't attack her immediately. Instead, they were waiting. They were waiting for the woman in imperial attire to show her key. If there was one, they wouldn't kill her. If not, they would kill her without mercy. Lo immortal Fuyao, I wish to enter this palace with this immortal sovereign key. Please let me pass. The woman in imperial attire opened her mouth and a ray of purple light flew out from her body. After circling the palace door 9 times, the purple light returned to her body. The surrounding people of the Funa clan couldn't see clearly what was inside the purple light. However, the woman in imperial attire successfully entered the Quailtail Palace door after showing them the item. That was probably the so-called key. Ning Fan was very surprised. He had just gently pushed the door of the treasure vault and wanted to go out. However, one of his hands was actually destroyed by the purple lightning restriction on the door. The power of these restrictions was really incredible. As the heavenly human green light appeared in his eyes, Ning Fan's gaze swept across the iron door of the treasure vault with extreme concentration. After a long time, Ning Fan withdrew his gaze and felt the injury on his right hand. Because he forcefully pushed the door of the treasure vault, his right hand was electrocuted into charcoal by the purple lightning restriction on the door. At this moment, he could no longer feel his right hand. His injuries were extremely serious. He then sensed the space around him. This North Pole Palace had 4th-step spatial interference. Under such interference, even saints would not be able to use their escape techniques or teleportation techniques to enter and exit freely. His 6-paths teleportation technique was also not usable in this place. If he wanted to enter and exit this place, he could only walk through the door. He couldn't travel through the void. There are a total of 3,122 purple lightning restrictions on this door. Due to the passage of time, half of them have already lost their effectiveness. When I pushed the door open, only about 1,400 restrictions reacted. But it was these 1,400 restrictions that easily destroyed one of my hands. That's right. That's right. If these restrictions are intact, even a 3rd-step saint wouldn't be able to break through these restrictions. However, if these restrictions are incomplete, even I would have a chance to break through them. Ziwei North Palace, 12th Palace, Shiwood Palace. Inside the North Star Palace, there were a total of 12 palaces: Star Order Palace, Xianxia Palace, Ju, Z Palace, Jianglu Palace, Liang Palace, Shun Palace, Quail Head Palace, Quail Fire Palace, Quail Tail Palace, Longevity Star Palace, Great Fire Palace, and Wood Palace. To immortal sovereign Ziwei, the existence of the Ziwei North Palace was similar to the significance of the profoundine world to Ning Fan. Occasionally, he would cultivate in seclusion in the palace, and he would also plant spiritual herbs, store treasures, and miscellaneous items here. There was a total of over 3,000 halls in the Wood Analysis Palace, and all of them were used to store miscellaneous items. At this moment, 2 drunk little fiendish demons were patrolling outside a certain hall in the Wood Analysis Palace. Burp. We haven't finished eating yet. Why did the king ask us to patrol? Burp. Among the 2 demons, the green-faced demon complained drunkenly while hiccuping. Stupid. How stupid. Since His Majesty has asked us to patrol, it means that a thief has entered the Wood Analysis Palace. Burp. Another red-faced demon replied in a drunken manner. What? Another thief has come to steal things from us? Don't tell me it's those wine demons from Great Liang Palace again? Burp. It's also possible that the pill devils of Quailtail Palace are taking revenge on us. Didn't our king go to steal pills some time ago? It's most likely that he has provoked revenge. Burp. If that's the case, it's also possible that the book demons of Lulu Palace are here. Burp. While the 2 little demons were chatting and laughing, the sound of a restriction collapsing suddenly came from a palace not far away. Not good. There's really a thief. Moreover, it doesn't seem like a thief from the inside. Instead, it seems like a thief from outside. The 2 little demons were extremely shocked. They were Gold Core realm little demons who had just become demons not long ago. Thus, they did not know much about the North Pole Palace. However, even they knew some basic things. The restriction of the North Pole Palace would not attack the demons in the palace like them because they were the incarnations of immortal sovereign Ziwei's treasures. In that case, even if demons like them occasionally went to the palaces of other forces to steal treasures, they did not need to break the restriction. Of course, it was impossible for ordinary little demons to break the restriction. However, the scene in front of them had really happened. It's said that only the bloodline of Feng Nu can enter the palace from the outside world. The thief must be from the Feng Nu clan. It's the direction of the 466th palace. Quick, don't let the thief escape. The two little demons hurried to the 466th palace. Then, the scene in front of them scared them so much that they could not stand steadily. The iron door of the palace in front of them had been smashed into pieces by someone. The purple lightning restriction inside had been completely destroyed. The one who caused all of this was a white-robed young man with exceedingly high cultivation. This person resisted the purple lightning restriction and was clearly seriously injured by the restriction. However, he had the protection of 3 strange mulberry trees. The terrifying wounds on his body healed in a few breaths' time. 3 mulberry demon trees. This person actually has the 3 mulberry demon trees to protect him. Could he be a descendant of the 3 mulberry kingdom? I heard that the 3 mulberry kingdom was destroyed by us, Ziwei immortal cultivators. Could it be that this person is here to take revenge on us? The two little demons obviously did not have a high cultivation base, but they had amazing eyesight. They could actually see the origin of the 3 mulberry ancient trees at first glance. When they thought about how terrifying the descendant of the 3 mulberry kingdom was, the two little demons were so scared that their legs went soft. At this moment, they finally saw the true appearance of the 2 lightning bolts surrounding the white-robed young man. The ancestral lightning sparrow, the Tao destruction lightning nascent soul, on the shoulder of this white-robed young man, there was even a 9 raccoon of the royal family. The ancestral lightning sparrow who was known for its arrogance actually submitted to this person. This can't be real. Oh my god. This is the real Tao destruction lightning nascent soul. According to the books, it's the Tao destruction lightning nascent soul that can kill a half-saint realm expert. The 9 raccoon, which is ranked 4th among the myriad of Tao Hun races, actually submitted to this person. Moreover, this person even subdued a 9 raccoon of the royal family. The legs of the 2 gold core realm demons went soft. They directly fell to the ground and trembled non-stop. Unbeknownst to them, Ning Fan was really shocked by the vast knowledge of the 2 gold core realm demons in front of him. He was not shocked by their strength but by their eyesight. These 2 little demons are just at the first step of cultivation base, but they can actually see through my technique so easily. This seems a little strange. Ning Fan did not kill the 2 little demons casually. Instead, he wanted to investigate the situation. Quick, report to the king. There are intruders. The 2 little demons were clearly paralyzed on the ground, but they still mustered up their courage and took out their whistling arrows, wanting to inform their king about the intruders. They were really loyal. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not give them the chance to inform the king. With just a glance, the 2 little demons fell into his illusion technique and could no longer resist. Master, do you still need Black Devil to break the lightning restrictions of the other palaces? Black Devil, who was lying on Ning Fan's shoulder, asked respectfully. Not for now. I need to figure out the situation of this place first. You guys have done well. You've worked hard. Go and have a rest. Ning Fan praised Black Devil. At the same time, he also praised the other 2 members of the Black Devil squad, the Lightning Sparrow and the Lightning Nascent Soul. It's not hard at all. Master, there is something you don't know. The lightning restrictions here are just too delicious. They are greatly beneficial to my cultivation base. I haven't had enough yet. Master, please find more lightning restrictions for me to eat. The ancestral lightning sparrow begged. It had lived for a long time, but it was its first time eating such pure lightning power. If it could eat more, it was confident that it could achieve a breakthrough in its cultivation base within a short period of time. I'm not full yet. I still want more. The Tao Annihilation Lightning Nascent Soul stared at Ning Fan with a pitiful expression that said, "Help me up so that I can still eat." Ning Fan was extremely speechless. Do these two gluttons know what the lightning restriction they just ate was? It was a restriction that was planted here by a fourth-step expert. Ning Fan used the power of his lightning diagram to reduce the circulation speed of the lightning power in the lightning restriction. Then, he used the secret technique of the word force to slowly tear apart the weakest part of the restriction. With the help of the ancestral lightning sparrow and the Tao Annihilation Lightning Nascent Soul, he was lucky enough to break the restriction. Even though he managed to break the restriction, Ning Fan was quite exhausted. Moreover, he was injured in many places. He only managed to heal his injuries by relying on the 3 mulberry ancient tree. The two of them, on the other hand, were eating happily. What they did not know was that if they make the slightest mistake during the process of breaking the restriction, they would be turned into ashes. Come back. Ignoring the request of the two gluttons to continue eating lightning, Ning Fan sent the Black Devil squad back into the profounding world. Then, he walked towards the two little demons. The situation in front of him was different from what he had expected. Initially, he thought that he could leave this place after breaking the restriction. However, he did not expect that he would only be leaving one of the many palaces in front of him. He thought that he could leave this place just like that. As expected, it was not that simple. It seems like I need to collect some information about this place. The two of you, answer my questions. I will ask one question and you will answer one question. Ning Fan ordered the two little demons. Yes, Your Majesty. All right, Your Majesty. The two little demons were under the illusion technique. How would they resist? Let's ask the question that puzzles me the most first. Both of you are just at the gold core realm. How did you manage to see through all of my techniques? It's Lord Many Rumors. Your Majesty has told us that all the knowledge we obtained is the power that Lord Many Rumors left in the North Pole Palace. Unparalleled Rumors, the 4 divine weapons of the Z-Way. Unparalleled Rumors, the 4 divine weapons of the Z-Way. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ning Fan ended his questioning. The power of the illusion technique was activated again, causing the two little demons to fall into a deep sleep. When they wake up, they would not remember that they had met Ning Fan in this place before. Interesting. I didn't expect that I would actually come to Immortal Sovereign Z-Way's abode by accident. Is this really a coincidence or is it some kind of scheme of that old man Beihai? The possibility of it being a scheme is not high. After all, when I was slapped into the chaotic space, I clearly sensed that old man Beihai was also slapped into the chaotic space by the formation marks. In the face of the power of the saint's formation marks, that old bastard Beihai lost his physical body in just an instant. It's still uncertain whether his primordial spirit could survive that kind of situation. If all of this is just a scheme against me, the price he paid is just too great. If all of this isn't a scheme, then it can only be explained by luck. During the age of Dharma ending, only ancient great cultivators could cultivate 9-colored luck. Even though my cultivation base is only at the Immortal King realm, my luck already has 9 colors. The power of the saint's formation marks was originally not enough to bring me into this Immortal Sovereign's palace. Unfortunately, this palace has been in disrepair for a long time and many of its restrictions are damaged. That's why this is possible. That old bastard Beihai wanted to harm me but he helped me enter the treasure vault by accident instead. He wanted to kill me but he ended up harming himself instead. If all of this is led by luck, then the Tao of Luck is just too terrifying. He had clearly entered the Immortal Sovereign's treasure vault by accident and obtained a great fortune. However, Ning Fan's current expression was not one of happiness. Instead, it was one of solemnity. It was because he thought of a person. A great enemy who relied on luck to make his fortune, the great Emperor Luck Master. This person claimed to be a master of luck. He probably cultivated the Tao of Luck. If the Tao of Luck is so terrifying, what kind of power would the Tao of Luck Master possess? Perhaps I can't just rely on my cultivation base and abilities to deal with that old bastard Luck Master. The word luck is the key. If I don't have the same level of luck, I won't even have the chance to fight him. Normal luck is probably ineffective against this person. Even if I have cultivated 9-colored immortal luck, I will still be under his control. As expected, the best method to deal with the Tao of Luck Master is still bad luck. The extreme of bad luck is none other than the Fuli sect. If I want to defeat the Tao of Luck Master, the power of the Fuli sect is the key. With my current power, it's still not enough to go against the Tao of Luck Master. I have always wanted to increase the power of the Fuli sect, but I couldn't find a way to do so. If what these two little demons said is true, there might really be some things in this Z-Way North Palace that I've been dreaming of. According to the two little demons, the reason why they could see through Ning Fan's abilities had nothing to do with their innate talent and eyesight. Instead, it was because they possessed a kind of power that they were born with. Everyone in the world needs to study if they want to obtain knowledge. However, there was a treasure that could allow one to be born with knowledge. The name of this treasure was called unparalleled knowledge. It was one of the 4 great divine tools that Z-Way immortal cultivators yearned for. Those who possess unparalleled knowledge would be born with knowledge. The reason why the two little demons could see through Ning Fan's abilities was because they had received a small amount of unparalleled knowledge as power. Their knowledge had improved tremendously. According to the two demons, Immortal Emperor Z-Way had 4 treasures when he was still alive. When they are combined, it would be a heaven-opening divine tool. Even if they are separated, they still have many magical uses. These 4 treasures are worshipped by the Z-Way immortal cultivators as the 4 divine tools. Currently, the unparalleled knowledge is in the Z-Way North Palace. Other than unparalleled knowledge, the other 3 divine tools have been lost and are no longer in the palace. Unparalleled knowledge could allow one to be born with knowledge and obtain all the knowledge one needs. Boundless eyes could allow one to have endless eye power. Even if one were to cast magic eye-type divine abilities infinitely, it would not damage their eye power. Boundless growth could allow one to break the upper limit of one's blood and chi and grow infinitely. Invincible when one stands on the land, one would be invincible under the heavens. I didn't expect such a magical treasure to exist in this world. It could allow a cultivator to be born with knowledge. Since I've entered this treasure mountain, how can I return empty-handed? This unparalleled knowledge is mine now. Ning Fan said with a smile. The Ant Lord, however, could not bring herself to smile. She had been watching everything silently, but she did not want to talk to Ning Fan at all. She was jealous of Ning Fan's luck. If she could report Ning Fan to the heavens, she would definitely report him to the heavens for having such good luck every day. He was sent flying into Immortal Emperor Z-Way's abode. If true Lord Northern Sea finds out that Ning Fan was blessed because of him, he would probably explode mentally. Other than feeling speechless, she also felt a trace of worry. She was worried that Ning Fan had really found a precious treasure like unparalleled knowledge in this North Palace. This was a situation that she did not want to see. The reason why I'm living in this brat's sea of consciousness is because he can't kill me. However, if he obtains unparalleled knowledge and obtains supreme knowledge, he might be able to comprehend some special method to kill me. Not good. Not good. Even though I helped him refine the karma umbrella, I also ridiculed him every day. If he really obtains the method to kill me, he might not spare my life. Damn you, Northern Sea. You damn Northern Sea. You could have sent this brat anywhere else, but why did you have to send him to this place? You're giving me trouble. The more the Ant Lord thought about it, the more worried she became. She had made up her mind. She would never help Ning Fan search for treasures. As long as Ning Fan does not get unparalleled knowledge, she would be safe and sound. You're thinking too much. You and I are connected. You should know what kind of person I am. Since you helped me refine the karma umbrella, I won't do anything to you because of this umbrella. Ning Fan said helplessly. Really? The Ant Lord asked doubtfully. Really? You lie. Human. Men are reliable. Ning Fan knows how to climb trees. After the death of Immortal Emperor Z-Way, the treasures in the North Palace had gone through a long and lonely period without an owner. That period of time was too long. It was long enough for items that should not have spiritual intelligence to develop their own intelligence and turn into demons and devils. The Wood Analyzing Palace was the place where Immortal Emperor Z-Way stored his miscellaneous items. All the demons and devils in the palace were transformed from those items. In this place, the Tao Crystal demons were the most numerous. Next were the demons and devils that were transformed from low-grade magic treasures and pills. As for the miscellaneous items, of course, most of them were low-grade items. Even if they were transformed into demons and devils, their cultivation base would not be that high. There were many small demons and devils in this place, but there were only a few powerful ones. In the wood analyzing palace, there were only a few hundred demons whose cultivation base had reached the second step. Among them, the demon with the highest cultivation base was a pill devil that was transformed from a 9 revolutions silver pill. It was at the early shedding void realm. The people of the wood analyzing palace respected it as the wood analyzing king. There were more than 3,000 palaces in the wood analyzing palace. The most majestic one among them was currently hosting a banquet. Today was the day of the wood analyzing king's big day. After 30,000 years of love, Lady Jean Ping finally agreed to his request and was willing to become his Dao companion. Too slow. It's been so long. Why haven't the green-faced and red-faced cultivators returned yet? Could it be that these two idiots got drunk on the way here? Why is it so difficult to let these two idiots do anything serious? At the banquet, a burly fiendish demon dressed in wedding clothes grumbled unhappily. This was the Wood King. Beside him sat a female demon who was also wearing a wedding outfit. That was the Wood Analyzing Palace's Dao companion, Lady Jean Ping. Lady Jean Ping was not very beautiful. In the Wood Analyzing Palace, there were many female demons who were prettier than her and had a higher cultivation base than her. But only she could make the Wood Analyzing King infatuated. The Wood Analyzing King was transformed from a pill while she was transformed from a pill bottle. She used to be the pill bottle that protected him. But now, she was no longer able to protect him. Now, she was just a bottle demon whose cultivation base was completely destroyed and did not have much time left. And he was the Wood Analyzing Palace's king. With the king's ability, you should have found a better one. It's not too late to regret now. I don't have much time left. Why does the king have to put his heart on me and make you sad? Lady Jean Ping bit her lips and said in a low voice. Ha ha ha. Lady just loves to joke with me. Even though there are many female demons in the Wood Analyzing Palace, none of them can be compared to Lady. In my eyes, Lady is the one. Just as the Wood Analyzing King was about to say some sweet words, his expression suddenly changed and he exclaimed in shock. You. Who are you? It turned out that a person had appeared in the banquet where the demons were having fun without them noticing. It was a young man in white robes. No one had seen him before. Even the Wood Analyzing King had never seen him before. That young man found an empty seat in the banquet and started drinking by himself. He did not reveal any of his chi at all, as if he had become one with nature. If the Wood Analyzing King did not coincidentally look in his direction, he would never have noticed that there was an outsider in this place. The entire banquet instantly fell into dead silence because of the Wood Analyzing King's voice. All the ceremonial music stopped. The expressions of all the demons and devils who were laughing happily were replaced by fear. My name is Ning Fan. Ning Fan said indifferently. His eyes subtly swept across the Wood Analyzing King and Lady Jean Ping. With just a glance, he seemed to have seen through everything about the two of them. With just a glance, it was as if the entire world was pressing down on them. There was no way they could resist him, even if all the demons and devils in the entire Wood Analyzing Palace were to join forces, they would not be able to resist him for an instant. The Wood Analyzing King broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, how could he not know that Ning Fan was an outsider? There were also two types of outsiders. One of them was the previous clan leaders of the Fengnu clan. Obviously, Ning Fan was not one of them. He did not have the slightest trace of the Fengnu clan's bloodline. The other type was a thief who barged into the place forcefully. Obviously, Ning Fan was the latter. Outsiders only knew that the Ziwei North Pole Palace could not be accessed freely. However, only the demons and devils in the North Pole Palace knew that since ancient times, this palace had already been intruded by a few outsiders, the white-haired immortal monarch, Lai Yuko. This person was transformed from a strand of immortal Emperor Ziwei's white hair. Therefore, he could freely enter and exit this palace. No one could stop him. No one would dare to stop him. There was also the Northern Sea Great Kuan. This greedy fellow was a fish that immortal Emperor Ziwei had personally enlightened. He had once received a promise from the immortal emperor himself. Therefore, every time he was hungry, he could enter the North Pole Palace to look for food. Entering the North Pole Palace was like returning home to him. He was extremely happy. A few years ago, there was another mysterious demon with a pair of eyeballs who barged into this palace while riding on a mystical feather. It seemed like the divine weapon, boundless eyes, which was originally sealed in a certain place in the palace, was lost at that time. After that, a few more devils broke into the North Pole Palace. These devils claimed that they came from the Devil Conferral Summit. As soon as they entered this place, they started a massacre. No one could stop them. On that day, blood flowed like a river in the North Pole Palace. On that day, the wood analyzing king was nailed to the ground by a person who claimed to be Old Devil Greed among the devils. That person's cultivation base was too high. It was so high that a casual blow from him was enough to kill the wood analyzing king. However, that Old Devil Greed did not give him a quick death. He seemed to be enjoying the terrified expression on the wood analyzing king's face before he died. He was tortured bit by bit. He was dismembered bit by bit. No one dared to save the wood analyzing king. Only Lady Jean Ping dared to. "I won't allow you to hurt him," Lady Jean Ping said. After that, the person who was nailed to the ground was Lady Jean Ping. Her demon soul was slowly shredded by that Old Devil Greed. It was also at that time that Lady Jean Ping's cultivation base was completely destroyed. Just when all the devils were in despair, an old devil called Duowen appeared. He used his life as the price to release the lightning origin sea in the lightning transformation pool to repel those devils. Before he died, he even separated a portion of his power and infused it into the North Pole Palace. Since then, the devils of the North Pole Palace had become knowledgeable. Even the newborn devils were no exception. Out of gratitude, many of the devils addressed Duowen as Lord Duowen as a sign of respect. The wood analyzing king's face was filled with hatred and fear. He was afraid that Ning Fan was someone from the Devil Conferral Summit again. He was afraid that his wife would be nailed to the ground by a sword again. Lord Many Rumors was dead. This time, there would be no one to save the demons. His heart was filled with fear. It was not just the fear he had for Ning Fan but also the fear that Old Devil Greed had left in his Dao heart. He was trembling with fear. Even his breathing was unstable. He wanted to fall, wanted to run, wanted to cry, wanted to beg, wanted to, "Don't be afraid, my husband." Lady Jean Ping held the wood analyzing king's hand. She no longer addressed him as king but husband. "If we are going to die today, we will die together." Ning Fan was a little speechless. Does he look like a bloodthirsty person? Or is his name very scary? The other party just asked for his name and it could scare a couple to commit suicide for love? "I just came to ask for directions. Can you give me a map of the North Pole Palace? This place has too great of a restriction on spirit sense." Ning Fan put down his wine cup. "Why yes." The wood analyzing king nodded vigorously. Would he dare to say no? Of course, he quickly handed over the map of the North Pole Palace. "Thank you. Your wine is not bad." Ning Fan glanced at the map and kept it. Then, he turned around and walked out of the palace. Seeing Ning Fan leave, all the demons heaved a sigh of relief. However, some of them also noticed that there was a wooden box left on the table where Ning Fan was drinking. The wood analyzing king also noticed it. How could he not remind Ning Fan that he had forgotten something? "Hi Immortal, please wait. You left something here." However, Ning Fan left too quickly. He wanted to chase after him but Ning Fan was already nowhere to be seen. It was as if he was worried that he would continue to ruin the atmosphere of the wedding if he stayed any longer. Phew. That really scared me to death. This person actually didn't kill us. It seems like he is not on the same side as the Devil Conferral Summit. Some of the demons who had experienced the previous calamity heaved a sigh of relief. However, the wood analyzing king did not feel relieved at all. He stared at the wooden box in his hand as if he was facing a formidable enemy. This was something that Ning Fan had left behind. Who knew if there was a restriction placed inside that would explode as soon as it is opened? Among the devils on the Devil Conferral Summit, there was no lack of people with twisted minds. Perhaps there were some perverts who would send their enemies to explode when they survived a calamity. *Gulp*. The wood analyzing king's face was filled with fear. However, he still opened the wooden box. He had no choice but to open it. If this wooden box really had evil intentions and he did not open it, the other party would directly kill him. Eh? This is. The wood analyzing king was stunned. Of course, what was inside the wooden box was not the immortal talisman that he had imagined. Instead, it was a pill that emitted a strange fragrance. The wood analyzing king who possessed supreme knowledge could see through the origin of this pill with just a glance. The 9 Revolutions Soul Recovery Pill, it was a type of 9 Revolutions golden pill that specialized in healing demon souls. Previously, he went to the territory of the pill devils to steal pills for this item. However, he was beaten up by the powerful pill devils. Today, he obtained it. My lady. My lady. You are saved. You are saved. Thank you, High Immortal. Thank you. A long time after Ning Fan left, the joyous atmosphere of the Wood Analyzing King's banquet was finally restored. Compared to before Ning Fan's arrival, there was more laughter. The laughter spread far and wide until it reached Ning Fan's ears. Eventually, it turned into a smile on Ning Fan's face. This wine is really not bad. Ning Fan took out the black wind gourd and drank a mouthful of the wine. Of course, this wine was poured from the banquet. Using the infamous black wind gourd to drink wine showed that one's heart was not ordinary. In fact, the wine was not a good wine. However, in Ning Fan's opinion, this wine was much better than any wine in the world. I've already obtained the map. Next, I need to find the whereabouts of many rumors Wushuang in this huge group of palaces. The whereabouts of this item seems to be the biggest mystery in the North Pole Palace. Only the demons and devils in the palace know about it. However, this is not a problem for me. Ning Fan squatted down and picked up a piece of stone from under a dilapidated palace wall. Brother Shi, do you know the whereabouts of many rumors Wushuang? Eh? You know but you're not telling me? This is not good. Very bad. Eh? What did you say? You're not Brother Shi? You're Miss Shi? I'm sorry. I addressed you wrongly. Then, Miss Shi, can you tell me the whereabouts of many rumors Wushuang? You still don't want to tell me? Hee hee. You're very stubborn. But what if? After this and that, hee hee. Have you finally decided to compromise? What? You want to do it again? This is not good. The Ant Lord wanted to cry but no tears came out. Her worldview was refreshed by Ning Fan once again. Stop. Please stop. That's a rock. That's a rock. I beg you to stop polluting my eyes. Can I call you Brother Ning? Brother Ning, please stop. Brother Ning, please stop. Stop bullying the rock. I'll help you. I'll help you find many rumors Wushuang. Just let this rock go. You're mistaken, Lady Ant Lord. A rock can be a rock but it can also not be a rock. Ziwei North Palace, 9th Palace, Quailtail Palace. Quailtail Palace used to be the warehouse where immortal Emperor Ziwei stored his elixirs. After a long time, many elixirs here had gained intelligence and became pill demons. If the Wood Analysis Palace was the home of the miscellaneous demons, then the Quailtail Palace was the paradise of pill demons. At this moment, a purple-robed woman was carrying a flower basket and walking at the edge of the Quailtail Palace's protective formation. This woman was none other than the queen of the Phone Lady race who entered the palace to look for elixirs and wanted to refine true Lord Beihai to death. The surroundings of the formation were filled with white fog. Even the eyes of immortals could not see through it. Although the purple-robed woman was an immortal king, she could only see a radius of 10 zhang and could not see further. Anyone who wanted to enter Quailtail Palace would have to pass through this formation. The purple-robed woman had been here several times and knew a lot about this formation. It was not difficult to pass through it. However, she did not intend to do so. Instead, she wandered around the formation, looking for something. She searched for 4 days. Finally, the purple-robed woman found a place that was filled with poisonous fog. In the depths of the poisonous fog, there was a large piece of rotten grass that was half a person tall. The branches and leaves of the rotten grass were covered with dark green moths that lived to eat carrion. There are 3 poisonous green needles in the mouth of this moth. It's the three-toothed moth. The powder of the three-toothed moth can accelerate the growth of the soul-dissolving leaf. If I'm not wrong, I'll definitely find the soul-dissolving leaf in the deepest part of the rotten grass. Soul-dissolving leaf, saint extermination grass, Tao-sealing spirit spring. As long as she could find these three items, she was 100% sure that she could refine true Lord Beihai into elixirs and take revenge. Thinking of this, the purple-robed woman's eyes were filled with joy but more sadness. She thought of her father and mother. She thought of the time when she was young. She thought of the past that she could never go back to. She remembered that every time the dragon coral bloomed white flowers, her father would put down the trifling matters and put down the dignity of an emperor. He would turn into a crowned fish and carry her on his back. He would swim in the sea with a face full of pride. It was as if he wanted to show off his mediocre daughter to the world. As a result, the members of the sea race who met her along the way would ask, "King Hai Chen, you're a dignified demon king. Why did you lower yourself and become a little girl's mount?" Every time this came up, her father would angrily reply, "What little girl? This is my daughter Ayao, the one and only Ayao in this world. I can do whatever I want, it's none of your business." She remembered that when she was young, she was lazy and gluttonous, and afraid of hardships and tiredness. When she cultivated Yao arts, she would complain that her waist was sore, and when she practiced Yao arts, she would say that her legs hurt. Every time the imperial tutor gave her a lesson, she would find an opportunity to skip class. The imperial tutor was so angry that he blew his beard and glared at her, looking for her all over the world. She hid in her mother's palace and begged her mother to make pastries for her. Every time this happened, Empress Mother would laugh and flick her head. She would say, "Ayao is too lazy to cultivate, in the future your cultivation level will not be high. You're so delicate and greedy, I really don't know which husband would want you. If you want to eat mother's pastries, you have to cultivate obediently. If you cultivate for 2 hours, mother will make your favorite goldfish cake. If you cultivate for 4 hours, mother will make you river god dumplings." She remembered that she was a fish demon of the Feng Nu clan, but because her demon soul was incomplete, she could not transform into a fish. 12 times of the clan's great sacrifice, 12 times of blood awakening failed. As a Feng Nu, she could not condense the Feng Nu blood. At that time, she became the laughingstock of the North Jia River. She lost the trust of all her clansmen, lost all her friends, lost all her recognition, and was at a loss of what to do. The clan elders who had been kind to her in the past suddenly changed their attitude. They shouted that she should be removed from the clan and expelled from the clan. What right did a person who could not awaken the Feng Nu blood have to stay in the clan? What right did she have to inherit the great Feng Nu clan? She was the shame of the clan. In order to pressure her father and mother, the clan elders even invited Xiaoxiyu to judge this matter. With a single order from Xiaoxiyu, her expulsion from the clan was an established fact. Thus, her arrogant father and mother finally threw away all their dignity and knelt in front of Xiaoxiyu. "My daughter, Ayao, is not a useless person. Her demon soul was only damaged too badly in her previous life. That's why her demon soul is incomplete in this life. Xiaoxiyu, please take back your order and give my daughter a chance." The purple-robed woman closed her eyes sadly. She could never forget the scene of her parents bending over for her. It was also from then on that she got rid of her lazy habit and cultivated desperately. She really grew up. After that, the old thief of the North Sea broke into the Feng Nu clan. After that, the clan elders who ostracized her died. Her father and mother, who had doted on her, also died. The purple-robed woman's thoughts became more and more chaotic. She slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her expression was terrifyingly stubborn. "Father, mother. I am unfilial. Until today, I still can't awaken the Feng Nu blood. I have been mediocre my whole life and tried my best. Today, I can only barely cultivate to the immortal king realm, which is barely enough to rule the clan. I have accomplished nothing in this life, but there is one thing that I must do." The purple-robed woman walked step by step towards the poisonous miasma and the rotten grass. As soon as she approached, the three-toothed moths attached to the rotten grass flew up and attacked her. One of these three-toothed moths was not worth mentioning, but if there were hundreds or thousands of them, even a 5-tribulation immortal king would have to retreat for a while, let alone a 4-tribulation immortal king like her. However, she was not willing to retreat because the soul transformation grass she wanted was right in front of her. She took out the flower basket in her hand and fought against the black three-toothed moths in the air. She used the flower basket very carefully. Sometimes, she would rather suffer a few poisonous needles than let the flower basket be damaged. It was because that flower basket was the only thing left to her by her mother. An hour later, she finally killed all the three-toothed moths in this place. However, there were dozens of wounds caused by the poisonous needles on her body. At this moment, there was a bit of black chi on her face. It was the proof that the poison of the three-toothed moths was wreaking havoc in her body. She casually took out a medicinal pill and consumed it, temporarily suppressing the poison in her body. The purple-robed woman then walked deeper into the rotten grass. This time, there were no more three-toothed moths blocking her way, and she finally found the soul transformation grass in the deepest part of the rotten grass. "I found the first ingredient. Since that's the case, there's no point in staying here any longer. It's time to go to the next place." The purple-robed woman revealed a happy smile, but she didn't know that there were more than 10 divine senses staring at her from the shadows. Those were the divine senses secretly released by the pill devils of the Quail-tail Palace. This place had a lot of restrictions on outsiders, but there weren't many restrictions on the local demons. As long as the local demons' cultivation was strong enough, they could release their divine will freely. Therefore, the pill devils here had long noticed the arrival of the purple-clothed woman. "TSK, TSK, TSK. What a delicious aura. It's blood food from the outside world. It can be eaten. A four-tribulation immortal king? Before this woman is used as food, it seems like a good idea to use her as a cauldron." This old man remembers this woman. "She's from the Feng Nu clan. I think she's called Jifu Yao. This woman has the Supreme Ziwei's token. It doesn't seem appropriate for us to attack her." "Humph. Supreme Ziwei has already passed away. We are all demons without a master. We no longer have anything to do with those Ziwei immortal cultivators. Even if we eat this woman, there's no harm in doing so. We can't eat her, we can't eat her. There's something strange about this woman, that's right. This woman has already come here several times. I've also chased after her several times, but I've always returned empty-handed. There's actually such a strange thing? I believe that there must be a great treasure protecting this woman's body. I heard that even the star devils of the Stellar Order Palace had their eyes on this woman. However, they could only bite off half of her demon soul. They couldn't bite the remaining demon soul no matter how hard they tried. Don't you think it's strange?" "Hee, the stranger the better. The stranger it is, the more it means that the treasure on this woman's body is extremely powerful. It's even more worth killing her." That makes sense, that makes sense. Then let's chase after her again." The pill devils spoke one after another. They looked at the purple-robed woman as if they were looking at meat on the chopping board. After that, more than 10 devil lights soared into the sky and chased after the purple-robed woman. "Damn it. I've indeed been discovered by this group of pill devils." The purple-robed woman's pretty face turned cold. It wasn't her first time coming to the North Star Palace, nor was it her first time dealing with the demons here. Apart from a few palaces that didn't make things difficult for her, the other demons of the 12 palaces would basically hunt her down with all their might without any mercy. That's right. To the demons here, a foreign demon cultivator like her was nothing more than delicious food. She was just prey. According to her usual style, once she was targeted by the demons in the palace, she would be teleported out of the North Star Palace. However, it was different this time. She came here to find a total of 3 medicinal ingredients. Now, she'd only found the soul transformation grass. She was still missing 2 more. If she left now, even if she had the key to the palace, the North Star token, she would have to wait for 49 years before she could enter this place again. 49 years. She couldn't afford to wait. If she wanted to kill the old bastard of the North Sea, she only had this short period of time. It was her only chance. She wouldn't leave until she found the 3 medicinal ingredients. This is the 9th palace. It's connected to the 8th palace's Quail Fire and the 10th palace's Longevity Star. The cauldron demon of the Quail Fire Palace isn't a good person. If I escape in this direction, it'll be even more difficult for me to escape. Since that's the case, I'll hide in the Longevity Star Palace for now. The peach demons will remember old times and will more or less take into account the incense offerings of the North Star Immortal Cultivator. Maybe they'll let me hide for a while. The purple-robed woman made a decision almost instantly and fled in the direction of the Longevity Star Palace. She was not slow, but the elixir devils were faster. She had just escaped to the peach forest outside the Longevity God Palace when she was blocked by the elixir devils. Interesting. Ji Fuyao, aren't you always afraid of death? Why aren't you teleporting out of the North Star Palace now that we're chasing you? A pill devil with 9 eyes laughed out loud. With a wave of his demonic palm, a heaven-covering palm imprint had already descended. This 9-eyed pill demon was clearly just a second tribulation immortal sovereign, but the power of his palm wasn't much weaker than a 4th tribulation immortal king's. He was strong enough to rival an ancient immortal venerable. The purple-robed woman subconsciously wanted to summon her flower basket to defend herself, but she hesitated the moment she raised her hand. In the end, she chose to point with her finger, releasing thousands of wisps of watery light to block the insufferably arrogant palm. Boom, the 9-eyed pill demon's palm was shattered by the watery light. When he saw this, his expression darkened, and he looked embarrassed. The purple-robed woman wasn't in a good position either. Although she had blocked the palm, she still had the poison and injuries left behind by the 3-toothed moth in her body. Those injuries had been temporarily suppressed by the power of the pill, but now that she used her magic power, her injuries showed signs of relapsing. The purple-robed woman coughed up an arrow of blood on the spot. That was jet black blood. There were still remnants of the 3-toothed moth's poison in her blood. Ha ha ha. Old Ninth can't even take down an injured woman? How embarrassing, how embarrassing. Could it be that the demon seed bestowed by the Demon Conferral Summit hasn't been completely refined? Or is Old Ninth still holding back on this attack because he has tender feelings for the fairer sex? Haha. The other pill demons laughed when they saw that the 9-eyed pill demon's attack was ineffective. The 9-eyed pill demon flew into a rage out of humiliation. He raised his palm and wanted to attack the purple-robed woman again to regain his dignity. But someone else was one step ahead of him. This time, the one who attacked was a fat pill demon with ivory in his mouth and 2 golden hammers. This demon was clearly only a 3 tribulation immortal king, but when the giant hammer fell, it had the killing power of a peak immortal king. Seeing this demon's menacing attack, the purple-robed woman had no choice but to take out the flower basket to defend herself. However, she still couldn't completely dissipate the power of the opponent's giant hammer. Her entire body was sent flying by the remaining force of the giant hammer. The ivory pill demon roared excitedly when he succeeded in his attack. Comfortable. Bullying the weak is really enjoyable. Greed doesn't deceive me. The fear in the eyes of the weak before death is really interesting. After the ivory pill demon roared, he realized that no one was paying attention to him. He immediately felt embarrassed. His face darkened, and he wanted to rush forward again to attack the purple-robed woman a few more times. Unfortunately, just as he was roaring, the other pill devils had already rushed forward and surrounded the purple-clothed woman. Besieged by more than 10 prime venerables and ancient kings, the purple-robed woman couldn't even defend herself. She kept dodging and retreating, but she was still sent flying again and again. Blood kept spilling. Her chi and blood were getting weaker and weaker, and even her consciousness was blurred for a moment. Reason and fragility told her that if she didn't activate the Myrtle token now and teleport out of this place, she really wouldn't be able to escape. But she was unwilling. She had failed too many times in her life and given up too much, but this was the only time she didn't want to give up. She had to turn true monarch Beihai's bones into ashes no matter the price. Explode. The purple-robed woman uttered one word. At this moment, her consciousness was wrapped in blood red, and then her body exploded with a bang, self-destructing her body. Facing the siege of more than 10 pill demons, this woman would rather self-destruct her body to find a chance to escape than escape to the outside world. This showed how deep her obsession with revenge was. The self-destruction of an immortal king was terrifying. Although there were many pill demons besieging this place, facing such a powerful self-destruction, they all turned pale and retreated without saying a word. As they retreated, they cursed. Wretched woman. She would rather self-destruct her body than leave us flesh and blood to eat. How King stingy. Crazy, crazy. This woman is clearly a lunatic. Damn it. I dodged too slowly, and one of my arms was blown off by this crazy woman. Grandpa lost one of his ears, how unlucky. Damn it. The treasure that I refined for thousands of years was actually damaged because of this woman. I'm going to skin this crazy woman. Where did she escape to? Although her body is destroyed, her demon soul is still there. I'm going to sacrifice her demon soul. Peach Forest. She escaped into the territory of the peach demons. Good, good, good. Looks like this wretched woman wants to find peach demons to protect her. What a pity. We pill demons have obtained the demonic seeds from the demon conferral summit and are no longer the same as before. These peach demons can't protect her, and they don't dare to. Kill. Charge into the peach forest. If the peach demons dare to stop us, we'll just kill and eat all of them. It's a good chance for this longevity god palace to change owners. The pill demons rushed into the peach forest arrogantly, plucking the peaches and cutting down the trees along the way. They chased after the purple-robed woman's demon soul unhurriedly until they reached the depths of the peach forest, but they didn't dare to chase too closely. If this woman went crazy again and detonated her demon soul, who would they vent their anger on? After the self-destruction, the purple-robed woman was only left with her demon soul. At this moment, her demon soul was weak and her consciousness was blurred. However, she still gritted her teeth and stubbornly flew towards the depths of the peach forest. As she escaped, she was still worried. Actually, she wasn't sure that the peach demons here would protect her, but she felt that it was possible. If the peach demons here weren't willing to help her, she could only continue to escape in the direction of the 11th palace. In short, she wouldn't leave easily. Anyway, she was going to the 11th palace anyway. There was also something she was looking for there, the Saint Vanquishing Grass. The only problem was that the 11th palace was the Great Fire Palace. It was a place of utmost fire in the 10 realms, meaning that on average, there would only be one such place in every 10 vast thousand worlds. Even when she was at her peak, she had to be careful and make thorough preparations when entering such a place of fire. Now that she was only left with a wisp of her demon soul, the journey to the Great Fire Palace would be even more difficult. She was getting closer and closer. After fleeing in the peach forest for an unknown period of time, the purple-robed woman suddenly felt a ray of sunlight passing through the shadows and shining into her eyes. Then, she saw that at the end of the peach forest in front of her, there was a white-robed man standing in front of a mountain rock, holding an umbrella. The white-robed man didn't deliberately conceal his aura. The strength of his aura was enough to make her tremble. Obviously, he was someone with an extremely high cultivation level. The white-robed man looked unfamiliar. He was definitely not someone she had seen before. However, she didn't know why, but she felt a trace of indelible familiarity from him. What made her even more familiar was the umbrella in the man's hand. The white-robed man's expression was cold. He clearly saw that she was escaping, but he acted as if he didn't see her. It was obvious that he didn't intend to help her. A hero saving a damsel in distress? That didn't exist. Such a cold person was obviously unwilling to interfere in a fight between strangers. Such a cold expression was extremely common in the cultivation world. The purple-robed woman had lived alone until today. She was already used to such a cold expression. In the past, she had also treated strangers like this. However, she didn't know why she felt a stab of pain and a trace of grievance when she faced this person's cold expression this time. She didn't know where that stab of pain and grievance came from. She also didn't know why she would have such feelings towards this strange man. It was as if countless ancient memories had been awakened at this moment. It was as if there were countless longings attacking her at this moment. She didn't know where that feeling came from, but it instantly filled her entire soul. It turned into a call. "Master, don't you recognize me? I'm Fu Yao. Fu Yao of the Ji clan. You personally gave me the surname and name. Your disciple has been looking for you for a long time, but I was torn into pieces by the demon crane. Finally, I found you. It turns out that there's no need for the divine tree. There's no need for it. He lied to me. He lied to me." The purple-robed woman smiled sadly. It was as if she had lost her mental support in an instant, or as if she had used up all of her strength in an instant and fainted. Her demon soul fell from midair and fell straight towards Ning Fan. It was as if she had been heading straight for this place from the very beginning. Ning Fan frowned. He did not understand why this purple-robed woman of unknown origin would address him as master. What was even stranger was that this form of address made him feel both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. At the next moment, he seemed to have thought of something. However, this thought was separated by the great samsara circle, making him unable to see through it completely. What was even stranger was that almost at the same time when the purple-robed woman fainted, the Ant Lord in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness also let out a cry of pain and fell unconscious. The timing of this kind of fainting was too precise. It was like the resonance of music and the resonance of souls. Perhaps this woman, Ning Fan, had a vague guess, but he had no way to verify it. Because of that, his brows furrowed even deeper. He was too lazy to care about other people's business. However, this woman seemed to have a deep karma with him. If he doesn't save her, it would be going against his principles. Seeing that the unconscious demon soul of the purple-robed woman was about to fall to the ground, Ning Fan sighed softly. In the end, he waved his long sleeve and kept her demon soul into his umbrella. Seeing that Ning Fan actually intervened in the battle between the pill devils, the expressions of the peach demons in the surroundings changed drastically. Lord Great Minister of War, you can't. You can't. These pill devils have always been unreasonable. Recently, they had obtained a fortuitous encounter and found a backer. Their strength had already skyrocketed. If we meddle in their business, we, the little peach demons, won't be able to protect you. That's right. There were still many peach demons standing around Ning Fan. Unfortunately, when the purple-robed woman flew over, she only had Ning Fan in her eyes. She had neglected the existence of the peach demons in this place. These peach demon servants followed behind Ning Fan respectfully, feeling a little baffled. Their way of addressing him was even more baffling. They actually called Ning Fan the Great Minister of War. What kind of lousy way of addressing him was that? Ning Fan did not understand it, and he did not want to understand it at all. He had just left the Wood Analyzing Palace and went to the Great Fire Palace. Then, he went to the Longevity God Palace and searched for a few pieces of unparalleled wisdom's fragments. He did not do anything unnecessary, but the peach demons in this place followed him and worshipped him as if he was a god. It was really baffling. Alright, he was a god in the first place, I'll say it for the last time. I'm not the Great Minister of War that your clan mentioned. Ning Fan was speechless for a while. Then, his expression changed. He looked at the group of pill devils who were plucking peaches and cutting down trees from afar. His eyes flashed with extreme coldness. When the peach demons saw that cold light, it further confirmed their guesses. It's the Great Minister of War. This high immortal is indeed the Great Minister of War. He is definitely the person sent by the Mountain and Sea Division to collect the tribute peaches. If not, why would he get angry because these pill devils cut down the tribute peaches indiscriminately? That's right. That's right. The Great Minister of War doesn't plan to be a hero and save the damsel in distress at all. What he wants to save are those peach trees that are being cut down. How responsible he is. The pill devils chased after them unhurriedly and finally reached the end of the peach forest. Along the way, the pill devils plucked peaches and cut down trees. Everywhere they passed, there were broken branches and trees everywhere. They didn't take the Longevity God Palace's peach demons seriously at all. They could only blame the peach demons for being too weak and easy to bully. They were clearly attacked by outsiders, but not a single one dared to stop them. Seeing this, the pill demons all secretly looked down on the peach demons' cowardice. They became even more arrogant. Never had they imagined that when they arrived at the end of the peach forest, they suddenly noticed that there were actually a few thousand peach demons gathered here, and all of them were the elites of the peach demon clan. Merely the immortal exalts and immortal kings amongst them numbered 11, and their numbers were actually on par with their own forces. Even with the arrogance of the pill demons, they couldn't help but hesitate when they saw this scene. They wondered when the peach demons had become so unyielding. Were they really going to fight the peach demons today? Was it worth it? The pill devils looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. Their originally arrogant words could not be said at this moment. Seeing this scene, the oldest pill devil finally stood up. He glared at the other pill devils in disappointment and reprimanded, "Our generation's pill devils have already submitted to the Devil Conferral Summit. What are you afraid of? Peach demons, you're acting like this. It's truly shameful to be called pill devils." The elder pill devil had a stooped figure and an ordinary appearance. He was extremely inconspicuous among the pill devils and was easily overlooked. When they were chasing after Ji Fuyao, he only followed behind lazily. He wasn't in a hurry to attack, nor did he try to steal the limelight. However, at this moment, he was standing in front of everyone. His originally gloomy eyes instantly became incomparably sinister, and a ferocious light shot out in all directions. As the demon's demonic intent erupted, 10 jade-colored pill markings appeared on his left face. On his right face, there was a sea character shrouded in demonic chi. Who is this? Is there such a person in the Pill Devil clan? Some of the younger peach demons didn't recognize the elder pill devil and were puzzled. However, there was no lack of seniors among the peach demons. They recognized the elder pill devil one after another, and all of them turned pale with fright. It's actually the Sea Devil General. He's not dead yet. He actually survived the tribulation of pill ignition and lived until today. What? He's the 6th Devil General under the old Pill King? In the past, this devil dared to invade our race with just his 9 revolutions Emperor Pill bloodline. Our race used all our strength to encircle this devil, but he still ate a few immortal venerables and immortal kings alive. Fortunately, the Spirit Peach Great Emperor gave up his seclusion and forced the devil to retreat. Now that this devil has endured the Dan Ignition tribulation, it is very likely that he has ascended to the 10 revolutions bloodline. The Sea Demon General could not help but sneer when he saw that there were still people who remembered his infamy. His gaze swept across the faces of the Peach Demons before finally stopping on the patriarch of the Peach Demon clan, Tao Wanyan. "I remember you. You're the youngest son of the Spirit Peach Emperor. Back then, I came here to eat and ate countless peach demons. I even ate quite a few of your brothers and sisters. At that time, you were just a teenager, so scared that you couldn't even stand properly in front of this old man. If not for your father forcefully coming out of seclusion to save you, even you would have been eaten into this old man's stomach. Haha, now that you are no longer a teenager, your flesh and blood are no longer fresh and tender. Damn it, I've been targeted by this demon again." Things had changed with the passage of time. Tao Wanyan was no longer the teenager from back then. He had already grown into the patriarch of a clan and was a 5 tribulation immortal king. But even so, he still felt the air stifling as he stood in front of the Sea Demon General, as if a vast ocean was pressing down on him. He did not dare to move recklessly. This demon had hidden himself for so many years. Just what had he experienced? Why had his aura become so unfathomable? Before the Elixir Ignition tribulation, this demon could easily escape from an immortal emperor. After the tribulation, could it be that this demon's strength was comparable to an immortal emperor's? If the Pill Demon clan had joined the Devil Conferral Summit, then this demon had no choice but to refine the demon seed bestowed by the Devil Conferral Summit. If that was the case, this demon alone could destroy the Peach Demon clan. You're all very lucky. This old man does not wish to kill too much today. Today, I'm only hunting Ji Fuyao. It has nothing to do with the Peach Demons. Scram. You, scram too. The Sea Demon General pointed at Tao Wanyan and said disdainfully. Tao Wanyan was stunned at first, but then, as if he had been granted amnesty, he wanted nothing more than to lead his clansmen back into the clan's formation. However, at the next moment, his face turned deathly pale. It was because the Sea Demon General's finger was pointing at Ning Fan again. Everyone here can leave except for you. Hand over Ji Fuyao, who is under your umbrella. What if I don't? Ning Fan said mercilessly. Hee hee. I know you're an immortal king and you're not an ordinary one. Your magic power is unfathomable. Unfortunately, I'm not an ordinary person either. If you disobey my orders, I will let you know how terrifying a 10th revolution pill devil is today and what. Rumble before the Sea Demon General could finish his words, he suddenly felt a tremendous force coming at him. His entire body was stomped on the ground by Ning Fan's foot, sinking into the soil. Ning Fan stepped on the Sea Devil General's head. Although it was a simple stomp, the Sea Devil General's sea of consciousness was shattered. He spurted out a mouthful of blood all over the ground and his spirit sense nearly collapsed. He let out a whimper. A feeling of impending death suddenly spread throughout the Sea Demon General's body. He struggled, desperately crawling and clawing on the ground, trying to escape from under Ning Fan's foot. However, he could not. It was as if what was stepping on his head was the ancient firmament, the eternal earth and everything in the world. This is fake. This is fake. I'm a dignified 10th Revolution Pill Devil. Not even the Pill Flaming Tribulation could burn me to death. Not even Senior Greed's Daylight Dome Stone could suppress me. Why am I unable to move after being stomped by you? What kind of demonic technique did you use? Good. Very good. You've angered me. Watch me break your suppression technique and tear you into pieces. The true body of the Pill Devil appeared, the Sea Demon General's physical body began to expand. His chi also began to rise. He already had the strength of a peak immortal king. Now that he revealed his true body, his magic power was comparable to that of an ancient 6th Tribulation Immortal Emperor. An ancient 6th Tribulation Immortal Emperor could fight against an 8th Tribulation Immortal Emperor or even a 9th Tribulation Immortal Emperor from the Dharma-ending era. The Sea Demon General's chi was too powerful, making it hard for all the peach demons to breathe. His true body was too hard. His body glowed with the luster of a 10th Revolution pill. According to the legends, a true 10th Revolution pill was as hard as an innate magic treasure. Even if it was attacked by an innate magic treasure, it would not suffer much damage. The devil body of this devil vaguely glowed with the luster of a 10th Revolution pill. Presumably, it could also resist an innate magic treasure. His devil sense was too powerful. Under the sweep of his devil sense, everyone was like a lone boat in the vast ocean. While everyone was shocked by the scariness of the Sea Demon General's true body, they suddenly heard a loud bang. The Sea Demon General's true body actually exploded into pieces. Ning Fan was too lazy to continue wasting time and came to watch the Sea Demon General's transformation performance. He took the opportunity to close the Virtue Umbrella and used it as a blunt weapon to launch an attack. When the umbrella fell, the Sea Demon General's physical body exploded on the spot. What was even more strange was that the Sea Demon General's physical body did not explode into a sky full of blood. Instead, it scattered into rainwater. This attack actually turned the Sea Demon General's physical body into rainwater. It was actually an attack that directly attacked a physical existence. Silence. The entire place fell into dead silence. None of them expected that the Sea Demon General, who was the most arrogant and domineering among them, would be smashed to death by Ning Fan's umbrella so easily. What was even more strange was the way the Sea Demon General died. It turned into rainwater. Even though the demons and devils here had been enlightened by the power of perception, they still could not see through the mystery of it. This feeling. Ning Fan did not care about killing the Sea Demon General at all. He had killed countless quasi-saints. Killing a mere immortal King Realm Sea Devil General would not make him feel anything. What he cared about was the Virtue Umbrella itself. It was the rain that the Sea Demon General turned into after his death. As a matter of fact, he had more than 10 ways to kill the Sea Demon General in a single move. However, he was too lazy to waste his magic power. Thus, he grabbed the Virtue Umbrella and used it as a weapon to smash the Sea Demon General with brute force. However, he did not expect the Sea Demon General to be so weak that it could not even withstand a single blow from the Virtue Umbrella. Using the umbrella as a weapon was originally an unintentional move. However, at this moment, Ning Fan had an unexpected discovery. When the Virtue Umbrella was used as a weapon, the rain intent in his body actually resonated with the Virtue Umbrella and its power erupted by more than 10 times. Then, the attack from the Virtue Umbrella was no longer a physical attack. Instead, it directly changed the Sea Demon General's existence and turned him into rainwater. The Virtue Umbrella actually has such a use? No. That's not right. Perhaps this is not the use of the Virtue Umbrella itself. Instead, it is the concealment technique that the heaven-battling Jade Umbrella uses as the material to refine it. The heaven-battling Jade Umbrella is the Rain Master's titled weapon. Legend has it that those who possess the title of Rain Master can trigger the concealment ability of the heaven-battling Jade Umbrella. Today, the heaven-battling Jade Umbrella was upgraded into the Virtue Umbrella by Ning Fan. Looking at the situation today, not only did the concealment ability remain, but the restrictions on its usage were also reduced. Ning Fan only had a small amount of the Rain Master's titled force in his body. All of them were devoured from True Sovereign North Sea. Originally, he was not qualified to use the concealment ability of the heaven-battling Jade Umbrella. However, after the restrictions on the umbrella were reduced, he was qualified to use it. As for the concealment ability, it was probably an existence-level killing power. All of these were just Ning Fan's guesses. The method to verify this was very simple. He could just ask the Virtue Umbrella directly. Let me ask you. Just as Ning Fan was about to talk to the Virtue Umbrella, he suddenly heard the exclamations of the peach demons around him. Look! As soon as the Sea Devil General died, a pill actually burst out from his body. Could it be that this pill is his true form? Ning Fan had been paying too much attention to the Virtue Umbrella just now. Only now did he notice that at the place where the Sea Devil General died, a pill with a magnificent luster was separated from the rainwater. It gave off a strange medicinal fragrance, and there were a total of 10 pill marks on the surface of the pill. Judging from the pill's fragrance, this pill should be the 8 Seas pill. Rumor has it that the 8 Seas pill is extremely difficult to concoct. Just the main ingredients for concocting the pill need to be collected from 8 seas of the 4 corners grade. The seawater must be refined dry and condensed into the pill. As for the other supplementary ingredients, none of them isn't rare and precious. The 8 Seas pill can greatly increase a cultivator's water element power. Rumor has it that there was once a Dao Law realm cultivator who consumed 1 pill and directly touched the threshold of the Palm realm. The pill that the Sea Devil General has is not an ordinary 8 Seas pill. An ordinary 8 Seas pill is only at the 9 Revolutions Emperor level. However, this pill was raised to the 10th Revolution because the Sea Devil General had endured the tribulation of pill ignition. It's a genuine 10th Revolution ancestral pill. A 10th Revolution pill can attract half-step saints to fight for it. As soon as this pill appears, I'm afraid the old demons and devils of the other palaces will sense it. It's impossible for them not to come here. This is bad. This is bad. The peach demons spoke one after another, explaining the profoundness of this 8 Seas pill to Ning Fan. Their discussions entered Ning Fan's ears. As a result, the way he looked at this 8 Seas pill also became slightly different. This pill seems to be able to greatly increase one's water element power. However, the body of the pill seems to be a little unstable. It's showing signs of breaking apart. Ning Fan did not continue to question the Karma Umbrella. Instead, he raised his hand and sucked the pill into his palm. Perhaps it was due to the impact of the Karma Umbrella, the surface of the pill was already wet. It was showing signs of turning into rain. In that case, this pill could not be kept for a long time. If it is kept for a while longer, it might completely turn into rain and disappear. Ning Fan was a little speechless. It was rare for him to obtain a 10th Revolution pill. However, he actually could not bring it back and study it slowly. If he does not consume it on the spot, it would disappear. He had no choice but to consume it as soon as possible. Gulp Ning Fan swallowed the pill into his stomach. The peach demons immediately exclaimed in surprise. What? Lord Great Minister of War actually consumed this 10th Revolution pill? How could he not make any preparations and consume it directly? There's one more thing which is also troublesome. There must be some demons and devils in the other palaces who have smelled the chi of this pill and are rushing here. However, Lord Great Minister of War ate this pill before them. In that case, I'm afraid those old monsters who intend to snatch this pill won't let it go easily. The enormous medicinal power ran wildly in his body, causing Ning Fan to feel bloated. However, that was all. After all, he had the body of a divine spirit and the body of a devil spirit. Even though the medicinal power of a 10th Revolution pill was enormous and hard to digest, it was not enough to make him explode. Of course, it was also a fact that it was hard to digest the enormous medicinal power. If a pill devil was compared to a bowl of rice, Ning Fan, who had the body of a fiend god, could eat a mountain of rice. However, his cultivation base was not high enough and his digestive ability was lacking. Therefore, even if he were to eat a mountain of rice, he would need a lot of time to digest it. Since he could not digest the medicinal power for the time being, he decided not to do so. He would just let it be digested slowly in his body. From the moment Ning Fan killed the Ocean Devil General to the moment he consumed the 10th Revolution pill of the Ocean Devil General, it actually only took a few breaths. All the pill devils were stunned by Ning Fan's ferocity. When they regained their senses, Ning Fan was already rushing towards the second pill devil with the umbrella in his hand. His target this time was a pill devil with an ivory tusk. When the pill devil saw Ning Fan rushing towards him, his face turned pale with fright. Ning Fan was a ruthless person who could instantly kill the Ocean Devil General. His strength was far inferior to the Ocean Devil General. No matter what, he would not be able to withstand a single attack from him. "Brother Elephant, don't be afraid. I will come to help you." "Me too. I will come too." Seeing that the pill devil with an ivory tusk was locked on by Ning Fan, 3 of the pill devils who were closest to him immediately rushed towards him. They wanted to join forces with him to deal with Ning Fan. The fact that Ning Fan killed the Ocean Devil General certainly shocked all the pill devils. However, they had the advantage in numbers after all. They thought that if many of them joined forces, they should be able to withstand a few attacks from Ning Fan. However, they were wrong. Extremely wrong. Even if the 4 pill devils joined forces, they could not last much longer in Ning Fan's hands. Ning Fan still just swept his umbrella. Then, blue raindrops swept across the area. The 4 pill devils along with their magic treasures and weapons were all turned into raindrops by Ning Fan's umbrella. The 4 pill devils had died, and not even their existences were left. Then, where the 4 pill devils had fallen, 4 more pills had appeared. Unfortunately, they were not 10 revolutions ancestral pills, but only 9 revolutions golden pills and emperor pills. These pills were also affected and showed signs of collapsing into raindrops. Seeing this, Ning Fan had no choice but to consume these pills on the spot to avoid wasting them. Even an immortal emperor can't kill 4 immortal venerables and immortal kings instantly. Since this person can do this, he is definitely at the same level as Lord Pill King. Let's leave quickly. We can't fight against him. The remaining pill devils were finally frightened. How could they still care about chasing after Ji Fuyao? All of them ran for their lives. However, how could they escape? Ning Fan's devil umbrella fell. The remaining pill devils turned into raindrops one after another and died. None of them could withstand more than 2 attacks from Ning Fan. As for the pills that fell from the sky, in order to avoid wasting them, Ning Fan ate them all. As a result, he became even more full. All the peach demons were dumbfounded by Ning Fan's combat strength. At the same time, all of them also felt puzzled. This is strange. According to the usual practice of the Mountain and Sea Division, when the division masters receive the tributes from the various heavens and worlds, they usually only send their low-grade divine clones over. The strongest of these low-grade divine clones won't surpass the thought fragment realm. Otherwise, it will affect the effect of the teleportation. However, this person actually has the strength to kill immortal venerables and immortal kings instantly. It doesn't seem to match the rumors. When we first saw this person's immortal king realm cultivation base and quasi-saint magic power, we thought that everything was just a disguise. Turns out it's true. Could it be that this person isn't the great minister of war's divine clone? Did we misunderstand something? Impossible. As soon as this person entered the Longevity God Palace, the ancient Yuan peach tree that was about to die of old age sensed his presence and bloomed once again. Other than the legendary Great Minister of War, who else could do this and revive an immemorial spiritual root that was about to die? This person must be the Great Minister of War without a doubt. As for the fact that his cultivation base is too high, it can also be explained. This time, the Mountain and Sea Division didn't send a low-grade divine clone of the Great Minister of War but a high-grade divine clone. Sending a low-grade divine clone means that they are going to receive the tributes, while sending a high-grade divine clone means that they are going to punish us. It's over. It's over. The Great Minister of War is here to punish us. As expected, we have already offended the Mountain and Sea Division by delaying the payment of tributes. A mere bribe is definitely not enough to appease the Great Minister of War's anger. We still need to find another way to make the Great Minister of War forgive us. The surrounding peach demons continued to discuss among themselves. Ning Fan was too lazy to care about these nonsensical peach demons. He directly summoned the leader of the peach demon clan, Tao Wanyan, and asked, "Is there a suitable place for seclusion here? I have medicinal power that I need to refine urgently. Besides, I also need to find a place to treat this little fellow's injuries." Ning Fan spread his hand. Ji Fuyao's unconscious little demon soul was lying on his palm. Seeing that the lady was severely injured and her demon soul might collapse at any time, Ning Fan frowned slightly and added, "It's best if it's a place of softening that is suitable for nurturing the soul. Don't worry. I won't use your clan's seclusion place for free. I will naturally pay you after the matter is over." Speaking of a place of softening, there is an excellent place in the Longevity God Palace. Unfortunately, a few years ago, the Devil Lords from the Devil Conferral Summit came here for a massacre, causing that place to be tainted with a lot of negative karma and baleful chi. The Great Minister of War is a priceless treasure. I'm afraid it's not suitable for him to go there. If we don't consider the matter of nurturing the soul, there are many places for seclusion in the Longevity God Palace that you can use as you please. As for the payment, we, the lowly cultivators of the Peach Demon clan, do not dare to ask for anything from you. If you have anything to say, you can just tell us directly. Our clan will certainly risk our lives to fulfill your request. I only hope that you can give us a way out regarding the matter of the tribute peaches." Tao Wanyan said carefully. "I'll say it again. I'm not the Great Minister of War. Forget it. Just bring me to that place of softening. But that place is filled with negative karma and baleful chi. It will be harmful to your cultivation base. It's alright. Lead the way." In the Longevity God Palace, there were 100,000 mu of peach forest and 3,000 tree palaces. There was another place called the Peach Blossom Spring. It was the origin of all the peach trees in the world. In the Peach Blossom Spring, there were winding mountains and rivers. There were 3,000 water veins surrounding it. At the center of the spring, there were hundreds of gigantic peach trees that could reach the sky. These peach trees were different from the ones in the outside world. They were the inheritance trees of the Peach Demon clan. They were called the ancient Yuan peach trees. Before Ning Fan came to the Longevity God Palace, the ancient Yuan peach trees in this place were already dying. However, the moment Ning Fan entered the Longevity God Palace, all the ancient Yuan peach trees in this place were full of vitality and bloomed again. This was also the reason why the Peach Demon clan firmly believed that Ning Fan was the Great Minister of War. Only the Great Minister of Mountains and Seas could do this. This Peach Blossom Spring was the seclusion place that the Peach Demon clan prepared for Ning Fan. Ning Fan wanted to enter seclusion peacefully. However, the reality was that there were always people who wanted to disturb him. On the first day of his seclusion in the Peach Blossom Spring, an 8th Tribulation Immortal Emperor Realm Wine Demon barged into the Peach Blossom Spring while burping. He kept asking Ning Fan to hand over the 10th Revolution pills that he had obtained previously. How could Ning Fan have any 10th Revolution pills? Previously, it was hard to preserve the pills. Why didn't he just eat them directly? As soon as the wine demon heard Ning Fan's words, he was instantly enraged. However, he soon realized that even though Ning Fan had eaten the pills, the enormous medicinal power had yet to be completely refined. There were still more than 90% of the medicinal power remaining in Ning Fan's body. Hence, the greed in the wine demon's heart rose. He wanted to capture Ning Fan and bring him back to make wine. He wanted to use Ning Fan, a living herb, to make a fine wine to test the medicinal power of the 10th Revolution pills. That was what the wine demon thought and did. He attacked Ning Fan in an arrogant manner. After that then, he was smashed into rainwater by Ning Fan's umbrella. His existence was erased. As for his true form, the ancient purple myrtle wine, it was seized by Ning Fan. On the second day of the Peach Blossom Spring, 2 book demons with half-saint realm cultivation bases came to the door. They also wanted to capture Ning Fan and bring him back. After that, Ning Fan obtained 2 ancient books. They were the first volume of the Record of the North Divine Pill and the second volume of the Record of the North Divine Pill. Both of them were collected by immortal Emperor Ziwei when he was still alive. They recorded the pill recipes and experiences of many pill refinement masters of the true world. On the third day of the Peach Blossom Spring. For half-saint realm cultivators broke into the Peach Blossom Spring at the same time. Then, Ning Fan seized 4 stalks of ancient herbs. The 4th day, the 5th day and the 6th day. Gradually, the number of fools who came to the door decreased. Everyone realized that Ning Fan was not someone they could provoke. Gradually, there were no longer people who came to cause trouble for him. On the 7th day, Ning Fan finally healed Ji Fuyao's demon soul. That's right. He had already found out the name and identity of this lady from the Peach Demons. She was a member of the Feng Nu clan, the guardian of the North Myrtle Palace and a member of a foreign race in the North Border River, Ji Fuyao. Although Ji Fuyao's demon soul had recovered, he was still in a coma. However, he gradually began to talk in his sleep, intermittently. Sometimes, he would call out Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, and sometimes, Master. On the 10th day, Ji Fuyao, who had been unconscious for many days, finally woke up. Ji Fuyao woke up, but the Ant Lord in Ning Fan's sea of consciousness was still unconscious. Water. As soon as she woke up, she asked Ning Fan for water. Ning Fan expressionlessly passed her a gourd of spirit spring water. The useless gourd in his storage pouch was just right for him to use. Thank you. Ji Fuyao's head was still a little dizzy. Her demon soul received the spirit spring water and gulped it down a few mouthfuls. Only then did she feel a little more awake. After she woke up, she realized that Ning Fan, who was sitting beside her, looked very familiar. It's Senior who saved me. You called me Senior? Ning Fan was surprised and fell into deep thought. Did I call you Senior? Then, I'll call you Benefactor. Benefactor is also not right. Ji Fuyao felt a little awkward. Young Master, Lord, King, Ji Fuyao became a little anxious when she realized that no matter how she addressed Ning Fan, she still felt more and more awake. How could she not know that the person who saved her was Ning Fan? The favor of saving her life was very important, but she couldn't even figure out how to address him. If she made him unhappy because of this, she wouldn't be able to rest easy. Are all the people of the Feng Nu clan as stupid as you? You should call this Lord Great Minister of War. The patriarch of the Peach Demon clan could no longer stand it anymore. Incidentally, he had been serving Ning Fan's tea like a servant during these days when he was in seclusion. So Senior is Lord Great Minister of War. Please forgive me. Ji Fuyao said inwardly. What's a Great Minister of War? I don't care. I'll just call him a few times to make Senior happy. Ning Fan shook his head and sighed. Don't call me Great Minister of War. Then, it's better to call you Senior. Oh. Ji Fuyao answered respectfully. She did not dare to put on the airs of a queen. In front of such a senior, what was a queen of a clan? Don't you remember what happened before? What do you mean, Senior? Ji Fuyao asked cautiously. You called me Master before. I'm very curious as to why you called me that. I have some guesses, but I need to verify them with you. Senior is saying that I called you Master before? I don't remember that. Ji Fuyao was stunned. He could not remember that he had called him that before. You did call him that. At that time, when you were at your wits' end, you called our Great Minister of War bitterly. If it weren't for the fact that things were so fishy, why would our Great Minister of War have provoked the Pill Devil clan for you? Why would he start a massacre and stir up trouble in the mortal world? Tao Wanyan interrupted with a displeased expression. I really don't remember that. I've been prone to hysteria since I was young. I often talk nonsense in the day. I guess it was because of that. He became even more cautious. If it's hysteria, then forget it. Since that's the case, I'll ask you one more thing. Ning Fan seemed to want to ask something else. However, at this moment, Ji Fuyao suddenly closed his eyes and hugged his head while groaning. Soon, the pain stopped. When he opened his eyes again, however, his eyes shone with a domineering aura that looked down on the world. Eh? Ji Fuyao let out a soft cry of surprise. He looked at his own demon soul body and suddenly laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. I'm out. I'm actually out. So what if I'm suppressed by 10 eras? So what if I'm dismembered? You damned bird. You didn't expect that I would encounter a remnant soul of a parallel reincarnation, right? What are you shouting for, Ji Fuyao? What do you think this peach blossom spring is? This is the sacred land of my clan. How can you make a fuss here? Be careful, or I'll teach you a lesson. Tao Wanyan was annoyed when he saw Ji Fuyao yelling in pain and making a fuss. The only one who has the right to make a fuss in the peach blossom spring is the great minister of war. Who do you think you are? Insolent. Who do you think you are? How dare you teach me a lesson? Also, my name, Ji Fuyao, was bestowed by my master. Is it something you can call as you wish? Asterisk grumble asterisk. It was as if the might of the heavens had descended all of a sudden, pressing Tao Wanyan to the ground and making him eat mud. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stand up under such pressure. Saint's might is fake, right? Great minister of war, run. Run. There's something wrong with this Ji Fuyao. Tao Wanyan trembled. It was his first time witnessing the might of a saint with his own eyes. He could not understand why the current queen of the Feng Nu clan possessed the might of a saint out of nowhere. It was simply unimaginable. Even though he was extremely terrified of the might of a saint, he did not forget Ning Fan's comforting words. He kept shouting, "Great minister of war, run. If you don't run now, it'll be too late." Of course, it was impossible for Ning Fan to run away. Seeing the saint's might erupt from Ji Fuyao's body, Ning Fan was even more certain of his guess. Eh? Isn't this fellow Taoist Ning? You're here too. Ji Fuyao only realized that Ning Fan was also here after giving Tao Wanyan some advice. When she thought about how she was repeatedly bullied by Ning Fan after being tied up with him day and night, she felt a toothache. She wanted to raise her hand on the spot to repay him. However, she had experienced a lot of things with Ning Fan after all. Their relationship had become better and she had also obtained a lot of benefits from him during the incident with the virtuous umbrella. At this moment, when she saw Ning Fan looking at her with a faint smile, she could not bring herself to beat this detestable bastard up no matter what. Forget it. I'm in a good mood today. I won't argue with you about what happened in the past. However, from today onwards, you and I will go our separate ways. We don't owe each other anything and won't interfere with each other's business. Then, goodbye. Fellow Taoist Ning, it hurts so much. The grade of this remnant soul is actually higher than mine. It can actually resist me. However, Ji Fuyao closed his eyes and groaned in pain again. A few moments later, he opened his eyes again. When he saw Ning Fan's faint smile and Tao Wanyan lying on the ground in a disheveled manner, looking at him as if he was a monster, he could not help but feel puzzled. Senior, I seem to be having a fit of hysteria just now. I didn't do anything rude, did I? Ji Fuyao asked cautiously. No. Ning Fan smiled mysteriously. As for the Ant Lord who had been sleeping in his sea of consciousness for a long time, he woke up at the right time. As soon as he woke up, he was so angry that he rolled on the ground. No, his sea of consciousness. Damn it. I've already gotten rid of that detestable Ning Fan. Why did he come back? I'm so angry. As expected, seeing this scene, Ning Fan's guess was further confirmed. When he looked at Ji Fuyao again, his eyes became even more inexplicable. As expected, this lady is another remnant soul of the Ant Lord. As for why she called him master, we'll definitely find out in the future. There's no need to force an answer now. In the 10th palace of the Ziwei North Palace, Longevity God Palace. In the blink of an eye, Ning Fan had already stayed in seclusion for 15 days in the peach blossom spring. After all, he had the body of a fiend god. He only used 15 days to completely absorb the medicinal power of the 10th Revolution pill without wasting a single bit of it. A 10th Revolution 8C's pill was extremely beneficial to Ning Fan's water element cultivation. Ning Fan's Rain Sovereign realm had just reached the mid-attack realm not long ago. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for him to make another breakthrough within a short period of time. However, who asked him to eat a 10th Revolution pill? His Rain Sovereign realm power, which had just stepped into the mid-attack realm, had advanced by more than half to the Grand Completion realm, even Ning Fan himself was shocked by the medicinal power of the 10th Revolution pill. A mere 10th Revolution 8Cs pill could already improve his cultivation to this extent. If he gets another 10th Revolution 8Cs pill, wouldn't he directly reach the grand completion realm of the Rain Sovereign Realm? Rain Dragon, appear. Ning Fan gave an order indifferently. The sky above the peach blossom spring suddenly turned into a storm. Within the storm, a half-real and half-illusory rain dragon broke out of the rain and roared at the sky. All of a sudden, the entire peach blossom spring and even the entire longevity god palace began to tremble. When the peach demons of the longevity god palace saw this strange phenomenon, their hearts were filled with awe. How could they not know that the roaring rain dragon was Ning Fan practicing his ability? The immortal emperor of the wine demon clan who came to the longevity god palace to cause trouble a few days ago was bitten to death by this rain dragon? 2 dragons, 3 dragons, 4 dragons, 5 dragons, 6 dragons, appear. Ning Fan gave another order and more rain dragons appeared in the wind and rain. Where did the other 5 rain dragons come from? When Ning Fan was in seclusion, he had devoured all of the other 5 rain dragons that he had caught previously. If true Lord Northsea knew that the 6 rain dragons that he had painstakingly cultivated in his lifetime were all taken by Ning Fan, he would probably die of anger. 6 dragons was the limit of true Lord Northsea's lifetime of cultivation, but it was not Ning Fan's limit. The 7th dragon, appear. The 8th dragon, appear. The 9th dragon, appear. Ning Fan gave another order. The number of rain dragons in the sky increased to 9. Among the 9 rain dragons, Ning Fan snatched the first 6 from True Monarch Northern Sea while the last 3 were obtained with the help of the 10 Revolutions 8Cs pill. In other words, a single 10 Transformations 8Cs pill could offset half of True Monarch Beihai's lifetime of hard cultivation. It could be seen how powerful a 10 Transformations pill was. Return. Ning Fan gave another command and the 9 rain dragons returned to his body. Ji Fuyao's demon soul that served at the side shuddered with fear and reverence when he witnessed this scene. He said in his heart that even if he fought with his life on the line, he would absolutely be unable to defeat a single rain dragon, let alone 9. Senior's methods are indeed terrifying. Senior, thank you for your hard work. Please have some tea. Seeing that Ning Fan had finished his cultivation, Ji Fuyao's small hand obediently served him a cup of peach blossom tea. The peach blossoms in this tea were not ordinary. They were the peach blossoms that bloomed from the peach blossom ancient peach tree in the peach blossom spring. The peach blossoms could restore the power of the mind. After a cultivator went into seclusion and drank a cup of peach blossom tea, all their exhaustion would be instantly swept away. You're quite considerate. Ning Fan took the yuan peach tea and drank it. He only felt that his mind was at ease and he could not help but smile. This tea is not bad. The Peach Demon Clan leader wants me to tell Senior that if Senior likes this tea, Senior can take the peach blossom from the peach blossom spring. There's no need to be polite. After all, Senior is the incomparably respected Grand Minister of the Mountains and Seas. I'm not the Great Minister of Mountains and Seas. Forget it. Ning Fan shook his head and was too lazy to explain further. The Peach Demon Clan head also said that he heard that Senior is searching for the fragments of the unparalleled rumor. He decided to personally search for all the fragments of the Longevity God Palace and present them to Senior. Right now, he is leading the Peach Demon Clan to search for the fragments of the Longevity God Palace. In just a few days, he will be able to present them to Senior. I've already said it countless times. I'm not the Great Minister of Mountains and Seas. These peach demons really don't need to flatter me like this. Ning Fan felt helpless. I heard that you're looking for Polylore Unparalleled's fragment, Senior? What does Senior want a pile of fragments for? It doesn't matter if this treasure is destroyed. Due to its high grade, it'll be hard to restore it even if you find all the fragments. Ji Fuyao was puzzled and asked cautiously. I naturally have my own use for the fragments I'm looking for. Even though Ning Fan could vaguely sense that this lady shared a great deal of karma with him, he had not known her for long after all. Thus, he did not plan to tell her everything. According to the information he obtained, in the past, a group of devils from the Devil Conferral Summit had once invaded the North Star Palace. At that time, there was an old demon who called himself Duo Wen who repelled the group of devils. However, he also lost his life in the process. That demon who was called Duo-Wen was the demon that unparalleled rumor, one of the 4 divine treasures of the North Star Palace, had transformed into. After a long period of time, even the divine treasures had gained spiritual intelligence. That unparalleled rumor who wholeheartedly protected the North Star Palace ended up dying a tragic death in the end. How tragic was it, losing his life and turning back into his original form? Wasn't it tragic? His original form, the divine treasure unparalleled rumor, was broken into 108 fragments and scattered all over the North Star Palace. Wasn't it tragic? When Ning Fan first learned that unparalleled rumors was destroyed, he was rather disappointed. However, he soon had a new idea. Why didn't he find the fragments of unparalleled rumors and restore it? The combination of the 4 divine weapons of Ziwei was at the level of opening the heavens. Even if they were separated, they would still be at a very high level. In order to repair these magic treasures, one would need countless immortal materials. Not even a demi-saint could afford it. However, it was not a problem for Ning Fan. He had the ancient country trading formation. If he really has any repair materials that he could not gather, he could use this formation to purchase them. In the end, he decided to find all the fragments of much knowledge and repair them. The 12th palace, the Wood Palace, did not contain any fragments of poly lore. However, in the 11th palace, the Great Fire Palace, Ning Fan found 5 fragments. As for this Longevity God Palace, Ning Fan picked up a piece of stone from the ground. After conversing with it for a while, he muttered to himself. So that's how it is. In this Longevity God Palace, there are 7 fragments of much knowledge. Ji Fuyao was dumbfounded. Why was his senior chatting with a rock out of nowhere? Could it be that senior's mind was somewhat muddled by the impact of the medicinal power of the 10 revolution pill? No. Senior is my savior. How can I criticize Senior in my heart? Senior is an expert. The thoughts of an expert are not something that ordinary people like me can understand. That must be the case. While Ji Fuyao was thinking about the meaning behind Ning Fan's actions, he suddenly felt a sharp pain. Then, the look in his eyes changed and his personality changed. At the same time, the Ant Lord and Ning Fan's sea of consciousness fell into a deep slumber again. This is great. I'm out again. Ji Fuyao burst into laughter and released his saint aura without restraint. The Longevity God Palace immediately began to tremble again. How terrifying. That Ji Fuyao is acting up again. After sensing this, the peach demons in the Longevity God Palace were filled with awe. During these days, they had already seen Ji Fuyao acting up a few times. Each time, his aura force would be so peerless and terrifying. All right. Withdraw your aura force. The commotion you caused was too big. You actually wasted half a pot of tea. Ning Fan said with a frown. On the stone table at the side, more than half of the yuan peach tea that Ji Fuyao had served previously had spilled out due to the tremors. All of it had been wasted. TSK. I'll accept it just because you want me to. Who do you think I am? Ji Fuyao retorted angrily. However, she still withdrew her Saint Aura force unwillingly. That's right. Ji Fuyao was no longer the one controlling her body. The one controlling her body was the Ant Lord. Isn't it just half a pot of tea? It's not a big deal. Kiss it's actually yuan peach tea. Ji Fuyao casually glanced at the teapot on the stone table. As soon as he did so, his face immediately lit up with joy. It's actually yuan peach tea. This is a good thing. The medicinal effect of this item is secondary. The key is that this item can show off one's identity. In the myriad worlds, there are only 3 places that can produce yuan peach blossoms. The number of yuan peach blossoms is too little. Once they are produced, all of them will be kept in the treasury of the Mountains and Seas Division. Then, the division will distribute them to the experts of Saint Defire from the 3 great true worlds. That's right. This yuan peach tea has always been a special tea for Saint Defire. You're really something. You're monopolizing the 4th step tribute tea all by yourself. You actually don't know how to share such a good thing with me. What a waste of our relationship of life and death. Ji Fuyao let out a soft snort. Her demon soul body directly sat on the table. She held the teapot with her small hands and gulped down the tea. She seemed to be enjoying it very much. Unfortunately, before she could enjoy it for long, the personalities in her body switched again. Ji Fuyao's eyes gradually became clear. When she saw her demon soul body sitting directly on the stone table and drinking tea from the teapot, she was instantly shocked. I am actually having a hysterical episode. How rude of me, it's alright. Your demon soul has just recovered. You can rest here for a while. I have some matters to attend to. I'll be back soon. During these days, Ning Fan had seen the switching of Ji Fuyao and the Ant Lord's personalities many times. He was already used to it. Thus, he did not plan to pay much attention to this matter. At this moment, he had already absorbed all of the medicinal power in his body. It was time for him to search for the fragment of abundant knowledge in the Longevity God Palace. Ning Fan walked out of the peach blossom spring. As soon as he stepped out of the door, he coincidentally bumped into Tao Wanyan. It was unknown what Tao Wanyan had gone through today. At this moment, his face was covered in dirt and he looked very miserable. As soon as he saw Ning Fan, he carefully presented 6 fragments of abundant knowledge to him as if he was presenting a treasure. I'm ashamed to face Lord Great Minister of War. I've searched the entire Longevity God Palace thoroughly but I only managed to find 6 fragments. There's still one that I couldn't get. Your clan has already shown great kindness by helping me find 6 fragments. Why do you need to blame yourself? Ning Fan kept the 6 fragments and planned to give Tao Wanyan some benefits as a form of gratitude. His action made Tao Wanyan's face turn pale. Great Minister of War, please don't make things difficult for us. Even if we die 10,000 times, we won't dare to accept the things of Great Minister of War. Who dares to accept the things of the Mountain and Sea Division? I'm not yours, yes, yes, yes. Lord is not the Great Minister of War. Lord must have come here to patrol in disguise. It's better not to make it public. I understand. I understand. Ning Fan's head began to ache again. He shook his head and said, forget it. Where's the last fragment now? I'll go and get it myself. What? How can you do that? The last fragment fell into the depths of the wood miasma. The wood miasma inside is strong enough to melt an immortal emperor into a pool of blood. Even a quasi-saint realm expert would find it difficult to enter. Senior, please reconsider. You can't enter such a dangerous place just for a mere fragment. Tao Wanyan became anxious after hearing what Ning Fan said. How would he dare to let Ning Fan get injured in the territory of his Peach Demon clan? Wouldn't the Mountain and Sea Division punish him heavily after this? The depths of the wood miasma? It's alright. If it's just the wood miasma, I'm not afraid. Seeing Ning Fan being so insistent, Tao Wanyan had no choice but to brace himself and bring Ning Fan to the place where the 7th fragment was. This place was a naturally formed pool of wood qi. The wood qi on the surface of the pool had not melted for many years and it had actually condensed into wood miasma. Even an immortal emperor would die if they accidentally enter it. The 7th fragment fell at the bottom of the pool. Tao Wanyan had tried everything he could but he could not get it out. What a dense wood qi. Ning Fan's eyes lit up. That's right. The wood qi here has not melted for many years and it has already turned into wood miasma. Even an immortal emperor wouldn't dare to. Hiss. Before Tao Wanyan could finish his words, his eyes suddenly became filled with disbelief. He saw Ning Fan directly open his mouth and devour the miasma in large gulps. The miasma was enough to kill an immortal emperor. However, to Ning Fan, it was like a great supplement. Not only did it not harm him at all, but it also made him look radiant and full of vigor. After a long time, Ning Fan absorbed all the wood qi in this place and took out the 7th fragment. What level of wood cultivation base is this? Division Master? Source of Dao Law? No, no, no. It's at least a Dao Orthodoxy. In the Mountain and Sea Division, those who could cultivate a Dao Orthodoxy were all Division Masters. Could it be? Could it be? This lord isn't a heavenly official of the Great Minister of War but an existence at the level of Division Master. No wonder this person refuses to admit that he is the Great Minister of War. The more Tao Wanyan looked at Ning Fan, the more he felt that Ning Fan was like a Division Master. He could not help but kneel on the ground with a thud. This subordinate has eyes but failed to see. I actually didn't know that Lord is a dignified division master. Please forgive me, division master. Ning Fan looked at Tao Wanyan helplessly. In the end, he chose to ignore him. He had already found all the fragments of the Longevity Star Palace. There was no point in staying here any longer. Ning Fan planned to leave the Longevity Star Palace and head to the 9th palace, the Quailtail Palace. Seeing that Ning Fan was about to leave, how could Tao Wanyan be willing to let him go? Ji Fuyao also looked like he wanted to say something but hesitated, as if he had something to ask of Ning Fan. Lord Division Master, please wait. You can't go back empty-handed. Tao Wanyan mustered his courage and stopped Ning Fan. I can't go back empty-handed? Ning Fan was stunned. Yes. Lord Division Master, please allow me to report. The number of peach tributes that my clan owes is more than 100 billion. However, this isn't my clan's original intention. It's because of the accumulation of over 40 reincarnations. We have been forgotten by the Mountain and Sea Division for over 40 reincarnations. How can we gather all the peach tributes we owe in just one night? It's not that we're unwilling, but we're really incapable. So, we plan to pay the redemption fee. Redemption fee? What do you mean? Lord, why do you ask when you already know the answer? Even though the laws of the Mountain and Sea Division are strict, it doesn't mean that they can't make an exception. For people like us who have delayed the payment of the tribute, we just need to pay the same amount of redemption fee and we can be absolved of our crimes. Over 40 reincarnations and 100 billion of peach tributes will need at least 100,000 taels of heavenly Dao gold if converted into redemption fee. However, my clan doesn't have any heavenly Dao gold and silver. How can we afford to pay the redemption fee? So? Ning Fan was puzzled by what he heard. That's why I want to borrow Lord's ancient country trading formation to sell some things in secret and gather some atonement money. Ancient country trading formation? What's that? Ning Fan asked with a puzzled expression. The ancient country trading formation was a secret. How could he tell others about it? Why are you evading it? You're the division master. How can you not know about this formation? Oh, I understand now. Of course, I can't use your trading formation for such illegal transactions. Otherwise, it will be troublesome when the Mountain and Sea Division checks the accounts in the future. What the hell is this? Ning Fan was speechless. I know. In this Longevity Star Palace, there's also a former location of the trading formation. It was left behind by venerated Ziwei. Unfortunately, it has been too long and many parts of the formation have been damaged. It's really a pity. You just need to repair this formation slightly and you can use it to carry out transactions with the identity of venerated Ziwei. In the future, when the Mountain and Sea Division checks the accounts, they won't be able to find anything related to venerated Ziwei. Of course, there's no problem. In that case, you can't evade it anymore, can you? Venerated Ziwei was naturally referring to immortal sovereign Ziwei. When Ning Fan heard that there was actually a former location of the trading formation left behind by immortal sovereign Ziwei in this place, his interest was immediately piqued. Do you want to go and have a look at the former location of the trading formation first? Tao Wanyan asked respectfully. Let's go and have a look. Seeing that Ning Fan agreed to this matter, Tao Wanyan was instantly overjoyed. He led Ning Fan all the way to the main hall of the Longevity Star Palace. Among the 100 fruits, the peach was the symbol of longevity. At first glance, the appearance of the main hall of the Longevity Star Palace was like a gigantic immortal peach. In the past, immortal sovereign Ziwei planted the peaches here. Other than having to submit a portion to the Mountain and Sea Division as usual, the rest were kept for himself. Those that could not be used up were sold off one by one. Because he often needed to sell peach blossoms and fruits, immortal sovereign Ziwei often set up a trading formation in the Longevity Star Palace. Even today, the old formation of the immortal sovereign still remained in this place. Of course, this formation was already broken and there was not a single trace of qi left. Those who did not know about the ancient country's trading formation would not be able to imagine that it was the famous ancient country's trading formation even if they saw the ruins of the ancient formation with their own eyes. However, the Peach Demon clan knew about this secret. Some of them might ask, What is the use of a mere broken formation of a trading formation? Its use is just too great. If there is someone who knows about the trading formation and can repair it, they can use the identity of immortal sovereign Ziwei to carry out interregional transactions. With Ning Fan's transaction authority, there were many things that he could not buy through the ancient country's trading formation. However, immortal sovereign Ziwei was different. As long as a dignified fourth-step expert has money, there is nothing that he cannot buy. There is no special privilege that he cannot use. As long as he has money, he can buy anything. He can even buy Sage Realm spiritual puppets. Then, some of them would ask again. According to the usage convention of the ancient country's trading formation, the person who sets up the formation would usually erase the original formation after using it to prevent others from stealing the formation. Why didn't he erase the formation that immortal sovereign Ziwei had used after using it? Why did he leave it here for the future generations to steal it? It was because this longevity god palace was immortal sovereign Ziwei's home. It would be troublesome to erase the formation in his own home. It would be better to leave it here. Next time when he needs to use the formation, he would just need to activate it. How convenient would that be? As for the matter of others stealing the formation after his death, perhaps immortal sovereign Ziwei would never have thought that he would be killed one day. How would he care about what would happen after his death? Is this the trading formation that immortal sovereign Ziwei set up? It seems to be very different from mine. Ning Fan carefully studied immortal sovereign Ziwei's trading formation. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he became. Immortal sovereign Ziwei's trading formation was so complicated that it was unimaginably complicated. Ning Fan only took a quick glance at it and he felt that it was ancient and obscure. He could not understand it at all. His eyes glowed with green light as he tried to use his heavenly man vision to study the formation. However, it was still fine if he did not activate his heavenly man vision. As soon as he activated it, he felt as if his mind and spirit were about to be devoured by the formation. He was greatly shocked. He immediately withdrew his mind and no longer dared to use his heavenly sight to study the formation. "My lord, do you have the confidence to repair this formation?" Seeing Ning Fan's pale expression, Tao Wanyan was extremely worried. "I can give it a try." Ning Fan did not give a definite answer. Upon hearing Ning Fan's reply, Tao Wanyan could not help but feel disappointed. It seemed like the method that he had thought of with great difficulty was going to fail. However, Tao Wanyan soon became overjoyed because Ning Fan really managed to repair this dilapidated formation after fiddling with it for a long time. The damaged parts of this trading formation were mostly at the edges. The formation principles involved were not much different from ordinary trading formations. Ning Fan naturally could repair it. However, if the important parts are damaged, he would not be able to help even if he wanted to. Lord Supervisor is really a peerless genius. You can even repair venerated Ziwei's secret trading formation. If that's the case, I have one more thing that I would like to ask you to do for me. Tao Wanyan pleaded. What is it? I would like to ask you to take control of this formation and sell all these items in exchange for gold and silver. It's not that I don't want to sell them myself. It's just that I don't know how to use this trading formation. Besides, I heard that the activation of this formation requires gold and silver from the heavenly Tao. We are just ordinary peach demons. How would we have any gold and silver from the heavenly Tao? If we do, would we still need to sell these items to atone for our sins? While speaking, Tao Wanyan took out a large pile of ancient items from his storage pouch. While taking them out, he introduced them to Ning Fan. This is the chamber pot that venerated Ziwei used to kill the giant of Wing Country and cut off his head. What a ferocious chamber pot. Even a devil lord like Ning Fan found it a little hard to endure the baleful chi it emitted. This chamber pot. Oh, no, the owner of this head. What kind of cultivation base did he have when he was still alive? Could he be a saint? Unfortunately, this chamber pot had already been destroyed by immortal sovereign Ziwei. To others, it no longer had any value. However, it might be of great use to those who had designs on the giant of Wing Country. This is the head ornament used by venerated Ziwei's seventh favorite concubine when she was still alive. Head ornaments were accessories. Even though this accessory was exquisite, it was not a magic treasure. Thus, its value should not be too high. This is the peeling knife that venerated Ziwei used to eat peaches. Other people eat peaches with their skin on. However, rumor has it that venerated Ziwei has mysophobia and she doesn't eat fruits with their skin on. This ordinary-looking small bronze knife was actually a high-grade innate magic treasure. However, it did not have any offensive power. It only had one ability, peeling off the skin of an immortal fruit without damaging the medicinal effect of the fruit. It was really a useless magic treasure. And this one, a dazzling array of treasures was placed on the ground. Ning Fan took a closer look at them and was speechless when he realized that none of these treasures were useful to him even though they had astonishing origins. Fine. Since they were going to be sold anyway, Ning Fan did not plan to snatch the treasures of these peach demons. So what if they were useful or not? There was only one point. These items were useless. Could they really be sold for money? Ning Fan was a little uncertain. However, looking at Tao Wanyan's expectant expression, he really could not say anything to discourage him. Lord Superintendent, can we start now? Tao Wanyan asked carefully. You two go out first. I will start now. Ning Fan said to Tao Wanyan and Ji Fuyao. Obviously, he did not plan to let others watch when he activates the formation. Yes. Tao Wanyan and Ji Fuyao left the Longevity God Palace obediently. Ning Fan sat at the center of the formation of the Longevity God Palace. He took out some heavenly Dao gold and activated the formation. Very soon, the light of the formation crossed the boundless space and time and connected with the heaven-reaching sect. Immortal Sovereign Ziwei's trading formation had not been activated for a long time. Therefore, when it was activated this time, no one came to receive Ning Fan even after a long time. Perhaps the disciples of the heaven-reaching sect sensed Immortal Sovereign Ziwei's trading formation, but they did not know how to deal with it. An immortal sovereign who had been dead for countless years suddenly initiated a trade. No matter how one thought about it, it was a little scary. If this matter were to be spread, it would probably cause a huge uproar in the entire true world. Ning Fan waited and waited. He did not know how long he had waited. Finally, the light of the formation flickered. At the same time, a voice traveled across the formation from the boundless space and time. Are you the descendant of venerated Ziwei? The one who asked the question was an unusually old voice that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. I'm not. Ning Fan replied. There's no need to deny it. Venerated Ziwei is already dead. I won't go so far as to demand revenge from his descendant for a single palm strike in the past. That old voice said indifferently. Who is the old man in front of me? He actually has a grudge against Immortal Sovereign Ziwei? Could it be that he is still alive after receiving a palm strike from Immortal Sovereign Ziwei? Just as Ning Fan was guessing, the Ant Lord in his sea of consciousness was stunned. This voice belongs to third senior brother. The Ant Lord's emotions began to stir. She wanted to break free from Ning Fan's sea of consciousness and walk out to talk to her third senior brother. However, she could not do so. Who else could the Ant Lord's third senior brother be? Of course, it was the sect master of the heaven-reaching sect, the heavenly reaching sage. The heavenly reaching sage was the one who personally received him in the Immortal Sovereign trading formation. Since Ning Fan knew that the person who received him was the heavenly reaching sage, he could not help but feel a little worried. Fortunately, the other party did not notice the existence of the Ant Lord at all and she did not harbor any hostility towards Ning Fan. Descendant of Ziwei, what do you want to buy? The heavenly reaching sage asked. I won't buy anything for the time being. I have some things here that I want to sell to your cult. As soon as he heard that Ning Fan was actually here to sell something and all the things he wanted to sell were the relics of Immortal Sovereign Ziwei, the heavenly reaching sage immediately felt a little displeased. You are the descendant of venerated Ziwei. How can you sell the relics of your ancestor at such a low price? Originally, he planned to give some face to the descendant of Ziwei out of consideration for venerated Ziwei. Therefore, he personally received Ning Fan. Now, however, he was angry at the descendant of Ziwei for being unfilial and was unwilling to receive Ning Fan anymore. Thus, the heavenly reaching sage left and another person came to receive Ning Fan. May I know what fellow Taoist wants to sell? The second person who received him was obviously not someone on the same level as the heavenly reaching sage. Facing the trading formation of Immortal Sovereign Ziwei, He was a little fearful even though the Ning Fan he was facing was not the real Ziwei sage. Let's sell this chamber pot first. How much is it worth? Ning Fan sent the information about the chamber pot of the giant of Wing Country to the person who received him. At first, when the person heard that Ning Fan wanted to sell chamber pots, he could not help but feel a little disdainful. However, when he saw that the chamber pot was actually made from the skull of the sage of Wing Country, he was first shocked and then he was overjoyed. Good news! Good news! The ancestors' remains that the venerated sovereign of Wing Country offered as a reward has actually been found in this place. This chamber pot can be sold for 30,000 gold ingots. Ning Fan was astonished. A chamber pot can also be sold for 30,000 gold ingots? Just the skull of a sage who had destroyed all samsara is worth so much. The chamber pot of the giants of the Wing Country that Ning Fan did not think highly of was sold at a high price of 30,000 gold coins. Since they used the Immortal Emperor trading formation, the Heavenly Reaching Church paid 10 taels of heavenly Dao gold each. Looking at the pile of gold ingots in front of him, Ning Fan was momentarily speechless. One had to know that his current wealth was only about 20,000 taels of heaven Dao gold, which was less than a chamber pot. What's with this subtle sense of disparity? Fellow Daoist, do you have anything else to sell? There are a few more. Fellow Daoist, please take a look. What do you think of this? Eh? Although this accessory was not a magic treasure, it was quite mysterious. So that was how it was. This object was a wizard artifact, and it was an extremely rare face illusion wizard artifact. It was useless to ordinary people, but to the ugly women, it was a priceless treasure. The females of this clan had suffered a curse for generations. The higher their cultivation, the uglier their appearance would become. No immortal technique or spirit medicine was capable of changing their appearance, and only the beauty illusion shaman artifact could accomplish this. Therefore, this clan's female saint has been bitterly seeking for a face-changing artifact for a long time. It's a pity that she couldn't obtain it. This item is worth 85,000 gold. The feeling of disparity gradually increased. Fellow Daoist, take another look. How much is this paring knife worth? Eh? Could this be the last of the 16 treasures of the ancestral Pao? The great sage of cow dismemberment had been studying the art of cooking day and night, and he had already gathered the other 15 tools, except for this one. He had been searching for it bitterly but to no avail, and he had never expected to see it here. It is said that there is a secret behind this item. Don't tell me the story. Just tell me the price. Alright, this item is worth 18,000 gold, how much is this inkstone worth? There was nothing special about the inkstone itself. The problem was that it was made of talent chi stone. The talent chi stone is rare in the world, and it is something that the Confucian saints of the true world can only dream of. This item is worth 54,000 gold. How about this broom? It's actually the worldly weapon of Shizong's 5th patriarch. This item is worth 22,000 gold coins. And this land deed, oh? Isn't this the deed of the Lu land issued by the Mountain and Sea Office? Immortal Emperor Ziwei owns 3,122 hectares of farmland in the Mountain and Sea Division. However, because the land deed was lost, no one can inherit the land. This land deed is worth 312,200 gold coins. That's right, I still have some essence peach blossoms here, oh? Fellow Daoist, are you talking about the origin peach blossom, which is known as Saint Defire Tribute Tea? Fellow Daoist, truth be told, the Mountain and Sea Division is in charge of the circulation of this item. Because of that, we only dare to purchase it in secret. Furthermore, we have to lower the purchase price. At most, we can offer you 350 gold ingots for 1 tael of peach blossom. Is that acceptable to you? Sure. That's good. How many yuan peach blossoms do you have? About 200 or 300 caddies, cough cough cough. Fellow Daoist, are you joking? Saint Defire Tribute Tea is incredibly rare, so how could you possibly have 1 to 300 kilograms? Hiss. It's actually real. It's a total of 313 caddies and 12 taels and 9 qian. There were countless immortal kingdoms in the true world, and there were many different types of currencies. Other than immortal jades and Dao crystals, There were also some special currencies in circulation: spirit stones, jade shells, tortoise shells, scale coins, bone coins. There were many different types. Heavenly Tao gold was also a type of currency, but due to its large denomination, it was usually not circulated among low-grade cultivators. It was very common for an immortal king of a true world to possess 3 to 5 taels of heavenly Tao gold. If this immortal king has 30 to 50 taels of heavenly Tao gold, he must be a disciple of a major sect or have some other great fortune. There were very few immortal kings who possessed 3 to 500 taels of heavenly Tao gold. Even if this person had a strong background, the elders of his clan would not allow him to carry such a huge amount of money around. Therefore, it was even more impossible to see an immortal king of a true world with 3 to 5,000 taels of heavenly Tao gold. 30 to 50,000 gold taels? Dream on, 3 to 500,000 gold taels? This was already the entire wealth of a minority of virtuous saints. How could an immortal king have it? Then, as the doomsday immortal king, how much money did he have? This pile of items was actually sold for 2,270,000 gold taels. Ning Fan stared at the small mountain of gold ingots in front of him with an indescribable expression. He did not expect that the seemingly useless relics of Ziwei could actually be sold at such a high price. Moreover, he did not expect that the Peach Demon clan would not accept the money that he earned for them and insisted on giving it to him. When Tao Wanyan found out that Ning Fan had actually sold a pile of junk for 2,270,000 gold taels, he was completely dumbfounded. He actually had no idea how much heavenly Tao gold there was. He did not know what 27 million gold could buy. He only knew that this amount of money was enough for the Peach Demon tribe to escape punishment 22 times over. Thank you, my lord, for earning the atonement for our clan. Logically speaking, your excellency has already done enough for my Peach Demon clan, but this lowly one still wishes to be thick-skinned and trouble your excellency once. Sir, please forgive me for my rudeness. I would like to ask Lord Supervisor to bring this sum of money back to the Mountain and Sea Division and help my clan get rid of their crimes. I wonder if this is possible or not. As soon as Tao Wanyan finished speaking, he stared at Ning Fan with a nervous expression, afraid that Ning Fan would reject his request. He was very worried that Ning Fan would not be willing to help the Peach Demon clan escape from punishment. In reality, although paying for a crime was a special case of the Mountain and Sea Division, this special case could not be applied to everything. Whether it could be applied or not depended on the judgment of the division chief. In the Mountain and Sea Division, there were usually 5 people in charge. One of them was the chief, and the other 4 were the deputies. From Tao Wanyan's point of view, it was true that Ning Fan was the division head of the Mountain and Sea Division. However, he was probably just a vice division head and not the division head. After all, the position of chief minister had always been held by women without exception. That was why there was the saying of escaping punishment. If the Peach Demon clan prepared enough atonement money but the chief minister denied their right to get rid of their crimes, all their efforts would be in vain. Bribing Ning Fan and asking him to help them bribe the chief minister was the key. I've said it countless times. I'm not a member of the Mountain and Sea Division. I can't bring your atonement money to this place. Ning Fan said helplessly. Upon hearing his words, Tao Wanyan was so anxious that he nearly cried. My lord, please save us for the sake of my clan's diligent service. This sum of money is 27 million gold. You just need to take 100,000 of it to atone for your crimes. The rest of the money will belong to you. Take it as the money for your tea. Since you've received so much money, isn't it enough to bribe everyone? I don't think the chief minister will make things difficult for you. Could it be that the chief minister has a huge appetite and this amount of money is still far from enough? Please give me a clear answer. Is this amount of money enough for the chief minister to forgive us? Ning Fan felt that it was too strenuous to talk to Tao Wanyan. Thus, he directly ignored his question and went on a daydream. Sure enough, it's still not enough. No wonder you feel troubled and keep rejecting me. It turns out that this is the crux of the problem. However, this is already all that my clan can gather. Fine. Whether this matter succeeds or not will depend on the will of the heavens. My lord, you just need to take this money away. Even if my clan can't get rid of our crimes and is executed by the Mountain and Sea Division, we can't blame you. Just like that, the Peach Demon clan inexplicably gave Ningfan 27 million taels of heavenly Dao gold. He had tried to reject them, but Tao Wanyan would rather commit suicide on the spot than to reject their sincerity in atonement. After a few times, Ningfan was too lazy to talk nonsense with them and simply accepted the money. Little Ning, remember this. If you don't take the benefits, you're a fool, the old devil's earnest teachings echoed in Ningfan's ears. Eventually, all of his memories turned into a smile. Master, I'm afraid you've never encountered someone rushing to give you money. I've taken the money from the Peach Demon clan. No matter what, it's impossible for me to atone for their crimes. After all, I'm not a member of the Mountain and Sea Division. However, I can't just take this money for nothing. Ever since I entered the Longevity God Palace, I've been treated well by this clan. Moreover, I'm also using this clan's treasured land for seclusion. I should express my gratitude. Ningfan was finally going to leave the Longevity God Palace. However, before he left, he wanted to accomplish two things. The first thing was to give the Peach Demon clan some benefits. Thus, Ningfan found Tao Wanyan and said, according to my observation, the ancient yuan peach trees in the peach blossom spring are on the verge of death because their wood chi has dissipated for too long. Because of my arrival, these trees were stained with a small amount of wood chi that I unintentionally leaked out. That's why they look like withered trees receiving a new lease of life. However, it's actually just the final radiance of a setting sun. Once I leave this place, without the nourishment of my wood chi, these ancient yuan peach trees will still wither and die. Do you know about this? Lord Division Master's observation is meticulous. I'm impressed. Sigh. Humans have their own life and trees have their own death. These ancient yuan peach trees have lived for too long. Their wood chi has already been exhausted. It's expected for them to wither and die. When the yuan peach blossoms, the water is boiled into tea. When the yuan peach bears fruit, it falls to the ground and becomes a demon. We, the yuan peach demons, are transformed from the yuan peach fruits. Therefore, in a sense, this tree is where the inheritance of our clan lies. Once this tree dies, the inheritance of our clan will be cut off and we will eventually go extinct. Tao Wanyan said with a sorrowful expression. The peach demons were only afraid of two things in their lives. Firstly, they would be punished by the Mountain and Sea Division if they owed too many years of tribute. Secondly, once the ancient yuan peach trees wither, the Peach Demon clan in the Longevity God Palace would gradually decline and eventually go extinct. Don't worry. With me here, this tree won't die. Ningfan made his move. He showed a rare serious expression and exerted the power of his wood divine spark to its limit. On this day, the wood chi was like a dragon that covered the entire sky and engulfed the entire Longevity God Palace. On this day, all the peach trees in the Longevity God Palace were affected by the power of his divine spark and grew at an insane rate. The trees that were 10 zhang tall grew to 10 zhang tall. The trees that were 10 zhang tall grew to 100 zhang tall. The trees that were 100 zhang tall grew to 1000 zhang tall. The ancient yuan peach trees that were originally withered were now filled with wood chi by Ningfan. Tao Wanyan was dumbfounded. He had lived for a lifetime but he had never heard of such a profound wood cultivation base in this world. This had already surpassed the boundary of the Dao orthodoxy and his understanding. Even when Ningfan walked out of the peach blossom spring, the peach demons were still stunned on the spot. They could not regain their senses for a long time. As for the Peach Demon clan's leader, Tao Wanyan, he was completely dumbfounded. He stared at the direction where Ningfan left and kept muttering to himself. It's not the division master. It's impossible that it's just the division master. Other than the owner of the Mountain and Sea Division, who else could do this and extend the life of the tribute trees conferred by the Mountain and Sea Division? He's not the division master. He's the Mountain and Sea Lord. Since he helped us and solved the problem of the ancient tree, does it mean that he has forgiven our clan? Our clan has already been absolved of our sins. Of course, it was impossible for Ningfan to be the Mountain and Sea Lord. The Mountain and Sea Lord was someone else. The moment Ningfan forcefully saved the ancient yuan peach tree, the owner of the Mountain and Sea Division who was far away in the true world sensed something. He slowly opened his eyes from his deep slumber. he was slightly puzzled. Almost at the same time when the Mountain and Sea Lord opened his eyes, the accumulated snow in the Mountain and Sea Division began to melt. The 4 seasons were within a single thought. This is strange. The peach blossom spring has been missing for a long time. Because it's no longer useful, the vitality of all the tribute trees in this place has been extracted by me. However, at this moment, the tree that was about to die actually regained its vitality. It's impossible for the Mountain and Sea Division to make a mistake. Then, there's only one explanation. Someone has interfered in this matter. Moreover, his Tao of Wood is enough to ignore the order of the Mountain and Sea Division. He must have at least a first-grade immortal lattice. Those who have an immortal lattice must be an immortal spirit. However, there's no such person among the immortal spirits that I know. Who exactly is this person? What's the meaning behind his actions? Is he targeting me or is he warning me? In my long samsara, when have I ever offended such a person? My old injuries have yet to heal. If I face this person now, do I have a chance of winning? The Mountain and Sea Lord's face was filled with slight worry. However, it was just a slight worry. He was not an ordinary cultivator of Saint Fire. Even if a powerful enemy really comes to attack him, he would at most lose some of his samsara. However, his subordinates obviously did not think so. When the officials of the Mountain and Sea Division saw the worried expression on the Mountain and Sea Lord's face, all of them were shocked. Since ancient times, the Mountain and Sea Lord had only shown worry 13 times. Every time he showed worry, a powerful enemy of Saint Fire would definitely come to attack him. This time, it was the 14th time he showed worry. Could it be that another powerful enemy is coming? For a moment, the entire Mountain and Sea Division fell into an unprecedented panic. Rumors kept spreading. Therefore, it did not take long before all the powerful beings in the entire true world heard that the Mountain and Sea Division was in big trouble again. Ning Fan did not know that his unintentional action had caused the dignified Mountain and Sea Lord to worry about him and even caused the entire Mountain and Sea Division to be in a state of chaos. After leaving the Peach Blossom Spring, Ning Fan returned to the main hall of Longevity Star Palace and did the second thing. He took the trading formation left behind by Immortal Sovereign Ziwei with him. It was obviously not an easy task to copy a 4th-step formation technique into the formation diagram, even though the formation diagram had been abandoned for countless years and was already worn out. In the beginning, Ning Fan used all of his means, but he still could not copy the formation. Then, he took another path and tried to persuade the formation patiently, trying to make it submit to him on its own. Thus, the following conversation happened. Ning Fan, I'm Ning Fan. Previously, I used Brother Formation to make a trade, but I didn't have the time to talk to you. I hope Brother Formation can forgive me for my rudeness. Ziwei Trading Formation, I'm not Brother Formation. My formation I is located in the extreme Yin realm and not the extreme Yang realm. Didn't you teach me a lesson before? Don't you know that? Ning Fan, I'm sorry. I was careless and called you the wrong gender, the Ziwei Trading Formation, so that's how it is. So you didn't know that I'm a woman. No wonder you were touching everywhere when you were repairing my formation diagram. I thought you were a lecher who was taking advantage of me. Ning Fan, Ziwei Trading Formation, are you here to take me away? Ning Fan was a little surprised. How did you know? Ziwei Trading Formation blushed. What else can I do other than following you after what you did to me? You have to be responsible for me. Even if you didn't say it, I would still follow you. Now that you've taken the initiative to ask me, I'm even happier. At this moment, the Ant Lord was shocked. Since when did Ning Fan do such things to a formation? She actually did not notice it at all. Could it be that this little divine spirit Ning did something to this formation diagram when I was unconscious? That's why I didn't notice it? Beast. You're truly the #1 beast in the world. First you did it to the umbrella, then you did it to the stone. Now, you're even doing it to the formation diagram. The Ant Lord did not check Ning Fan's memories to confirm whether he had really bullied the formation diagram maiden. She was afraid that she would see something filthy and dirty her eyes, and because she did not confirm this matter, Ning Fan unknowingly became a scapegoat. This time, he really did not do anything to the Ziwei Trading Formation. Only this time, he was really innocent. How could Ning Fan not know what the Ant Lord was thinking? He felt a little helpless for a moment, but he was too lazy to explain. In short, after a short conversation with Z-Wei Trading Formation, Ning Fan easily copied the formation diagram and left. When Ning Fan left the Longevity God Palace, a trace of demon soul followed behind him and left together with him. It was the clan leader of Fengnu clan, Ji Fuyao. Sensing that Ji Fuyao was following him, Ning Fan stopped and asked, "What's the matter?" "Junior has a request, Senior." Ji Fuyao wanted to say something but stopped. Previously, when she was being chased by the pill devils, it was Ning Fan who saved her. After that, he even generously healed the injury of her demon soul. He was extremely benevolent and righteous. Logically speaking, she already owed Ning Fan too much and should not be so thick-skinned as to make a request. However, this matter was related to whether she could avenge her parents. After hesitating for a long time, she finally decided to ask Ning Fan for a favor again. "What do you want from me?" Contrary to his usual behavior, Ning Fan did not reject Ji Fuyao's request immediately. Instead, he asked with a gentle expression. Ning Fan was not a kind person who would easily help strangers. However, this woman had a great deal of karma with him. Perhaps in the distant past or in the distant future, he was really her master, thus, he decided to listen to her request. "I want to ask Senior to help me find 3 types of medicinal herbs. In fact, I have already found one of them. However, when I was being chased by the pill devils, that medicinal herb was taken away by them due to a moment of carelessness. You want me to help you find the medicinal herbs? What kind of medicinal herbs do you need?" As soon as Ji Fuyao heard Ning Fan's question, she felt relieved inwardly. How could she not know that Ning Fan already had the intention to help her? Thus, she said gratefully, "I need the soul transforming leaf, the saint extermination grass and the Tao sealing spirit spring." "You mean, you want me to buy these 3 items with the ancient country trading formation?" Ning Fan smiled meaningfully. Ji Fuyao became anxious and hurriedly explained, "The ancient country trading formation? I don't understand what Senior is talking about. Ever since I met Senior, I don't know anything or have seen anything. Please don't worry about this, Senior." She clearly knew about the ancient country trading formation. She also knew that Ning Fan knew the trading method of an ancient country. She also knew that Ning Fan had taken away the immortal Emperor Z-Wei trading formation. Moreover, she also knew that Ning Fan had obtained a large amount of heavenly Tao gold from the Peach Demon clan. However, she had to keep all of these to herself. She understood this logic. "If Senior still doesn't feel at ease, you can just plant a restriction on me," Ji Fuyao added. "There's no need. I naturally won't feel at ease if it's someone else. However, you are an exception," Ning Fan said indifferently. Ji Fuyao, on the other hand, blushed. Ning Fan's words are too ambiguous. Am I an exception? But why am I an exception? Could it be that Senior has taken a fancy to my looks? If that's the case, as long as Senior can help me find these 3 medicinal herbs, I'm willing. Ji Fuyao originally wanted to say, "I'll repay you with my body." However, she immediately recalled that in order to recruit pill refinement masters, she had already made a promise to the myriad clans in the border river. "I'm willing to repay anyone who helps me refine the old trader of the Northern Sea to death." What should I do now? Ning Fan activated the mind-reading technique silently, allowing him to see through Ji Fuyao's inner thoughts. Thus, Ning Fan became speechless. This lady seems to be his disciple. Why would he do something to his disciple? This lady is thinking too much. "You don't have to repay me with your body. I'll just repay you with money after the matter is over," Ning Fan said indifferently. "As Senior, you misunderstood me. That's not what I meant." Ji Fuyao's face became even redder. For some reason, she who had always been cold and aloof could not put on any airs in front of Ning Fan. This feeling was very similar to the feeling she had when she was facing her father and mother. Ning Fan shook his head and did not continue this topic. Instead, he said, "If I activate the ancient country trading formation, I should be able to buy the 3 medicinal herbs you mentioned easily. There's no need to spend so much. Senior might not know this, but the 3 types of medicinal herbs that I'm looking for can be found in the North Pole Palace. Indeed, there's no need to use the trading formation to obtain them." Ning Fan nodded. Senior should know that the North Pole Palace has a total of 12 palaces. The holy extinguishing grass that I'm looking for is located in the 11th palace, the Great Fire Palace. That Great Fire Palace is a land of utmost fire in the 10 realms. The holy extinguishing grass grows in that place, the Great Fire Palace? The land of utmost fire in the 10 realms? After hearing what she said, Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. With a thought in his mind, he took out a fiery red lump of soil from the profounding world. This is... Ji Fuyao was surprised. She did not know why Ning Fan suddenly took this item out. She carefully studied the lump of soil. When she saw it, her small face was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. How is that a lump of soil? What Ning Fan was holding in his hand was clearly a burning continent of fire. It was not an ordinary continent, it was the land of utmost fire in the 10 realms that Ning Fan had conveniently taken away when he passed by the Great Fire Palace. This was the heavenly dwelling land that immortal sovereign Ziwei left in the Great Fire Palace. With Ning Fan's cultivation base, he did not have the ability to take away this item. Even if it had been without an owner for many years, who asked Ning Fan to be so good at chatting? He went to chat with the land of utmost fire in the 10 realms. After chatting for a while, the land took the initiative to come to him. Hence, Ning Fan placed this piece of land in the profounding world. All of a sudden, the fire spiritual vein in the profounding world became extraordinarily strong. Whoever was a fire cultivator in the cauldron would have their cultivation speed increase by more than 10 times. After all, this was a fire vein that could only be found in an average of 1 out of 10 boundless worlds. It was not strange at all for it to have such a miraculous effect. As the Lord of the profounding world, Ning Fan naturally received the blessings of the utmost fire of the 10 realms. While his fire cultivation speed increased by more than 10 times, the power of his fire attribute abilities also skyrocketed. Senior, could it be that you are a saint? Otherwise, how would you be able to take away the land of utmost fire in the 10 realms? Many outsiders have entered the North Pole Palace in recent years, but none of them could do this. Ji Fuyao was dumbfounded. I'm not a saint. That's not the main point. The main point is that the medicinal herb that you want should still be growing here. I have not touched it before. Go and look for it. It should still be there. Hence, with Ning Fan's help, Ji Fuyao turned into a ray of light and flew towards the small piece of soil. Not long after, she flew out from the soil with an additional saint vanquishing grass in her flower basket. Aren't you going to pick a few more? It's enough. Ji Fuyao quickly waved her hand. What a joke. She already owed Senior a medicinal herb. How could she take more? Moreover, 1 stalk is really enough. Where are the other 2? Ning Fan asked again. The soul-transforming leaf is in the Quail-tail Palace. As for the Tao-sealing spirit spring, it's in the Star Order Palace. After hesitating for a while, Ji Fuyao still mentioned the Star Order Palace as if it was an extremely dangerous place. The Quail-tail Palace and the Star Order Palace, huh? I got it. Ning Fan nodded. After all, he still had to search the entire North Pole Palace to find the fragments of polylore unparalleled. It was not a big deal for him to help Ji Fuyao find the required medicinal herbs along the way. Senior, the Star Order Palace is very dangerous. The Quail-tail Palace is also very dangerous. As a matter of fact, every palace in this place is very dangerous. Ji Fuyao felt rather apologetic. She had dragged her senior into danger. She owed him too much, and she didn't know how to repay him. How could it be possible to pay with gold? Furthermore, after Senior's previous transactions, how could he possibly lack money? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the wealthiest person in the Purple Mountain Battle Sea. It's fine. You just need to follow behind me. Don't worry. Ning Fan smiled casually and left the Longevity God Palace with his little follower, Ji Fuyao, entering the Quail-tail Palace. The Quail-tail Palace was the territory of Pill Devils. Almost as soon as Ning Fan stepped into this place, the Pill Devils sensed his arrival. At the same time, Ning Fan withdrew his casual smile. His eyes were as cold as a devil's. How dare you? You killed the Sea Devil General and his men, yet you still dare to step into the Quail-tail Palace. Do you really think that we Pill Devils are weak? At the next moment, countless black shadows with towering devil chi rushed towards Ning Fan. facing the attack of the group of devils, Ning Fan just lifted his finger and 9 rain dragons appeared between heaven and earth. Leave no one alive. Take back all the pills we got. Ning Fan just gave an indifferent order and the rain dragons immediately began their merciless slaughter. Not many pill devils could withstand a single attack from the rain dragons. Most of them would be bitten to death by the rain dragons in just a single move. After all, it was true Sovereign Northern Sea's ultimate technique. Ning Fan did not bother to take out the Virtue Umbrella to kill the enemies. He had already tested the existence of the Virtue Umbrella to attack them. Thus, he did not want to use a butcher's knife to kill chickens. The Virtue Umbrella also had emotions. She was also unwilling to waste her power to deal with some ants. Since Ning Fan was the umbrella's owner, he would be more or less considerate. The white waves were connected to the sea, and the sand was vast and boundless. Dusk had passed and morning had come. The East Sea had turned into mulberry fields. Legend had it that there was a sea of void in the east sky called the East Sea. The East Sea was actually a very common name. All the seas in the east could be called the East Sea. There were no less than 1,000 places called the East Sea in the Purple Battle Illusion realm, but only the East Sea was slightly special. This was because the East Sea used to be one of the Tao sites of the East Sky Ancestor Emperor. It had a special meaning to the cultivators of the East Sky. However, the East Sky Ancestor Emperor still died in the end. He was killed by the chaotic Kuan sacred sect because of the heaven sealing technique. After that, the East Sky Ancestor Emperor declined and no longer had many cultivators. There were only tens of thousands of cultivators living in the East Sea now. They were basically the descendants of the East Sky Ancestor Emperor and called themselves the East Sea Clan. In the deepest part of the East Sea, there was a sea eye. It was said that there was an infinite desolate stone gate under it. There were 9 infinite desolate stone gates left behind by immortal Emperor Zido in the illusion realm. 6 of them were widely known, while the locations of the remaining 3 were unknown. Of the 6 stone gates, 4 of them had already been destroyed. Only the 2 stone gates of the Savage Desolate Ancient Region and the Extreme Dan Sacred Region could still be passed through. The East Sea Gate had already been destroyed. The East Sea Clan hadn't sent troops to guard this place for too long. However, for some reason, the East Sea Clan sent a large number of troops to guard this place again. It seemed that something big was happening in the CI. Even the clan leader of the East Sea Clan, Dong Yuni, who was at the end of his lifespan, personally came to the CI. Ancestor, your great heavenly tribulation is approaching. You shouldn't go out right now. You should stay in your cave residence and prepare for this matter. The juniors of the clan advised. Dong Yuni ignored their advice and only stared at the CI. When she was young, she was called the East Sea Fairy. Her beauty was the best in the East Sky. Countless cultivators wanted to become Tao companions with her, but her answer was only rejection. She grew old alone, and no one knew why she was like this. Now, she was old and frail, with 1 foot in the grave, but at this time, she met that person again. How joyful. How sorrowful. Old ancestor, the East Sea Eye is too dangerous. Even demi-saints wouldn't dare to enter it. If that senior entered it rashly, I'm afraid he's already. You really don't have to wait any longer. The juniors continued to persuade him. You don't understand. He'll be fine. How could a mere CI kill him? In the past, even the 3C suppressing saints couldn't kill him even after joining hands. He will definitely come out. A look of reminiscence appeared on Dong Yuni's face. He seemed to recall the first time he saw that person countless years ago. It was as if he had encountered a startled swan. Like a lifelong mistake. 3C protector sages? Who was that? Is there such a character in the eastern sky? Or is it an expert from the other 3 heavens? The clan's juniors were all at a loss. Dong Yuni only shook his head slightly. He did not tell these juniors that the 3C suppressing sages were not cultivators from the illusory world, but powerful warriors from the true world. Speaking of which, who exactly is that senior? The infinite desolate stone gate in the sea eye has long been destroyed. Why is he so stubborn and insisted on taking the risk to enter? The younger generation of the clan asked again. He is. Dong Yuni wanted to say the name of that person. In the end, he shook his head and swallowed the two words ancient chaos. She couldn't tell anyone about ancient chaos. She knew him very well. Since ancient chaos didn't hesitate to burn his remaining life force to use the yin-yang unpredictable spell, he must have a very important purpose. She couldn't expose ancient chaos whereabouts. That's right. Currently, Great Emperor Ancient Chaos was in the eastern sky. Moreover, he was right below the sea eye of the eastern sea. However, no one knew the true whereabouts of Great Emperor Ancient Chaos. Everything was disrupted by the unpredictable yin-yang. Even the saints could not get rid of this layer of interference. Ming Fan had always thought that Great Emperor Ancient Chaos had already left the eastern sky and headed to the northern heaven. It was because he sensed that Great Emperor Ancient Chaos had been here before at the eastern border river. That was why he made such a judgment. Now that he looked at it again, his deduction was obviously wrong. Seeing that the old ancestor did not want to say more, the juniors obviously did not dare to ask more questions. Instead, they began to talk about other things. I heard that after the Eastern Yama had pacified the foreign races of the eastern sky, he suddenly disappeared. Hee. That person sure knows his place. If he covets the position of the ancestral emperor of the eastern sky because of his achievement in pacifying the border river, our Eastern Sea clan will be the first to not let him go. Our clan's greatest treasure, the Lu Yuan sword, is a magic treasure of the saints. Even though it is already half destroyed, it still has the power to kill an immortal emperor with a single slash. I wonder how many slashes that Eastern Yama can withstand. Speaking of this Lu Yuan sword, we have to talk about our old ancestor. It is said that this Lu Yuan sword is not something that our ancestor left behind for him. Instead, it was given to him by someone else. It is said that the reason why our old ancestor remained unmarried for his entire life was because he was waiting for the person who gave him the sword. Eh? If that's the case, could the senior who entered the CI be the person who gave him the sword? Otherwise, given our old ancestor's cold personality, how could he possibly? Shut up. How can you talk about our old ancestor? As for that Eastern Yama, he is not someone who can be trifled with. In the future, if I hear you spouting nonsense again, don't blame the clan for punishing you. The more the juniors talked, the more ridiculous they became. Finally, the elders of the Eastern Sea clan were displeased. They began to scold them one after another. Dong Yuni was not angry. She had no time to care about these nonsense. Her eyes were still fixed on the sea eye. She was waiting for that person to break out of the sea. Even though she firmly believed that the ancient Chaos Great Emperor was extremely powerful, he was still someone who had died once. Even if he was resurrected now, he did not seem to have much lifespan left. She did not know how much of his strength was left. She did not know whether the chaotic Tao laws in the sea eye would be a threat to him. I think I should go down and take a look. Dong Yuni's expression finally wavered. She took out an old sword case from her storage pouch and carried it on her back. She was about to enter the sea eye of the Eastern Sea. This scene frightened the cultivators of the clan so much that their expressions changed. They desperately tried to stop her. Old ancestor, you can't. The danger of the sea eye is not something we can resist. If you enter it recklessly, you will definitely die. Just as she was trying to dissuade her, she suddenly saw the sea water at the sea eye split apart. Following that, a dark yin-yang light flew out from the sea eye. It was none other than the ancient Chaos Great Emperor. As expected, there is a problem with this stone door. The ancient Chaos Great Emperor carried two heads in his hands and walked out from the sea. Those two heads did not reveal any murderous aura at all. It was obvious that they were concealed by the ancient Chaos Great Emperor's divine ability. As such, the ordinary clansmen of the Eastern Sea naturally could not determine whether the cultivation of the owner of those two heads was high or low. However, they still felt a little strange. When this senior entered the sea eye, he clearly did not have the heads in his hands. Could it be that he killed these two people in the sea eye? But how is this possible? The sea eye is so dangerous. How could an ordinary person hide in it? None of the clansmen of the Eastern Sea could see the power of those two heads except for Dong Yuni. Dong Yuni's expression changed immediately. If she was not mistaken, the owner of those two heads was at least a quasi-saint when he was alive. Moreover, it was very likely that he was at the second rank, No wonder the ancient Chaos Great Emperor had entered the CI for such a long time. It turned out that he was entangled by the enemy. You're injured. As expected, I'm afraid you haven't even recovered a tenth of your strength after coming back to life. Otherwise, how could you be injured when facing such an enemy? Why didn't you wait for me to enter the CI with you? I'm no longer the burden I was in the past. Dong Yuni was extremely anxious. He immediately wanted to treat Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's injuries. Ancient Chaos Great Emperor shook his head, indicating that there was no need for him to treat his injuries. He opened his mouth and swallowed the heads of the two quasi-saints. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to refine them. It's actually the ancient demon-eating technique. Eating humans' blood essence and assimilating it into one's own body. Isn't this technique already lost? Some people recognized Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's ability and their expressions changed. Of course, Ancient Chaos Great Emperor would not explain anything to others. After treating his injuries, he pinched his fingers and calculated. Then, a smile finally appeared on his cold and stiff face. The battle of the eastern sky has already ended, huh? Sure enough, that brat is enough to deal with the foreign races. There's no need for me to get involved at all. It turned out that before the battle of the eastern border river had ended, Ancient Chaos Great Emperor had already entered the CI. He had only come out now. Naturally, he knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world. He continued to pinch his fingers and calculate something. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn and he became silent. It was because he had calculated something. During the battle between Ming Fan and Blood God Gung Wu, the ancestor of the Godly Void Pavilion had appeared for a short while. If he did not enter the CI, perhaps he would be able to meet her again. However, what could he do even if he met her? Other than thanking her for building the divine tomb and helping him resurrect, he could not say anything else. It would only make her disappointed. In that case, it might be better not to meet her. Uncle Gu, have you been well all these years? Dong Yuni looked at Ancient Chaos Great Emperor. Her emotions suddenly became turbulent. She wanted to say too much and ask too many questions. In the end, when the words reached the tip of her tongue, it was just a greeting that was similar to nonsense. Ancient Chaos Great Emperor had been surviving in the divine tomb for all these years. How could he be well? What kind of silly question was she asking? Oh. You are. Ancient Chaos Great Emperor was slightly surprised. In fact, he still did not recognize who Dong Yuni was until now. Dong Yuni smiled bitterly. She patted her storage pouch and took out a talisman. After a slight hesitation, she resolutely slapped it on her body. All of a sudden, the traces of time seemed to be temporarily erased from her body. She was no longer old. She gradually became younger and eventually, she became the person he knew. Old ancestor, so beautiful. Some of the clansmen of the Eastern Sea were shocked by Dong Yuni's appearance when she was young. In order to survive the next great heavenly tribulation, old ancestor had no choice but to seal the remaining essence blood. He wanted to temporarily unseal it when the heavenly tribulation came. Now, he actually unsealed it in advance. How can this be? When the heavenly tribulation comes, how is old ancestor going to deal with it? Some elders in the clan who knew the seriousness of the problem all had unpleasant expressions. However, they did not dare to say anything because of Dong Yuni's seniority. Uncle Gu, do you recognize me now? Dong Yuni's eyes flickered and looked at Ancient Chaos Great Emperor with a smile. So it's you, the youngest daughter of the Eastern Demon ancestor. Ancient Chaos finally recognized Dong Yuni and immediately felt a headache. This little girl had been giving him a headache since a long time ago. Now, it was even more so. You are still so willful. If you want to tell me your identity, you only need to explain it to me. Why did you unseal the essence blood that had been sealed for many years? Ancient Chaos Great Emperor sighed. I insist on doing this. I insist on letting you see my best appearance. Dong Yuni finally recognized Ancient Chaos Great Emperor. The tip of her eyebrows and the corner of her eyes were filled with joy. Hee, I and your father are friends of the same generation. What kind of appearance have I not seen before? As if recalling the past, Ancient Chaos Great Emperor also revealed a sentimental smile. However, this time it was Dong Yuni's turn to be unhappy. The words "I and your father are friends of the same generation" was the second sentence that she did not want to hear in her life. She really hoped that ancient Chaos Great Emperor would treat her as a friend of the same generation. Uncle Gu, you have the mind-reading technique. There is no way I can hide my thoughts from you. You know that I don't want to hear this sentence, but you still want to say it. You keep saying it and keep saying it. I know that you are using this sentence to remind me and avoid me. You have set your mind on Sister He Yao and are unwilling to pay attention to others. I understand. But now, Sister He Yao is no longer here. Why are you still unwilling to look at me? Ancient Chaos Great Emperor sighed. He did not know how to respond to Dong Yuni's words. You are always like this. You have always been like this. Sister He Yao is already dead, but I am still here. It is not only me. Sister Xiang has always been waiting for you. She paid a huge price to build the divine tomb for you. She painstakingly guarded the divine tomb just to protect your remnant soul. However, until her death, she could not wait for your feelings. You are so good to Sister He Yao. Why can't you treat others better? As Dong Yuni spoke, she finally could not hold back her emotions and tears flowed down her face. I am sorry. Ancient Chaos Great Emperor's face was filled with silence. After a long time, he finally uttered these two difficult words. All of a sudden, Dong Yuni felt as if all her strength had been sucked out. She looked at Ancient Chaos Great Emperor bitterly and suddenly coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her action of unsealing her blood essence was indeed too rash. In addition to her emotions being too agitated, she finally suffered a backlash. Don't be so impulsive next time. I have some pills here that can help you reseal your blood essence. Seeing Dong Yuni vomiting blood, Ancient Chaos Great Emperor sighed and took out a bottle of pills from his storage pouch and handed it over. However, Dong Yuni sneered and did not accept the bottle of pills. I don't want it. I don't want anything that you give me because you can't give me what I want. Dong Yuni turned around and left. Her back view was as stubborn as before. Ancient Chaos Great Emperor was speechless. After a long silence, he put the bottle of pills back into his storage pouch and said, I am sorry again. He turned around and was about to leave. The enemies at the Stone Gate of Infinite Desolation had already been killed. It was necessary for him to go to the other stone gates to continue his investigation. As for love, he had already thrown it away on the day He Yao died. Wait. Seeing that Ancient Chaos Great Emperor was about to leave, Dong Yuni could no longer hold back her tears. She suddenly turned around and ran back. She untied the sword case on her back and handed it to Ancient Chaos Great Emperor. I don't want your things. You can take them. She returned the Lu Yuan sword to Ancient Chaos Great Emperor. Her tone was resolute. On the surface, it seemed as if she wanted to return the sword and sever all ties with Ancient Chaos Great Emperor. However, Ancient Chaos Great Emperor was proficient in the mind-reading technique. How could he not see her true thoughts? She was worried that Ancient Chaos Great Emperor would go to the other stone gates of Infinite Desolation and meet more enemies. That was why she returned the Lu Yuan sword to Ancient Chaos Great Emperor, hoping that he would be in less danger with this sword. Yuni, I appreciate your kindness. However, this sword is more important to you. Your physique is lacking and you can't cultivate your father's abilities. That's why I gave you this sword in the past and taught you the sword techniques of the Lai origin sect. If you don't have this sword to protect yourself in the future, if you encounter danger like you did in the past, are you finally willing to call me by my name? If I am captured by the 3C suppressing sages like I did in the past, will you still come and save me? Dong Yuni bit his lips and asked with a face full of expectation. I will. Because you are. Because you are the daughter of an old friend. Don't say the second half of your sentence. I don't want to hear it. I have already come to this point in my life. Even if I turn back, I can't go anywhere else. I don't plan to turn back. Don't force me to turn back either. I can't change your mind and you can't change mine either. Uncle Gu, be careful on your way back. You must come back alive and come to see me again. If you don't come back, I will hate you even if I die. Alright. How could the mere pill devils of the Quailtail Palace stop Ning Fan? Even though there were some pill devils that were slightly troublesome to deal with, the Quailtail Palace was still conquered by him in the end. In this battle, he killed 6,000 pill devils and obtained 6,000 pills. Since these pill devils were not killed by the karma umbrella, the pills he obtained this time did not show the phenomenon of rain melting. Thus, they could be preserved for a long time. Even so, it was better to eat some pills when they were still fresh. That was why Ning Fan did not leave the Quailtail Palace immediately. He planned to stay here and take a look at the pills he obtained. Among the 6,000 plus pills, there were only 4 pills that had reached the 10th revolution. They were the Plague Expelling Pill, the Stomach Nourishing Pill, the 33 Flavors Emperor Pill and the Heat Clearing Pill. It was not difficult to find out the names of the pills. Ning Fan got the answer he wanted after chatting with the 4 pills for a while. The names of the 4 pills were very ordinary. However, it was this ordinariness that gave Ning Fan a feeling of returning to his true self. At this moment, he seemed to have seen a higher level of the Tao of pills. It was a kind of enlightenment that could not be described with words. The Plague Expelling Pill could cure a cultivator of a plague. Theoretically, a cultivator would not fall sick. However, what if the enemy was a cultivator who entered the Tao with an illness? This pill was a pill that was specially used to deal with plague cultivators. Even if a cultivator was infected with a plague at the incipient Saint realm, it could also be cured. The Stomach Nourishing Pill was used to improve the digestive ability of a cultivator's spleen and stomach. It was said that the intestines and stomach of 99 Taotais were needed to concoct a pill like this. The 33 Flavors Emperor Pill was very useful. This pill could greatly improve a cultivator's ability in a certain aspect. One should know that the higher the cultivation level of a cultivator in the profound gate, the more likely they would be like a hidden elephant. To put it nicely, they would be like a hidden elephant. To put it bluntly, they would be like a wax spear with a silver appearance. To put it even more bluntly, they would be impotent. After Ning Fan obtained this pill, he could not help but make a wild guess. For an expert like Immortal Sovereign Ziwei, could it be that the symptoms of the hidden elephant are extremely serious? Otherwise, why would there be such a pill in this place? Anyway, Ning Fan did not need any other items to liven up his mood. He was just too strong in certain aspects. As for the last pill, which was called the Heat Clearing Pill, it seemed that every time Immortal Sovereign Ziwei overdid his cultivation of the fire element cultivation method, he would need to consume a pill to expel the fire qi in his body. That was how this pill was created. These 4 10th revolution pills are not useless. However, I want the 10 revolution 8C's pill more. In the end, Ning Fan was still a little disappointed. If he could obtain another 10 revolution 8C's pill, he would even have the confidence to advance to the grand completion realm of the Rain Sovereign realm. Indeed, his harvest did not meet his expectations. Your Majesty, you might not know about this. Previously, the Devil Conferral Summit had robbed this place. All the useful pill devils ended up killing them to obtain their pills. At that time, only 4 10th revolution pill devils were not killed. That's why these 4 pills are left. A skinny old man knelt on the ground in fear and explained to Ning Fan. This old man was actually also a pill devil. However, his situation was a little special. He was not the kind of vicious and murderous pill devil. He had never done any evil deeds. In the Quailtail Palace, there were a total of 7 groups of pill devils. Each of them had their own devil village. The pill devils who were vicious and murderous were all from the Wind Village, Lightning Village and Fire Village. As for the other 4 villages, most of them were docile and they rarely became enemies with others. In the beginning, Ning Fan did not know the situation in the Quailtail Palace. Thus, as soon as he entered the palace, he planned to slaughter everyone in this place. That was what he thought and what he did. He chased after the pill devils all the way. First, he surrounded the Fire Village alone and killed all the pill devils in the village. Then, he went to the Lightning Village and the Wind Village to continue killing and snatching their pills. However, when he destroyed the 4th Devil Village, the Water Village, an unusual situation occurred. In the Water Village, Ning Fan did not receive any attacks. Instead, a large number of malnourished pill devils who were not wearing enough clothes lined the streets to welcome him. After that, he received a warm welcome. What's going on? Ning Fan was immediately dumbfounded. After spending some time, he finally found out the reason from the village chief of the Water Village. It turned out that the pill devils who were born in the first place in the Quailtail Palace did not like killing. They only liked peace. They built 4 devil villages and lived in peace with each other. One day, an emperor pill that had 33 flavors suddenly became a pill devil. He was ruthless and ruthless, but his methods were powerful. He kept gathering his subordinates. All the pill devils who had some strength were instigated by him to become evil. Later on, he proclaimed himself as the Pill King and went around causing trouble. The story was too long. Ning Fan stopped listening to the story until now. There were only 2 things he needed to know. Firstly, the remaining 4 devil villages did not attack Ji Fuyao. They were not on the same side as the Sea Devil General and the others. Secondly, the remaining 4 devil villages were mostly old and weak pill devils. Each of them was weak and the pills they had were also ordinary and useless. After clarifying these things, Ning Fan did not continue to attack the remaining 4 devil villages. He was not a homicidal maniac. Why would he kill them when there was no grudge between them? The Devil Conferral Summit has no use for these 4 10th Revolution pills at the moment. Besides, they still need manpower to build the devil well in this place. That's why they didn't kill us. If it wasn't because the Devil Conferral Summit had looted this place, you could have gotten at least 40 10th Revolution pills from the 3 villages. There were 40 10th Revolution pills, but the Devil Conferral Summit only had 4 left. Moreover, the pills that were left were not very useful. Ning Fan had a feeling that he was robbed. The Sea Devil General whom the king had killed in the past had passed the pill ignition tribulation and attained the 10th Revolution after obtaining a fortuitous encounter in recent years. If he had attained the 10th Revolution earlier, he might have been killed by the Devil Conferral Summit for his pill. He had a feeling that he had picked up a bargain. Before the king came, we were bullied and humiliated by the fire, wind and lightning villages. After they joined the Devil Conferral Summit, they obtained a devil seed which made them even more ruthless. Thus, the bullying became worse. At the same time, they even forced the pill devils of the 4 villages to work as coolies to build the devil well. The pill devils of the 4 villages worked hard day and night. If we slacked off even a little bit, we would be punished. Some of them wanted to resist, but all of them were eaten by the old Pill King as food. When he talked about the sufferings of the past, the village chief of the water village kept wiping his tears. His son was eaten alive because he resisted the old Pill King. Therefore, he was very grateful to Ning Fan. Almost every pill devil of the 4 villages was extremely grateful to Ning Fan. Ning Fan was the savior of the world. He had eliminated the 3 tyrants of this place and cleaned up the evil. He was simply the savior of the pill devils of the 4 villages. That's why the pill devils of the 4 villages unanimously decided to serve the king as our master. Only a righteous devil lord like the king is worthy to be the master of our pill devils. The village chief's face was filled with pride when he said that. Pill devils were born with great arrogance. They would not submit to anyone unless it was their master. Even in the face of the massacre at the Devil Conferral Summit, the pill devils of the 4 villages did not lower their proud heads. However, when they faced Ning Fan, they chose to submit to him. It was not because of his strength, but because of Ning Fan's magnanimity, or perhaps, the indistinct ancient devil spirit chi on Ning Fan's body was the key that made these pill devils submit to him. There's no need for that. I have no enmity with you, nor do I owe you anything. Exterminating the 3 villages was just a normal act of killing people and stealing their treasures. You don't need to feel indebted. As for the absurd words about the devil heads of the righteous sects, don't ever mention them again. Ning Fan rejected the pill devils of the 4 villages. This made the chief of the water village very disappointed. Since it was impossible for him to serve Ning Fan, he could only discuss with the other village chiefs and think of another way to repay Ning Fan. Ji Fuyao was also thinking of ways to repay Ning Fan. The soul-transforming leaf that she had plucked previously was lost when she was fleeing for her life. Luckily, Ning Fan helped her pluck the soul-transforming leaf again after he took over the Quailtail Palace. Ji Fuyao could never forget the domineering scene of Ning Fan plucking the soul-transforming leaf. When the sky was filled with 3-teeth moths, wanting to attack Ning Fan only needed a single glance to scare away the 3-teeth moths that were known for their ferocity. Thus, harvesting the soul-dissolving leaf became extremely easy. In this case, out of the 3 types of medicinal ingredients, only the Tao sealing spirit spring is still missing. Senior has promised to help me find the 3 types of medicinal ingredients. He certainly won't go back on his words. I have received Senior's kindness. Even though my strength is meager, I should still repay him. Currently, Senior is busy studying the 4 10th revolution pills that he has just obtained. Let me help Senior look for the fragments of the divine tools that he needs. Thus, Ji Fuyao began to search for the fragments of the Polylore Palace. The pestilence-expelling pill was a medicine that could cure illnesses. Ning Fan would not eat it for no reason. The heat-reducing pill was a type of medicine that could increase one's fire resistance within a short period of time. This was the conclusion that Ning Fan came to after studying it repeatedly. For the time being, there was no need for him to consume it. As for the 33 Regent pills, there was even less of a need for him to consume them. Ning Fan no longer needed to increase his ability in that aspect. When he has the time, he could sell them. Perhaps there would be a true world saint who was looking for something similar. As for the digestion-enhancing pill, the name of this pill was very ordinary. It was probably really concocted by immortal sovereign Ziwei to strengthen the stomach and aid digestion. However, how powerful was a dignified immortal sovereign? Even if he were to swallow a mountain or an ocean, he could still refine it in an instant. What kind of occasion would it be necessary to strengthen the stomach and aid digestion? Ning Fan then took a look at the ingredients of this pill. It already required the stomachs of 99 Tao Tai. Tao Tai was a legendary demon. Some people said that Tao Tai was one of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts. Some people said that Tao Tai was a type of mixed-blood demon race that was not a true spirit. Some people said that Tao Tai's stomach acid could digest all living things. Even a true saint who had the strength to kill a Tao Tai would still be afraid of its stomach acid. If they were careless and got splashed by the stomach acid of a Tao Tai, their saint ring might even have a hole melted. A pill that required the stomachs of 99 Tao Tais was definitely not as ordinary as its name suggested. Ning Fan did not underestimate this pill at all. Even though it did not meet the expectations of the 8 C's pill, it still made him a little concerned. That was why he decided to consume it on the spot while it was still fresh. With Ning Fan's ancient fiend god body, he did not need any special protection when consuming a 10th revolution pill. He chewed the pill in a very normal manner as if he was eating a jelly bean. Unfortunately, this pill was not a jelly bean after all. After he chewed the sugar coating on the surface, the smell of blood immediately gushed out. That smell of blood was mixed with the resentment of 99 Tao Tais. Tao Tai devoured all living things in their lives. However, they did not expect that they would be refined into a pill and eaten by someone one day. Even though it was a cycle of karma, it could not help but harbor resentment in their hearts. This resentment was too heavy. It was so heavy that even Ning Fan's Tao heart was affected. His eyes began to be covered by a blood-red light. Then, illusions appeared in front of his eyes. He saw a man wearing purple battle armor approaching him coldly. His body was surrounded by 12 stars. He casually plucked one of the stars and hurled it downwards. As a result, the Tao Tai clan below suffered a series of falling stars. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. All living beings were killed. It was like the end of the world. This is the price you have to pay for eating my yuan peach, the man said ruthlessly. Ning Fan felt like he had become a member of the Tao Tai clan. He could feel the fear and resentment in his body. That kind of negative emotion was like a tangible substance. It turned into 99 traces of blood-red cold chi that rampaged inside Ning Fan's body. Eventually, it froze his Tao heart world. Just as Ning Fan was about to lose control of his mind, 2 rays of golden and black fiend god light surged out from his body. His Tao heart world was no longer filled with blood-red ice and snow. Instead, it turned into a golden sky and a black earth. The traces of resentment were crushed by Ning Fan mercilessly. His mind regained its clarity. Then, he felt the final taste of the pill. Sour. It was indescribably sour. Ning Fan's teeth ached from the sourness. That was the combination of the stomach acid of 99 Tao Tais. Even though it was processed using pill refinement techniques and it would not cause any harm to the person who consumes the pill, it was still too sour. That sourness kept surging to his stomach, giving him a burning sensation. It felt like it was burning. At the same time, it also felt like Ning Fan's stomach acid was waging a war against the stomach acid of the Tao Tai. After an unknown period of time, that burning sensation subsided. Ning Fan heaved a long sigh of relief. He broke away from his cultivation state. He did not realize that 3 days had already passed. Senior, congratulations on successfully consuming the pill. When Ji Fuyao saw Ning Fan break away from his meditative state, she immediately congratulated him. During these 3 days, she had already found all the fragments of much knowledge in this place and was waiting to offer them to Ning Fan. Don't congratulate me so quickly. I just thought of a very serious matter. Ning Fan suddenly frowned. What is it? Ji Fuyao was startled. He thought to himself, could it be that something went wrong when Senior consumed the pill? Otherwise, why would his expression be so serious? Since this pill is a pill that strengthens the stomach and helps digestion, should it be consumed before or after a meal? Senior, are you joking with me? Ji Fuyao's forehead was filled with black lines. He did not know how to respond to Ning Fan's words. However, Ning Fan was not joking. Instead, he was thinking about this problem seriously. Even though the point of his thinking was very strange, I can feel that my stomach has been strengthened to a very terrifying level by this pill. Eh? This feeling that I haven't felt for a long time. Could it be? Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. Ever since he stepped onto the path of cultivation, it had been too many years since he last felt this kind of feeling. Asterisk gurgle asterisk, a slightly awkward sound came from Ning Fan's stomach. Jew. Hungry. Hungry, moreover, it was not an ordinary level of hunger. The hunger he felt right now was like a Tao Tai that had been hungry for 99 years or 99 Tao Tais that had been hungry for an entire year. It was more like a hungry Nyan that ate 99 Tao Tais alive. By the way, I just met the village chief of the water village. He said that he wanted to invite Senior to try the delicacies of the Pill Devil clan. However, I saw that Senior has yet to completely assimilate the medicinal power of the pill, so I rejected him on behalf of Senior. Delicacies? Ning Fan's eyes flashed. Then, under Ji Fuyao's surprised gaze, he stood up. Where are you going, Senior? To find food. When a cultivator gains something, it would often be accompanied by loss. Abstaining from food could prevent them from hunger, but it would also deprive them of their appetite and the satisfaction after eating their fill. Slaying the scarlet dragon could prevent them from having their period, but it would weaken the fertility of female cultivators. Hiding the elephant horse could deepen one's profound cultivation, but it would lose the joy of having sex. The more intelligent and shrewd one was, the harder it would be for them to trust others. Their lifespan was long and almost eternal, but they just could not find the happiness of the mortal world. Ning Fan had long forgotten the feeling of being hungry. However, at this moment, he actually had the urge to eat. This feeling troubled him. It made him feel lost and nostalgic. A person with a pure heart and a person whose eyes were blinded by desires would see the world differently. For example, a man who had been holding back for countless years would also forget everything when he saw a picture of a beautiful palace. However, if he releases all his desires, he would enter the wise sage realm where his heart was as hard as stone. When he looks at the picture again, he would only feel that it was boring. Cultivators who had no appetite would look at the living beings, mountains, rivers, grass, and trees as if they were looking at a painting. They could appreciate the beautiful scenery and comprehend the great Tao of the heavens, but it was difficult for them to truly immerse themselves in it. They could only pass by. Ning Fan was different. At this moment, he had an appetite. Thus, the way he looked at the plants, mountains, rivers, and living beings changed. He passed by a mountain which was located to the south of the Quailtail Palace. He saw a white deer leaping between the mountains. His first reaction was not because the white deer was so lively and beautiful. Instead, he suddenly recalled the past when he hunted deer when he was young. He recalled the time when he went into the mountains to hunt deer with the body of a mortal when he was young. He remembered one time when he chased a deer all the way into the depths of the mountains. In the end, he managed to hunt the deer, but unfortunately, he got lost in the mountains. The sky was already dark and the mountain rain suddenly came. He carried the deer with his skinny body and looked around for a place to hide from the rain. Finally, he found a cave. Then, he lit a bonfire and roasted the deer. Fortunately, he brought some salt with him and some honey he found in the mountains. He smeared the honey on the roasted meat. Roasted deer meat might be good, Ning Fan thought to himself. He did not expect that when he was planning to hunt the white deer, they actually had the same idea. Noticing Ning Fan's arrival, the white deer that were jumping in joy suddenly quieted down. Then, all of them rushed towards Ning Fan with ferocious eyes. Some people thought that deer were vegetarian, but that was just a misconception. Deer also ate meat. When Ning Fan was young, he went hunting in the mountains and saw wild deer eating fish, birds, and dead rabbits. The herd of deer in front of them was clearly more aggressive. They even dared to treat those who entered the mountain as prey and took the initiative to attack. Therefore, hundreds of ferocious white deer surrounded Ning Fan in a blink of an eye. The leader of the herd was an old deer king. The deer king looked at Ning Fan coldly as if he was looking at his food. It proudly lowered its head and rammed its huge antlers at Ning Fan. The power of this one strike was shockingly equivalent to the impact of several stars. Such a shocking impact was enough to make some doomsday immortal venerables panic, but it wasn't enough to make them raise their eyebrows. With just a casual press of his hand, the deer king who was dashing towards him was pinned on the spot, unable to move at all. Deer King's head was pressed down by Ning Fan. It wanted to break free, but to its horror, it realized that Ning Fan's strength was far stronger than its own. "Since you're hunting me, I think you've already made up your mind." Ning Fan's face showed a ruthless expression. In just a short while, all of the white deer were slaughtered by Ning Fan and turned into roasted deer. The divine lattice of wood built a huge grill. After hundreds of deer were cut up, they were placed on the grill. While the devil flame was roasting the deer below, Ning Fan was busy spreading the sauce at the side. In just a short while, the deer meat was roasted until it was golden yellow and its fragrance filled the air. Ning Fan took a skewer of roasted deer meat and tasted it. In the end, he shook his head regretfully. "It's not as tasty as the deer meat when I was young. It's because the deer meat is different, or because my heart is different." Even so, the deer meat on the grill was still decreasing rapidly. Ning Fan was very hungry and he would not waste the food in front of him. Inside his body, the 99 traces of Tao Tai's power were circulating in his stomach. As the deer meat was digested and absorbed, one trace of the Tao Tai's power was reduced unknowingly, leaving only 98 traces. At the same time, when the Tao Tai's power was reduced, an even more intense hunger pounded on Ning Fan's stomach. Strange. I've clearly eaten so much deer meat, but I'm getting hungrier and hungrier instead. Ning Fan was puzzled, but he did not delve into these details. The aroma of the roasted meat drifted very far away. In the depths of the mountain, a gigantic black tiger which had been sleeping for many years opened its eyes at this moment. Saliva flowed out from its mouth. It followed the aroma all the way to this place. The moment it saw the deer meat on the grill, it rushed towards it without caring about anything. Bang! A palm wind blew past. The black tiger was sent flying away by someone's palm. It let out a miserable shriek and flew backwards. "This is mine. You can't snatch it from me," Ning Fan said indifferently. Roar. The black tiger seemed to be enraged by Ning Fan's action. The black tiger let out a furious roar. Immediately, billowing black wind blew across the mountain forest. The black wind gathered in the black tiger's mouth and condensed into a glaring black wind ball. Bang! The wind ball was launched directly at Ning Fan. It was almost as powerful as a strike from an immortal king. Ning Fan did not even look at the wind ball. With a casual flick of his sleeve, the wind ball disappeared without a trace. The black tiger shuddered. It finally realized that Ning Fan was not someone to be trifled with. At this moment, it no longer dared to snatch Ning Fan's food. It turned around and tried to escape. Ning Fan casually struck out a ray of sword light. With a miserable shriek, the black tiger was nailed to the ground by the ocean-defying sword. Thus, there was another piece of tiger meat on Ning Fan's grill. The strength of this black tiger was already close to the immortal king realm. The essence chi contained in its flesh was far beyond that of the deer meat. Once it was grilled, the essence chi almost shot up to the sky. Far away, the 3 devil well birds smelled the tiger meat. At this moment, all of them drooled. It smells so good. Brothers, there seems to be something delicious in that direction. Should we go and have a look? The youngest devil well bird said excitedly. Before greed died, he sent us here to supervise the construction of the devil well that connects the two worlds. We can't leave our posts without permission. Don't cause trouble. The second oldest devil well bird reprimanded. That pill elder Mo has already been killed. The laborers who built the devil well in the 4 villages have also fled back to their own villages. Even if we stay here, we won't be able to complete the devil well. What's wrong with going out to look for some food once in a while? The youngest devil well bird disagreed. In the end, it flapped its wings alone and flew out of the dark devil well. Humph. Little brother is always so disobedient. He will get into trouble sooner or later. Big brother, why don't you scold him? He never listens to me. However, if it's you, you should at least listen to me. The second brother said with dissatisfaction. Hoo. The oldest devil well bird was busy snoring, as if it was not concerned about what was happening in the outside world. After Ning Fan finished the deer meat, he began to eat the tiger meat. He did not know what kind of species this black tiger was. When it was grilled, it tasted extremely fragrant. However, when it entered his mouth, it tasted a little sour. It was not very tasty. Luckily, Ning Fan was extremely hungry at the moment. He did not care whether it was tasty or not. In just a blink of an eye, he had eaten half of the roasted tiger. Strangely enough, after eating the white deer, the Taotai power in his body had decreased to 98 traces. Now that he had eaten the black tiger, the Taotai power in his body had decreased to 96 traces. Ning Fan did not know what was the special meaning of the reduction of the Taotai power in his body. He only knew that the lesser the Taotai power in his body, the hungrier he would be. It was really strange. This tiger meat is not enough. I need more food. Just as Ning Fan was thinking about where he should go to find more food, the sky above his head was suddenly shrouded by a shadow and fell into darkness. It turned out that a gigantic and nutritious devil well bird had flown to this place. It spread its wings and completely blocked the sky above the mountain forest. Its immense killing intent locked onto Ning Fan at the first moment. Those who hunt in this place without the permission of us, the devil well envoys, will be punished with death. The devil well bird's tone was arrogant. It flapped its wings and its sharp feathers flew out like blades, cutting down all the plants on the mountain slope in an instant. Those feathers also flew towards Ning Fan. However, when they were 100 zhang * 3, 33 m per zhang, away from him, they were blocked by invisible walls. Those invisible walls were not some kind of divine ability. They were just Ning Fan's Dao sense. With just a single Dao sense, he could actually prevent ordinary attacks from getting close to him. Hiss. This man actually blocked my feather blade technique with just his Dao sense. The devil well bird was shocked. However, that shock only lasted for a moment. At the next moment, its eyes turned ferocious again and it said coldly. How dare you? You're just a low-grade pill devil. How dare you resist my punishment? I see. This devil well bird actually thought that Ning Fan was the pill devil of this place. That was why it spoke in such a superior tone. The meat of this huge bird is really quite a lot. I wonder if it can fill my stomach. Ning Fan did not care about the devil well bird's clamor. He completely treated the bird as food that was delivered to his doorstep. His eyes were filled with memories. He inadvertently recalled the past where he climbed trees and touched birds when he was young. The devil well bird was infuriated by Ning Fan's attitude. Its killing intent instantly intensified. The devil well bird muttered some incantations. Suddenly, 14 feathers on its wings changed color from black to scarlet gold and then from scarlet gold to fiery red. My cultivation in my entire life is the 14 Hotion fire feathers. When the 14 fire feathers are unleashed at the same time, it is comparable to innate fire. It can burn the heavens and the earth. Burning your Dao sense is as easy as flipping my hand. Asterisk chi asterisk asterisk chi asterisk. The 14 fire feathers turned into fiery light and flew out. Heaven and earth were instantly dyed fiery red. The devil well bird's face was filled with confidence. The destructive power of this attack was comparable to the innate devil fire. How many people below the immortal emperor realm could withstand it? The low-grade pill devil in front of it would probably be burned to ashes in an instant. The fiery light flew closer and closer. When it was about to burn Ning Fan, he suddenly raised his hand and directly caught the fiery light in his palm. It completely ignored the scorching temperature of the innate devil fire. You burn me with fire. Then, I will burn you with fire as well. This is karma. Ning Fan opened his mouth and swallowed the 14 fire feathers of the devil well bird into his stomach. Then, he spat out a fiery red lump of soil. That lump of soil seemed ordinary. However, as soon as it rose into the sky, it instantly turned boundlessly huge. How is this a lump of soil? It is obviously an entire continent. Besides, it is not an ordinary continent but a land of utmost fire in the 10 worlds. Ning Fan's devil fire burned fiercely in this land of utmost fire. Under the enhancement of the land of utmost fire, its destructive power skyrocketed by a few times. The devil well bird was terrified. It could feel an unparalleled heat from this land of utmost fire. If it is attacked by this thing, it would definitely be burned to ashes in an instant. Among the pill devils of the 4 villages, there is no one as powerful as you. You are not the pill devils of the 4 villages. You are the external cultivator who killed Pill Elder Mo. The devil well bird realized something. It flapped its wings and fled immediately. How would it dare to stay in this place for a long time? However, it could not escape at all. No matter how far it ran, the entire land of utmost fire would always be hanging above its head. That land of utmost fire finally fell. In despair, the devil well bird desperately tried to block it. However, in just an instant, all of its feathers were burned off by the land of utmost fire. Then, its flesh was roasted bit by bit. It was not because it was too weak but because Ning Fan was too generous. He actually used the land of utmost fire in the 10 worlds as a barbecue. How many people in this world could avoid being roasted to death? Ning Fan carefully controlled the temperature of the fire, afraid that the temperature would be too high and turn the devil well bird into charcoal. While he was roasting the bird, he was still puzzled. This bird just said that I killed some Pill Elder Mo. Who is that? I'm afraid this bird has mistaken me for someone else. Pill Elder Mo was actually the name of the old Pill King of the Quailtail Palace. His true form was the 10th Revolution stomach-nourishing digestion pill that Ning Fan consumed. He was indeed killed by Ning Fan. The devil well bird did not accuse Ning Fan wrongly. Unfortunately, Ning Fan did not even bother to ask for the name of such a minor character who could not even live for more than half an episode. How would he know about this matter? Of course, even if he does not know, he would not care. Damn it. Third brother's life plate is broken. Almost at the same time when the younger devil well bird died, the second devil well bird let out a furious roar. The eldest devil well bird who was sleeping soundly also woke up from his slumber. His eyes shone with a sharp cold light. How dare you kill my younger brother? I will kill your entire clan. The 2 devil well birds gnashed their teeth and said. Then, the 2 devil well birds who had lost their rationality due to anger rushed out of the well and charged at Ning Fan. After that, a large pile of fresh roasted bird meat was added to Ning Fan's grill. Ning Fan was happily eating the devil well birds. After an unknown period of time, a fragrant wind suddenly blew past him. A lady wearing a green silk dress descended from the sky. Fellow Taoist, are you satisfied with just these pieces of trash? My name is Nu Luo. Are you willing to follow me to eat some better food? The lady said with a charming smile. Her voice was extremely pleasant to the ears. Ning Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He raised his head and looked at the lady's beautiful face. Eventually, his eyes fell on the lady's throat. There seemed to be an Adam's apple that was not very obvious there. This is, a man who is dressed like a lady? Senior said that you are going to look for food. Why haven't you come back after such a long time? Could it be that Senior is going to stay in the water village tonight? Ji Fuya waited and waited. Even when the sky turned dark, Ning Fan still did not come back to look for her. When Ning Fan said that he was going to look for food, she subconsciously thought that he had gone to participate in the banquet of the Pill Devils of the 4 villages. Since Ning Fan did not return after such a long time, she also subconsciously thought that he was going to stay in the homes of the Pill Devils tonight. When she thought about how Ning Fan was hugging a young lady of the Pill Devil clan in each of his arms, Ji Fuyao could not help but feel a little uncomfortable. She was not jealous. It was just that she had been hunted down by the Pill Devil clan for too many times. Deep down in her bones, she hated Pill Devils. She was filled with admiration and gratitude towards Ning Fan. She regarded him as her benefactor. He was her benefactor. Even if he wants to have fun, he should not look for despicable and shameless Pill Devils. Ning Fan deserves better, senior, you can't belittle yourself like this. This won't do. I have to go and persuade senior. He can't just take in any Tom, Dick or Harry. Ji Fuyao went all the way to the water village with a strange feeling in her heart. When she arrived, she was surprised to find that there was no banquet in the water village at all. After asking a random Pill Devil, she found out that Ning Fan did not come to this place at all. Since senior didn't come to this place, where did he go to eat? While Ji Fuyao was puzzled, a few Pill Devils who were patrolling outside suddenly returned to the water village with faces full of joy. Great news! Great news! The 3 devil well birds that have enslaved us for many years have been eliminated. The person who eliminated the evil is none other than our benefactor, Ning Fan. What? Benefactor didn't accept our invitation to the banquet, but he still helped us eliminate the devil well birds? How chivalrous! How did our benefactor kill the 3 evil birds? Hurry up and tell us about it. Unbelievable. Benefactor actually used a piece of land of extreme fire to roast and eat the 3 evil birds? Where is our benefactor now? So he's at the southern Quail Mountain. What? Not only the 3 evil birds, but he also killed the black tiger spirit that had been doing evil for many years? What? That herd of man-eating deer was also eliminated by our benefactor? I've lived for a lifetime, but I've never seen someone as chivalrous and righteous as our benefactor. Our benefactor has helped us time and time again. Even if he isn't willing to attend the banquet, we should still show our gratitude. Got it. Let's move the banquet to the southern Quail Mountain. If our benefactor doesn't come, we will personally visit him. No matter what, we must thank our benefactor. The Pill Devils carried the food and wine and headed straight to the southern Quail Mountain in a grand procession. Since Ji Fuyao had nowhere to look for Ning Fan, she also followed the group of Pill Devils and headed to the southern Quail Mountain. Unfortunately, when she arrived at the mountain, Ning Fan was no longer there. The bonfire had already been extinguished. What was left on the ground was a giant grill that was charred black and bones that were eaten clean. There were deer bones, tiger bones, and the bones of giant birds. All of them were the trash that Ning Fan left behind. Apart from that, there was also a Dao boy who carried a giant medicinal gourd on his back waiting for them. Hiss. Could this person be the medicine boy under Lady Nu Luo? Some of the Pill Devils recognized the identity of the Dao boy and bowed to him respectfully. The Dao boy's attitude was very cold. When he saw the Pill Devils bowing to him, he just said indifferently, "You may rise." Then, he ignored them and walked towards Ji Fuyao. "Greetings, Lord Medicine Boy." Ji Fuyao bowed to the Dao boy. She was no stranger to the Ziwei North Palace. Of course, she knew how powerful the medicine boy in front of her was. Even though he had the body of a Dao boy, his cultivation base was comparable to an ancient great emperor. Thus, she could not afford to be disrespectful to him. When facing the Pill Devils, the medicine boy's face was full of indifference. However, when facing Ji Fuyao, he actually squeezed out a smile. Senior Ning has ordered me to escort you to the Xianpin Palace. To the Xianpin Palace? Senior Ning asked you to pick me up here? Ji Fuyao seemed to be in disbelief. Every time she entered the Ziwei North Palace, she would be hunted by the demons and devils in this place. Thus, she was extremely vigilant. Thus, she did not believe the medicine boy's words easily. Seeing that Ji Fuyao did not believe him, the medicine boy did not get angry. He patted his storage pouch and took out a bronze mirror. Then, he cast a hand seal into the mirror. Then, Ning Fan's figure was reflected in the mirror. At this moment, Ning Fan was following behind a beautiful lady. They had already left the Quail Tail Palace and entered the 8th palace, the Quail Fire Palace. The two of them were chatting happily. However, when he sensed that he was being inspected, he stopped talking and said to Ji Fuyao through the bronze mirror, I've been invited by fellow Taoist Nu Luo to do something. You can follow the medicine boy to the Xianpin Palace. You don't have to worry. What terrifying senses. He can actually sense the ancient mirror of Mount Wu and even use it to converse. The medicine boy's face was filled with astonishment. Then, he sighed in admiration towards Ning Fan's senses. Ji Fuyao also knew about the ancient mirror of Mount Wu. He knew that it was actually the treasure of the master of the Xianpin Palace, old ancestor Nu Luo. The person who spoke in the ancient mirror was undoubtedly Ning Fan. His ji could not be faked. Therefore, the medicine boy in front of him was really sent by Ning Fan to pick her up. If that's the case, are you willing to follow me to the Xianpin Palace? The medicine boy asked with a smile. Ji Fuyao naturally wanted to go to the Xianpin Palace to find Ning Fan. However, she still had some doubts. Why did Ning Fan accept the invitation of old ancestor Nu Luo for no reason? Rumor has it that old ancestor Nu Luo was extremely fond of men. Many of the powerful male demons and devils in the North Pole Palace had fallen into her hands. Could it be that old ancestor Nu Luo has taken a fancy to Senior Ning's beauty? That's why she invited Senior Ning to the Xianpin Palace for a night of pleasure. How can this be? How can Senior be so casual? He and old ancestor Nu Luo have just met once. This is too fast. When he thought of this, Ji Fuyao felt unwell. It was as if the Prince Charming in his heart was about to be tainted by someone else. In the 8th palace of the North Pole Palace, the Quail Fire Palace. Ning Fan followed behind old ancestor Nu Luo and flew across the sky above the Quail Fire Palace. Countless fire devils of the palace were alarmed, but none of them dared to stop them. The Quail Fire Palace is the territory of the fire devils. Since ancient times, this place has been the place where venerated Ziwei nurtured the flames. It was only until venerated Ziwei passed away that the powerful flames that were nurtured in this place were taken away by immortal sovereign Zido. Since then, there are only a few low-grade flames left in this place. As time passed, the low-grade flames turned into fire devils. These fire devils seem strong, but they are actually not worth mentioning. Old ancestor Nu Luo explained to Ning Fan while leading the way. Her tone was very disdainful. She did not put the fire devils of the Quail Fire Palace in her eyes at all. Of course, she also had the right to be so disdainful. She was a second-level quasi-sage. With such a cultivation base, so what if she looked down on a group of fire devils? Fellow Taoist said that you are going to bring me to look for delicious food. I wonder what kind of delicacies this Quail Fire Palace has. Ning Fan asked. He who could communicate with all living beings could sense that this old ancestor Nu Luo in front of him did not have any ill intentions. He was very curious why this old ancestor Nu Luo would look for him out of nowhere. Could it be that she really just wants to help him look for food? Or perhaps, she has another purpose. The Quail Fire Palace does have some delicious food. I just wonder if fellow Taoist dares to eat them. Old ancestor Nu Luo giggled. Even though I'm not picky, I don't eat everything. Ning Fan was non-committal. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. When you see this item, you will definitely like it. I just wonder how much you can eat and how much you dare to eat. Old ancestor Nu Luo brought Ning Fan all the way to the easternmost area of the Quail Fire Palace. What entered his sight was a desolate desert. Old ancestor Nu Luo landed on the desert with Ning Fan. She lifted her foot and stomped on the ground. Fire devil brat, quickly come out and see me. Her tone was forceful and undeniable. The force of her stomp split the entire desert into two halves. From the crack, a white-haired fire devil with a face full of anger flew out. Who are you, thief? How dare you? When the old fire devil saw that it was an external cultivator like Ning Fan, his eyes subconsciously revealed killing intent. However, when he saw that Nu Luo was following Ning Fan, his face turned pale with fright. Junior Long Yensheng greets Senior Nu Luo. May I know if Senior is here to stay for the night? When he mentioned the word stay, the fire devil whose name was Long Yensheng felt like crying. This man was an immortal emperor after all. Moreover, he seemed to be someone who was not afraid of death. Ning Fan was really curious about what had happened between this person and Nu Luo. Nu Luo was terrified to the core of his being. You are already old and weak. No matter how hungry I am, I won't go so far as to look for you. Nu Luo looked at Long Yanqing disdainfully. Her eyes were filled with endless pity and regret. In the past, Long Yanqing was the most handsome man among the fire devils. However, after being plucked by her a few times, he turned into this withered old man. How useless. After being scolded by Nu Luo for being old and weak, Long Yanqing did not feel the slightest bit humiliated. Instead, his face was filled with joy. It was as if it was a great thing for him not to be liked by Nu Luo. As his mood turned better, Long Yanqing's face also had a smile. He began to size Ning Fan up and down. It was not until now that he realized that Ning Fan's appearance was actually quite extraordinary. I get it now. I get it now. It turns out that Senior is not here to stay but to seek shelter. Don't worry. I will certainly drive everyone away from this place and not let anyone disturb Senior's pleasure. After saying that, Long Yanqing patted Ning Fan's shoulder sympathetically and comforted him. Take good care of Senior Nu Luo. If you really can't take it anymore, just use this. The kind-hearted Long Yanqing gave Ning Fan a bottle of medicine. Ning Fan scanned it with his spirit sense and his face immediately darkened. What was inside the bottle was not some kind of pellet but a whole bottle of medicinal liquid. Its purpose was to nourish the valley path. Don't talk nonsense. I invited fellow Taoist Ning here for some serious business. Quickly open the seal. I want to go to the fire quail pond. Nu Luo said with displeasure. Previous summary: after Ning Fan consumed the 10th revolution pill that contained Tao Tai's power, he went around looking for food. At that moment, old ancestor Nu Luo came to him and claimed that she could help him find food of higher quality. When the two of them passed by the Quail Fire Palace, old ancestor Nu Luo ordered the fire devil race who lived here to open the seal of the Quail Fire Pond. Don't talk nonsense. The reason this young lady asked fellow Taoist Ning to come here is to handle proper business. Quickly open the seal. I want to go to the fire quail pond. Long Yanqing didn't dare to disobey ancestor Nu Luo's order. He immediately summoned countless fire demon clansmen and prepared to open the fire quail pond. The so-called fire quail pond was a secret place sealed at the bottom of the desert of the Quail Fire Palace. Every time it was opened, a special ceremony was required. The members of the Fire Devil clan were busy setting up the altar and setting up the incense table. The altar looked ordinary at first glance, but he did not expect that the principles of formations contained within it were actually quite different from what he had learned. It was probably the inheritance of the Ziwei immortal region. There was nothing special about the incense table, but the offerings placed on it were a little special. When ordinary people opened the altar, they would either offer melons, fruits, or 3 kinds of animals. But the offerings on this incense table were earthworms and red worms. Ning Fan could not help but find it funny when he saw the offering. How is this an offering? It's obviously a bait. Could it be that you guys want to offer fish by setting up such a law? He then looked at the spirit tablet on the incense burner table. He had actually guessed it correctly. Supreme Tai Ku, Fire Fish Immortal. They were really offering fish, he just didn't know who the fire fish celestial on the spirit tablet was, and what relationship he had with the fire quail pond. Suddenly, the sound of crying could be heard. Ning Fan shifted his gaze to the side and happened to see an old female immortal of the Fire Devil clan leading more than 10 young fire devils walking towards them. The girls were all sobbing, they were crying, but they gave off the impression that they were faking it. They didn't look very sad. The Black Witch had a stern expression on her face. She seemed to have noticed that the crying was too fake, so she reprimanded them. Pay attention. Even if he had to put on an act, he had to make it look real. One had to know that the matter of the weeping fish was for emergencies. If you don't cry like that, those monsters won't be afraid of you. Nurture your feelings well. Think more about the sorrowful things. Yes. The few girls replied submissively. One by one, they began to build up their emotions and gradually began to cry. Weeping fish? Ning Fan silently observed everything around him. He had only heard of mortals crying after they died, but he didn't know that opening a fire quail pond also required crying for the fish in the pond. Under the witch's lead, these girls stood on the left and right. The witch waved her hand again, and the young girls stopped crying. Clearly, they didn't need to cry for the fish yet, so they could rest for a while. As for the witch herself, she staggered to the incense table and picked up the wooden sword on the table with trembling hands. She then grabbed a handful of yellow and green talisman paper and threw them into the air. She then began to mumble an incantation. Mommy mo. Please give me the spirit fire illuminating talisman. Mommy mo. Fire Quail Pond really works. As the witch chanted the incantation, she jumped and jumped. After jumping for an unknown amount of time, the spirit tablet on the incense burner table finally changed and began to tremble slightly. Then, an 8-colored flame flew out from the spirit tablet and soared into the sky. There was only one flame in the beginning. After circling in the sky for a while, it suddenly trembled and turned into tens of thousands of flames, illuminating the entire sky with a colorful glow. True sovereign, please show yourself. The witch pointed the wooden sword at the sky. Then, the flames fell from the sky. Within the flames, the magma lake that was originally sealed at the bottom of the desert slowly rose to the surface, bubbling with lava. The magma lake occupied an area of several hundred li * 500 m per li. The shape of the lake was very strange. If one were to look down from the sky, it would look like a huge bird spreading its wings. From time to time, there would be huge fishes with wings jumping out of the lake and swimming happily in the magma. These fishes had long beaks, wings, and scales, which made them look indescribably awkward. Moreover, because their heads were too big and their eyes were too protruding, the proportions of their heads and bodies were out of balance. Their facial features were also out of balance, making them look rather strange and ugly. When they opened their mouths and revealed their sharp fangs, they were not cute at all. Instead, they looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Among these fishes, the smallest one was the size of an adult cow. Some of the bigger ones could even grow to a length of several hundred zhang * 33 m per zhang. The sound of the fish was also very strange. It sounded like a bird but not a bird, like a beast but not a beast. Its voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. It sounded like a crow but also like the snort of a pig. This is the Fire Quail Pond. There are fishes in the pond. When they come in contact with water, they will soar in the sky. When they come in contact with fire, they will dive into the ground. They are called fire quail fish. Even though this fish looks ugly, its meat is exceptionally delicious and nourishing. A mouthful of its meat is thousands of times better than what fellow Taoist has eaten in your entire life. The only problem is that the flame chi of this fish is too strong. Even a sovereign fire cultivator would not dare to eat too much of it. Some parts of the fish are poisonous. Thus, it needs to be specially processed before eating. Why don't we go closer and take a closer look at this fish? Old Ancestor Nu Luo said with a smile. As she was speaking, she led Ning Fan to a place near the magma lake. Ning Fan walked to the edge of the lake. Coincidentally, there was a medium-sized fire quail fish swimming towards him. It approached him like a small mountain. This fire quail fish was also very ugly. However, its eyes were very lively as if countless emotions were written in its eyes. After it swam to the shore, it obediently swayed its fish tail and slapped the surface of the water. It looked at Ning Fan pitifully and shook its huge fish head from time to time. Legend has it that the fire quail fish is an affectionate fish. When it meets the person it loves, it will swim to the shore to express its happiness. As she said this, old Ancestor Nu Luo suddenly paused and looked at Ning Fan meaningfully. An affectionate fish? This is interesting. What's more interesting is that all of these fire quail fish are hermaphrodites. They can reproduce on their own. In other words, they don't need to be attracted to external objects at all. Hermaphrodites? Well, it's not a big deal to talk about it as a fish. Ning Fan and the fire quail fish looked at each other. When he met the pitiful eyes of the fire quail fish, he did not know why he did not find it ugly. Instead, he felt that this fish was a little cute. Thus, he squatted down and reached out his hand to pat the fire quail fish's big head as if he was comforting it. He possessed the ability to communicate with all living things. Even if he did not deliberately activate it, he could still clearly sense the kindness in the fish's eyes. It seems to be a pity to eat such a friendly and adorable fish just like that. It's better to keep one or two of them. However, the way the fire quail fish express their love is a little special. If they meet the person they love, they will definitely open their huge mouth and truly become one with the person they love. Old ancestor Nu Luo added. Almost at the same time when her voice fell, the friendly and adorable fire quail fish suddenly opened its huge mouth and tried to swallow Ning Fan. How is this fish expressing its love? It clearly wants to eat Ning Fan in one bite. If you love him, you will become one with him. If you love him, you will eat him. The affection in the fire quail fish's eyes was actually because it saw something it loved to eat. After Ning Fan activated the all living things communication, he also heard the arrogant words of the fire quail fish. Foolish humans! Become my food. Ning Fan was slightly speechless. He who thought that the fire quail fish was cute might be, an idiot. Ah. After the fire quail fish swallowed Ning Fan, it let out a satisfied burp. Almost at the same time when the fire quail fish ate Ning Fan, countless screams resounded among the fire devils. Even the leader of the fire devils, Long Yansheng, was shocked. Not good. Senior Nu Luo's lover has been eaten. Long Yansheng could not help but be shocked. As the master of the fire quail palace, he had been guarding the fire quail pond for countless years. How could he not know how terrifying these fire quail fish were? The fire quail fish was an ancient species. Its gastric juice was unusually strong. Even a young fire quail fish could digest a true immortal realm cultivator within a few breaths. The fire quail fish that swallowed Ning Fan was obviously already an adult. Its gastric juice was something that even an immortal cultivator like Long Yansheng would be wary of. Long Yansheng only thought that Ning Fan was old ancestor Nu Luo's lover. How could he know that Ning Fan was strong? As soon as he saw Ning Fan enter the fish's stomach, his face turned green with fear. If Ning Fan dies in his territory, the entire fire devil clan would have to bear the wrath of old ancestor Nu Luo. Quick! Cry for the fish. If we can save him in time, there might still be hope. Long Yansheng ordered the witch. As a matter of fact, even without Long Yansheng's order, the witch had always been on guard against any accidents. Almost at the same time when Ning Fan was swallowed, she had already given the order to the young girls around her. Then, the young girls began to cry in unison. Each of them cried their hearts out as if they were going to send Ning Fan off. It was strange. It was clearly just the ordinary cries of young girls. However, in the ears of the fire quail fish, it actually carried an indescribable lethality. Be it the fire quail fish that swallowed Ning Fan or the other fire quail fish that were swimming happily on the surface of the lake, all of them instantly had a splitting headache when they heard the cries of the young girls. While screaming in pain, they struggled in the magma lake. The fire quail fish that swallowed Ning Fan. Let's just call it the mortal swallowing fish. It was in the most pain. Under the witch's order, most of the cries surrounded it, making it feel like vomiting. It was unbearable. It was too unbearable. The mortal swallowing fish knew that if it did not spit out the food in its stomach, the cries would definitely continue to torture it. If it encountered such a situation in the past, it might admit defeat and spit out the food in its stomach. However, this time it was not willing to back down, because the food, referring to Ning Fan, this time was simply too nourishing. Only after it swallowed Ning Fan did it truly feel the immense cultivation base that Ning Fan possessed. If it could digest Ning Fan, its cultivation base would definitely skyrocket. It might even become stronger than the fire immortal fish. Due to its greed, the mortal swallowing fish closed its beak tightly and refused to spit Ning Fan out no matter what. At that moment, Long Yansheng became even more afraid. He had never seen such a stubborn fire quail fish. It was not even afraid of the fish whaling ritual. It completely went against common sense. Seeing that Ning Fan had stayed in the fish's stomach for too long, Long Yansheng was afraid that Ning Fan had already been digested by the gastric juice. Thus, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He asked old ancestor Nu Luo for instructions. There's only one way left. I'll cut open the fish's stomach with my blade. Senior, please cast your magic technique to dispel the venom and save Ning Fan. Breaking the fish's stomach to save him is the last way. However, it is definitely not the best way. Because there are too many poison sacs in the fire quail fish's body. When the fish's stomach is broken, part of the poison sacs will definitely be broken. That venom is much more powerful than the gastric juice. If even a drop of the venom from the broken poison sac sticks to Ning Fan's body, Sigh. What else can I do other than this? I can only brace myself and do it. Unexpectedly, old ancestor Nu Luo was still calm and composed. A double-sided embroidered circular fan appeared in her hand out of nowhere. She covered her mouth and smiled. There's no hurry. The pattern embroidered on the circular fan was a cluster of green female radish grass. Huh? Look at the situation now. Why aren't you anxious? Long Yanqing was dumbfounded. Could it be that you are already tired of playing with that little brother? Otherwise, why are you still so carefree when everyone is about to die? Suddenly, the sound of sword light was heard. A ray of sword light that was completely condensed from magic power suddenly burst out from the mortal swallowing fish's body. In an instant, it split the mortal swallowing fish into two halves. The mortal swallowing fish died just like that. Even when it died, its eyes were still filled with greed that it was unwilling to open its mouth. Ning Fan was speechless. He flew out from the fish's stomach. The venom that splashed out from the broken poison sacs could not reach his body at all as it was blocked by an invisible wall of magic power. Long Yanqing was so shocked that he could not close his mouth. What kind of vast magic power is that? He managed to block the venom of the fire quail fish just by releasing his magic power. This young man. Oh no, this senior Ning Fan actually possesses the magic power of a quasi-saint realm expert. Is this fish interesting? Old ancestor Nu Luo asked with a smile. Ning Fan stared at old ancestor Nu Luo speechlessly. He did not answer her. Obviously, he could tell that she was laughing at him for foolishly touching the head of such a ferocious fish. A fish is a boring fish. Fellow Taoist, on the other hand, is an interesting person. Old ancestor Nu Luo continued to tease him. After waiting for a long time, Ning Fan gave her an indifferent answer. There are 204 poison sacs. Old ancestor Nu Luo was slightly surprised. She did not expect that Ning Fan could actually count the number of poison sacs in the fire quail fish's body just after being swallowed by it for a short while. His perception was actually not wrong at all. If you want to eat the fire quail fish, you must avoid the poison sacs when slicing the fish. If you accidentally cut open the poison sacs, the fish will be completely destroyed. Ning Fan's eyes swept across the swallowing mortal fish that he had cut into half and came to a conclusion. The flesh of the swallowing mortal fish had already been splashed with the venom. As a result, the flesh of the fish that was originally snow white instantly turned black, dry and hard. Its texture was like rotten dead wood. It had lost all of its spiritual essence and no longer had any value to eat. What Senior said is extremely true. If you want to eat the fire quail fish, a member of the fire devil race who is familiar with the structure of the fish must personally cut it. If you make any mistake, the entire fish will be wasted. This junior has millions of years of experience in slicing fish. I'm willing to slice the fish for Senior. Long Yanqing said respectfully to Ning Fan with a smile on his face. Since this person already knew how strong Ning Fan was, he naturally did not dare to show any disrespect. Moreover, he had previously mistakenly thought that Ning Fan was in a relationship with Nu Luo and his words were inappropriate. The reason why he deliberately flattered Ning Fan now was because he was worried that Ning Fan would mind his previous words. Oh? Fellow Taoist is an immortal emperor. How can I dare to ask fellow Taoist to do this kind of servant's work for me? Ning Fan politely rejected Long Yanqing's kind intention. The calmness in his tone was not a pretense. It made Long Yanqing secretly heave a sigh of relief. He knew that Ning Fan did not bear a grudge against him for the misunderstanding at all. Thus, Long Yanqing's tone became even more respectful. Senior, you are a quasi-saint realm expert. Since you have come all the way here, if this junior refuses to accept your help, it would be impolite of me. Actually, I should be the one to do the hard work of slicing the fish. I'm not a quasi-saint realm expert. I'm just an immortal king realm expert. Ning Fan shook his head. Huh? Senior is just an immortal king realm expert? Long Yanqing was stunned at first. Then, he smacked his forehead and laughed. I understand now. This junior understands now. Senior is indeed an immortal king realm expert. No. I guess you don't understand. Forget it. Ning Fan had gradually gotten used to being misunderstood by others. He was already too lazy to explain himself. Since it was old ancestor Nu Luo who invited him to eat the fish, he naturally would not be polite. However, his stomach was still rumbling with hunger. Ning Fan's gaze swept across the fire quail pond. Eventually, it stopped at the largest fire quail fish. At this moment, the young girls who were crying for the fish had already stopped crying. Thus, the fire quail fish in the pond had regained their calmness and were swimming happily. As if it had sensed Ning Fan's gaze, the largest fire quail fish also looked at him. The moment it saw Ning Fan, its eyes were filled with love. After confirming with its eyes, it was undoubtedly a delicacy. Thus, this fire quail fish, oh no, this second mortal devouring fish imitated the behavior of the previous fish. It swam all the way to the shore while acting cute. Then, it looked at Ning Fan pitifully, shaking its head and wagging its tail pitifully. Its big ugly eyes were filled with true feelings. When he saw the pitiful eyes of the second mortal devouring fish, Ning Fan's expression seemed to soften a little. He squatted down and reached out his hand, stroking the fish's big head as if he was comforting it. As soon as the second mortal devouring fish saw Ning Fan approaching it immediately opened its bloody mouth, wanting to replicate the success of the first mortal devouring fish by swallowing Ning Fan in a single gulp. At this moment, the light of the illusion technique in Ning Fan's left eye flashed. Then, the second mortal devouring fish maintained the appearance of its bloody mouth. Before it could close its mouth, it foamed at the mouth and died. It was instantly killed by the illusion technique. I thought that fellow Taoist would be swallowed by this fish again. Turns out that you were just acting with it, pretending to be bewitched by it. I can't learn this kind of bad taste. Old ancestor Nu Luo said with a smile. Of course, Ning Fan was not having a bad taste. If the second mortal devouring fish had repented at the last moment and retracted its attack, his illusion technique would never have been activated. Compared to eating a fish, Ning Fan was more willing to keep a fire quail fish as his pet. Unfortunately, he had always had a strict standard when it came to choosing pets. Even though the appearance of this fish was to his liking, it did not know the most basic observation and retreat when faced with difficulties. He would never accept such an idiotic fish. He would never accept a fish whose intelligence was even lower than Old Wu's. Achoo! Old Wu, who was far away in the eastern heaven, sneezed for no reason. So, which part of this ugly creature is cute? Your sense of beauty is really strange. In Ning Fan's sea of consciousness, the Ant Lord complained helplessly. The second mortal devouring fish that was killed by the illusion technique was handed over to Long Yanqing. Long Yanqing's body was shrouded in seven-colored light. He stood in front of the kitchen table and unleashed his immortal Emperor Qi without any reservation. For a moment, the weather changed. On the kitchen table, there was a huge fish that was hundreds of zhang 33 Emperor Zhang long. Long Yanqing rolled up his sleeves and held a kitchen knife in each of his hands. The kitchen knife was actually his Dao weapon. His attack was as fast as lightning. The knife light flashed and the powerful immortal Emperor Qi spread out, almost cutting the sky into two halves. A mere dead fish naturally could not withstand the slash of an immortal Emperor realm expert. The fish's scales danced in the air and the flesh of the fish was continuously sliced off. As the knife light crisscrossed, Long Yanqing avoided every single poison sac that was hidden in the flesh perfectly. He was indeed a big shot who had millions of years of experience in slicing fish. He was simply terrifying. Looking at the scene where Long Yanqing sliced the fish, Ning Fan faintly had an epiphany. However, it was fleeting and difficult to capture. If he were to slice the fish, he would also be able to do what Long Yanqing did. However, he would need to use his spirit sense to sense it. If he did not use his spirit sense to sense the fish, he certainly would not be able to perfectly avoid every single one of the poison sacs. However, Long Yanqing did not use his spirit sense to sense the fish at all. He just relied on the experience he had accumulated throughout his life to achieve this feat. Practice makes perfect. No matter how exquisite the divine abilities in this world are, they are still incomparable to the purest and simplest great Tao. I have understood this principle a long time ago. However, when I see this scene with my own eyes, I still feel astonished. In terms of combat, Ning Fan had 100 ways to get rid of Long Yanqing. But in terms of slicing fish, Fine, Ning Fan admitted defeat. Senior, do you want to eat sashimi, fish soup or grilled quail with wine? Grilled fish slices are also not bad. What do you think, Senior? Long Yanqing asked with a smile while slicing the fish with lightning speed. Gurgle his stomach was already rumbling with hunger. After hearing Long Yanqing's words, he became even hungrier. Just do as you see fit. Ning Fan's expression remained the same. However, the sound in his stomach still sounded awkwardly and politely. Hee hee. Junior will do as I see fit then. Not only did Long Yanqing have millions of years of experience slicing fish, but he also had millions of years of experience in cooking fish. Therefore, the taste of the fish he made was unimaginably delicious. Long Yanqing was in charge of cooking while the other members of the Fire Devil clan were in charge of serving the dishes. A few strong men of the Fire Devil clan carried a bowl that was as large as a house and presented it to Ning Fan. In that bowl, there was a whole bowl of delicious fish soup. Senior, please enjoy your meal. The few strong men said respectfully. Thank you. Ning Fan replied politely and no longer acted courteously. He reached out his hand, picked up the bowl that was as large as a house and drank the fish soup in big gulps. Hiss. All the members of the Fire Devil clan including Long Yanqing were shocked by his actions. Even old ancestor Nu Luo was slightly surprised. Obviously, she did not expect that Ning Fan would dare to drink the fish soup in big gulps. After all, the flame chi contained in the fire quail fish was too strong. Even a sovereign realm fire cultivator would have to take small bites of it. Even someone as strong as old ancestor Nu Luo could not drink the soup in big gulps like Ning Fan. This person's capability is even beyond my expectation. Old ancestor Nu Luo's heart was filled with joy. Of course, she would not treat Ning Fan to a meal for no reason. She came with a request. The stronger Ning Fan's capability was, the more likely she would be able to fulfill her request. Thus, she was naturally happy to see it. Ning Fan was not afraid of the flame chi of the fire quail fish. From the minor 5 elemental body to the major 5 elemental body and then to the Genesis primordial spirit body, his physique was getting stronger and stronger. His resistance to fire was already extremely strong in the first place. In addition, he had recently obtained a rare treasure which was the land of utmost fire in the 10 worlds. Thus, his fire element had skyrocketed. Currently, he even dared to swallow the fire element attack of an immortal emperor. The flame chi of the fish was not worth mentioning at all. Very soon, the entire bowl of fish soup was finished by Ning Fan. He drank all the fish soup and ate all the fish meat, leaving only a bowl full of oily fish bones. These fish bones are quite strange. They might be useful to brother you. Ning Fan, however, planned to give the leftover fish bones to the fish master. As for why he did not give the fish meat soup, he just felt that it was a little impolite to invite the fish master to eat fish. By the way, would giving the fish bones violate brother you's taboo? After all, we are all fish, forget it. I'll collect these fish bones first. If I have the chance in the future, I'll ask brother you about it first. Then, I'll consider whether I should give them to him or not. Thus, Ning Fan kept all the leftover fish bones into his storage pouch. After finishing the bowl of fish soup, a new dish was served. It was an oval plate that was as large as a boat. Inside the plate was a piece of fried fish that was about to turn golden brown and crispy. It even came with sauce. Gurgle Ning Fan's stomach was still rumbling with hunger. Ning Fan, who was famished, only used a dozen breaths' time to finish the entire boat. Ah, no. It was an entire plate of fried fish. Then, it was the 3rd dish. Then, it was the 4th dish. The 5th dish. The 9th dish. The 15th dish. Unbelievable. Putting aside the fact that this senior Ning is not afraid of the flame chi, could it be that he hasn't eaten his fill yet? All the members of the Flame Devil clan were shocked. Even Long Yanqing was shocked by Ning Fan's appetite. One had to know that this swallowing mortal fish number 2 was the largest fish in the fire quail pond. Its body was several hundred zhang *3. 33 m per zhang long. Excluding the parts that could not be eaten, the fish meat still weighed several million jin. After 15 dishes, there was only half a fish left in the swallowing mortal fish number 2. Ning Fan had already eaten 1 to 2 million jin of fish meat, but he still looked like he was not full. His appetite was way too terrifying. One had to know that even the great Kun of the Northern Sea, who was famous for its appetite, could only eat around 7 to 800,000 jin of fish meat every time it came to this place. After all, the medicinal effect of the fire quail fish was too strong. It could easily cause a person to die from overeating. Even the great Kun of the Northern Sea, who was strong, could not digest too much at once. However, Ning Fan could, and he still looked like he was far from being full. The next dish is boiled fish balls. Long Yanqing continued to get busy. Dishes of fish meals were continuously served to Ning Fan. Hungry. Very hungry. He had already eaten a lot of fish meat, but the hunger in his stomach did not show any signs of subsiding. Instead, it became more intense. In the blink of an eye, there were only 88 traces of Tao Tai's power left in his body. Then, 87 traces. Then, 86 traces, 85 traces, 84 traces. The amount of Tao Tai's power was constantly decreasing. However, the hunger in his stomach was getting stronger and stronger. Very soon, Ning Fan finished all the swallowing mortal fish number 2. However, he still did not feel the slightest sign of being full. Thus, he went to the shore of the fire quail pond again and tried to tame a fire quail fish as his pet. Unfortunately, he still failed to tame it this time. What he got in return was the third swallowing mortal fish number 3's loving mouth. Then, the third swallowing mortal fish number 3 was killed. What a pity! Although Ning Fan said it was a pity, he still handed the carcass of the third swallowing mortal fish number 3 to Long Yanqing for him to cook. 1 hour later, Ning Fan also finished the carcass of the third swallowing mortal fish. Then, Ning Fan went to the shore again. After that, the fourth swallowing mortal fish number 4 also came to court death. Then, it was the fifth swallowing mortal fish number 5. Then, it was the sixth swallowing mortal fish number 7, number 8. Perhaps, these fire quail fishes aren't suitable to be raised at all. Ning Fan said regretfully. Long Yanqing was shocked. If he did not remember wrongly, Ning Fan was already eating the seventh swallowing mortal fish number 77. Since Ning Fan caught the fish according to the order of big fish, when it was the seventh swallowing mortal fish number 77's turn, it was no longer a big fish. It was just a medium-sized fish that had just reached adulthood with a body size of 10 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang. After finishing this fish, there were no more adult fishes in the pond. The remaining ones were all young fishes that were less than 10 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang. There were still a few thousand young fishes. However, even if they were added together, it would still not be enough to fill the gaps between Senior Sining's teeth. Long Yanqing finally realized that it was impossible for Ning Fan to be full even if he ate a few more fish in the pond. After thinking for a while, Long Yanqing decided to give him some advice. "Senior, you can't eat any more," Long Yanqing advised. "Don't worry. I'm not full yet. That's not the problem. If I continue eating, I'm afraid the young fishes in the pond will go extinct." Ning Fan felt a little awkward. He had been busy eating the fish and did not notice that there were only a group of young fishes left in the pond. There was an ancient saying. If you drain the pond to catch the fish, won't you gain something? If there are no fish in the coming year, won't you gain something by burning the pond and turning it into farmland? If there are no beasts in the coming year, won't you gain something? Ning Fan understood this logic. Of course, it was impossible for him to eat all the fish in the pond of the Fire Devil clan. Even though his stomach was not full yet. It seemed like this meal could only end here. If that's the case, I won't eat any more after finishing this fish. Senior is wise. Seeing that Ning Fan had listened to his advice, Long Yanqing felt relieved. He cooked the number 77 piece of swallowing mortal fish and put it on a plate in one go. While Ning Fan was eating the last piece of swallowing mortal fish, he was thinking about where he should go to look for food next. There were still 71 traces of Tao Tai's power in his body. It seemed like he would never be full before he used up all of them. "I still need more food, fellow Taoist, you don't have to worry. There are still other places along the way where you can have your meals." Old Ancestor Nu Luo comforted him. I've embarrassed myself in front of fellow Taoist. How is it embarrassing? Fellow Taoist's appetite is amazing. I can't even express my admiration for you. Eh? This vibration. Could it be? Old ancestor Nu Luo, who was wearing a smile on her face, suddenly noticed something. Her expression changed. Even though she was a second-level quasi-sage, she actually felt as if she was facing a formidable enemy. Ning Fan also noticed it. All of a sudden, the magma in the fire quail pond began to churn violently. That kind of churning was not like a storm but more like the movement of a living being. Countless amounts of magma flew up from the fire quail pond. No. This description is not accurate at all. It was not the magma that flew up. Instead, it was the entire fire quail pond that stood up from the desert as if it had a life of its own. The fire quail pond was formed by magma. When it stood up like a living being, it looked like a magma monster that was several hundred li asterisk, 500 m per li, tall. That magma monster spread its wings and looked down at all living beings with a pair of cold eyes. It had an indescribable majesty. With just a glance, the entire quail fire palace was instantly engulfed in a boundless sea of fire. That fire could not be extinguished because it was its anger. Yeshi duo. Zilanato. Yeshi duo. The magma monster yelled angrily. The people of the Fire Devil clan immediately exclaimed in shock. Not good. The immortal flaming fish has actually awakened today. This is too strange. It has only been 5 years since the last time it woke up. It should be far from the time of its awakening. Why is this happening? It's this strange language again. Every time the immortal flaming fish wakes up, it would speak a strange language. What does it mean today? Does the clan leader know about it? I don't know. Then what about the experienced and knowledgeable Lady Witch? Didn't you say that you can communicate with the immortal flaming fish? The immortal flaming fish is saying that all of you have eaten too many fish and you must offer more offerings to make up for it. Yes. That's right. The Lady Witch made up a story. I see. It's because we have opened the fire quail pond this time to catch too many fish. That's why the immortal flaming fish was angered. Sigh. Who would have thought that Senior Ning would eat 77 mature fish in a row? No wonder the immortal flaming fish would get angry. Don't you want to live anymore? Don't gossip about Senior Ning. He's a quasi-saint. All in all, let's do what the Lady Witch said first. Offer more offerings to the immortal flaming fish to appease its anger. Listening to the Lady Witch's words will never go wrong. Thus, in order to appease the immortal flaming fish's anger, the entire Fire Devil clan became busy. Very soon, they found a large number of earthworms and red worms, planning to offer them to the immortal flaming fish. In front of the incense burner, the Lady Witch sang and danced, trying to appease the immortal flaming fish's anger through her prayers. The Lady Witch wore a confident expression as if she would be able to calm the matter down very soon. Even though she did not understand what the immortal flaming fish was saying at all, she did not know why the immortal flaming fish was so angry. She just secretly guessed that the immortal flaming fish's sudden anger was related to Ning Fan eating too many fish. As for offering more earthworms and red worms to the immortal flaming fish, it was also a solution that she made up. The real solution was not the earthworms and red worms. Instead, it was the song of prayers that she created herself. Mami mami ma. Please give me the spirit fire illuminating talisman. Mami ma ma ma. The fire quail pond really works, she made up this prayer. That year, she had just become a Lady Witch in the clan. That year was the first time she saw the immortal flaming fish awakening and getting angry. Before her, there were countless Lady Witches in the Fire Devil clan. However, all of them died. Every time the immortal flaming fish awakened, the clan would choose a Lady Witch to appease the immortal flaming fish. However, all of them failed without exception. In the end, they were all eaten by the immortal flaming fish. Hence, every time the immortal flaming fish became angry, a Lady Witch would be brutally killed. Only this Lady Witch mysteriously survived and ended the immortal flaming fish's record of killing people. When she faced the immortal flaming fish for the first time, her heart was filled with despair. She was so scared that she cried. At the moment when she was about to be eaten by the immortal flaming fish, she was so frightened that she cried and screamed. However, a sentence that she inadvertently said unexpectedly calmed the immortal flaming fish's anger. "Mommy mama mama mama." It was just a nonsense, but it unexpectedly saved her life. She did not know what kind of special magical power the sentence had. However, from then on, everyone in the clan believed that she had a way to calm the immortal flaming fish's anger. They believed that she was the #1 lady witch in history. After many years, the immortal flaming fish awakened again. She once again stood in front of the immortal flaming fish and chanted the same incantation. As expected, the immortal flaming fish once again became calm and fell into a long slumber. When she confirmed that the incantation she invented was effective on the immortal flaming fish, the lady witch started to become arrogant and let herself go. Her status in the clan rose with the tide. She was second only to one and above tens of thousands. In order to not let others discover the secret of the incantation, she wrote the incantation into a long prayer. After that, she repelled the angry immortal flaming fish countless times and became the undisputed hero of the Fire Devil clan. Once again, she unexpectedly discovered that not only was that strange incantation effective on the immortal flaming fish, even the cry of a young girl could harm the immortal flaming fish and make it retreat. Hence, the Fire Devil clan had the custom of crying fish. The Lady Witch herself did not understand the principle behind this. She only knew that the cry of a young girl could calm the immortal flaming fish's anger and make the fire quail fish feel pain. That was enough. This time, the immortal flaming fish woke up again. Although it did not wake up according to the usual time limit, it did not matter. The Lady Witch was full of confidence and calmed the immortal flaming fish down. "Mama mama mama." Requesting the spirit fire illuminating talisman. "Mama mama mama." Appearing in the fire quail pond, the Lady Witch sang and danced. As expected, when she chanted the incantation, the angry roars of the magma monster suddenly stopped. It was like silence, like longing, like pain. That emotion seemed to be able to infect everything around it, causing the entire quail fire palace to sink into a mountainous and ocean-like sadness. According to the usual practice, once the incantation was chanted, the magma monster would most likely retreat. But this time, the situation was slightly different. Although the immortal flaming fish was awakened by the incantation, it did not retreat. Instead, it roared angrily towards the sky. "Yasidwa, Silabanato. Yasidwa. Abato, Abato, Silabanato." It roared angrily again. "Lady Witch, what does this sentence mean?" The Fire Devil race never lacked curious children. Erm. This sentence is saying that as long as we hand over the person who violated the fishing rules, he will let us go. Moreover, from today onwards, fishing in the fire quail pond must be banned for 10,000 years. That can't be right. The immortal flaming fish only said 3 sentences. "Lady Witch, you translated 4 sentences, that's not the main point. The main point is that we can't hand over Lord Ning. We, the Fire Devils, are born as devils and we will die as flames. What's there to be afraid of? We will never betray our friends." Weeping fish. Use the weeping fish ritual to deal with the immortal flaming fish and make him retreat. The Lady Witch's righteous attitude made the blood of countless fire devils boil. They were extremely touched. That's right. That's right, even if today's incident was caused by Senior Ning, they would never hand him over to the immortal flaming fish. Even if they only had a meal with Senior Ning, they would never compromise with him. Thus, the young girls who were crying fish earlier gathered again. After some preparation, they began to cry themselves hoarse in the direction of the magma monster. The Lady Witch's face was calm, but her palms were secretly sweating. Something is not right. Something is not right. In the past, when she chanted the incantation, she would occasionally fail. However, those were only rare cases. Besides, even if the incantation failed to repel the immortal flaming fish in one go, it should be able to calm him down a little. However, this time, after she finished chanting the incantation, the magma monster roared even more furiously. It actually roared one more sentence: "I can't help but feel that things are getting out of control." While the Lady Witch was secretly feeling nervous, she suddenly heard the magma monster wailing in pain. She could not help but heave a sigh of relief. The weeping fish ritual finally came in handy. Based on her past experience, the immortal flaming fish should retreat after feeling pain. However, the Lady Witch could no longer remain calm. The magma monster's roars became more and more intense. Eventually, it flapped its wings violently towards the group of young girls who were crying. With the magma monster's height of a few hundred li *, 500 m per li, it was not an exaggeration to say that its wings could reach the sky. It was just a flap of its wings, but the wind pressure it caused was as strong as the attack of a quasi-saint. This is impossible. The Lady Witch's face turned ashen. She was standing beside those young girls who were crying. She would also be hit by the endless wind pressure. No. This statement isn't accurate, the range of the attack was too wide. Not to mention her, everyone here was within the range of the attack, there was no difference at all. Why? Why didn't the Lady Witch's method work? Long Yanqing exclaimed. With his immortal Emperor Realm cultivation base, he did not have the confidence to resist the wind pressure of a quasi-saint. Fortunately, he did not need to resist it. Under the astonished gazes of countless members of the Fire Devil clan, Ning Fan and Nu Luo attacked at the same time. Old Ancestor Nu Luo's lotus feet tapped the ground and she flew forward. The circular fan in her hand grew to a size of 100 zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, and she violently fanned it towards the overwhelming wind pressure. The wind pressure released by the magma monster was fiery red, while the wind pressure released by Old Ancestor Nu Luo's fan was green. The green and red wind pressure collided with each other in heaven and earth. The final result was that Old Ancestor Nu Luo was sent flying several thousand zhang * 3. 33 m per zhang, away by the wind pressure. When she retreated, she felt a sweetness in her throat and coughed out a mouthful of blood. This greatly surprised Old Ancestor Nu Luo. It was her first time facing the immortal flaming fish head-on. The immortal flaming fish ritual was clearly just a casual attack while she used her full strength. However, she actually suffered a slight loss? How is this possible? Before Old Ancestor Nu Luo's astonished expression faded, the magma monster flapped its gigantic wings again. Wherever the fiery red wind pressure passed, countless grains of sand were burned into magma. Then, the wind pressure approached her again. Damn it! How can this monster attack so quickly? Doesn't it need to accumulate magic power at all? Old Ancestor Nu Luo gritted her teeth. Just as she was about to forcefully block this attack, countless gigantic trees suddenly grew out of the barren desert. The appearance of the gigantic trees was extremely sudden. After all, this place was a desert and there was no way to borrow the power of the wood element at all. It was actually born without any wood. Even though there was no way to borrow the power of the wood element, those gigantic trees still gave off an unimaginably strong qi. In just an instant, the gigantic trees gathered to form a gigantic shield. The fiery red wind pressure that was unimaginably hot actually could not burn through that gigantic wooden shield. That attack, which was enough to make her suffer a loss, was actually blocked in such a manner that defied common sense. The person who made the move stood on the towering gigantic tree with a calm expression. He did not suffer any loss from such an attack. Who else could it be other than Ning Fan? Old Ancestor Nu Luo widened her beautiful eyes. This is not metaphysics. It's really not metaphysics at all. Even though that fiery red wind pressure was wind, the source of its power was the word fire. Among the 5 elements, wood gave birth to fire. Using wood to fight fire should have given birth to the other party, causing the other party's fire power to increase greatly. The reason why Old Ancestor Nu Luo was at a disadvantage was because she was wood while the magma monster was fire. However, the reality was that Ning Fan's would suppress the other party's fire even though both of them were using wood element abilities. What happened in front of them had completely exceeded the rules of the 5 elements. There was only one explanation for it. Ning Fan's wood and the magma monster's fire were of different levels. It was just a simple suppression of their levels. Explain to me. The reason why this monster is angry is not because of me. Of course, this is not important. Just treat it as me. Ning Fan's calm voice reverberated throughout heaven and earth, reaching everyone's ears. All of them were stunned. That female devil was even more stunned on the spot. It can't be, right? This senior Ning can actually understand that kind of gibberish? How is this possible? That should be an ancient language that has not been recorded in the books of the Falling Tower Palace. It should be an ancient language that even Lord Duo Wen's power cannot understand. How could Senior Ning possibly understand it? That's right. Ning Fan understood the language of the magma monster. Even though he did not know which language the monster was speaking, he could directly understand its meaning through the communication of all living things. Give her back to me. Give her back to me. Give her back to me, I can't forget. I can't forget. Give her back to me. Even though I don't know who you are and what kind of past you have, since you attacked the Fire Devil clan, I can't just sit by and watch. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. He had eaten 77 fishes of the Fire Devil clan. Of course, he should repay them a little. From the perspective of the mutual promotion and restraint of the 5 elements, it was not rational to use wood to restrain fire. Instead, it was wise to use water to restrain fire. However, Ning Fan did not do that. Facing the scorching wind pressure of the magma monster, he did not use his rain element ability. Instead, he deliberately avoided it. Everyone could tell that the lava monster in front of them was proficient in fire. However, when Ning Fan activated his heavenly being Law Eye, he instantly noticed the peculiarity of his opponent's flames. This person's fire has reversed the 5 elements. The element that is born from it is not wood, but water. Going against the 5 elements, interesting. Metal subdued wood, wood subdued earth, earth subdued water, water subdued fire, and fire subdued metal. These were the 5 main elements. Metal gave birth to water, water gave birth to wood, wood gave birth to fire, fire gave birth to earth, and earth gave birth to metal. However, the magma monster before him had the 5 elemental rules of water and fire, and wood countered fire. The positions of life and subjugation fire had been swapped. After seeing through this point, Ning Fan used the wood elemental technique to resist the opponent's fire elemental wind pressure. He used the thing that the opponent feared to restrain him. If he used the water elemental technique to attack the opponent, he would be at a disadvantage because the power of the opponent's flame would skyrocket. Old Ancestor Nu Luo only thought that Ning Fan used wood to overcome fire. He relied purely on the difference in cultivation level. Even though Ning Fan's cultivation level of wood was indeed higher than his opponent's, there was actually a method to counter the difference between fire and fire. However, Old Ancestor Nu Luo failed to see through it. After all, he was not Ning Fan. His senses towards Yin Yang and the 5 elements were far less sensitive than Ning Fan's. Roar, seeing that its attack was blocked by the giant wood shield, the lava monster seemed to be enraged and roared. It opened its huge beak, and red flames began to condense and compress in its mouth. Then, it erupted, the flames condensed into a beam of light and shot towards the towering wooden shield that Ning Fan was standing on. This level of flame shouldn't be enough. According to Ning Fan's calculations, the opponent's fire cultivation was far from enough to break his wooden shield. His wood godhead far surpassed his opponent's fire godhead. In addition to the fact that this monster had reversed the 5 elements, his wood godhead should have been able to secure victory. However, this time it was Ning Fan's turn to miscalculate. That beam of fire actually shattered Ning Fan's towering wooden shield. As expected, using wood to fight fire is the worst plan. Old Ancestor Nu Luo thought to herself. He only thought that the reason why Ning Fan's wooden shield was shattered was because the effect of the mutual restraint between them was greater than the influence of their cultivation bases. But this was not the truth. The towering wooden shield beneath Ning Fan's feet was smashed into pieces. He who had lost his footing was pushed back by the overwhelming wind pressure. His gaze gradually turned solemn. He had seen the previous scene very clearly. The level of his opponent's fire element was definitely lower than his wood element, and he had the advantage of inverse growth element, but his wood shield still shattered. The moment the opponent's beam of fire hit the wooden shield, it actually compressed further. The beam of light was originally 10 feet thick, like a beam of light. However, at the moment of the attack, it suddenly compressed to the thickness of a hair. This was to condense all the power into a single point, and then use that point to break through. Ning Fan's wooden shield was originally used to withstand the overwhelming wind pressure. Therefore, it was built to be extremely large. While the area of its defense was increased, it would certainly cause the power of wood to disperse. Thus, it was not surprising that his opponent managed to penetrate it with a single point. Ning Fan could understand the principle behind it. However, if he were to imitate it, he would definitely not be able to achieve such a level of control over fire. He also knew how to condense the endless flames in his body into a beam of light. However, he could not compress such a huge beam of light further into a strand of light. The magma monster's strength did not lie in the level of its flames, but in its precise control over it. The scene in front of him suddenly reminded Ning Fan of the scene where the dragon flame gave birth to a fish. Practice makes perfect. In order to achieve this, one could only rely on the experience accumulated over a long period of time. There was no shortcut. Roar ***. After the magma monster succeeded in its attack, it let out another roar. A new beam of fire condensed in its gigantic mouth. Then, it erupted again. The beam of light was 10 feet thick when it left its mouth. When it got close to Ning Fan, it suddenly shrank like an extremely dangerous line of fire, wanting to burn through everything in Ning Fan's body. It was the same attack as before. No one would fall into the same pit twice. At least, Ning Fan would not. The opponent's superb control over fire gave Ning Fan a lot of inspiration and enlightenment. That enlightenment kept reverberating in his heart. Sometimes, it was endless and sometimes, it was simplified into two simple words, technique and Tao. Be it the interaction between the 5 elements or the collision of pure power, it was just a contest between the strength of the Tao. That superb technique of fire control did not belong to the category of Tao. It was the application of technique. If the Tao is extremely strong, techniques would be useless. If the technique is extremely strong, the Tao could also break it. The moment the line of fire approached him, Ning Fan suddenly put his palms together. Countless wooden roots flew out from his body and condensed into a palm-sized wooden shield in front of him. He compressed the power of wood, which was enough to create a gigantic shield into the size of a palm, trying to resist the opponent's attack of breaking the shield with a single point through the transformation of the technique. As expected, after the gigantic shield was compressed into a small one, its sturdiness was several times stronger than before. That line of fire did not burn through the small shield at first. However, this situation only lasted for 6 to 7 breaths. After 6 to 7 breaths, even the small shield could not withstand the opponent's line of fire. It was still shattered by the attack of breaking the shield with a single point. In this round of confrontation of techniques, Ning Fan was still in a disadvantageous position. Boom ***. The moment the shield was shattered, the line of fire accurately hit Ning Fan. The line of fire, which was powerful enough to incinerate a part of the starry sky, penetrated Ning Fan's physical body. Then, his physical body caught fire from the inside out. In just 3 to 4 breaths' time, he was burnt to a crisp. Senior Ning is a dignified quasi-sage realm expert. He was actually killed. Long Yanqing and the other fire devils were so frightened that cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. Obviously, they were frightened by the terrifying strength of the magma monster. No, I didn't. Old Ancestor Nu Luo shook her head and stopped everyone from panicking. Even though she could not see through the 5 elements reversal, she could see that Ning Fan had already avoided that attack. Just as she expected, the moment his physical body was burnt to a crisp, another Ning Fan tore apart heaven and earth and walked out of it. The one that was burned to death just now was just a wooden clone that he had casually created. This person's understanding of techniques is unimaginably high. However, his brain doesn't seem to be working well. He actually couldn't see through a clone of this level. Is he just a mindless killing machine? Ning Fan said regretfully. Roar ***. When the monster saw that Ning Fan was unscathed, it shot out another ray of light. The line of fire pierced through heaven and earth towards him. This time, I must succeed. Ning Fan clasped his hands together and concentrated his spirit force like never before. The green light in his eyes was as dazzling as the sun. Countless wooden roots flew out of his body again, condensing into a small shield in front of him. Not enough. It's still not enough. My level of concentration is still not enough. Ning Fan's spirit sense seemed to have a form as it polished the small shield. The shield was made of wood and its surface was originally rough. However, under Ning Fan's control, it became smooth and glossy. In the end, the surface of the shield was as shiny as a mirror, When the ray of fire landed on the surface of the wooden shield, it was directly reflected back. The magma monster obviously did not expect that its attack would be reflected back. It did not have time to defend itself and was hit by its own attack. Asterisk boom. It was the sound of the magma monster's body being penetrated. Boom boom boom. Asterisk. It was the sound of its body collapsing as it could no longer maintain itself. The magma monster was dissipating bit by bit, turning back into a pool of fire quail. As expected, this person is really brainless. Even if I don't have time to defend against such a reflection of light, I should at least evade it. At least, I shouldn't have been defeated so easily. The peak of techniques is indeed terrifying. I shall call this technique the wood mirror technique. Ning Fan thought to himself. He could obviously take out the karma umbrella and beat the magma monster until it lost its sense of direction. However, he chose to fight it head-on because he wanted to comprehend the opponent's technique and create a new technique of his own through the collision of techniques. In just 3 rounds, Ning Fan had found the weakness of the opponent's technique and created a new technique in an instant with the help of the heavenly Tao. The flames condensed and compressed into a line, but the light was easily refracted and reflected. There was no perfect technique in this world. Be it a giant shield, a small shield or a mirror shield, there was no one who was stronger than the other. The key lay in the usage of the technique. Such a powerful fire fish immortal was actually defeated by fellow Taoist Ning just like that? Old ancestor knew Luo's mouth was agape and could not close it. The destructive power of the magma monster's single attack was stronger than hers. However, it was defeated by Ning Fan in just 3 rounds. Moreover, the way he defeated it was so ordinary. I feel like I'm in a dream. The members of the fire devil race, on the other hand, did not care so much. Seeing that the body of the magma monster was about to collapse and disappear bit by bit, everyone cheered excitedly. They had been facing the fire fish immortal for generations and it was their first time seeing someone fight it head-on. Their eyes were filled with admiration and gratitude when they looked at Ning Fan, as if they were looking at a deity. Countless people cheered. Amazing! He's too amazing! Senior Ning actually ignored the fact that wood and fire promote and restrain each other. He did the exact opposite and defeated the fire fish immortal in just 3 moves. Long Yanxing felt his blood boiling. His admiration for Ning Fan instantly reached an unprecedented level. When he thought about it again, the members of the fire devil race had been bullied by the fire fish immortal for generations. It was unknown how many of them had died. Now that the fire fish immortal was defeated for the first time, he should seize the opportunity to kill him. He should rush forward and give him a few punches. Only then could he comfort the souls of his clansmen. I'll do it without delay. As soon as Long Yanxing thought of this, his figure immediately flew forward and arrived in front of the magma monster. At this moment, the magma monster's body was collapsing and it let out a miserable wail. That kind of wail was not because it was defeated by someone. Its voice seemed to be filled with blood and tears. It carried resentment, helplessness, and sorrow that could not be dispelled. Mommy, Shili said the Alba Duo. The witch of the fire devil race was obviously stunned. Mommy? Shili mommy? Why do I feel that what the fire fish immortal said is somehow similar to the incantation that I invented? No one could understand the words of the magma monster. No one could understand its sorrow. In this place, only Ning Fan could understand its words. Sister, my little sister, the one I love, I can't forget. I must never forget. The one that this person loves and is obsessed with is his little sister, huh? Ning Fan let out a sigh for no reason. He did not even know who the magma monster in front of him was, let alone why he was here. He did not know if this monster had been here since the era of immortal sovereign Ziwei or if it was a living being from the later generations. However, he was still slightly touched by the words of that monster. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with him. At the end of the day, he would still stand on the side of the fire devil race and drive this monster away. After all, he had eaten a delicious meal from that monster, hadn't he? Speaking of which, this monster actually did not seem to be injured at all after being hit by the reflected fire lines of that level. It just dissipated. It's really a little strange. This kind of dissipation should only be temporary. Who knows when it will suddenly appear again in the future and harm the fire devil race. Should I think of a way to help the fire devil race once and for all? Killing intent flashed across Ning Fan's eyes. He was never a kind person. This monster might be pitiful in some aspects, but it had been devouring the divine women of the fire devil race for generations after all. From the perspective of the fire devil race, this monster actually did not deserve any sympathy. As soon as this killing intent rose, Ning Fan planned to take action. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The leader of the fire devil race, Long Yanqing, actually went to seek his own death. On the other hand, Long Yanqing ran to the front of the magma monster. Do you know what he did? This bastard actually untied his belt and sprayed a stream of water at the magma monster. Among the 5 elements, water restrains fire. Senior Ning can go against the rules and defeat you with wood, but I know I can't do it. Besides, as a fire devil, I don't know any magic techniques of the wood, earth or metal elements. You are fire and I am also fire. Using fire to fight fire is also not the best strategy. The best strategy is to use water to fight fire. However, as a fire devil, I have only cultivated this kind of water element ability in my entire life. Even though it is harmful, there is nothing I can do about it. Humph. Since you have eaten so many of my people, you should have a taste of my 8 tribulation primordial young water. The 8 tribulation referred to Long Yanqing's 8 tribulation immortal emperor realm cultivation base. The primordial yang referred to the fact that Long Yanqing's primordial yang still existed even after he started cultivating. After all, he had never touched a woman until today. He had only touched a man. No, he had only been touched by a man. He had only been expelled but never released. Therefore, his primordial yang was still there. An 8 tribulation fire devil was so terrifying, since his primordial yang was still there, it was even more terrifying. On the surface, Long Yanqing seemed to be going easy on his opponent. However, this attack was definitely the full-force attack of an 8 tribulation immortal emperor. With just one attack, a surging yellow river suddenly appeared in the barren desert. If that yellow river flows in all directions, it would be enough to drown an entire world and kill an immortal king with a single attack. Even someone as strong as Ning Fan did not dare to directly face such a terrifying attack. Just by looking at such an attack, Ning Fan's face turned green with fear. Alright. It's not fear. It's disgust. Did he eat the fish in the dragon flame sashimi just now? Did he wash his hands before eating the fish? Could it be? The nausea made Ning Fan frown. All of a sudden, he felt a little ungrateful towards the Fire Devil clan for giving him a meal. I didn't expect that after so many years, this brat still has such a bad memory. As soon as she saw Long Yanqing release such a crude ability in front of everyone, Nu Luo's pretty face immediately turned cold. In the past, she had suffered an attack from Long Yanqing's primordial yang water due to a moment of carelessness. Of course, at that time, Long Yanqing was still an elegant young man with a top-notch handsome appearance. Unfortunately, his cultivation base was not high and there was something wrong with his brain. Of course, the primordial yang water at that time was not strong enough to form the surging yellow river. However, the degree of disgust was exactly the same. Only God knew that when she found a spiritual spring to bathe in, there would be a bastard releasing primordial yang water into it. Hence, Nu Luo was furious. The result of her anger was to give Long Yanqing an even more disgusting punishment. In the end, it left a shadow in his heart for the rest of his life. Those fire devils were also a bunch of idiots. Even though their clan leader had used such a humiliating ability in front of everyone, there were still many people cheering for him. The ones who cheered the most were, of course, the males of the Fire Devil clan. All of them were shocked by Long Yanqing's mighty strength. Their cheers were even louder than when he defeated Huiyu Xian. As for the women of the Fire Devil clan, the young girls covered their faces shyly while the young ladies peeked at their clan leader's majestic figure through the gaps between their fingers. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. This was exactly what the demons and devils of this clan were talking about. Under the cheers of the crowd, Long Yanqing released the surging yellow river. Logically speaking, water could subdue fire. However, his surging yellow river could not put out the flames of the magma monster at all. Instead, it was like adding oil to the fire, causing the flames on the magma monster to soar into the sky. The flames flowed along the surging yellow river and instantly burned Long Yanqing's weapon. Long Yanqing let out a miserable shriek. As a fire devil, his vital parts were actually burned by the flames that came along the way. If it wasn't for the Tao heart of an immortal emperor, he would have screamed in pain on the spot. It was an unimaginable burning pain, it was even more painful than death. That kind of pain was the biggest difference between males and females in this world. Only males would understand it. Something is wrong. Just as old ancestor Nu Luo was planning to teach Long Yanqing a lesson, she suddenly noticed something. She no longer had the mood to care about Long Yanqing anymore. She noticed that the flames on the magma monster's body became stronger and the magma around it became more and more boiling after being doused with Long Yanqing's pee. The flame qi around the monster's body continued to rise and its aura became more terrifying. The body of the monster was originally about to collapse. However, at this moment, it stopped as if it had received a great healing. All of a sudden, the body of the magma monster cracked and lava flowed out from it. Countless fire quail fish that were less than 10 zhang long flowed back to the ground along with the magma. A thunderous sound suddenly came from the body of the magma monster that kept cracking. Thump 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 thump. It was the sound of a heartbeat. Thump 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 thump. It was the sound of a heartbeat that was louder than thunder. It carried an unimaginable might. Fellow Taoist Ning, be careful. That monster seems to have undergone some changes. Old ancestor Nu Luo flew to Ning Fan's side and reminded him. Hee. This is all thanks to Long Yan's pee. Otherwise, you and I wouldn't be able to witness such an exciting scene. Ning Fan looked at the transformation of the magma monster with great interest, as if he already knew that such a scene would happen. Exciting scenes? Old ancestor Nu Luo's expression stiffened. Fellow Taoist Ning actually felt that the scene of Long Yanqing peeing was fascinating. Could it be that fellow Taoist Ning was even more perverted than me? Ning Fan obviously did not know that old ancestor Nu Luo had misunderstood him. He could only hear the thoughts of a woman, but he couldn't eavesdrop on a man's thoughts. Naturally, he didn't know how Nu Luo was cursing him in her heart. He was still focused on the changes of the magma monster. He already knew that the lava monster's 5 elements were different and that it would be born when it encountered water. He had long heard from Nu Luo that there are fish in the pond, they soar in the sky when they come into contact with water, and dive into the ground when they come into contact with fire. Yes. When encountering fire, it would swim on the ground. When encountering water, it would soar in the sky. This monster was about to reveal its true form and take flight. Boom boom boom. The body of the magma monster completely exploded. At the same time when all the magma flowed out, a huge 8-colored fish spread its wings and flew into the sky. That was the true appearance of the magma monster. When encountering water, it would soar in the sky. This fish had not touched water for far too long. In the eternal years that it had been sealed in the fire quail pond, it had been far away from the sky. It had been too long. It had been too long, from a bird-shaped magma monster to a huge fish. Its appearance had changed a lot. The only thing that remained unchanged was the sorrow in its eyes that could not be dispelled. Mommy, Sili Sidwa, Alba Duo, it was still wailing and speaking in a language that no one could understand. Its eyes seemed to be staring at something but also seemed to be unable to see anything. All of a sudden, that pair of fish eyes that carried endless sorrow, anger and monstrous killing intent locked onto Ning Fan, Nu Luo and all the fire devils in this place. A sense of pressure that was comparable to that of an ancient great cultivator was suddenly released, causing the expressions of everyone present to change. Fire immortal is going berserk. Everyone, listen to my command. Quickly evacuate from the Quail Fire Palace and hide in the other palaces. At this moment, how could Long Yanqing still care about the pain in his crotch? He wished that he could cut off that painful part of his body. Damn it. It's all because of this stupid thing. How stupid, how suicidal. He actually released the fire immortal that was sealed in the fire quail pond. What he used was just a drop of urea. That's right. No wonder Lord Duowen scolded him so harshly when he saw him using urea in the fire quail pond. Nonsense. Are you trying to make the fire immortal go berserk? Hurry up and pull up your pants. At that time, Long Yanqing, who was young, could not understand old demon Duowen's warning at all. Now, he finally understood a little. The scene in front of him was probably the fire immortal that old demon Duowen had mentioned. Run. You can run to the Quail Head Palace or the Quail Tail Palace. Even if this monster goes berserk, it won't be able to leave this place. This is what Lord Duowin told me personally. Everyone, retreat with me immediately. Long Yanqing finally behaved like a clan leader. He was going to lead his people to escape. Ning Fan did not stop Long Yanqing and the others from escaping. Instead, he was happy to see it happen. Without the fire devils here to hold them back, he could go all out and fight to his heart's content. As for escaping from this place, sorry, he did not plan to escape even if the enemy was a great cultivator from the ancient times. Fellow Daoist Ning, let's retreat too. Nu Luo said anxiously. Even though she was a second-level quasi-sage, she would not be conceited enough to deal with an ancient great cultivator like the fire immortal. There's no need. This person is not a great cultivator. I'm not talking about his cultivation base but his existence. His existence is very strange. Ning Fan's eyes were filled with green light and he spoke in a language that old ancestor Nu Luo could not understand. Are you really not going to escape? Old ancestor Nu Luo was extremely shocked. She stared at him fixedly as if she had only understood the madness of this person at this moment. There's no need to escape. Besides, I still have to collect the fragments of divine tools in this place. I was busy eating just now and I can't forget about it. If that's the case. Old ancestor Nu Luo gritted her teeth and smiled bitterly in the end. Then I won't escape. I'll stay here and help you fight against this monster. There's just one thing that I have to make clear. If things don't work out, I will drag fellow Daoist away from this place even if I have to drag it out. After all, fellow Daoist is the last hope of our barbarian race. You are Lord Barbarian God. Ning Fan was greatly surprised. He was indeed the 10th barbarian god who was personally conferred by the first barbarian god, Man Shan. However, how did Nu Luo know about this? He was not surprised when he saw the fire immortal because he had already expected it. Only the current situation was beyond his expectations. This person actually came to me because of my identity as the 10th barbarian god. What exactly is going on? End of this chapter. This person came to me because of my status as the 10th god of berserkers. Just what is going on? From the very beginning, Ning Fan knew that old ancestor Nu Luo came here with a request. However, he did not expect her to even see through his identity as the barbarian god. Furthermore, Nu Luo actually called herself a barbarian. I don't understand what fellow Daoist is talking about. Just as Ning Fan was about to deny it, tens of thousands of Xiang 33 M per Zhang, rays of red light suddenly shot out from heaven and earth, interrupting his words. When the red light shone on a mortal flaming fish's body, its color changed. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, purple. In the end, the multicolored light suddenly lost all its color and became pale and dim. Then, its color finally stopped there. Ancient temple spirit. Following a mortal flaming fish's furious roar, 10 bone spears that were 1,000 feet long suddenly grew out of the gray clouds that filled the sky. There were unknown ancient characters carved on them. Asterisk swish asterisk asterisk swish asterisk asterisk 10 bone spears suddenly pierced towards Ning Fan and Nu Luo. Each of the bone spears carried a destructive force that was not any weaker than an immortal venerable's attack. Nu Luo had just revealed Ning Fan's identity as the barbarian god. Just as she was worrying that she did not have a chance to show her loyalty to Ning Fan, the bone spear flew towards her. How could she let Ning Fan waste his energy to deal with it? She immediately took a step forward to block it. In the face of the 10 spears, Nu Luo simply rolled up her sleeve. Her sleeve was deep and unfathomable, as if it could contain a world. She directly received the 10 spear attacks within her sleeve. As a second-stage quasi-sage, it didn't take much effort for him to absorb the attacks of 10 immortal sovereigns. I didn't expect the flaming fish immortal's aura force to be so terrifying and comparable to a grand cultivator. However, its attacks are so weak. Is it a coincidence? Or did this Feng's strength decrease instead of increasing after transforming into a fish? Nu Luo was originally very fearful of the flaming fish immortal. At this moment, she calmed down a little and gained the confidence to fight against it. Ning Fan, on the other hand, frowned slightly. 10 bone chastity He muttered to himself, but he understood the incantation that immortal flaming fish had chanted before. There was no mistaking it. The 10 bone spears should only be a prelude, a preface, just the beginning of the divine ability. His next move was coming. Palm to the ancient temple spirit. Almost as soon as the 10 bone spears were collected, immortal flaming fish let out a second roar. This time, within the endless gray mist, a total of 50 bone spears appeared. They formed a fan shape and came crashing down. Laoyua's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She summoned the circular fan into her hand and fiercely fanned at the 50 bone spears. A green light flashed through the sky and the 50 bone spears were instantly crushed into powder. He could even withstand the attacks of 50 immortal venerables. This was the confidence of a second-stage quasi-sage. White Palm Ancient Temple Spirit. Immortal flaming fish let out its third roar. Within the gray clouds, 500 bone spears were born at once. Nu Luo's expression finally turned solemn. The arrival of the 500 bone spears was equivalent to the joint attack of 500 immortal venerables. Even a second-stage quasi-sage like her wouldn't dare to face such a number of bone spears head-on. Even if he didn't take it head-on, it didn't mean that he had no way to deal with it. The instant the 500 bone spears arrived, Nulu took a step back. Then, she took a second step, a third step, and a fourth step. As she retreated, she chanted witchcraft incantations. When she retreated for the 7th step, more than half of the bone spears started to crack. Those cracks seemed to be opening up as if they were alive. No, it was not accurate to say that they were opening up. It was more accurate to say that they were opening up. Beneath the cracks, dazed eyes could be seen. It was unknown what kind of divine ability Nulu had used to make some of the bone spears grow eyes. Witchcraft eye killing. Nulu suddenly stopped retreating and clasped her hands together. All of a sudden, all the bone spears that had grown eyes were no longer under immortal flaming fish's control. Instead, they were under his control. With Nulu's cultivation base, she directly seized control of nearly 300 bone spears. Then, she controlled the 300 bone spears and fought against the remaining 200 bone spears. Boom! 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 After the bone spears collided with each other, they were turned into powder. In just a few breaths' time, over 200 bone spears that had not grown eyes had been destroyed by Nulu. As for the 300 bone spears under Nulu's control, there were still 60 to 70 spears that had not been destroyed. Naturally, he would not waste these undestroyed bone spears. With a slight movement of his index finger, the remaining bone spears pierced towards immortal flaming fish's giant head. Chi! Chi! Chi, immortal flaming fish, who was in a daze, did not put up any defense and allowed the bone spears to pierce his face. His giant fish face was instantly pierced by dozens of wounds, and dozens of drops of blood spilled out. For a mortal flaming fish's body that was a few hundred miles long, losing dozens of drops of blood was equivalent to being unharmed. Strangely, once a mortal flaming fish's blood flowed out of his body, he would immediately petrify and lose all his blood activity. I actually injured a mortal flaming fish. Nulu was very surprised. With immortal flaming fish's abilities, it would not be difficult for him to defend against such a counterattack. However, he did not put up any defense. He actually turned a blind eye to all the attacks that he was receiving. It was unknown whether he could not see the bone spears that were returning to him or he did not care about them. His eyes were sometimes filled with monstrous killing intent, sometimes filled with confusion, sometimes filled with anger, and sometimes filled with sorrow. Sometimes, they were locked onto Ning Fan and Nulu. Sometimes, they would look like they were wandering outside the heavens. No one knew where he was looking at or who he was thinking about. A drop of tear flowed out of his giant fish eye out of nowhere. That tear contained deep ancient sorrow. However, the moment it flowed out of his eye sockets, it turned as cold as stone. Even the right to cry was taken away from him. How sorrowful was that? The sorrow that had accumulated in his heart without any way to vent suddenly turned into a heaven-shaking roar that came from the immortal flaming fish's giant mouth. It was louder than any roar he had ever let out before. It was infuriating. Ancient temple spirit control. All of a sudden, 5,000 bone spears shot out from the gray mist and rushed towards Nulu and Ning Fan. Nulu's expression changed greatly. She could no longer remain calm. Even if she was a second-level quasi-sage, it was absolutely impossible for her to take on the joint attack of 5,000 immortal venerables head-on. The only thing she could do was to dodge. Just as she was about to activate her shaman technique to bring Ning Fan along to dodge the attacks, she realized to her surprise that Ning Fan was rushing towards the 5,000 bone spears. Crazy, crazy, that was the joint attack of 5,000 immortal venerables. Even great cultivators from ancient times would have a layer of their skin peeled off if they were to rush head-on, let alone you and me. Nula did not manage to pull Ning Fan back in time. She also did not notice the indistinct heavenly human green light in his eyes. What an amazing ability! Just a mere spirit sense projection and you're actually able to do it to such an extent. No wonder you're an existence comparable to a great cultivator. Ning Fan actually praised the immortal flaming fish. It turned out that after observing for a few rounds, he had already seen through the details of the immortal flaming fish's attack. These bone spears were not magic attacks. Instead, they were purely spirit sense projections. Without any exception, all of those bone spears were the forms that immortal flaming fish's spirit sense had materialized. Most of the other people's spirit sense projection was only used for scouting and controlling their magic tools. However, the spirit sense of this immortal flaming fish could directly transform into 5,000 bone spears, which was an attack of 5,000 immortal venerables. How incredible was that? In order to defend against such a terrifying attack, Ning Fan would probably have to use the Karma Umbrella. It was also extremely difficult to dodge the 5,000 bone spears. It was because the speed of each bone spear was not much slower than Ning Fan's speed. Moreover, these bone spears were coming at him in such a dense manner that they blotted out the sky and covered the earth. No matter how hard he tried to dodge, he would inevitably be hit by some of them. Ning Fan neither planned to defend nor dodge. He chose to face them head-on. He summoned the ocean-defying sword into his hand. His black hair danced wildly in the wind. On the surface of the ocean-defying sword, a water-blue sword light slowly spread. The Dao mark of the heavenly Goyu glowed on the body of the sword. The sword tassel of the ninth mountain left by the sword ancestor hung on the sword, swaying under the wind pressure of heaven and earth. Although there was an enormous immemorial sword intent contained in the sword, it was not used yet. Ning Fan looked at the 5,000 bone spears that were constantly approaching him indifferently. He was as calm as a pool of stagnant water. Suddenly, his calmness changed and turned into the ferocity of an evil ghost. Almost at the same time his eyes changed, the ocean-defying sword light turned into the two colors of yin and yang. Then, the two colors turned into 5 colors, corresponding to the 5 yin-yang swords: heaven, earth, man, spirit and ghost. The heaven sword severs luck, the earth sword severs force, the human sword severs life, the divine sword severs Tao and the ghost sword severs thoughts. Since these bone spears were the result of the spirit sense, it would certainly be effective if he used the ghost sword to cut them. Ghost sword severs thoughts. The ghost sword slashed out. At this moment, Ning Fan's aura changed drastically. Ghost chi surrounded his body and evil thoughts soared into the sky. Behind him, layers of ghostly shadows appeared. The sword light that was slashed out by the ocean-defying sword was the same. There were actually countless ghost heads growing on the surface of the sword light. Those ghost heads seemed to have emotions. As soon as they saw the 5,000 bone spears that were formed from spirit sense, all of them drooled greedily. Then, the ghost head sword light let out a strange howl and collided with the joint attack of the 5,000 bone spears. There was no earth-shattering sound. There was no magnificent collision. There was also no horrifying fluctuation of energy. The moment all the bone spears came into contact with the sword light, they were silently devoured by the ghost heads on the sword light. Only the sound of bones being chewed could be heard between heaven and earth. With just a single charge, the ghost head sword light devoured 600 to 700 bone spears. Moreover, the more bone spears it devoured, the bigger the size of the ghost head sword light became. In the beginning, the sword light that Ning Fan slashed out was only 100 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, long. Now, it had grown to 600 to 700 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang. Pucci the immortal flaming fish coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood that he spat out was also petrified. His eyes that were originally in a daze suddenly became clear for a moment. He stared at Ning Fan furiously. Looking at the 600 to 700 bone spears that had been shattered, his eyes were filled with disbelief and hatred. Ancient temple spirit. The immortal flaming fish let out a furious roar. The remaining 4,000 bone spears began to fuse with each other. 10 gray bone spears could be fused into copper bone spears. 10 copper spears could be fused into silver bone spears. 10 silver spears could be fused into golden spears. After fusing for a few times, there were only 4 golden spears, 3 silver spears and several copper spears left in heaven and earth. The fused bone spears emitted an aura of annihilation, causing Nu Luo to suck in a cold breath. He could at most block one of these golden spears with all his might. If all 4 of them were to fall on him at the same time, he would be severely injured even if he did not die. Cal ***, a strange sound suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. It was Ning Fan's ghost head sword light. When Nu Luo figured out the source of the sound, she realized that the ghost head sword light was chewing on a few copper spears. Each of the ghost heads had a satisfied expression. Delicious. Delicious. That was the sound of the sword light that only Ning Fan could hear. The copper spears were eaten up just as they were formed. As soon as the copper spears were destroyed, the immortal flaming fish coughed out another mouthful of blood. It became even more furious. It roared and activated its silver spears and golden spears to kill the ghost head sword light. However, no matter how the golden and silver spears attacked the ghost head sword light, they could not hurt it at all. On the contrary, every time the ghost head sword light revealed its ghost head, it would devour and crush a silver spear. Crunch crunch ***, the sound of ghost chewing bones reverberated between heaven and earth. It was so happy that it wanted to crunch. The more it ate, the more fragrant the ghost head sword light became. Its body grew to more than 3,000 zhang * 33 Emperor Zhang. It looked down at the 4 tiny golden spears as if it was looking at chicken legs. It opened its mouth and swallowed. One of the golden spears was chewed into pieces. It coughed out another mouthful of blood. At this moment, the immortal flaming fish seemed to have realized that the ghost head sword light was the nemesis of its spirit sense bone spears. It tried to summon the remaining golden spears back, but it provoked the ghost head sword light. Realizing that the 3 golden and crispy chicken legs in front of it were trying to escape, the ghost head sword light released a ghostly sword pressure. For some reason, the sword pressure completely cut off the immortal flaming fish's control over the bone spears. As a result, the 3 golden spears in front of it had completely become ownerless. Cal ***, the ghost head sword light used its continuous devouring technique, and the 3 golden spears were also chewed into pieces by it. Everything seemed to take a long time, but it actually happened in a very short period of time. From the moment Ning Fan swung the ghost sword light to the moment all 5,000 bone spears were destroyed, it actually only took 10 breaths of time. After the bone spears were destroyed, the immortal flaming fish obviously suffered a huge backlash. As it coughed out blood, its eyes, which had regained its rationality for a short period of time, were replaced by madness again. It began to roll, struggle and flap its wings. Obviously, Ning Fan's action of destroying its bone spears had brought it a lot of pain. The strength of the immortal flaming fish was too strong. Just a casual flap of its wings or a slap of its tail would have the destructive power of hundreds of stars. The sky was shattered by it and the ground was blasted open. It was enraged and crazy. Nu Luo was so shocked that she could not utter a word for a long time. The destructive power of 5,000 bone spears could not be faked. The immortal flaming fish in front of her was definitely an existence comparable to a grand cultivation realm cultivator. Otherwise, how could a casual attack from it have such destructive power? However, the bone spears, which had the power of 5,000 immortal venerables, were actually shattered by Ning Fan in a single blow. The immortal flaming fish, which was comparable to a grand cultivation realm cultivator, was even beaten up by Ning Fan. The destructive power of a single sword attack was actually so great. Could it be that Lord Barbarian God actually used the sword intent of a saint in that attack? Otherwise, how could he achieve such a result? However, if there really is a saint's sword intent, why didn't I feel it at all? What exactly is going on? Ning Fan naturally would not care about Nu Luo's thoughts. After the ghost head sword light devoured all the bone spears, it did not dissipate. Ning Fan glanced at the immortal flaming fish, which was rolling on the ground in pain. He did not know whether the reason why the immortal flaming fish was in such pain was because of the backlash of his spirit sense or some other reasons. In short, it was the best opportunity to attack the enemy, take advantage of the enemy's weakness and kill him. Ning Fan flew out and stepped on the ghost head sword light. The ghost head on the sword light was incomparably arrogant. As soon as it saw its master stepping on its head, it actually wanted to throw a tantrum and chase Ning Fan away. However, when it met Ning Fan's cold eyes, the ghost head sword light instantly shrank and became respectful. It was because Ning Fan's eyes contained the supreme might of a divine spirit or a devil spirit. That was a might that even a saint like the Lord Ant was afraid of. How would a mere ghost head sword light dare to disobey it? Thus, the ghost head sword light obediently listened to Ning Fan's command. Then, Ning Fan stepped on the sword light and dashed towards the gigantic head of the immortal flaming fish with his sword. Ning Fan's eyes were cold and merciless. He wanted to use the thought-severing ghost sword which had eaten its fill to destroy the immortal flaming fish's sea of consciousness. The sword light beneath his feet and the sword pressure was so strong that it felt a little prickly. Even though Ning Fan was just standing on it, he could feel a faint piercing pain coming from his feet. The 5,000 bone spears of the immortal flaming fish possessed tremendous power. The ghost head sword light which had devoured the 5,000 bone spears also possessed boundless power. In addition to the fact that the immortal flaming fish was currently in a delirious state. It was highly likely that his plan would become a reality. If it was an ordinary great cultivator from the ancient times, he naturally did not have the confidence to kill him. However, the immortal flaming fish in front of him was busy rolling on the ground and was completely defenseless against his approach. Thus, Ning Fan stepped on the ghost head sword light and dashed towards the immortal flaming fish. Eventually, he collided with the gigantic head of the immortal flaming fish. **Poochie**, it was the sound of the ghost head sword light cutting through the flesh. However, it only managed to cut a small part of the immortal flaming fish's skin. The skin of the immortal flaming fish was just too thick. Even though the immortal flaming fish was defenseless and the ghost head sword light had absorbed the power of 5,000 immortal venerables, it still only managed to cut a small part of the fish's flesh. A little deeper. At the very least, I have to cut through the top of the head and into the sea of consciousness. Ning Fan squatted down and infused his spirit sense into the sword light beneath his feet. This was the reason why he was stepping on the sword light. When necessary, he could use his spirit sense to replenish the power of the ghost head sword light. Of course, those ghost heads did not dare to devour the spirit sense that Ning Fan had infused into the sword light. Eating the spirit sense of a divine spirit or devil spirit. Were they tired of living? Ning Fan's spirit sense was far weaker than the immortal flaming fish. Thus, it was not as nourishing as the 5,000 bone spears. However, it still provided some nourishment to the ghost head sword light. Thus, the ghost head sword light went deeper into the top of the immortal flaming fish's head. However, it was still not enough to directly cut open the top of the immortal flaming fish's head. It's actually so difficult to kill an ancient great cultivator who is defenseless. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. All of a sudden, he summoned the virtuous umbrella and ordered the ghost head sword light. Explode. He was actually planning to detonate the ghost head sword light right outside the top of the immortal flaming fish's head. The ghost head sword light naturally obeyed Ning Fan's orders. Without saying anything, it detonated the endless sword pressure in its body. Boom boom. Originally, the ghost head sword light was just a little bit away from cutting into the immortal flaming fish's head. Now that it was detonated, it directly went through the wound and blasted a huge bloody hole on the top of the immortal flaming fish's head. The bloody hole was as deep as an abyss. At the bottom of the abyss was the immortal flaming fish's sea of consciousness that had been dried up for countless years. There was a faint light flickering there. It was the memory fragments of the immortal flaming fish that were glowing. Is this the sea of consciousness of a living person or a dead person? It's dried up to such an extent. It seems like it's alive, but it's not alive. It's really hard to tell. With the protection of the virtuous umbrella, Ning Fan did not suffer any injuries even when the ghost head sword self-detonated at a close distance. Holding the virtuous umbrella in his hand, Ning Fan endured the chi waves of the explosion and leaped down to the bottom of the abyss. Beneath his feet was the dried-up immortal flaming fish's sea of consciousness. Ning Fan tried to stomp his sea of consciousness. To his dismay, he realized that even this dried-up sea of consciousness was still unimaginably strong. Even the thought-severing ghost sword that had eaten its fill earlier would need at least 100 slashes to destroy this dried-up sea of consciousness. If it's an ordinary thought-severing ghost sword, it would probably need tens of thousands of slashes to destroy this place. Thus, a strange scene appeared. Inside the immortal flaming fish's body that was rolling in pain, above the sea of consciousness, there was a diligent young man who kept sending sword light at the dried-up sea of consciousness. Thought-severing ghost sword. Thought-severing ghost sword. Thought-severing ghost sword. No one knew how many hundreds of slashes were made. No one knew how many thousands of slashes were made. No one knew how many tens of thousands of slashes were made. The dried-up sea of consciousness finally began to collapse. During this long process, the immortal flaming fish actually did not stop Ning Fan at all. Its mind was not clear. All it felt was that its head was getting more and more painful. However, it could not figure out why. All it could do was to cover its head with its wings and roll around in pain. Fortunately, the pain finally came to an end. Along with the cracking sounds, the immortal flaming fish's sea of consciousness, which was already dried up, broken and fragmented, was finally destroyed by Ning Fan. An unprecedented headache came, causing the immortal flaming fish to let out a miserable shriek. Then, it heaved a sigh of relief comfortably. Its expression was filled with endless comfort. That comfort was as if it had been constipated for hundreds of thousands of years and was finally released one day. Crack crack crack. The immortal flaming fish's sea of consciousness was cut into countless pieces by Ning Fan. Crack crack. The first level of the sea of consciousness had successfully collapsed. However, the immortal flaming fish did not die. This greatly surprised Ning Fan. He lowered his head and helplessly realized that what he had destroyed was actually just the first level of the immortal flaming fish's sea of consciousness. Below the first level of the sea of consciousness, there was actually the second level, the third level, and the XXX level of the sea of consciousness. There must be hundreds of thousands of levels of the sea of consciousness, right? Could it be that this fellow is a monster who specializes in the cultivation of the sea of consciousness? Ning Fan only managed to destroy the first level of the sea of consciousness after slashing it tens of thousands of times. It seemed a little difficult for him to destroy all of the hundreds of thousands of levels of the sea of consciousness. When Ning Fan noticed that the immortal flaming fish's sea of consciousness still had the ability to recover, he finally revealed a bitter smile. He had spent a lot of effort to destroy the first level of the sea of consciousness of the immortal flaming fish. Now, another level of the countless levels of the sea of consciousness below it was added. It was as if the immortal flaming fish's sea of consciousness was recovering after Ning Fan destroyed it. This person's sea of consciousness is intertwined with one another. Even if his sea of consciousness is damaged, it can slowly regenerate as long as it is not completely destroyed in one go. I don't have the ability to destroy hundreds of thousands of levels of his sea of consciousness with a single attack. In other words, even if this person lies still and allows me to kill him, I won't be able to do it. In that case, I won't be able to help the fire devil race completely get rid of this person. What a pity, I just don't know how exactly did this person cultivate a sea of consciousness of such a scale. If this person is still rational and in his best condition, I'm afraid the number of spirit sense bone spears he can conjure with such a terrifying sea of consciousness would not be just 5,000. I would even believe that he can conjure 50,000 or even 500,000 spirit sense bone spears. The ancient great cultivators were indeed monsters. They were completely different from the first and second level quasi-saints, What's that? After destroying the first level of the sea of consciousness of the immortal flaming fish, Ning Fan suddenly noticed something. Below it, in the second level of the sea of consciousness, there were countless young ladies who were sealed in a ball of light and sleeping there. These young ladies had the chi of the fire devil race. Could it be that they were the members of the fire devil race who were eaten by the immortal flaming fish in the past? However, for some unknown reason, the fire devils that the immortal flaming fish had eaten were all females. Moreover, for some unknown reason, after these female fire devils were eaten by the immortal flaming fish, all of them were in a deep sleep. What was even stranger was that the flow of time around the female fire devils who were in a deep sleep seemed to have completely stopped. They were still at the moment when they were eaten. It's no longer practical to kill the immortal flaming fish. However, if it's just to save these female fire devils, I can still do it. Ning Fan thought so, and that was what he did. He shattered all the balls of light and kept the sleeping young ladies into the profounding world one by one. Almost at the same time when he finished doing all that, Ning Fan shockingly discovered that the passage he used to enter this place was slowly closing up. The huge bloody hole on the top of the immortal flaming fish's head when he detonated the thought-severing ghost sword was almost closing up. The self-healing ability of this creature's physical body is also extremely terrifying. If I wait for the bloody hole to close up, I'll have to use some other methods to leave this fish's body. Perhaps even the 6 paths teleportation gates might not work. After all, the spatial power inside this fish's body is extremely chaotic. Before the bloody hole closed up, Ning Fan flew out from the top of the immortal flaming fish's head. As for the immortal flaming fish, after Ning Fan destroyed the first layer of its sea of consciousness, it actually fell asleep comfortably for some reason. It was as if everything Ning Fan did to it previously did not hurt it at all. Instead, it enjoyed it a little. What a monster! After that, the enormous body of the immortal flaming fish slowly disappeared in front of Ning Fan's eyes and turned back into the fire quail pond. After that, even the pond also disappeared and returned to the seal. Unbelievable. Lord Barbarian God actually repelled the immortal flaming fish, which is comparable to a grand cultivation realm cultivator all by himself. Nu Luo's beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Suddenly, more sounds of surprise and cheers could be heard. Unknowingly, all the members of the Fire Devil clan who had escaped from this place had returned. In the beginning, when they saw the immortal flaming fish going berserk, these fire devils ran away quickly because running away was the right choice when facing such a ferocious creature. However, when Long Yanqing and the other fire devils ran far away, they finally realized that Ning Fan and Nu Luo did not run away with them. Could it be that Lord Ning and Lord Nu Luo are guarding the rear for us? How can this be? Why would we, the Fire Devil clan, be afraid of death? How can we leave our friends behind to guard the rear for us? Thus, under Long Yanqing's command, all the Fire Devils returned, wanting to live and die together with Ning Fan and Nu Luo. After that, as soon as they returned to this place, they saw Ning Fan flying out from the top of the immortal flaming fish's head. At the same time, the immortal flaming fish broke free from its berserk state and returned to its eternal slumber. Without a doubt, the person who stopped the immortal flaming fish from going berserk was Ning Fan. The immortal flaming fish, which was in a berserk state, was comparable to an ancient grand cultivation realm cultivator. Even so, it was still subdued by Ning Fan alone with just a sword and an umbrella. What kind of power is this? What kind of elegance is this? Moreover, this person stayed behind in the beginning to guard the rear for our clan. What kind of benevolence and righteousness is this? It's too dazzling, it's just like the sun. Long Yanqing rubbed his cloudy eyes. Unknowingly, he was already moved by Ning Fan to the point that he was in a complete mess. Countless fire devils looked up at Ning Fan's elegance and were touched by his benevolence and righteousness. At this moment, Ning Fan suddenly descended from the sky and released the young fire devils he rescued from the profounding world. I heard that the immortal flaming fish had eaten many of your clansmen. I saved some people from its body. Fellow Taoist, please take a look and see if they are your clansmen? Ning Fan asked with a smile. What? Lord actually risked his life to enter the immortal flaming fish's body to save my clansmen? Long Yanqing became even more touched. Countless fire devils were even more touched. Ning Fan's heroic bearing became even more dazzling. This is not the sun, it's the blazing sun at noon in summer. No. It's just a coincidence that I entered its body. Saving the clansmen of your clan is just a convenience. Ning Fan told the truth. However, Long Yanqing and the other fire devils only felt that Ning Fan was being modest. Modest, too modest. Not only is Lord Ning a peerless hero with unparalleled benevolence and righteousness, but he also has a noble character and is humble and polite. How can there be such a perfect person in this world? How can there be such a perfect person in the filthy cultivation world? Ah, it's too dazzling. I can't look at it directly. Just breathing the same air as such a blazing sun actually makes me feel ashamed of my own inferiority. It's really a supreme honor to be able to live in the same world as Lord Ning. Ning Fan was slightly speechless. He did not understand why the large group of fire devils in front of him would be so grateful to him. Speaking of which, some of them were crying so hard that their snot had stained his clothes. Speaking of which, Long Yanqing's hand that was grabbing the corner of his clothes seemed to have not been washed yet. It seemed like he had even touched that thing just now. Speaking of which, are these people that I saved members of the Fire Devil clan? Are you really not going to come and identify them? After expressing his gratitude for a long time, Long Yanqing suddenly slapped his forehead and recalled those women that Ning Fan had saved. The Fire Devils also gradually noticed those women. The ceremony to recognize the relatives had finally begun. Ah. It's Ah Ping. It's my daughter Ah Ping. She's actually still alive. Oh, my daughter. Little sister. It's really my little sister. She's still alive. It's Divine Grandmother Long Yu. She's the first-generation Divine Grandmother and she's actually still alive. However, even if she's still alive, she shouldn't be so young. The 9th-generation Divine Grandmother Long Mei is also here. The 2nd-generation Divine Grandmother is also here. The 3rd-generation Divine Grandmother is also here. Very soon, the ceremony ended. However, something that surprised Ning Fan happened. Ning Fan had saved a total of 461 people from Immortal Flaming Fish's body. However, the Fire Devils only recognized 460 people. According to Long Yanqing, Immortal Flaming Fish had only eaten 460 women since the birth of the entire Fire Devil clan. All the victims had been saved. The young woman who was not recognized by the Fire Devil clan was not a member of the clan. Only God knew which mountain Immortal Flaming Fish had eaten her. This surprised Ning Fan a little. He carefully studied the unclaimed young woman. She was still in a deep sleep. Her attire was a little strange. Ning Fan had never seen such attire before. There were fiery red feathers on both sides of her hair. She was wearing a sea cloth dress that was woven from fish scales. The young woman's skin was not particularly fair. She seemed to have lived in a place with a lot of sunlight. There was a copper talisman hanging on her waist. The copper talisman seemed to be a keepsake. However, the patterns on it had been erased by some kind of power, leaving only traces of it being destroyed by something. There's actually one more. Ning Fan was speechless. How should I deal with this additional young woman? If I give her to the Fire Devil clan, they will certainly not want her, Nu Luo suddenly exclaimed as if she had discovered something extremely important. She then lifted the young woman's sleeve. There was actually a tattoo on the young woman's arm. Ning Fan did not recognize the style of the tattoo. He just felt that the barbarian god bloodline in his body resonated inexplicably when he saw it. It was indescribably strange. However, Nu Luo recognized the tattoo. The pattern of the tattoo was 2 wine goblets that collided with each other. One of the goblets was big while the other was small. It seemed to be divided into 2 parts. In Nu Luo's bloodline memory, this kind of tattoo had a special name. This is the barbarian god wine goblet. It's the proof that we barbarians serve the barbarian god. Nu Luo's voice was filled with excitement and doubt. At the same time, Nu Luo also lifted her long sleeve. There was also a similar tattoo of 2 wine goblets on her arm. Since this young woman has this tattoo, she must be a member of the barbarian race. We must find a way to wake her up and ask her about it. While speaking, Nu Luo had already taken out a bottle with Nu Luo grass. The grass dew in the bottle seemed to have a great healing effect. However, she did not immediately use the grass dew to save her. Instead, she was waiting for Ning Fan's order. After all, Ning Fan was a dignified barbarian god. Without Ning Fan's order, Nu Luo would not dare to act on her own. It was a dream, a fragmented dream. A young girl wearing a sea cloth dress walked and stopped in the dream world. Sometimes she stopped and sometimes she looked around. She did not know that she was in a dream and did not know who she was. She had been seriously injured. She had been asleep for too long. She had forgotten too many people and things. Who am I? What is this place? Where did I come from and where should I go? Who can tell me? Who can talk to me, even if it's just a sentence? The young girl walked forward in a daze. After walking for an unknown amount of time, there was suddenly a trace of light in the white fog in front of her. She walked towards the light and her eyes suddenly opened up. As the fog dissipated, a scene from her dream entered her eyes. The surrounding environment had turned into a vast lake with an immortal island in the middle of the lake. Her body floated uncontrollably towards the immortal island in the middle of the lake. After flying for an unknown amount of time, she finally landed on the island. The island was filled with strange flowers and plants, and there were countless towering ancient trees. The young girl vaguely felt that the scenery on the island was familiar, but she could not remember where it was. She continued to move forward and walked into the ancient forest. Then, she was surprised to find that almost every 10 steps in the forest, there was a trap. Once these traps were triggered, even ancient great cultivators would die on the spot. It was truly a terrifying place. There are third-step traps everywhere here. Could it be that this is a saint's place? The young girl muttered to herself. After saying that, she was a little confused, but what is the mechanism restriction? What is the sage? What is it? She did not remember. She could not remember anything. She clearly could not remember anything, but for some reason, she knew the distribution of the traps on this immortal island like the back of her hand. She walked forward and walked towards the depths of the immortal island. She did not take a wrong step and did not trigger any traps. I must have been here before, but I don't remember. The young girl muttered. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the dark forest suddenly lit up. She saw the exit of this ancient forest. She walked out of the ancient forest. What entered her eyes was actually a small world constructed by a mechanism technique. In the sky, there were thousands of wooden magpies the size of small mountains. Each of them had a terrifying aura above the immortal venerable level. On the ground, there were many mechanism mountains. These mechanism mountains surrounded a valley, and in the valley, there were several tens of thousands of feet tall bronze giants half-kneeling on the ground. No, that's not a giant, that's a copper puppet created using the engineering technique. Any random copper puppet possessed a cultivation base comparable to an ancient grand cultivator. Who was the one who created this mechanical world? Filled with questions, the young girl searched the mechanism valley. Suddenly, the sound of forging came from a certain direction. She followed the sound and finally arrived in front of a mechanism house. Black smoke billowed out of the chimney of the machine-operated building, and deafening knocking sounds came from inside the building. When she entered the house, the smell of soot, motor oil, and wood hit her. What a familiar smell. She must have been here before, but she couldn't remember. Inside the house, a thin and small old man raised an incomparably large copper hammer, repeatedly striking a piece of copper. He didn't notice the young girl's entrance. At the old man's feet, there was a red little leopard. The little leopard was only the size of a palm, and its cries sounded like it was just born a few days ago. Its 4 limbs couldn't even stand, and its eyes were filled with curiosity and fear towards the world. Curiosity was the instinct of every living creature. Fear was because the sound of the old man striking the copper was too loud, too terrifying. That knocking sound was like thunder. Like a landslide. Like the sky was splitting, that swing of the hammer seemed to have poured all the laws of heaven and earth into the hammer. When the hammer fell, it could shatter the old order and create a new order. The poor little leopard had just been born a few days ago, and had never seen such a terrifying swing of the hammer. It was naturally trembling in fear. As if sensing the little leopard's fear, the old man unhappily put down the copper hammer, held his chin, and muttered to himself. The Red Leopard clan is infamous. Even a newborn leopard should have the courage to tear apart dragons and kill tigers. Why is my red leopard so timid that it's even afraid of the sound of the hammer? Could it be that this is a fake leopard? No, it can't be a fake leopard. That Lord Yin Zhongjuan is a dignified gentleman, he definitely wouldn't use a fake leopard to deceive me. Red leopard, red leopard. The young girl stood by the door, muttering these words, but she couldn't remember what a red leopard was. She walked towards the old man, wanting to talk a few words with him. However, that person didn't seem to hear her voice or see her existence. She squatted down, wanting to touch the shivering little leopard, but her palm passed through the little leopard's body. Unable to touch. It was as if she was in a different world. That old man didn't notice that an outsider had entered the mechanism room. He looked at the little leopard with disgust, and finally sighed helplessly, accepting the fact that his little leopard was naturally timid. After a round of forging, the copper block was forged into a copper talisman by the old man. The old man caressed the copper talisman that still had some residual warmth, and finally hung it around the little leopard's neck. This is a token. Wear this, and you will be my Gongshuban's disciple. Speaking of which, your old master, Lord Yin Zhongjuan, didn't seem to have given you a name. Since you have become my disciple, it won't do if you don't have a name. Let me think carefully. What name should I give you? I've got it. The most famous member of the Red Leopard clan is none other than that Qi Bainu. You are naturally timid, and in this life, no matter what, you will never be able to surpass Qi Bainu's prestige. But in the end, you are my disciple, so you have to be the second Qi Bainu. I will call you Qi. Qi, the little leopard howled, as if he didn't like this name at all. He angrily turned his head away. Because of these two words, the blankness in the young girl's eyes increased. Qi, such a familiar name, but she couldn't remember. This was her dreamland. She was the little leopard called Qi in front of her. But she couldn't remember any of this. She just felt that the name Qi was very pleasant to hear, and she missed it very much. Crack, crack, crack. The dreamland image shattered. Her eyes became a vast expanse of whiteness again. The young girl sighed faintly. She still wanted to see more. She wanted to see what would happen to the little leopard, and what would happen to the old man called Gongshuban. But she couldn't see them, and she couldn't interfere with the dreamland. She was at a loss again, and she lost her direction again. She moved forward randomly in the white dreamland. She didn't know how long she had walked, but a voice came from the front again. But she couldn't see anything. It was obvious that the dreamland in front of her had shattered even more, and she couldn't even look at it. Fine, it was good to be able to hear some sounds. As long as she wasn't lonely anymore, so the young girl listened carefully. She heard countless discussions mixed together. It was very chaotic, very chaotic. Someone wants to enter the Berserker realm again? Who is it? I heard it's an ancient immortal paragon called Qi. Qi? I've never heard of him. Unbelievable. The ceremony for this woman to enter the Berserker realm was personally hosted by the god of Berserkers, and he personally promised that this woman doesn't need to hand over the soul order. Could this woman be a disciple of Saint Defier? She's just an immortal paragon. Isn't she too respected? She doesn't need the soul order. She's not a disciple of Saint Defier, but she's definitely not an ordinary person. I heard that this woman comes from Dreamy Cloud Swamp, hiss. Dreamy Cloud Lake. What is her relationship with Gongshusheng? Legend has it that sage Gongshu only has one female disciple. Could it be this girl? Have you heard? Qi has attained the title of Divine Craftsman. From now on, he will be a titled Immortal Venerable. What? The title that the Divine Craftsman nation had lost for countless years was actually cultivated by this woman? Unbelievable. Have you heard? The Great White Saint of the Moth race was defeated by Lord Qi's mechanism formation. An immortal sovereign defeated an incipient divine? Even if he relied on the power of the mechanism, it's still an unimaginable result. Have you heard? Lord Qi is just a little bit away from refining the heaven-opening artifact. This matter has already shaken the entire true world. How could I not know about it? I heard that Lord Qi wants to borrow the god-exterminating shield to take a look. What? That's the god-destroying shield. Lord Barbarian God, how could he? Latest news, Lord God of Barbarians has agreed to lend us his shield. As expected of Sir Qi, he actually has a way to persuade the god of Berserkers. Have you heard? Master Qi is planning to leave the ancient barbarian world. This is impossible. Lord Qi would never go back on his wine oath. It's even more impossible for him to betray the barbarian race. You've misunderstood. Lord Qi doesn't want to betray the barbarian world. He just wants to leave the barbarian world and travel the world. So that's how it is. I hope that Lord Qi will have a safe journey and return as soon as possible. Crack, crack, crack. The dream was shattered once again. Once again, the white fog covered everything. There's no sound again. The young girl was extremely disappointed. She once again walked forward in a daze. She lost her way again. The fog around her was so silent that it made people feel cold. She walked in an almost eternal loneliness. Occasionally, she could find a scene in the dream, but most of the time, she was still at a loss. At a certain moment, a ray of golden light suddenly cut through the sky, dispersing the fog and illuminating the dream world. The young girl raised her head in astonishment and saw a blazing sun rising from the horizon in the distance. That is, such a beautiful light. She couldn't bear to look away, even if her eyes were burned by the sunlight, she was unwilling to look away. At this moment, another hand reached out from the blazing sun. From outside the dream, it reached into the dream, through time, through the entire world, arrived, and then clenched. It held her hand, then, it pulled her out of the broken dream world. It freed her from the eternal curse of slumber and allowed her to regain her freedom. The dazzling light pierced her eyes. The young girl named Qi had finally woken up after crossing countless years. She opened her eyes. She saw the familiar yet unfamiliar sunlight and Ning Fan, who was standing in the sunlight with a smile on his face. When he smiles, he looks really good. It's like a ray of light. You've finally woken up? Are you a barbarian? Ning Fan asked politely. He can actually see me. Is he talking to me? What is a barbarian? Is he asking me, who is he, who am I? Qi suddenly became extremely nervous. She did not answer. After hesitating for a while, she slowly reached out her hand and touched Ning Fan's hand. She was very afraid that her hand would pass through Ning Fan's body. She was afraid that the scenery in front of her would shatter into white fog again, causing her to return to loneliness. Then, her hand accurately touched Ning Fan's hand. It was like getting an electric shock. However, it was not just electricity but thunder. It was like countless thunderbolts rumbling in her heart. She was stunned on the spot, still maintaining the posture of holding Ning Fan's hand. Even after a very long time, she still could not regain her senses. She saw Ning Fan asking her a question again. However, she was too confused and could not think or listen to him. She saw countless fire devils pointing at her and discussing something. She saw Nu Luo glaring at her as if she had done something disgraceful and heinous. I don't understand. I don't understand anything. He couldn't remember. He couldn't remember anything. It was as if she had returned to the state when she was just born. It was as if all her past had turned into a blank piece of paper. Only when the last question was heard did she finally regain her senses. You have regained your freedom. Do you choose to stay here or go with me? It was Ning Fan who was asking her. He had asked the same question countless times, but this was the only time she heard it. I'll go with you, Qi said anxiously. Without any hesitation. Nu Luo was very angry. He saw that Qi was also a barbarian and he had spent a lot of magic power to save her. However, as soon as she woke up, she did something disgraceful and heinous. She actually held Ning Fan's hand. Moreover, she did not let go once she held it. Instead, she held it tightly and kept holding it with all her might. Nu Luo had seen people who took advantage of others, but she had never seen someone who would do it until he was full. Besides, it was fine for this woman to take advantage of others, but she should not have taken advantage of the barbarian god. The body of the barbarian god was not something an ordinary barbarian could touch. In the eyes of any barbarian, this woman's actions were the most audacious and presumptuous. How dare you? Let go of my hand. Nu Luo subconsciously wanted to scold him, but Ning Fan signaled her with his eyes to stop her. Seeing that, even if Nu Luo disliked Qi's audacity, she did not dare to say another word. After that, Ning Fan repeatedly asked Qi about his intention. The answer he got was to follow him. Immortal Fire Fish was already defeated. Thus, Ning Fan had enough time to confirm Nu Luo and Qi's identities. He had already chanted the mountain and sea incantation in his mind. This incantation was taught to him by the strange eyeball. It was a technique that all the young barbarians of the various clans in the ancient barbarian world had to learn. This technique could allow one to comprehend the laws of nature and hear the voice of the soul that was left behind in the mountains and seas. It could also allow one to extract the life force of all living things in nature for one's own use. It could also be used to identify the blood of the barbarians. Nu Luo and Qi were both barbarians. The barbarian god wine seals on their bodies were also real items. In that case, he could no longer treat them as unrelated people when he looks at them again. He was the 10th barbarian god. All the barbarians in the world were his people. Gurgle it was the sound of Ning Fan's stomach. Destroying the first level of immortal fire fish's sea of consciousness had cost him a lot of energy. Therefore, he was even hungrier at this moment. Other than the fire quail fish, are there any other delicacies in this place? Ning Fan urgently needed food to fill his stomach. He was very, very desperate. No. However, if you go to the next palace, there are still some good delicacies for you to enjoy. Nu Luo answered respectfully. If that's the case, let's go to the next palace. Now? Understood. Nu Luo was a little surprised. She remembered that Ning Fan was very interested in the fragments of versatile knowledge. In this Quail Fire Palace, there seemed to be some fragments of versatile knowledge that he could take. Could it be that he doesn't want those fragments anymore? Or could it be that the hunger in Ning Fan's body is already so severe that it is unbearable and he can't afford to waste any more time? Is that why he doesn't have the time to collect the fragments? Thinking about it again, he realized that he had already revealed his identity to Lord Barbarian God. Could it be that Lord Barbarian God has to personally collect the fragments? Of course, he should let his people do it for him. Thus, he said understood again. Then, he waved his hand and summoned Long Yanxing to his front. Lord Ning needs some things. You and the others should quickly go and look for them. And so on and so forth. After giving a few hurried instructions, Nu Luo led Ning Fan away from the Quail Fire Palace and went straight to the Quail Head Palace. Qi also left together with Ning Fan. He carefully followed behind Ning Fan, showing an attitude that he would never leave Ning Fan's side. The battle between Ning Fan and Immortal Fire Fish had caused a huge commotion. It was impossible for the demons and devils in the other palaces to not notice it. However, it was also because of the huge commotion that none of the demons and devils dared to go to the Quail Fire Palace to investigate. Immortal emperors did not dare to do so, even those with a higher cultivation base did not dare to do so. A immortal fire fish that was suspected to be a grand cultivator was going berserk. Who would dare to get involved in this matter? Was the old man tired of living? Ziwei North Palace, the 7th Palace, the Quail Head Palace. There was not only one master of the Quail Head Palace. Instead, there were 5 of them. These 5 people were called the 5 Valley Sovereign Lords by the demons and devils in the palace. As their names suggested, all 5 of them had the cultivation base of Immortal Emperor Realm cultivators. Moreover, their true forms were formed from the 5 valleys. The 5 Valley Sovereign Lords were well-known elders in the palace. They had calm temperaments and they rarely panicked because of external matters. However, today's matter was definitely not a trivial matter. They could not help but feel anxious. Damn it! What exactly happened in the Quail Fire Palace? Why did that immortal fire fish go berserk to such an extent? I can't sense it. Under the interference of the immortal fire fish's ability, all of our senses are rendered useless. This monster is really going all out this time. Who is the one who provoked the immortal fire fish to such an extent? Could it be that external cultivator who sneaked into the palace recently? We need to discuss and come up with a plan immediately. The Quail Head Palace was the closest to the Quail Fire. Although the immortal fire fish had never left the range of the Quail Fire before, no one could guarantee that it would stay in the Quail Fire Palace after going berserk like this. Once it rushes out of the Quail Fire and attacks the Quail Head Palace, how are we going to deal with it? Why don't we retreat to the other palaces? Against a grand cultivator, we will not be able to escape death even if we use all of our strength. If we work together with the demons and devils of the other palaces, we might have a chance of survival. No. We must not leave this place. Without us to guard the seal, those locusts will rush out again to harm the spirit grains and spirit herbs. What time is it now? Why do we still care about those spirit herbs? The spirit herbs might not be worth mentioning, but what about the offerings in the sacrificial temple? There is no need to worry about the sacrificial temple. Even if those locusts have the guts, they will not dare to eat Supreme Ziwei's offerings. If they dare to eat it, it will save us a lot of trouble and let them die in the sacrificial temple. It will solve the problem once and for all, eliminating a great threat to our race. While the 5 sovereign emperors were discussing among themselves, their expressions suddenly relaxed. For some reason, the immortal fire fish had stopped going berserk. This is strange. It seems like someone has forcefully suppressed the raging immortal fire fish. However, is it really possible to suppress an ancient grand cultivator alive? Before the 5 emperors could relax for long, their expressions changed once again. It was because a decree of a quasi-sage realm that they could not refuse was suddenly transmitted to them. Its thunderous voice reverberated in the sky above the Quail Fire Palace. Wu Zizi, quickly come and see me. It was Nu Luo's deep voice that allowed no refusal. Since Ning Fan was eager to fill his stomach, Nu Luo, who was his subordinate, also sounded a little anxious. Hearing that it was old ancestor Nirua, the expressions of the 5 valleys' sovereign emperors changed. Why did Nu Luo come? Didn't we clear our karma with him 300,000 years ago? Could it be that he still remembers what happened in the past and wants to punish us? That's impossible. We are already old and frail. With his likes, he will definitely disdain to do anything to us. Let's go and welcome him. Let's see why he's here today. As it turned out, the 5 valleys' sovereign emperor's alarm was just a false alarm. Old ancestor Nu Luo didn't come here to do anything to them. She just wanted some food. Hearing that it was just a small matter, the 5 valleys' sovereign lords heaved a sigh of relief. What did Quailhead Palace have the most? They had the most spiritual grains. There were spiritual fields everywhere in this palace, and there were countless grains planted in the Celestial Valley. It wasn't a problem to eat as much as one wanted, so they met in the palace, sat down, and offered tea. As the 5 valleys' sovereign emperor entertained Nu Luo's group, he instructed his subordinates to head to the various granaries to transport food. He had to wait for a while. Senior, please have some tea and snacks first. Please wait here for a moment. The 5 valleys' the arch smiled apologetically. Hee, waiting for a while is not an issue. However, you must bring some high-grade spiritual grains over. This fellow cultivator I brought here has a huge appetite. Even if he eats hundreds of thousands of kilograms of ordinary spiritual grains, it would still not be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth, Nu Luo said with a smile. The fellow Taoist he mentioned was naturally Ning Fan. Even though Ning Fan was the barbarian god and he was his lord, it was not appropriate for this matter to be publicized. Therefore, he addressed him as such. Oh? It turns out that Senior didn't come here for yourself but for this fellow Taoist. The sovereign lord of the 5 valleys was surprised at first. When he looked at Ning Fan again, his eyes involuntarily became a little meaningful. So that was how it was. Understood. The 5 sovereign emperors instantly thought of all the causes and consequences. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Ning Fan was worthy of sympathy. The eyes of the 5 people made Ning Fan's hair stand on end. He subconsciously touched his face and felt strange. Is there something on my face? Otherwise, why would these 5 old men look at me with such a strange expression, rumble? Ning Fan's stomach growled again. The sovereign lord of the 5 valleys smiled kindly and said to Ning Fan. Fellow Taoist, why don't you have some tea and snacks? Excuse me. Ning Fan nodded his head. He picked up the cup of wheat tea on the table and drank it in one gulp. She grabbed another piece of cake and finished the plate in a few bites. The 5 valleys' sovereign emperors were stunned. This fellow Taoist Ning seems to be only an immortal king, right? He finished a plate of 1,000-year cake in just a few bites. He finished the whole cup of dragon blood barley tea in one gulp, with such a ferocious eating speed. Wasn't he afraid of exploding from the medicinal effects? Even immortal emperors like them wouldn't dare to eat like this. This person didn't seem to be simple. It seems like I have to put in more effort when I move the spirit grains here later. If it's just ordinary spirit grains, it might not be able to fill this person's stomach. Thinking of this, the 5 valleys' sovereign emperors secretly discussed for a while. Then, they summoned a few lesser fiends and gave instructions in a low voice. The other side. When Nu Luo saw that Ning Fan's tea and pastries were not enough, she immediately served them to Ning Fan and said respectfully with her head lowered. This subordinate will also let my lord enjoy the tea and snacks. Chi, who had been silent all this while, also served her tea and snacks to Ning Fan and imitated him. Chi won't eat either. Let my lord have some. She did not know who she was, but Ning Fan told her that her name was Chi. Then, she shall be called Qi. Ning Fan did not reject their good intentions. He nodded and accepted their tea and snacks. After another 6 to 7 bites, he finished the 2 sets of tea and snacks. The 5 Valleys' sovereign emperors were stunned by what they saw. Ning Fan's appetite was one thing. More importantly, did they hear it wrongly? Just now, Senior Nu Luo seemed to have addressed Ning Fan as milord. Could it be? Yes, some kind of new way of playing. Speaking of which, this fellow Taoist Ning really has a huge appetite. In just a blink of an eye, he had already finished 3 sets of tea and snacks. The clever lesser demon at the side saw this scene and asked in a low voice. Do you need me to serve some more tea and snacks to this milord? Serve more to this person. Don't neglect our esteemed guest. Dao Jun, who was the oldest among the 5 sovereign emperors, said. As a result, more tea and snacks were served to Ning Fan. Ning Fan was extremely hungry at the moment. He did not hold back at all. He just ate as many tea and snacks as they served to him. In just a short while, he had finished all the tea and snacks stored in the tea room. The 5 Valleys' sovereign emperors were dumbfounded. Regardless of this person's cultivation base, his appetite alone is definitely not any weaker than any quasi-Saint Realm expert. I wonder if this person or that great Kun of the Northern Sea has a bigger appetite. Qi felt a little bored. She was not interested in eating at all. Instead, she was very interested in the small table where the tea and snacks were placed. She rubbed the surface of the table with her palm, feeling the planks, tree species, grain and sand pattern of the small table. For some reason, she felt a sense of relief. Who was the one who made this small table? Qi muttered to herself in a low voice. Hee. The table and chairs here are all made by this old man for fun. The workmanship is shoddy. Please excuse me for making a fool of myself. Among the 5 Valleys' sovereign emperors, Millet Sovereign, who was ranked second among them, answered with a smile. Although he said it was a joke, his face was full of pride. Obviously, he was very confident in his carpentry skills. The workmanship is indeed shoddy. However, I won't laugh at you. Uncle, you don't have to worry. Qi said honestly. This sentence caused Millet Sovereign's face to turn red. Does this little immortal venerable girl not know how to speak or not know how to speak? How could she end the conversation with just one sentence? She actually said that my workmanship is shoddy. What a load of nonsense. In the entire North Pole Palace, who doesn't know that this old man is the #1 craftsman in the palace? Forget it, don't be angry, don't be angry. This old man is an immortal emperor senior. It's not worth it to get angry at an immortal venerable child. Not to mention that this little girl is Senior Nu Luo's subordinate. Millet Sovereign was indeed a gentle elder. In the blink of an eye, he became calm and amiable again. It was obvious that this little girl did not understand the beauty of the table and chairs that he made. Forget it. He liked to teach others without discrimination. Today, he would teach this girl the beauty of carpentry. Hee. Miss, can you tell which sex carpentry skill this old man used to make these tables and chairs? Millet Sovereign twisted his beard and smiled. I don't know. What is a carpentry skill? Qi asked blankly. Carpentry skill is the skill of carpentry. From small tables and chairs to large puppets, they all use this skill. What is carpentry? What are tables and chairs? What are puppets? What are techniques? Qi still had a blank expression as he asked. Millet Sovereign choked. He did not know how to answer. Was this little immortal venerable girl purposely arguing with him? No, that's not right. No matter how arrogant this girl was, she would not openly provoke an immortal emperor. So that's why. This girl asked 4 questions in a row. The key was the 4th question. She wanted to ask me for advice. What is technique? Hee. Such a broad topic. Cultivators cultivate nothing but techniques and Tao. Although this old man is an immortal emperor, it is hard for me to explain what technique is. After all, Tao can be explained, but it is not Tao. Techniques can be explained, but they are not techniques. How am I going to explain this to this little girl? I got it. Millet Sovereign's murky old eyes suddenly lit up. He then pointed at the small wooden table in front of Qi and said, this wooden table is technique. He paused for a moment. Seeing that Qi was indeed shocked by his words, he chuckled and said, "Technique cannot be explained with words, but it can be experienced. Study this table carefully. You will definitely be able to see the whole picture and understand a little bit of the technique this old man has cultivated." Study this table? Qi's eyes lit up. Yes. I can study it any way I want. Of course. Can you even dismantle it? Ha ha ha. This old man created this table and chair using the loose ex mortis and tenon structure. From the outside, you won't be able to find the mortise and tenon. Even if you want to dismantle it, you won't be able to. Millet Sovereign laughed. He was amused by Qi's naive words. If the carpentry skill is cultivated to the level of immortal techniques, how can it be so easily broken? You want to dismantle this old man's table and chair? I am not boasting, but even a quasi-saint like Senior Nuliua would not be able to do this. It is easy for you to destroy this table and chair, it is difficult to understand its profoundness. While Millet Sovereign was laughing, all of a sudden, his smile froze on his face. After that, his smile turned into astonishment, and astonishment turned into horror. What do you think Qi did? She had lost all of her memories. How could she understand the ways of the world? If you say you can dismantle it, then I will dismantle it. She really dismantled the small wooden table into hundreds of small parts in just a few moves. This is impossible. You are not the creator. How can you see through all the connections of this table with just a glance? Moreover, there is a layer of mechanism restriction on each of my mortise. Without the restriction, even if you find the mortise, you won't be able to dismantle it forcefully. Otherwise, the wooden table will be destroyed. Millet Sovereign could not understand. He could not understand Qi's method of dismantling the wooden table at all. The carpentry skill this woman used to dismantle the table was too profound. He could not understand it at all. This wooden table is a technique? If that's the case, this technique is not that great. Qi shook her head. After another few moves, she pieced the messy wooden parts together. However, she was not piecing the previous table together. He did not know how she pieced the parts of the table together into a mechanism wooden magpie. This is, the lost inheritance of the Lu sect. It can't be wrong. This is definitely a mechanism wooden magpie. Millet Sovereign looked at the mechanism wooden magpie excitedly. He did not dare to breathe loudly, it was as if he was looking at a miracle. Can this thing fly? Millet Sovereign asked nervously. I don't know, Qi answered casually. She was just fooling around. Somehow, she managed to piece together such a wooden bird. How interesting. Can this old man give it a try? Millet Sovereign's tone carried a hint of pleading. It was as if he would regret it for the rest of his life if he did not personally try this mechanism wooden magpie. Sure, it's yours to begin with, Qi said indifferently. Many thanks. Millet Sovereign received the mechanism wooden magpie excitedly. It was half the height of a human, but it was impossible for an immortal emperor to not be able to carry it. He placed the mechanism wooden magpie on the ground and searched repeatedly. What do you think he was looking for? He was looking for the hidden switch of the mechanism wooden magpie. Unfortunately, after searching for a long time, he still could not find the location of the switch. He had no choice but to ask Qi again. The switch is right here. Can't you see it? Open it here first, then open it here. Like this, like this, like this. Look, isn't it open now? Qi explained patiently. However, Millet Sovereign was confused and had a blank look on his face. He did not understand a single word. He had watched the entire process of Qi opening the switch. However, if he was asked to imitate and demonstrate, he did not even know the first step. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? For the first time in his life, Millet Sovereign doubted his life. He wondered if he was an idiot in the art of mechanisms. The only fortunate thing was that he finally saw the mechanism wooden magpie take flight. As Qi opened the switch, the originally decorative mechanism wooden magpie suddenly seemed to have a life of its own. It spread its wings and flew. It was not flying like a puppet, it had its own consciousness. This was a superb skill. This was a divine art that Millet Sovereign could not understand in his entire life. Originally, the conversation between Millet Sovereign and Qi was limited to the two of them. However, when the mechanism wooden magpie took flight, everyone's eyes were focused on it. Only those who had reached a certain level could understand the power of this mechanism wooden magpie. Only then could they understand Qi's power. Niu Luo looked at the mechanism wooden magpie in shock. Even with his quasi-saint realm eyesight, he actually could not see through the mechanism of this wooden magpie. One should know that this wooden magpie was just Qi's playful creation. Moreover, all the parts were simply pieced together by dismantling the table. Even so, he could not understand a single thing about the mechanism wooden magpie that was pieced together. What kind of terrifying attainments in the art of mechanisms was this? This lady can create such an astonishing mechanism wooden magpie just by piecing it together casually. If she is given enough time and materials, what else could she create? Niu Luo felt terrified just by thinking about it. Perhaps Qi could mass-produce true immortal realm mechanism wooden magpies. Or perhaps he could even mass-produce immortal venerables and immortal kings. Or perhaps even more. Ning Fan was not too surprised. When he awakened Qi's consciousness, he used the reverse spirit technique of the true dragon clan in order to connect their consciousnesses. That was why he saw some of Qi's broken memories. Those memories were messy. However, he vaguely knew the lady's name and the fact that she was a disciple of a saint in the art of mechanisms. It was not surprising that a dignified follower of a saint who also had the title of a divine craftsman could create such a strange mechanism wooden magpie. Just as everyone was marveling at the miraculous mechanism wooden magpie, they suddenly heard noises coming from outside the palace. It turned out that the small demons who were carrying the food had returned. Ning Fan turned his head around and saw 6 giant demons carrying a gigantic square table into the palace strenuously. On the square table, there was a white longevity peach which was as large as a small mountain. It was unknown how the white longevity peach was made. It shone brightly and its fragrance soared to the sky. Ning Fan had eaten a lot of fish meat just now. He wanted to eat some noodles. Now that he smelled the fragrance of the peach, he could not help but swallow his saliva. This item was exactly what he wanted at the moment. Is this item made from high-grade spiritual grains? Niu Luo was not deceived by the appearance of the white longevity peach. Instead, she asked out of caution. Senior, don't worry. This item is indeed made from high-grade spiritual grains. As for the details, please listen to my younger brother. Lord Dao answered respectfully and signaled Lord Mai, who was ranked 4th. Lord Mai nodded and walked forward. He bowed respectfully and explained. This item is made from high-grade spiritual grains. The Qi mountain wheat is the main ingredient, which requires 300,000 gene of it. The dragon blood wheat, Han province wheat and 3 heavens wheat are the supplementary ingredients, which requires 50,000 gene of each. Besides that, many other supplementary ingredients are added. It will take an immortal king hundreds of years to finish this longevity peach. If an immortal emperor like us wants to eat it, we might need 10 years to finish it. Even someone as strong as the great Kun of the Northern Sea can only eat 3 to 5 longevity peaches in one meal. I wonder if this item can satisfy Senior. It's not bad. Niu Luo nodded with satisfaction. She knew about the Qi mountain wheat and the other supplementary wheat. All of them were nourishing items that could strengthen one's muscles and bones and strengthen one's Qi and blood. This item might be able to stop Ning Fan's hunger. Lord Ning probably won't be able to finish it, right? Qi was a little worried. She had never seen Ning Fan eating the fire quail fish before. She had only seen him eating tea and pastries. Therefore, she was worried that Ning Fan would not be able to finish such a huge longevity peach. As it turned out, Qi's worries were purely unnecessary. Ning Fan only needed 40 mouthfuls to finish the white flower longevity peach that required more than 400,000 gene of ingredients. On average, he could eat 10,000 gene of it in a single bite. Moreover, after finishing the huge longevity peach, his stomach growled even more happily. Gulp his gluttonous bug was finally aroused. He was planning to feast and fight against countless delicacies. It's fake, right? Qi placed both of his hands on his stomach and looked at Ning Fan's stomach. It was incomprehensible. Ning Fan was not much fatter than her. Where did all the food that he ate go? Of course, it was digested in an instant. With the mind-reading technique, how could Ning Fan not know Qi's doubts? He answered with a smile. Why did he smile? Because he was in a good mood, because these longevity peaches were really delicious. However, the quantity was a little, it would be wonderful if he could have a few hundred longevity peaches. He finished all the longevity peaches in just a few bites? The sovereigns of the 5 valleys were dumbfounded. Countless lesser demons of the Quailhead Palace were dumbfounded. Each of them looked at Ning Fan as if they were looking at a monster. Is this all the food? Nu Luo was unhappy again. There's more. Of course there's more. The sovereigns of the 5 valleys thought that it was a close call. In order to be safe, they had specially ordered their people to carry more food. As expected, it was put to good use. Thus, the empty tables were carried away by the giants. A new table was carried over. This time, it was a huge pig's head. Of course, it was not real meat. It was made by grinding shu bean and ji grain. The main ingredients of this dish are Eastern Wasteland bean and sea god grain. Each of them weighs 400,000 jin, while the supplementary ingredients are red bean, white dragon valley and square grass. Each of them weighs 500,000 jin. Shu Jun and Ji Jun explained at the same time. Their explanations were a little long. Before the two of them could finish their conversation, Ning Fan had already finished all the grains in the pig's head. Continue to serve the dishes, Nu Luo directly urged. She was worried that Lord Barbarian God would starve to death if he listened to her explanation for every dish. As a result, the third dish was served. It was a bowl of steaming hot 8 treasures rice. All of the high-grade spiritual grains weighed more than 1 million jin. The fragrance was overwhelming, it was soft and delicious, the rice was extremely good. Ning Fan could confirm this just by smelling it. However, who could tell him why there were 2 chopsticks on the 8 treasures rice? The chopsticks and whatnot just look a little strange no matter how I look at it. Speaking of which, the dishes that were served earlier were pig's head and longevity peaches. He did not feel it when he was eating them. Now that he looked back at them, he felt that they looked familiar. Yes. Ning Fan remembered. When he was still immortal, he had seen people having funerals and they seemed to have these dishes. Forget it, we cultivators don't need to mind the taboos of the mortal world. Let's eat first. Thus, Ning Fan finished 1 million jin of 8 treasures rice in the blink of an eye. Then, it was the 4th, 5th and 6th dishes. The sovereigns of the 5 valleys were shocked. Their worldview was refreshed again and again. The food that Ning Fan ate had already exceeded the appetite of hundreds of quasi-saints. However, he was still not full. Even the great Kun of the Northern Sea could not be compared to Ning Fan. If the great Kun of the Northern Sea was a monster with an astonishing appetite, Ning Fan would be the king of monsters. My king, this is bad. Rice warehouse emergency, 3,000 rice warehouses have been eaten. Report. The wheat barn is in danger. The grain barn is in danger. Report. The grain barn is in danger. The grain barn is in danger. Report. There are no more grains left in the palace. We can only go to the fields to harvest and cook on the spot. Report. All the grains that could be harvested have been harvested. The rest are all Qing Miao. There is not a single high-grade spiritual grain left in the palace. I wonder if we can substitute mid-grade and low-grade spiritual grains. Damn it. If it's mid-grade and low-grade spiritual grains, even several million jin won't be able to alleviate Lord Ning's hunger. What should we do? The sovereigns of the 5 valleys were already in chaos because of the food shortage. However, Ning Fan's stomach was still grumbling non-stop. He looked like he could not eat his fill no matter what. Just as he was worrying about where to find the grains, another urgent report came. At first, the sovereigns of the 5 valleys thought that it was another report about the food shortage. After reading the report, their expressions changed drastically. This time, it was actually a battle report. The sovereigns of the 5 valleys put down the battle report and hurriedly walked out of the palace. They rose into the sky and looked into the distance. They saw black clouds covering the sky in the direction of Shiji Mountain. No, those are not black clouds. No, those are the locusts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. They were attacking the Ji Mountain. Shiji Mountain was the core of the Quailhead Palace. It was the sacrificial mountain that venerated Ziwei had personally built in the past. This is impossible. We clearly didn't leave the Quailhead Palace. With us 5 sovereigns guarding the palace, no matter how strong those locusts are, they won't be able to break the seal. How did they get out? Could it be that the rampage of immortal flaming fish had shaken the foundation of the 12 Arctic palaces, giving those locusts the chance to break the seal? These locusts must be planning to rob the offerings in the mountain. Should we go and stop them or watch them eat the offerings and seek their own death? Since these locusts are seeking death, let them be, but we can't be too careless. Once these locust demons have suffered at Xianxia mountain, they'll immediately change directions and come after us. We might not be able to escape a great battle, sigh, these are really troubled times. First, immortal flaming fish went berserk. Then, Lady Luo came to visit. Then, the locust demons appeared. Just as the 5 Valleys sovereign emperor was sighing, he suddenly saw a stream of light break through the air, heading straight in the direction of Shiji mountain. It was Ning Fan. What a powerful aura. His magic power is comparable to a demi-sage. As expected, he's no ordinary celestial king. I saw that this person's appetite was shocking, so I already knew that he wasn't an ordinary celestial king, but I didn't expect him to be this strong. Fellow Daoist Ning, are you planning to rush to the aid of Pledge Mountain? Could it be that you feel guilty after eating up all our food, so you want to help us drive away the locust demons and return the favor? What a gentleman. How dare you refuse to take advantage of us? Fellow Daoist Ning is a guest from afar, so how can we let him face the endless locust monsters alone? Let us go and help him. Ha ha ha. Let's go together. The 5 Valleys sovereign emperors were filled with heroic spirits. They followed Ning Fan and rushed towards Pledge Mountain. As for Nu Luo and Qi Yi, they actually did not follow them. It was because Ning Fan had given them an order before he left. Wait here for a while. I'm going to look for some meat. I'll be back soon. This was the barbarian god's order. Nu Luo naturally did not dare to disobey it. She could only wait here. As for Qi Yi, he too did not dare to disobey the barbarian god's order from the bottom of his heart. The 5 Valleys sovereign emperors only thought that Ning Fan was going to kill the locust to repay the favor. However, they did not expect that Ning Fan was just going out to look for meat. After eating too much fish, one would think about the 5 grains. After eating too much grains, one would think about minced meat. Insatiable greed was exactly what it meant. Or perhaps, in Ning Fan's heart, he really wanted to repay the favor, follow Senior Ning and fight. How can you say that you don't have food? Kill the locust with your son. How can you say that you don't have food? Kill the locust with your son. Kill the locust. Kill the locust. Kill. 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 The scene of Ning Fan heading straight for Jishi Mountain ignited the blood of the small demons who had been bullied by the locust demons. Countless small demons chanted loudly with their blood boiling. They actually followed the 5 Valleys sovereign emperors and flew towards Pledge Mountain. Why did these people also follow me? Ning Fan, who was flying in the air, scanned the area behind him with his spirit sense. He was instantly speechless. Do these people also crave meat like me? At this moment, the sky around Shiji Mountain was filled with locusts in a radius of several thousand miles. Their buzzing sound shook the heavens and the earth. There were hundreds of billions of them. Wherever the locusts passed, the Spirit Spring and Spirit Lake were all drained. Grass, trees, and seedlings were all eaten. Even the birds and beasts were eaten into piles of white bones. The land was full of scars. There was no sign of life. Everywhere, there were marks of giant teeth gnawing. Within a radius of several thousand miles, only this Shiji Mountain had not been attacked by the locusts yet. 3,300 rays of purple light circled around Shiji Mountain. They were formed by the Dao arts left by immortal Emperor Ziwei. Another 8,800 auspicious clouds covered the top of the mountain. Whenever locusts approached, the auspicious clouds would emit clouds and force the locusts to retreat. In addition, there were 4,000 armored soldiers guarding Shiji Mountain. Most of these soldiers were men. However, the general leading them was a woman. Normal soldiers wore black iron armor. Only this female general wore wooden armor. Under the wooden armor was a close-fitting apricot yellow battle robe. The robe was embroidered with a picture of a magnolia tree. Under the battle robe was a slender waist. Hanging from her waist was not a sword, but 5 yellow flags embroidered with osmanthus flowers. Seeing hundreds of billions of locusts approaching, some people panicked. Some felt despair. Some even made up their minds to abandon Shiji Mountain and leave this place. Only this woman looked up at the sky. Her eyes were calm. There were no ripples. There was no emotion. She did not think she could defeat these locusts, but she did not plan to escape either. General, I have already asked for help from the 5 valleys thearchs. They did not respond. An armored soldier knelt on the ground and reported angrily. If they don't respond, they won't come. It's better to rely on ourselves than others. We just need to do our part and defend this place, the woman said calmly. But I can't take this lying down. What a bunch of ungrateful valley demons. That day, the demon from the Demon Conferral Peak came and killed the 5 valleys thearchs. If not for General's help, how could the 5 of them survive and wait for Lord Prolific Knowledge's rescue? There's no need to say more. I helped them that day and accepted the gift. We are even now. These valley demons don't owe me anything. In this world, no one owes me anything. I don't owe anyone either. But, let's talk about military intelligence. Have you found out how many locusts have come this time? According to reports, there are at least 300 billion locusts this time. I'm not asking about the infant stage. This mountain is protected by the Myrtle Dharma. Even if the infant stage is doubled, it's nothing to be afraid of. I'm asking about the adult locust demons and the older stage. Only when she mentioned the older stage did the female general's eyes turn serious. Reporting to the general, there are no less than 100,000 adults, and there are a total of 11 older ones. Among them, there is even one that has molted for the 2nd time, 10 senior cultivators and 1 reincarnation cultivator. No wonder the 5 valley sovereign lords are unwilling to come and help. Even if they come, they will only lose a few more lives. Today, I'm afraid that we will really die in battle here. Like this, it's fine. We came from where we came from, and we will leave where we came from. We don't owe each other anything. The female general's expression became calm again. Those who knew her well could tell that she was determined to fight to the death with these locust demons. General, please reconsider. As long as there's life, there's hope. Even if Kismet Mountain is breached, as long as we are alive, we can still rebuild this place in the future. We are all demons born in the future. We don't owe revered Myrtle anything. Even if Kismet Mountain is destroyed, revered Myrtle can't blame us. There's no need to sacrifice our lives for this, some armored soldiers tried to persuade her. However, the female general shook her head in response. All of you can leave, but I can't. My original form is a war chariot. I have a body but no life. It's the spiritual chi of Kismet Mountain that nourished me and gave me the possibility to transform into a demon. I won't protect this mountain for anyone. I just don't want to owe this mountain anything, General. Those armored soldiers who suggested to leave were all ashamed. The female general had absorbed the spiritual chi of Kismet Mountain and turned into a demon. That was why she owed Kismet Mountain a favor. Weren't they the same? But, those who wish to leave, you can do so. There's no need to worry. After all, you are still needed to rebuild this mountain in the future. However, it's not easy to escape from the encirclement of 300 billion. Someone has to be sacrificed to attract the attention of the older and reincarnated demons. Only then will there be a chance. So no matter what, I will stay here and bring up the rear for all of you. But in this case, all of you will owe me instead. I hate it when others owe me. How about this? If anyone escapes this calamity, scatter a handful of osmanthus flowers in the western valley of Kismet Mountain in autumn next year as a tribute to me. That way, we won't owe each other anything. When the armored soldiers heard this, they were all moved and speechless. The female general, however, was unwilling to say anything more. She was the leader of these armored soldiers. With a few words, she divided the 4,000 armored soldiers into 2 groups. One group of 3,000 to 500 people wanted to leave this place. The other group of 500 people also did not want to owe her anything. They planned to die with her here. Boom. Boom, boom. Suddenly, loud explosions were heard. It was the sound of the locusts attacking the purple clouds and auspicious clouds. No matter how many young locusts there were, they could not break through the defense of Kismet Mountain's purple clouds and auspicious clouds. However, as the adult locusts joined the battle, the situation immediately changed. Every adult locust was as powerful as a true immortal. These adult locusts were not afraid of death. They kept attacking Kismet Mountain. Seeing that they could not break through the mountain, the adult locusts roared angrily and impatiently. Their roars were like a signal. As soon as they roared, countless young locusts exploded themselves. They were planning to use their flesh and blood to break through the defense of Kismet Mountain. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, tens of millions of young locusts detonated themselves against the defense of Kismet Mountain. After the locusts died, they would produce baleful chi. The baleful chi themselves carried their own foul chi. The baleful chi and foul chi kept accumulating, attacking the light and auspicious clouds on Kismet Mountain. Tens of millions of locusts had exploded, but they still could not destroy the light and auspicious clouds. It was clear how powerful the Taoist art left behind by Venerable Purple Myrtle was. Seeing that they still could not break through Kismet Mountain, the locusts roared even louder. Even some adult locusts started to detonate themselves to attack Kismet Mountain's defense. The self-detonation of each adult locust was comparable to a true immortal self-detonation. A true immortal self-detonation might not be worth mentioning, but if hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of true immortals self-detonated at the same time, even immortal emperors and demi-sages would have to retreat for a moment. Immortal Emperor Purple Myrtle had passed away too long ago. The Purple Myrtle Taoist art he left behind was like water without a foundation. Moreover, it had been worn away by the passage of time. In the end, it could not withstand the impact of the scale. 3,300 rays of light were tainted by the baleful chi and foul chi and dissipated. 8,800 auspicious clouds cracked under the attack of the locusts. Kismet Mountain was finally breached by the locusts. Almost at the same time that Kismet Mountain's defense was broken, the female general took out one of the 5 small flags on her waist and waved it at the 3,500 armored soldiers. Yellow light flashed, and the 3,500 armored soldiers disappeared. They had been teleported far away by the female general. Sensing that someone had escaped from Kismet Mountain, many locusts immediately chased after them. Even more locusts charged into Kismet Mountain and ate the plants, beasts, and birds. They ate everything in front of them. As for the female general and the others, they were also targeted by the locusts as food. Kill. The female general ordered coldly and led the 500 armored soldiers out. Most of the armored soldiers were only true immortals, and she was only a 6th tribulation immortal emperor. A 6th tribulation immortal emperor leading 500 true immortals shouldn't have been able to cause much trouble when facing 300 billion locusts. However, this woman was very good at battle formations. The 500 armored soldiers had different cultivation levels, but under her command, the 500 of them were like one person. The 500 of them wielded long halberds as if they were one person wielding a halberd. Whether they were advancing or retreating, they all moved in formation. Yellow River Formation. The female general patted her waist, and the 5 flags flew up at the same time. Billowing demonic aura swept out, and a strange formation appeared in Kismet Mountain. Inside this formation, the water of the Yellow River surged endlessly. As for the 500 armored soldiers that she led, they moved according to the formation and turned into 500 demon soldiers, setting off endless waves in the river. Ordinary locusts didn't have much knowledge, so they naturally didn't know how powerful this formation was. They fiercely rushed toward the female general, but they couldn't even touch her at all. They were swept into the surging Yellow River and drowned. No matter how many came, no matter how many were killed, the water of the Yellow River seemed bottomless and endless. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of locusts were drowned, but it still couldn't fill up the river. The female general had a ruthless expression on her face. She moved forward in formation and killed thousands of locusts. She drowned and killed more and more locusts. Their numbers reached millions, tens of millions, and even hundreds of millions, be it the young locust demons or the adult locust demons. None of them could put up any resistance under the battle formation. Their cultivation was like dust, seeing that hundreds of millions of locusts had died, but they still couldn't take down this female general. Some of the older locusts were finally angered. Battle formation technique, small Taoist. Watch this old man throw my whip to break the formation. A human-shaped locust flew out from the side, heading straight for the female general. This was a 6th tribulation grade emperor locust. He had antennae on his head and a mouthpiece in his mouth. He looked indescribably strange. I've never seen a locust's demon before. It seems like you're a new immortal emperor. The female general's beautiful eyes swept across the newcomer, and she already understood. Without saying anything else, she immediately controlled the formation flags. In an instant, the yellow river water crashed against the shore, and the waves rolled up and hit the great emperor locust. This old man is Fu Huang. Remember who the one who killed you and ate you is. The old man named Fu Huang sneered and spat out a treasure from his mouth, easily shattering the waves that filled the sky. It was a Dao weapon in the shape of a horsewhip. This formation really isn't worth mentioning. Seeing that the female general's waves were so easily shattered, Fu Huang became even more contemptuous. He raised his hand and pointed at the horsewhip. The horsewhip immediately turned into 10, and then into 100. In an instant, there were hundreds of billions of whip shadows that struck down on the Yellow River formation with monstrous power. It was clearly just an attack from a Dao weapon, but it was almost comparable to an attack from a Khanate magic treasure. It was truly terrifying. However, the next moment, the female general controlled the formation flags, and the endless Yellow River water rolled up. Be it the endless whip shadows or the new immortal emperor, they were all swept into the river and drowned. Fu Huang wasn't instantly killed by the female general, but he was trapped in the Yellow River formation and couldn't escape. He was in great pain. This woman was truly amazing. They were both 6th tribulation immortal emperors. Even if they took advantage of the new immortal emperor locust, it was still extremely difficult to capture them in one move. However, this woman did it so easily. There was no complacency in the female general's eyes. They were still as calm as water, as if it was natural for her to capture a new immortal emperor with a raise of her hand. However, this angered even more powerful locust demons. 9 locust demon immortal emperors flew out and surrounded the female general. Fu Huang is truly trash. He was actually captured by a cultivator of the same level as him in one move. What a disgrace to our generation. Brother Ji Huang, you sure talk big. Don't forget that when you just became an immortal emperor, you were also captured by this woman's battle formation. Humph. Everyone has the right to laugh at me. But you don't. Didn't you, Huang Yuanhai, lose an arm in the hands of this woman? Shut up. Let's kill this woman first. This woman has repeatedly resisted us immortal locust demons. This isn't the first time. She deserves to be killed. I must have the first bite of this woman's flesh. Don't fight with me. He, wouldn't it be better to eat while playing? Humph. This woman's battle formation is quite mysterious. Don't be careless. Let's attack together. Not all the locust demon emperors were as impulsive as Fu Huang. The 9 locust demon emperors in front of them knew how powerful the female general was, so they didn't dare to underestimate her. In the long years, this wasn't the first time the locust demons caused trouble, nor was it the first time they fought against the female general. In the past, they had suffered at the hands of the female general, but today was different. Among the locust demons, there was already a reincarnated locust demon that was comparable to a demi-sage. As for this female general, she was no longer as strong as she used to be. One should know that when this woman was at her strongest, she had 100,000 armored soldiers under her command. Her battle formation could only be described as terrifying. Unfortunately, after so many years, the locust demons had fought with Kismet Mountain no less than 100 times. The more the female general fought, the fewer the locust demons fought. The locust demons could reproduce endlessly and replenish their strength. She only had 500 soldiers by her side, so there was nothing to fear. It was a good opportunity for revenge. Kill. Against the combined forces of 9 immortal emperors, the female general lost in the end. She lost miserably, with almost no power to resist. The Yellow River formation was broken by the locust demon emperors. The captured Fu Huang was also rescued by the locust demon emperors. The 500 soldiers who swore to follow her were killed and eaten by the locust demon emperors. Unfortunately, the soldiers under her command were not tasty. Once they were eaten by the locust demon emperors, they would immediately turn into clay terracotta soldiers. Yes, the soldiers under her command were made of terracotta soldiers. They had no flesh or blood, so they were not tasty at all. Therefore, every time the locust demon emperors ate an armored soldier, they would spit out a mouthful of mud after chewing it. Disgusting, too disgusting. Perhaps this woman would taste better. One of the locust demon emperors finally seized the opportunity to bite the female general's arm and tear off a large piece of flesh. He chewed greedily and happily. Finally, he cried out in pain and spat out a mouthful of sawdust. There was not a bit of flesh to eat, there was not a bit of flesh on the female general's body. It was all wood, moreover, it was the kind of rotten wood that was hard, dry, and full of thorns. One bite would cause a mouthful of blood to bleed. This woman's true form is made of Xianxia wood. How disgusting! The locust demon emperor said angrily. Since it's Xianxia wood, there's no point in eating it. There's no point in plucking it. Just kill it. The other locust demon emperors also said angrily. Anyone who had spent a lot of effort to hunt prey only to find that it was not edible would be angry. It was inevitable. I'm sorry to disappoint all of you. I do not have any flesh on me that you can eat, nor do I have any structures that you can pluck. Let's perish together. The female general looked back at the mud-covered soldiers. They were all her subordinates. Next, she would summon them back to the other world. Then, under the shocked gazes of all the locust demon emperors, the female general withdrew from her human form and transformed into an ancient war chariot. The flag embroidered with osmanthus flowers fluttered on the war chariot. Black chi surged out of the war chariot and formed the image of a huge black cauldron on the war chariot. The black cauldron suddenly exploded and turned into countless illusory black dragons that flew out. At this moment, a destructive aura was released from the war chariot and swept towards the 9 locust demon emperors. This is the Xianxia war chariot. Run! All the locust demon emperors were frightened at this moment. Without another word, they ran for their lives. Legend had it that immortal Emperor Ziwei had once destroyed the Xianxia kingdom. This war chariot was most likely taken from the Xianxia kingdom. The war chariot made by the Xianxia kingdom could only launch one attack in its lifetime. After that one attack, it would be destroyed. However, this attack could even destroy a demi-sage. No one dared to stop it here. The war chariot that the female general turned into locked her killing intent on the 10 locust demon emperors, including Fu Huang. This was the last attack that she would sacrifice her life against 10 immortal emperors. She was not sure how many people this attack could kill. At the very least, it could kill 2 or 3 people. This should be enough to comfort her subordinates. This way, she would not owe them anything. Her spiritual consciousness gradually became blurry. The power gradually left her body and turned into a violent black dragon that flew out. The female general waited for the final attack to be effective, but it did not come. Because someone descended from the sky and fixed her in place with a finger. She could not launch this attack no matter what. Who are you? Why are you helping the locust demons? That's right. You're the reincarnation realm creature that hasn't shown up for a long time. But why have I never seen you before? The female general locked her spirit sense on Ning Fan. Her tone finally carried a hint of unwillingness. Reincarnation realm? What's that? Ning Fan shook his head. He did not understand what the lady in the war chariot was talking about. He was also too lazy to use the mind-reading technique to understand the whole story. He came here to hunt for food, not to listen to stories. He was not interested in the grudges between the lady in the war chariot and the locust demons. The reason why he stopped her from launching a desperate attack was because he did not want his food to be turned into ashes by her. What would he eat if he was turned into ashes? To eat dust? In fact, if Ning Fan did not consume the 10th revolution pill and did not feel dizzy due to hunger, he might really be interested in a Xianxia war chariot that was powerful enough to kill a demi-sage realm creature. Unfortunately, a person who had gone mad from hunger would only be interested in food. Other than delicacies, everything else would be like a sage without any desires. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. If it wasn't for your help, we would have suffered a lot. When the group of locust demon great emperors saw the Xianxia war chariot attacking them, they thought that they were doomed. However, they did not expect Ning Fan to descend from the sky and save them. The way they looked at Ning Fan was filled with friendliness and enthusiasm. What's going on with them being so friendly that they are drooling? What's going on with them being so friendly that their stomachs are turning sour? Damn it, who is this person? The smell of the meat on his body is so fragrant. Eating this person is definitely a great supplement. Could it be that this person is transformed from the immemorial sacrificial flesh of Shiji Mountain? Otherwise, how could he emit such a fragrance? It's nothing. It's not worth mentioning. Ning Fan also gave the group of Locust Demon Great Emperors a friendly smile. Thank you, fellow Daoist, for subduing this lady. Can you take a step forward and let us thank you? After that, we can drink and chat merrily while discussing the Tao. Isn't that wonderful? The group of Locust Demon Great Emperors suppressed their greed and said with a friendly smile. Drink and chat merrily? Sounds good. Ning Fan also gave a friendly smile and walked towards the few Locust Demon Great Emperors. Just as he approached the group of Locust Demon Great Emperors, he suddenly opened his divine spirit mouth and bit them. Something unexpected happened. None of them expected that Ning Fan would suddenly attack them in such a strange way. Among the 10 Locust Demon Great Emperors, 9 of them were experienced immortal emperors. Even though the attack was too sudden, they still managed to dodge Ning Fan's bite. Fu Huang was the only unfortunate one who reacted half a beat slower because he was a newly advanced immortal emperor. Half of his body was directly bitten off by Ning Fan, leaving only the upper half of his body standing on the ground. Fresh blood that was filled with bad luck and baleful qi immediately splattered all over the ground. Who are you? The 9 Locust Demon Great Emperors who had just escaped death roared with fear in their eyes. He ate an immortal emperor with a single bite. This person killed an immortal emperor with a single bite. Even his demon soul could not escape. What kind of ferocious monster is he? Who exactly is he? It's impossible for such a person to exist in the 12 Arctic palaces. Raw meat really doesn't taste good. It's better to grill it a little. Ning Fan kept his fake smile and his expression turned cold. That coldness was a sign of dissatisfaction towards the food that he ate. After Fu Huang died, the remaining half of his body transformed back into his locust body. Seeing that, Ning Fan summoned the ocean-defying sword. After making the sword grow longer, he skewered half of the talisman locust and began to roast it on the spot. Sprinkle some Sichuan pepper. Sprinkle some green salt. Sigh, I was too careless. It seemed that he should add more honey. Well, I can't forget about the other seasonings either. Ning Fan continued to grill the talisman locust as if there was no one around him. When it was grilled until it was golden and crispy, he took a bite. *chi. No words could describe the deliciousness of this mouthful. As expected, cooked meat was tastier than raw meat. At this moment, the aura force that Ning Fan emitted was too terrifying. Like a god, like a primordial demon, he was roasting the locusts as if no one was around, but none of the locusts dared to approach him. When the 9 great locust demon sovereigns saw Ning Fan devouring all the talisman locusts in front of them, cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. They did not dare to move forward nor did they dare to retreat. The lady from Xianxia was similarly shocked by Ning Fan's action. Immortal emperors were already at the peak of the Dharma ending era. However, in front of this man, they were just food that could be devoured in a few bites. At this moment, the lady from Xianxia was certain that Ning Fan was not an accomplice of the locusts. Moreover, she could faintly feel that the dangerous qi from Ning Fan's body was much more terrifying than the combined force of 300 billion locusts. Heavy, it was too heavy. Ning Fan's aura force was too heavy. How could those young locusts withstand it? Countless young locusts were stunned by Ning Fan's aura force. Like a rain of locusts, they fell from the sky and covered the land within a radius of several thousand li * 500 m per li. Even the adult locusts were forced to prostrate on the ground by Ning Fan's aura force. They could no longer fly. One of the 9 great locust demon sovereigns finally broke down. They could no longer sit still and watch this heavy atmosphere continue. The 7 tribulations locust demon named Ji Long Huang roared angrily and dashed towards Ning Fan. Then, Ning Fan raised his hand and nailed him to the ground with a single slash. His sword pierced through his demon soul. It was so fast that there was no way for him to dodge or escape. Don't worry. I haven't finished this one yet. The next one will be yours. Ning Fan's tone was calm. However, those who heard his words could feel a chill that penetrated deep into their bones. Even Ning Fan himself did not realize how frightening his words and actions were at this moment. He was too eager to eat, he was so hungry that he had gone crazy. A person who had gone crazy from hunger was very scary. There was no way to reason with him. He might also be forced to use all of his potential just to hunt for food. It was only at this moment that Ning Fan truly looked like a deity from the ancient times. His entire body was filled with ferocity and brutality that took everything in the world as food. Damn it! Damn it! Move! Hurry up and move! The remaining 8 immortal locust demon sovereigns trembled in fear. They wanted to move. They desperately wanted to move under Ning Fan's aura force. It doesn't matter if you want to resist or run away. At least, move. Finally, more of the great locust demon sovereigns suppressed the fear in their hearts. 3 of them roared furiously and dashed towards Ning Fan. However, 5 of them were so frightened that they fled. They were 10,000 times more afraid than when they saw Xianxia's carriage. Humans will always be eaten by humans. Don't you even have this bit of awareness? In Ning Fan's right eye, the shadow of the dark samsara branch flashed. He had already activated his illusion technique. The eyes of the 3 immortal locust demon sovereigns who were dashing towards him instantly turned dull. Their eyes reflected the shadow of the rainy night in the ancient times. At the next moment, countless dark samsara branch pierced out from their bodies. Blood flowed all over the ground and they fell to the ground dead. Monster! He really is a monster. Sensing that 3 of their companions had died in an instant, the 5 immortal locust demon sovereigns ran even faster. While they were fleeing, they shouted to the heavens for help. Old ancestor! Save us quickly! This man is too strong. Too strong. A bunch of trash. 10 immortal emperors were actually frightened by an immortal king. A disdainful and angry voice resounded in the vast sky. Then, a gigantic black locust that was as large as the sky removed its invisibility and revealed itself. With old ancestor here, we are saved. The 5 immortal locust demon sovereigns were overjoyed. Unfortunately, their happiness did not last long. They saw Ning Fan raise his hand and summon a Dao mountain, suppressing the reincarnation realm old ancestor locust demon who was comparable to a quasi-sage realm cultivator. After struggling for a while, the locust demon could no longer move at the foot of the mountain. He was pitifully weak, the heavens had pity on him. This old ancestor locust demon had just attained the quasi-sage realm not long ago. He might not even be able to defeat 1/3 of the lightning lock. How could he possibly stop the Dao mountain of the Ant Lord? If old ancestor Leisha was here, he would certainly sneer at the old ancestor locust demon. You're just a quasi-sage realm cultivator. Are you that strong? There are still a few existences that are stronger than you in my little martial uncle's pouch that he has yet to kill, Sage Dao Mountain. He's a sage. He's a sage. But how is this possible? There are definitely no sages in the Dharma ending era. The 5 great locust demon sovereigns were in despair. The old ancestor locust demon who was being suppressed at the foot of the mountain felt even more hopeless. Immortal Huiyu had gone on a rampage. The seal of the earth vein was broken. The 300 billion locusts took the opportunity to escape and wreaked havoc everywhere. Initially, they thought that the destruction of the seal this time was the good fortune of the locust race. It was a good opportunity to conquer the Quailhead Palace. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a calamity of extinction. Who are you? I have already become sworn brothers with old ancestor 100 Wings of the Devil Sealing Beast. If you attack me, that sworn brother of mine will definitely not sit by and do nothing. The Devil Conferral Summit will never let you go. Ning Fan did not even bother to pay attention to this old ancestor of the locust demon. In just a few moves, he had already taken care of the other 5 immortal emperors. Roar the locust demon forefather let out a furious roar of indignation. He had risked his life to reach the sage-to-be realm. How could he be willing to be food for others? How could he be willing to be suppressed by a mountain? He refused to accept this. I can't accept this. Why? Why? Someone as powerful as you, why would you attack the ancient locust tribe? I am the descendant of the ancient locust, and I receive orders from the heavens. You foolish cultivator of the later generation, you do not know the horrors of the ancient era. You do not know the nobility of the ancient locust tribe. Do you know that before the separation of the three realms, there was another era? Did you know that in that era, those who disobeyed the ancient locust were as bad as disobeying the gods? Do you know that once the ancient locust is enraged, it will shatter like a divine pill? You underestimate me. So what if it was Sage Down Mountain? In front of the gods, they are like ants. All right. Very good. His rage was still increasing. I'm really angry. Ha ha ha. Enough, enough. I've accumulated enough rage. Since that's the case, I'll let you experience the terror of the ancient locust's wrath. Come out. Lord Shenwan. Kill him. Kill him for me. Like a madman, the old ancestor finally made up his mind. He opened his mouth and spat out a black pellet. As soon as the black pellet left his mouth, the old ancestor's body instantly shrunk countless times. His chi became unprecedentedly weak. As for the black pellet, it instantly absorbed all the light in the world, causing heaven and earth to fall into darkness. Eyesight became useless. He could only see things with his spirit sense. Ning Fan finally frowned. All the locusts he encountered along the way did not give him the slightest sense of danger. Before this old ancestor spat out the black pellet, he was also in existence that he could easily defeat with a raise of his hand. However, after this old ancestor spat out the black pellet, he finally felt a sense of danger. What he was more concerned about was what this old ancestor said. The ancient gods were a great secret of heaven and earth. How did a mere locust demon know about such a secret? On second thought, this place was the old palace of immortal Emperor Ziwei. Since it was a place of cultivation for the fourth step, it was not impossible for there to be existences that knew about the ancient secrets. The key was what exactly was this black pellet in front of him? Almost at the same time when the old ancestor spat out the black pellet, Ning Fan summoned his virtue umbrella. Even though the black pellet in front of him was dangerous, it had yet to surpass the defense of the virtue umbrella. After all, this old ancestor was just a newly advanced quasi-sage realm cultivator. If this locust was a little stronger, perhaps Ning Fan would have a hard time dealing with this black pellet. Fool! What a fool! You want to block a divine pellet with just a broken umbrella? Kill him. Lord Divine Pellet, quickly kill him. How would the old ancestor know about the power of the virtue umbrella? He was still clamoring proudly. The black pellet seemed to have heard the old ancestor's call. With a swoosh sound, it disappeared from its original spot. Its speed was too fast. It was so fast that Ning Fan could not even catch it with his eyes. Ning Fan was secretly shocked. Almost at the same time when the black pellet disappeared, he had already covered his body with the virtue umbrella. Rumble 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 The black pellet wanted to get close to Ning Fan, but it was sent flying by the virtue umbrella again and again. Each time the black pellet collided with Ning Fan, it was actually comparable to a full-force attack from a second-level quasi-sage realm cultivator. The virtue umbrella shone brightly. The earth quaked, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. How was this a collision between a pellet and an umbrella? It was simply like a battle between two peerless experts. It was a battle of life and death. Ning Fan held the virtue umbrella in his hand. He could feel the emotions that the umbrella was giving off. It was extremely focused as if it was facing a formidable enemy. He did not know what the black pellet in front of him was, but even the virtue umbrella was wary of it. Was this really an attack that a newly advanced quasi-sage realm cultivator could unleash? If I don't have the virtue umbrella in my hand, would I be able to block this black pellet's attack? Is this locust demon really a newly advanced quasi-sage realm cultivator? He's actually this strong. Ning Fan glanced sideways. Only then did he realize that each time the black pellet collided with the old ancestor's body would shrink significantly. His chi would also become much weaker. Oh, so that's how it is. Releasing this black pellet would put a huge burden on the quasi-sage realm cultivator's body. This demon would not be able to withstand such a powerful attack for long. Damn it. Damn it. My chi and blood have almost been sucked dry by the divine pellet. Why isn't he injured at all? What kind of umbrella is that? How can it even block the divine pellet? This is absolutely impossible. The old ancestor was overwhelmed with shock. What happened next was even more incomprehensible to him. It turned out that the black pellet had been attacking the virtue umbrella relentlessly, but it could not break its defense no matter how hard it tried. Finally, it gave up. It stopped attacking. It felt extremely wronged. It could not understand. It could not understand. Why did this deity in front of it reject its offer of allegiance? How could a deity reject a divine pellet? Could it be that I've done something wrong? Wah. Under Ning Fan's astonished gaze, the black pellet which was hovering in midair was actually crying. Only he who possessed the ability to communicate with all living things in the world could hear that sound of crying. The others naturally could not hear it. However, the others could see the tears that were constantly dripping from the black pellet. Black tears fell from the black pellet like the thickest ink in the world. However, they were not ink. As soon as the tears fell to the ground that they came into contact with instantly sank to a depth of 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, as if it had evaporated. A strange and gigantic pit with a diameter of several hundred zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, and a depth of 1000 zhang *3, 33 m per zhang, appeared in front of Ning Fan. The soil within the pit was burnt into nothingness by the power of the black pellet. In just an instant, it turned into nothingness. Why are you crying? Ning Fan asked with a frown. In the eyes of the others, this scene was as if he was talking to the air. The black pellet was stunned. He did not expect that the deity in front of him could still talk to him. He was immediately delighted and stopped crying. Then, he turned to beg. The divine pellet wants to forsake the darkness for the light. The divine pellet wants to follow the Lord. The divine pellet wants to be the Lord's divine pellet. Please take me in, Lord. Don't hate the divine pellet. Ning Fan was stunned. His mind was spinning. He could not understand the situation in front of him. After pondering for a long time, he talked to the black pellet again. You want to submit to me? But I don't even know what you are. I see. So you are called the divine pellet? I didn't know that an ancient deity had such an ability. Are you sure you want to abandon your old master and submit to me? This doesn't seem to be a good idea. Oh? So this locust demon is not your master. Instead, you are its master? This is interesting. You want me to help you give birth to more little divine pellets? This is a little difficult. You and I are completely different species. How can we help each other? No, even if you are a female pellet, you can't do it. Oh? I didn't know that there is such a thing between us. This is worth a try. After an unknown period of time, Ning Fan no longer had any fear towards the black pellet. He kept the virtue umbrella and beckoned the black pellet with his finger. Then, the black pellet hopped into Ning Fan's palm and happily rubbed itself against it. It's fake. It's fake. The power contained in the divine pellet is the origin of all the great Tao in the world. It can turn everything it comes into contact with into ashes. Why does it not work on you? Why? The locust demon old ancestor would never think that Ning Fan was an ancient deity. Before every deity cultivates a divine pellet, they would be told one thing: the ownerless divine pellet would not cause harm to deities. The ancient locust demon was just a slave of the deity. It could only borrow the power of the divine pellet. It could not become the true master of the divine pellet. Therefore, using the ownerless divine pellet that he had cultivated for his entire life to deal with Ning Fan was equivalent to giving it to him for free. Speaking of which, there are so many locusts here. It's not bad to use them as sacrificial offerings for the undying ghost soldiers. I still have a few captives that can be used to refine ghost soldiers. Together with the old ancestor I caught this time, I might be able to successfully make 1 or 2 quasi-sacred ghost soldiers, but I'm so hungry. I'll roast some more locusts to eat. Speaking of which, there is a delicious smell of meat on this shady mountain. There must be delicious food. Ning Fan fell into a dilemma. At this moment, it was undoubtedly the best time to refine the undying ghost soldiers. If he was not hungry, he would not mind refining them on the spot. However, he was too hungry at the moment. He was so hungry that he could not concentrate. If he were to refine the ghost soldiers now, there was a 99% chance that he would fail. Sure enough, filling his stomach is more important. Just as Ning Fan was in a dilemma, the black pellet that he had just subdued, the divine pellet spoke. Master, you only need to use a part of your spirit sense to make the divine pellet recognize you as its master. The divine pellet is willing to refine ghost soldiers for you. Master can eat without worrying about mundane matters. After all, to a respectable deity, eating is the most important thing. The divine pellet can take care of everything else for you. You can help me refine ghost soldiers? Is this true? Ning Fan was stunned. Of course it's true. I, the divine pellet, can entrust my master's will and help him manage the mundane matters. We are natural stewards. Pill refinement, weapon refinement, talisman crafting, spiritual plants and puppet refinement. As long as it's the skill that Master possesses, the divine pellet can perfectly replicate it. Master, please don't take pity on the divine pellet. Master, please use the divine pellet as much as you can. End of this chapter. In the sky above Quailhead Palace, countless valley demons were rushing towards Shiji Mountain. These valley demons had different cultivation bases, but their speed was almost the same. Even though there were tens of thousands of them traveling together, they did not give off a messy feeling. Instead, they were inexplicably neat. If there were experts in battle formations here, they would be able to see that these valley demons were moving according to the ancient battle formation. Tens of thousands of people were moving in a formation. Everywhere they passed, the power of heaven and earth gathered in the formation and turned into the rumbling sound of war drums. From afar, the battle formation looked like a bird. However, this bird had 5 wings. The 5 valley sovereign emperors each stood in a wing of the formation, holding a formation flag or waving a sword to guide the battle formation forward. Slow. Too slow. How long has it been? We still haven't reached Shiji Mountain. I'm afraid Senior Ning has already started fighting with those locusts. We are still flying slowly behind him. Can't we fly faster? There's no other way. We've already reached the maximum speed. The advantage of our 5-winged formation lies in its lethality, not in its speed. If it's the white horse formation, we might be able to catch up to Senior Ning, but it's not enough to fight those locusts. I hope we won't be too late. Although Senior Ning is a quasi-saint, there are hundreds of billions of locusts. There are even mature locusts comparable to immortal emperors. Even a quasi-saint would find it hard to deal with the encirclement of so many immortal emperors. Senior knows that this battle is dangerous, but he still wants to stand up for us and fight against the locusts. We only had a meal together, but he did so much for us. How benevolent. How shameful. We can owe karma to others, but we can never owe karma to a quasi-saint. We can't miss out on this battle. Fight, fight, fight. The 5 valley sovereign emperors were in high spirits. Everyone in the valley demon army was filled with battle intent. Then, the high-spirited valley demon army chased all the way and finally arrived at Shiji Mountain. Along the way, they did not encounter any locusts. There was not a single locust on the mountain. If it weren't for the fact that Kismet Mountain had been destroyed by the locust demons, if it weren't for the fiendish aura and foul air that still lingered here, the 5 Valleys sovereign emperor would really have suspected that the locust demon army had never been here before. Senior, may I ask if the battle here has already ended? When the sovereign lords of the 5 Valleys saw Ning Fan, they hurriedly went forward and asked with a trembling voice. How could his voice not tremble? That was an army of more than 300 billion locusts. Even if Ning Fan was a quasi-sage realm expert, it was impossible for him to deal with them all by himself. It shouldn't be possible, right? Ning Fan shut both of his eyes tightly. He did not answer the sovereign lord of the 5 Valleys' question, nor did he show any reaction. He seemed to be busy with something important and couldn't be distracted. The 5 Valleys sovereign emperor was slightly surprised. Then, he noticed that Ning Fan was in an extremely abnormal state. At this moment, Ning Fan was holding a strange black ball in his hand and pressing it against his glabella. They could not tell what that small ball was. Thus, the 5 Valleys sovereign emperors tacitly sent out their divine senses to investigate. After that, the 5 Valleys sovereign emperors spat out blood at the same time. The divine senses they sent into the black ball were instantly crushed into nothingness, and they suffered a backlash. What kind of black ball is this? How could it be so terrifying? Even with their status as immortal emperors, they did not even have the right to take a look at it. Then, they looked at Ning Fan. At this moment, Ning Fan's qi was extremely abnormal. As time went by, it kept weakening. Eventually, his qi stopped and he was like a tortoise breathing. His body temperature also seemed to be getting colder. His body also started to harden bit by bit, and in the end, he actually turned into a stone statue. It was as if he had turned into a rock. It also seemed like he was going to sleep here forever. In short, Ning Fan's body no longer had the slightest bit of qi of survival. It was like he had fallen. Seeing this scene, the Five Valleys sovereign emperors' faces turned pale. No way. It can't be. Senior is a dignified quasi-sage realm expert. It's impossible for him to fall here. It's all our fault. It's all our fault for coming too late. Senior must have exhausted all his strength fighting against the army of locusts. That's why he ended up like this. Senior died for our Demon Valley clan. Our clan will forever remember Senior's kindness. Where are the musicians? Quickly play the music. Senior's death in battle is truly heroic. We have received Senior's kindness. It's only right for us to send Senior off. Then, the musicians of the Demon Valley clan really began to play the music in front of the stone statue that Ning Fan had turned into. Some of them were playing trumpets and some were playing swona. The music sounded sad and melancholy as if they were playing a mournful music. Well, they were playing it as if it was a mournful music. Light the incense and candles. Offer the offerings. Scatter the ghost money. Raise the soul summoning flag. 1, 2, 3, kneel. 1, 2, 3, kowtow. 1, 2, cry. Under the command of the Five Valleys sovereign emperors, countless Demon Valley clans knelt down in an orderly manner and kowtowed to Ning Fan to send him off. At the same time, the sound of crying gradually resounded. They were about to cry for their souls. In the beginning, the Demon Valley clans cried in a standard manner without much emotion. However, gradually, some of them were affected by their emotions. The more they cried, the more they cried. The more they cried, the sadder they felt. In the end, all of them cried as if the person who died was not Ning Fan whom they had just met but their own parents. Their cries were extremely sorrowful. Even the sovereign emperors of the Five Valleys were affected by their emotions. Their eyes turned red. Senior, have a safe journey. Don't worry about us. We will carry Senior's faith and try our best to live on. I will definitely become someone who is useful to the cultivation world. I will never let Senior down. While the Demon Valley clans were immersed in grief, a person suddenly walked to the sovereign emperors of the Five Valleys. She was the female war chariot general who had been ignored by the sovereign emperors of the Five Valleys. Her full name was Xianxia Nu. Why are you all crying? Xianxia Nu asked expressionlessly. Oh? It's Fairy Xianxia. Fairy, you may not know this, but this senior who died here came to fight the locust demons for the sake of us valley demons. Since Senior died for us, we should send him off. The sovereign emperors of the Five Valleys answered while sobbing. Died? This Senior didn't die, right? He was just making the treasure recognize him as its master. Senior also reminded me to remind you not to disturb him if you come late. Xianxia Nu explained slowly. Recognize him as its master? Treasure? The sovereign emperors of the Five Valleys were stunned. Almost at the same time, the stone statue of Ning Fan that seemed to have died suddenly changed. Asterisk crack asterisk the stone statue cracked and countless rays of golden light shot out from the cracks. It was so sacred that one could not look at it directly. Ning Fan's entire body was bathed in the golden divine light. He walked out from the broken stone statue like a golden god. The divine light became brighter and brighter. The divine power in Ning Fan's body also rose at the same time. Master, please call me by my true name. This is the last step to recognize me as its master. The small ball of divine pills begged. However, Ning Fan was the only one who could hear it. 9 defiance and 99 withers, divine mud ball. Ning Fan's words were drowned in the divine light. No one could hear it except for the divine ball. Almost at the same time Ning Fan called out his true name, the endless divine light around his body suddenly turned into tens of thousands of golden divine marks which were engraved into the body of the divine ball. Gradually, the divine light subsided. The golden divine marks that were engraved into the body of the divine ball also lost their light. It turned back into a small black ball. At this point, the recognition was successful. Ning Fan could clearly feel that the divine ball seemed to have become a part of his body after it recognized him as its master. That feeling was indescribably mysterious. Xianxia really didn't die. Ugh. The sovereign emperors of the 5 valleys blushed. Since Xianxia was not dead, wouldn't their crying just be a farce? This is. As soon as Ning Fan woke up, he was stunned when he saw the huge formation of crying spirits in front of him. However, he did not ask too many questions. He had a feeling that the truth of the matter would make him speechless. It was better not to care about it. I didn't expect Master to be the dignified divine father of wood. The divine ball is just an insignificant being of the lowest grade. I can't believe that it has such a distinguished master. I'm really touched. After recognizing Ning Fan as its master, the divine ball could clearly sense Ning Fan's divine spirit level. It's my honor to die for the dignified divine father. Master, please don't take pity on me. Master, please use me as much as you can. I will make good use of you. I am very curious about your abilities. Let's use this matter of refining the ghost soldiers to test your ability. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan handed the divine ball a ball of blood light. That blood light was formed after Ning Fan killed 300 billion demon locusts. They could be used as sacrifices to refine ghost soldiers. After that, Ning Fan handed the demon soul of the demon locust old ancestor to the divine ball. It was the main material to refine ghost soldiers. Master, can you leave the 4 great divine weapons here? With the power of the divine weapons, the divine ball's power can be exerted to its fullest. The divine ball requested. The 4 great divine weapons? Ning Fan was stunned. The 4 great divine weapons referred to the 4 divine weapons, the divine refining cauldron, incinerator, millstone of spirit sense and chi and blood gourd. It was not a big deal to lend the divine weapons to the divine ball. However, the problem was that Ning Fan did not have all 4 divine weapons. He only obtained 2 of them by chance. After understanding the situation, the divine ball was a little surprised. From her point of view, Ning Fan was a dignified divine father. However, he did not even have all 4 divine weapons. It was really strange. Could it be that Master defeated the other wood gods without relying on the power of the divine weapons and obtained the position of divine father of wood? Isn't this a little too strong? The divine ball seemed to have misunderstood something. When she looked at Ning Fan again, the admiration in her eyes became even stronger. Even though Ning Fan did not manage to gather all 4 divine weapons, he still lent the only 2 divine weapons he had to the divine ball. By the way, there are still some materials that can be used to refine ghost soldiers sealed in my divine refining cauldron. You can refine them into ghost soldiers as well. As he spoke, Ning Fan summoned the virtue umbrella and sealed the materials that were sealed in the umbrella into the divine refining cauldron. Then, he handed them to the divine ball for her to use. Yes, Master. After handing the matter to the divine ball, Ning Fan walked towards the depths of the Kismet mountain alone. He was going to look for the immemorial sacrificial flesh in the mountain. Obviously, to Ning Fan at this moment, eating was more important. As for the ability to observe the divine ball, it was secondary. With the power of the divine weapon, the black ball of the divine ball that was originally black and swarthy instantly became extraordinary. Its body emitted traces of golden light. She began to refine ghost soldiers seriously. After she had acknowledged Ning Fan as her master, there was a mysterious connection between her and Ning Fan. She could actually summon the ghost flower of the netherworld. Thus, countless thorns and thorns grew on the Kismet mountain in an instant. Ghost chi filled the air and ghostly sounds could be heard. Ghost flowers bloomed among the thorns and thorns. One after another, the undying ghost soldiers walked out from the thorns and stood guard around the divine ball. Their powerful chi frightened the demons of the valley so much that they did not dare to approach them. No one dared to disturb them. What exactly is this black ball? It's really powerful. It can actually summon immortal emperors and quasi-saints out of thin air. Undying corpse slave king, undying soul-absorbing tree, undying black Qilin, undying myriad saint dragon king, any of the undying ghost soldiers had the strength to crush the sovereign emperors of the Five Valleys. At this moment, the sovereign emperors of the Five Valleys finally realized how shallow their understanding of Ming Fan was. How terrifying Ming Fan's cultivation base must be to make such a terrifying black ball willingly acknowledge him as its master. It would not be a problem for him to eliminate 300 billion locusts at all. Hiss. Look at what this black ball is holding. It's actually the demon soul of a locust demon that is comparable to a quasi-saint. What is this senior planning to do? Could it be that he wants to refine the demon soul of a quasi-saint? Could it be that other than immortal emperors, there are also quasi-saints among the locusts? This demon soul was given to the black ball by Senior Ning. In other words, even a quasi-saint locust demon was killed by Senior Ning. It seems like Senior Ning was also the one who calmed the rampage of the fire fish immortal. Senior Ning is definitely not an ordinary quasi-saint. Could he be a great cultivator from the ancient times? That must be it. This is really scary. After the divine pill recognized its master, it had completely inherited all of Ming Fan's miscellaneous techniques, including the method to refine a ghost soldier. If Ming Fan were to refine a ghost soldier, his refining state would more or less have some fluctuations. Perhaps he would be affected by external factors and only be able to display 50% to 60% of his refining standard. Also, he might be able to display 200% of his refining standard due to his extraordinary performance. All of these were possible. However, the divine pill would not have such strong fluctuations. She was not a living being. Instead, she was the manifestation of the divine ability of an ancient divine being. Her existence was more like a meticulously designed machine. No matter what kind of influences existed in her surroundings, she would always be in 100% of her refining state. She would not be affected by anything, and there was no such thing as extraordinary performance. The first one to be refined into a ghost soldier was the old ancestor of the demon locust demon. Originally, the old ancestor was already unconscious after Ming Fan had set up layers of restrictions on him. Now, however, he woke up after suffering a great deal of pain due to the refinement of the ghost soldier. However, he was only awake. The restrictions were still binding him. He could not move at all, and his heart was already filled with fear. Stop. Stop. Lord Divine Pill, what are you trying to do? Are you planning to kill me? You can't do this. My ancient locust clan has been serving you for generations. We have been plundering blood and flesh for you to consume. Why do you want to help an outsider kill me? The divine pill did not answer. Or maybe it did answer. However, the old ancestor was not qualified to hear the divine pill's voice. Seeing that the divine pill ignored him, the old ancestor became even more furious and roared. I respect you and address you as my lord. Do you really think you are nobler than us ancient locust clan? You are just a divine pill. Moreover, you are an ownerless item of the lowest grade. I am after all a quasi-saint realm expert. Even if you kill me, you can't kill me. The divine pill still did not answer him. He just secretly activated the power of the divine smelting cauldron and used its power to slowly refine the old ancestor's demon soul into the 10,000 spirit blood. It's fake. It's fake. This is a divine tool. A real divine tool. A divine tool must have a divine master in order to operate it. Could it be? This is impossible? The old ancestor was in despair. At this moment, Ming Fan's figure appeared in his mind. That figure gradually overlapped with the countless ancient divine beings in his bloodline memory. At that moment, he understood the reason why the divine pill turned against him. At this moment, the old ancestor recalled the admonition that was passed down from generation to generation by his ancestors. When the ancient country was destroyed, we ancient locust clan betrayed the ancient divine beings and caused the deaths of countless divine beings. One day, the descendants of the divine beings will come to take this karma. If you encounter the descendants of the divine beings, run away quickly. If you can't, hand over the divine pill that you stole and apologize to the divine beings. Perhaps, you can preserve the bloodline of your clan. Remember, in front of the true divine beings, we ancient locust clan are not worth mentioning. Damn it. Damn it, if I knew that person is the descendant of the divine beings. If I knew, the old ancestor's consciousness gradually blurred. Before he died, he seemed to have heard the cold laughter of countless ancient divine beings coming from the boundless netherworld. For some unknown reason, the speed of refining the 10,000 spirit blood was terrifyingly fast when the divine pill activated the divine smelting cauldron. The divine pill seemed to be able to perfectly unleash the power of the divine smelting cauldron. Even the demon soul of a quasi-saint realm expert could not last too long under the power of the divine smelting cauldron. Different from how Ning Fan controlled the divine smelting cauldron, the divine pill did not use the cauldron as a magic treasure. Instead, he used it as a cooking tool for cooking. After all, to the ancient divine beings, a cauldron was originally used for cooking. The baleful chi of the fallen quasi-saint realm expert dyed the clouds in the sky red and the grass and trees in the mountains red. All the valley demons were shocked by the scene. As the culprit, the divine pill herself did not show any emotion. Her existence was just like Ning Fan's sword. The karma of the people killed by the sword and the blade would not be on her but the owner of the sword and the blade. Thus, Ning Fan, who was searching for the immemorial sacrificial meat in the mountains, suddenly felt that his baleful chi had become much stronger. However, he was not bothered by it and continued to search for food. In the end, the refinement of the first ghost pawn was barely successful. Ning Fan could vaguely sense that there was one more undying ghost pawn under his command. The undying ancient locust had the cultivation base of a first-level quasi-saint. The divine pill heaved a sigh of relief. She had just acknowledged him as her master and she was eager to make a contribution. As a matter of fact, the success rate of the refinement of an undying ghost pawn was not high. She was considered lucky to have succeeded on her first attempt. It should be Master's strong luck that affected me. It's really good to have a master with a strong luck. The divine pill said happily. At this moment, she was a happy divine pill. The reason why she was happy was partly because her work was going smoothly. On the other hand, she was also happy because she got her revenge. She couldn't remember why she felt this kind of pleasure. The divine pill who was without a master could not retain too much of her memory. Therefore, she could not remember clearly that these locust demons had betrayed the divine spirit race countless years ago and caused the death of countless divine beings. Therefore, the happiness she felt now could only be attributed to her instinct. Master also gave me some other materials. I'll use them to refine the second ghost pawn. According to the difficulty of refining an undying ghost pawn, being able to refine one is already enough for me to be praised. However, if I can refine more, Master will definitely be more satisfied with me. Thus, the divine pill took out another material. This time, it was the vital soul of the Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal. Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal, male, date of birth unknown. He was once a general of the ancient heavenly court, but he later defected. After the heaven and earth sect split, the white demon sect was established. He wholeheartedly wanted to annex the Black Demon sect and was defeated by Master in the Battle of the Lost World Palace. He was then captured. Xianxia seemed to be very proficient in soul-searching and memory-erasing techniques. As soon as he came into contact with Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal, he had a good understanding of his life. It hurts, it hurts. Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal, who had been sealed by a restriction, was in a comatose state. However, he was woken up by the divine pill's brutal soul-searching. When he woke up and saw that he was being refined, he was even more furious. What are you doing to me? Do you know who I am? Woo-woo. Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal wanted to say something, but his mouth was sealed by a divine technique from the divine pill. Humph. I have no obligation to listen to the clamor of a cooking ingredient. She subconsciously thought of Extreme Ice Exalted Immortal as a cooking ingredient that her master had hunted down. At this moment, all she could think of was how to cook this cooking ingredient perfectly. Oh, wait. She almost forgot that she was going to refine a ghost pawn for her master. She almost stewed this piece of meat. Let's get to work. Ghost pawn. After a long time, the second ghost pawn was successfully refined. The number of indestructible ghost pawns guarding the surroundings increased from the initial 4 to 6. The sixth ghost pawn was the indestructible Extreme Ice. It was a first-level demisage. Wow, I actually succeeded again. Master will be very happy when he finds out. Shenwan was even happier now. She happily took out the third material, the primordial spirit of the Earth Palace Celestial Lord. Earth Palace Celestial Lord, ancient the arch cultivation level. Its strength is comparable to a doomsday demisage. This material doesn't seem to be as powerful as the previous one. Shenwan glanced at the primordial spirit of the Earth Palace Celestial Lord in disdain. Don't ask where the eyes are. Only Shenwan would know that. Then, Shenwan started to refine the third ghost pawn. Unfortunately, the refinement this time failed. Wah! I failed to live up to Master's expectations. I'm really an invincible idiot. Shenwan cried sadly. Her pitch-black, ink-like tears fell drop by drop. Every drop of her tears created a huge pit in the ground. Everything was blasted into nothingness by her tears. If she continued to cry, the entire Kismet Mountain would probably be reduced to nothingness by Shenwan's tears. Fortunately, she did not cry for too long. She wasn't a fragile divine pill. A mere failure wouldn't knock her down. I need to become stronger. I need to become stronger so that I can increase the success rate of refining ghost pawns. The ninth divine technique, gather all things. Shenwan stretched out her small hand, don't ask where his hand is, and grabbed at the sky. In an instant, countless spiritual chi gathered and was sucked into Shenwan's small mouth. Something terrible happened. Shenwan's stomach was like a bottomless pit, absorbing the spiritual chi crazily. In just a short while, 1/3 of the spiritual chi in Quailhead Palace had been absorbed by Shenwan. The sovereign lords of the 5 valleys and the others were frightened by Shenwan's behavior. It was normal to breathe in and out the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. However, they had never seen such a terrifying breathing technique before. In just a short while, Shenwan had already absorbed 1/3 of the spiritual chi in this place. If she breathes in a few more times, she would probably absorb all the spiritual chi in Quailhead Palace, turning this place into a wasteland for cultivation. What a terrifying black ball! After absorbing a large amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth, Shenwan's entire body became 100 times more spirited. What made her even happier was that she had unintentionally awakened a type of divine technique. The ninth divine technique, gather all things. The Divine Spirit clan had a total of 9 great divine abilities. They were called the 9 divine spirit techniques. The divine technique that she awakened was ranked 9th. Even though it was the weakest divine technique, it was enough to make her happy. One should know that Wild Shenwan was not qualified to awaken a divine technique. Even if it was a divine pill that had recognized its master, only a few of them would have the chance to do so. She was just a divine pill of the lowest grade, but she could actually awaken a divine technique. She was so happy. It must be because my master is the dignified Father God. That's why he could do this. Shenwan counted her luck on Ning Fan, and it was indeed true. The godhead of fatherhood was extremely powerful. If it wasn't because the grade of the divine pill in front of her was too low, it might have given her an even more powerful divine technique. Shenwan hummed a little tune happily and began to refine the next ghost soldier. After absorbing a large amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth, the success rate of the ghost soldier had indeed increased significantly. Even though there were some twists and turns in the refinement this time, she still succeeded in the end. Daoist Xianxia had also become an undying ghost soldier. Ning Fan's undying ghost soldiers had increased to 7. Which one should I refine next? It's him then. Shenwan chose the quasi-sage Bili immortal stone. At first, she thought that the refinement process would be successful again. However, something strange happened. After the immortal stone was refined and killed by the divine refining cauldron, its soul was not absorbed by the ghost flower of the netherworld. Instead, it disappeared somewhere unknown. In that case, she naturally could not refine it into a ghost soldier. Thus, the refinement process failed in the end. I failed again. Damn it. Damn it. I'm really a super invincible idiot. Shenwan was a little dejected. However, she did not know that using the puppet immortal stone to refine an undying ghost soldier would definitely fail. Ning Fan had also used the immortal stone to refine a ghost soldier in the past. However, he failed due to unknown reasons. The immortal stone seemed to have quite a big secret on it. I hope the next one will succeed. Xianxia was a little unconfident. There were still 3 materials left to refine a ghost soldier. The first material was a second-level quasi-sage great immortal Xianxia. He was a fellow Daoist that true Lord North Sea invited to besiege Ningfan. Unfortunately, he was captured by Ningfan. The second material was a deer antler immortal with 12,000 tribulations magic power. He was captured by Ningfan's virtue umbrella in the 10 extremes reverse formation. The third material was an immortal Lingji who was also at the quasi-sage realm. The medicinal power of this antler is really strong. This Lingji is also not bad. In order to refine a ghost soldier, I just need to destroy its soul. I'll leave the medicinal bodies of these 2 people for Master to enjoy. On the other hand, this great immortal Xianxia's cultivation base is too high. It doesn't seem easy to refine him. Xianxia will work harder. Time passed slowly. The 8th ghost soldier, the indestructible deer antler immortal Lingji, was successfully refined. The 9th ghost soldier, the indestructible immortal Lingji, was successfully refined. The most difficult part was great immortal Xianxia. In order to refine the last ghost soldier, Xianxia circulated her divine technique again and absorbed another 1/3 of the heaven and earth spiritual chi from the palace. In the end, even this second-level quasi-sage was refined into a ghost soldier by Xianxia. For the first time, the number of ghost soldiers that Ningfan refined had reached 10. Phew. Even though I failed twice, I still succeeded in refining 6 of them. Master will probably praise me, right? Xianxia was extremely happy when she thought that she was about to receive Ningfan's praise. However, her happiness did not last for too long. Suddenly, something strange happened. When the number of ghost soldiers of the ghost flower of the netherworld reached 10, they suddenly began to fight each other as if they were possessed. No. They are not fighting each other, they are devouring each other. What's wrong? What happened? My method of refining ghost soldiers was clearly correct. Why did such a thing happen? Xianxia was scared out of her wits. She thought that she had made a mistake. However, the fact was that the fight between the 10 ghost soldiers had nothing to do with her. Whenever a contractor of the ghost flower of the netherworld gathers 10 ghost soldiers for the first time, something like this would happen. The 10 ghost soldiers would fight and devour each other. In the end, there would only be one survivor. However, this survivor would devour all the power and abilities of the other ghost soldiers and turn them into his own. This was the real terror of the netherworld ghost flower. What should I do? What should I do? Should I stop these ghost soldiers from killing each other? Xianxia tried to stop the ghost soldiers from killing each other. However, it was all in vain. The weakest of these ghost soldiers was at the half-saint realm while the strongest one was the undying great immortal Feet who was a second-level quasi-saint. How could Xianxia stop them all by himself? Xianxia could only watch everything unfold with her eyes wide open. She was so anxious that tears flowed down her cheeks. In the end, the second-level great immortal Feet devoured the remaining 9 ghost soldiers. He became the only remaining ghost soldier. He was originally a second-level quasi-saint. After absorbing all the power of the 9 ghost soldiers, the aura around his body became terrifyingly strong. The 5 Valleys sovereign emperor took a look at him from afar and was very sure that the power of this undying great immortal Feet was comparable to that of the Fire Palace's fire fish immortal. This was an ancient grand cultivator. Terrifying. This is too terrifying. What is the origin of that black ball? How could it be refined into an ancient grand cultivator? Feeling the bone-chilling aura of the undying great immortal Feet, the 5 Valleys sovereign emperor could not help but feel a chill in his heart. It was as if this person only needed a thought to freeze and crush their immortal emperor Cultivation. They could not resist him. They were definitely not a match for him. After devouring the rest of the ghost soldiers, Xianxia Great Immortal snorted at Xianxia. It seemed that he was not convinced by Xianxia. His eyes were full of provocation as if he wanted to challenge Xianxia to a battle. In order to control the ghost soldiers, one must have the strength to be recognized by the ghost soldiers. That was why Xianxia Great Immortal had challenged Xianxia to a battle. Unfortunately, Xianxia was already in a daze and did not care about Xianxia Great Immortal's invitation. Seeing Xianxia did not dare to fight, Xianxia Great Immortal snorted disdainfully. His body shook and turned into a mass of ghost chi. returning to the thorns of the netherworld ghost flower. Xianxia turned a blind eye to this. She was still in a daze. No, it was not appropriate to say that she was in a daze. She was scared out of her wits. I've caused trouble. I've messed up everything. The ghost soldiers that I refined have eaten all of Master's ghost soldiers. Master originally had 4 ghost soldiers, but now, there's only 1 left. Master will definitely be disappointed in me. I'm really an invincible idiot. My existence in this world is really a disgrace to the Xianxia clan. I'm even more insignificant than the most unpalatable ingredient in the world. Xianxia had a mental breakdown. Ningfan did not know how Xianxia broke down. He could only vaguely sense that the number of ghost soldiers had increased to 10. However, he did not know why it was reduced to only 1 ghost soldier. Even though the number of ghost soldiers had changed, it was not a bad thing. The only remaining ghost soldier seemed to have advanced to the level of an ancient great cultivator because of this incident. A ghost soldier at the level of an ancient great cultivator, huh? I'm really looking forward to it. Speaking of which, this divine pill is really amazing. It actually succeeded 6 out of the 8 times it was refined. The only 2 failures were because of the immortal stones. Only now did Ningfan confirm that the divine pill that he had picked up was really a treasure. With the help of this divine pill, he could ask it to do all the refining tasks that he would need to spend time on in the future. The refinement of the ghost soldier using the divine pill was considered to be very successful. However, Ningfan's search for the immemorial sacrificial meat was not as smooth. In a certain temple in the depths of the G-State Mountain, Ningfan looked at the empty offering table and frowned. The fragrance of meat lingered in the air. However, the sacrificial meat that was supposed to be stored here was nowhere to be found. Where did the sacrificial meat go? Could it be that the immemorial sacrificial meat in this place had also cultivated into a demon and hid somewhere else after seeing me coming here? While he was pondering, Ningfan suddenly felt several gazes peeking at him. He turned his head expressionlessly and looked at the broken statues in the temple. Coincidentally, he saw a strange scene. At this moment, all the statues that were originally benevolent and kind were giving him a ferocious smile. A junior from the Dharma-ending era actually dares to come to the Ziwei Immortal Domain's Xianxia State Temple to steal. You really have guts. Hee. This person doesn't seem to be an ordinary junior. I can feel a trace of detestable qi from his body. It's the qi of Zido Immortal Cultivator. Zido Immortal Cultivator deserves to be killed. What a pity. This person is just an immortal king. It's boring to kill him. Weak. Too weak. I only need a single thought to kill him. Don't fight for it. This person is the sacrificial meat that I've taken a fancy to. I should be the first to have a bite. Ningfan frowned impatiently. If he did not sense it, these statues would have all turned into demons in the long passage of time. The cultivation bases of these statues were not very high. They were just some immortal venerables and immortal kings. However, perhaps it was because they had absorbed countless joss flames. The qi of each of these statues had a hint of an undying being. They probably thought that Ningfan and the others were undying. That's why they spoke so arrogantly. This was exactly the phrase "frog at the bottom of a well." I will only ask once. Where is the sacrificial meat hidden? Ningfan said coldly. Ha 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 ha. The statues burst into laughter at the same time as if they had just heard a joke. After that, the statues overestimated their own strength and attacked Ningfan. After that, Ningfan slashed out with the 5 yin-yang swords. From then on, there were no more statues in this temple. After sensing for a while, Ningfan slashed out with his sword again. Suddenly, an empty space was torn apart. It was the storage space created by the statues. All the sacrificial meat had been stored in this place for an unknown period of time. Perhaps because the space here had been processed by the joss flames, the sacrificial meat did not turn into demons. There was also a short and fat old man with a white beard who was imprisoned together with the sacrificial meat. He held a walking stick and squatted silently in a corner. This old man's cultivation base was not high. It was only at the immortal venerable realm. He had been imprisoned in this place for an unknown period of time. His eyes were empty and lifeless as if he had been toyed with. Seeing Ningfan's arrival, the old man was stunned at first. Then, he became wild with joy and tears flowed down his cheeks. I knew it. I knew that the mountain and sea palace wouldn't give up on this place. May I ask if Exalted Immortal was sent by the upper world to rescue this place? Ning Fan looked at the white-bearded old man in confusion. When the old man saw that Ning Fan did not answer him, he could not help but be stunned. Could it be that he had guessed wrongly? The person in front of him just entered this place by mistake and he wasn't sent by the mountain and sea palace. However, at the next moment, the walking stick that the old man was holding sensed something. It was a bamboo stick made from the spring bamboo of the mountain and sea palace. There was something special about the walking stick that was made from this bamboo. The appearance of the bamboo stick would change according to the 4 seasons of the mountain and sea palace. In spring, it would be green bamboo. In summer, it would be red bamboo. In autumn, it would be yellow bamboo. In winter, it would be white bamboo. Before Ning Fan came here, the old man's bamboo stick was black bamboo. It did not have any of the 4 seasons. The reason why it was black was because the old man's bamboo stick had been away from the mountain and sea palace for too long. It had already exhausted its life force and could no longer sense the 4 seasons of the mountain and sea palace. But now? The bamboo stick which had exhausted its life force gained a great vitality from the Dao Qi that Ning Fan unintentionally released. Gradually, it turned from black to green bamboo. This bamboo stick sensed the 4 seasons of the mountain and sea palace again, but how was this possible? It was impossible for the dead spring bamboo to come back to life. It was like an immortal's thought dissipating after death. However, something unimaginable was really happening right now. The old man stared at the bamboo stick in shock. He was speechless for a long time. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. He was so excited that tears filled his eyes. So Lord is one of the 5 divisions of the mountain and sea palace. Greetings, Lord Supervisor. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man knelt on the ground tremblingly and kowtowed to Ning Fan to express his gratitude. Ning Fan was still confused. However, he still helped the old man up politely and asked, "May I know fellow Taoist's name? Why are you here?" "Lord, I am from the land of the Ji Mountain in this world. As for why I am here, it's a long story. It's all because of those divine statues that have gained sentience." The old man seemed to have a belly full of bitterness. When he was about to tell Ning Fan about it, Ning Fan waved his hand. "Since it's a long story, let's not talk about it." He did not have the mood to listen to the bitter history of an unfamiliar old man. Eating was the most important thing right now. Yes. The old man forcefully swallowed his words. He could tell that the Lord Supervisor had come here for another important matter. Thus, he naturally did not dare to say anything else. When he saw Ning Fan ignore him and walk straight towards the sacrificial meat, the old man slapped his forehead and understood. "Lord, you really came for these sacrificial meat. You should have done this a long time ago. I've already reported the matter of venerated Ziwei overstepping my authority. However, the internal department has been indifferent to this matter. I think they are worried about venerated Ziwei's identity. Fortunately, venerated Ziwei has already passed away. There shouldn't be any obstacles in dealing with these sacrificial meat anymore." Ning Fan ignored the old man because he did not really understand what he was talking about. Seeing that the sacrificial meat was right in front of him, Ning Fan could only feel countless hungry beasts roaring in his stomach. He could no longer hold it in and stretched out his hand, wanting to take the sacrificial meat. "Lord, you can't. You can't eat these sacrificial meat. What you are taking is the meat of the devil-revered silkworm bush. If we, the cultivators of the mountain and sea division, eat a mouthful of it, our Tao will be damaged for 10,000 years. The old man panicked and tried to dissuade Ning Fan. "My lord, you can't. You can't eat the sacrificial meat. The meat you are holding is the meat of the silkworm bush of the devil-revered realm. A single bite of it will damage our Tao for 10,000 years. The old man who claimed to be the earthly lord of Shiji Mountain kept trying to dissuade him. However, Ning Fan was too hungry. Facing the fragrance of the meat, his rationality was getting weaker and weaker. There seemed to be 2 voices arguing in the depths of his heart. His body's instincts were awakening. They kept urging him to eat the sacrificial meat as soon as possible and not listen to the nonsense of others. His remaining rationality was advising him to be careful and check the condition of the sacrificial meat first. The effect of the 10th revolution pill was too great, especially after Ning Fan had eaten a large amount of food. The hunger in his stomach had accumulated to a terrifying extent. The Taotai power in his body was getting lesser and lesser. What replaced it was the instinct of an ancient divine spirit that was slowly awakening and disturbing his thoughts. I am your instinct and your true desire. You should listen to me and eat the sacrificial meat. We ancient divine spirits dare to eat everything in the world. Why would we be afraid of the backlash from the sacrificial meat? 10,000 years of Tao damage? Humph. That depends on who I am dealing with. What can this sacrificial meat do to me? The divine spirit in his body said. I am your rationality. I am your principle, thinking and persistence in your path of cultivation. You don't want to be controlled by others since the beginning of your cultivation. You must think twice before you do anything. How can you be driven by your instinct and do something reckless? Since others said that there is something wrong with the meat, you should be careful even if you can't believe it. You should check it before eating it. The remaining rationality said. Instinct is intuition. We ancient divine spirits are born with extraordinary intuition. In addition to our innate ability to communicate with all living things, we can tell right from wrong with just a glance. Since I said that the meat is harmless, then it is true. Rationality, even if you can really see that the meat is harmless, you should still be careful and think twice. Instinct, I am a divine spirit and also a devil cultivator. If I am overcautious in everything, I don't want to cultivate this Tao. Rationality, if I follow my instinct and listen to my intuition, I will definitely die in the hands of thousands of people. How can I cultivate the Tao? Instinct, what's wrong with following my instinct? Rationality, what is instinct? Instinct is the original heart, the true self. When babies are born, they know how to look for food and their mother. This is their instinct, their nature. However, once they grow up and step onto the path of cultivation, the people of the world will cut off their true self and nature. They will abstain from eating, cut off family ties, cut off the 6 desires, and abandon the mortal world. They will only seek peace and quiet, untainted by the world of mortals. How can they call this matter cultivation? Isn't it laughable? Rationality, what is the true self? Could it be that the newborn baby was the true self? The true self should be the most benevolent, but the newborn baby implies the evilness of human nature. Therefore, when one cultivates the Tao, one must cut off these natures. Instinct, you said that babies represent the evilness of human nature, but I think babies are the ultimate goodness. Cultivation has the suspicion of neglecting the essentials and pursuing trifles. Reason, thou art looking at the problem too superficial. Instinct, thou art looking at the problem too one-sidedly. Rationality, humph. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. Instinct, humph. A frog in a well cannot speak of the sea. Reason, that's too much, thou shalt not appreciate it. With such words, why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? Instinct, hee. How dare a slave who eats dog feces dare to speak? Reason, eat your father's head, eat your mother's head. Instinct, you are a slave to your mother. You are a slave to your father. You are a slave to your clan. Reason, you have a disease in your head. If you don't treat it, you will be afraid of the future. Instinct, you are a slave to your mother. You are a slave to your father. You are a slave to your clan. Reason. At yen%, and instinct, asterisk and, yen #at. Ning Fan was speechless. He felt as if he had split into 2 halves. However, the two of him first discussed the Tao and then quarreled with each other. In the end, neither of them could win the argument. In the end, they rolled up their sleeves and scolded each other. Are these also the side effects of the 10th revolution pill? Ning Fan would never admit that these retarded conversations came from his instincts and rationality. Fortunately, after being tormented by his instincts and rationality, Ning Fan finally calmed down. After calming down, he naturally did not eat the meat impatiently. Instead, he listened to the advice of the Earth Elder and temporarily stopped eating the meat. The sacrificial meat was not directly placed on the sacrificial table. Instead, it was placed in a small cauldron. There were many types of cauldrons. The cauldron in front of him was a rising cauldron that was made of copper. Rising cauldron was a type of cauldron. It was a ritual vessel that was specially used to hold meat. There were a total of 9 copper rising cauldrons in this place. Other than that, there were also 8 copper cauldrons and many ritual vessels such as chopping board, beans, gui, ju, and so on. The rising cauldron in front of him was less than 2 chi tall. It had 3 legs, 2 ears and an open mouth. Its treasure light was dim and it no longer possessed much magic power. However, the sacrificial meat in the cauldron was still giving off steam as if it had just been cooked. There was no trace of aging on it at all. It was very strange. Ning Fan's eyes wandered between the copper cauldron and the copper cauldron. The more he looked, the more fascinated he became. His eyes seemed to be sucked into the cauldron and the cauldron. Then, he realized that the cauldron was not a cauldron. It was clearly a towering mountain. Even though its power had been exhausted, it was still unshakable. He also realized that the cauldron was not a cauldron either. It was clearly a vast ocean with an unfathomable depth. These 9 cauldrons and 8 cauldrons are made by the immortal sovereign realm. The cauldron contains meat while the cauldron contains grains. Seeing that Ning Fan seemed to be interested in the layout of this place, the earthly elder patiently explained. 9 cauldrons and 8 cauldrons, 9 mountains and 8 seas. Ning Fan took a deep breath and withdrew his spirit sense from the cauldron and the cauldron. He only felt that the arrangement of the cauldron and the cauldron coincided with some kind of layout which was infinitely profound. It was difficult for him to see through the mysteries within. He could not help but feel regretful. There was nothing he could do about it. With his insignificant cultivation base, how could he see through the means of the immortal sovereign Ziwei? Then, he looked at the sacrificial meat in the cauldron again. Previously, he was driven by his instincts and only focused on extracting the meat. Thus, he did not look at it carefully. Now that he calmed down, he could see that the sacrificial meat was taken from some kind of insect. Is it the revered devil silkworm bush? Ning Fan recalled the earthly elder's words and thought to himself. Could these sacrificial meat be the meat of some kind of silkworm? Out of nowhere, Ning Fan recalled the memories he had when he was immortal. When he was young, he once saw a silkworm rearing ant-eating silkworms. However, that ant did not eat the silkworm meat directly. Instead, she waited for the silkworm to spin into a cocoon before killing the silkworm pupa in boiling water. After separating the cocoon, she fried the pupa and ate it. Ning Fan still remembered that he felt disgusted when he saw this for the first time. In the end, that ant laughed at him. "You're such a good boy, but you're afraid of eating a silkworm. How embarrassing." Now, he finally dared to eat the silkworm meat without feeling disgusted at all. Perhaps, revered devil silkworm bush's true form was an undead divine silkworm. He was a remnant of the Shu Mountain clan and the first monarch of the ancient Shu country. However, because he offended venerated Ziwei, he died and his country was destroyed. His national treasures, the ancient Shu bronze mask, the absolute beginning human statue, the ancient bronze tree and the divine sun bird, were all taken by Ziwei. The earthly elder began to explain revered devil silkworm bush's life. When he talked about how revered Ziwei killed silkworm bush with a single palm strike and cooked him as a sacrificial meat, the earthly elder actually lamented endlessly. His expression was filled with regret. Ning Fan, on the other hand, did not feel anything. He was neither a relative nor a friend of revered Ziwei. Besides, he was used to seeing the sea of blood in the cultivation world. Thus, he did not feel that revered Ziwei was cruel and pitiful. He wasn't involved and didn't know the cause and effect of this matter. Similarly, he wouldn't comment on it. What he was interested in was the silkworm meat itself. Immortal silkworm? It really is a kind of silkworm meat. No wonder I felt that the aroma of this meat was irresistible. Presumably, the immortal energy contained in this meat resonated with the immortal bloodline in my body. I have inherited a small portion of the bloodline power of the undying great emperor. If I eat this meat, it will certainly be beneficial to me. However, if someone else eats this meat, perhaps their Tao might really be damaged for 10,000 years. After all, not everyone dares to eat the flesh of undying beings. Ning Fan thought to himself. My lord, there's something you don't know. This is the flesh and blood of an undying being, and it doesn't belong to the cycle of reincarnation. What we celestial cultivators seek is nothing more than the Tao of reincarnation. Therefore, eating this meat will only bring harm and no benefit, the earthly elder said. Don't worry, this meat is harmless to me. Ning Fan did not explain further. Naturally, he would not tell his secrets to a stranger. He tried to take a piece of silkworm meat out of the cauldron, but he couldn't. He felt that this meat was unimaginably heavy and that only a saint could bear it. It was not the weight of the material plane but the weight of the Tao. This feeling of not being able to lift the sacrificial meat was like being unable to lift the Tao mountain of the Lord Ant. This is actually the flesh of a saint. Ning Fan was extremely shocked. As far as he knew, a trace of essence chi of a saint could crush mountains and rivers. If this is really the flesh of a saint, why didn't he sense the enormous essence chi of a third-step divine beast from it? However, if this is not the flesh of a saint, why did it give him an unshakable feeling of heaviness? It's true. Revered devil Kensong was originally an incipient saint, but he died in the hands of venerated Ziwei. The flesh of a saint is filled with endless essence chi. Normally, it can't be eaten. However, venerated Ziwei forcefully removed the essence chi of Kensong's flesh and blood with her own Tao technique. You can say that this meat is the flesh of a saint, but you can also say that it's not. It's because the essence chi in the meat has already dissipated. It's like a withered plant that will shatter at the first touch. However, the undying power in the sacrificial meat is something that even venerated Ziwei can't remove. At the same time, the heaviness of the great Tao of this meat is also preserved. Those who aren't saints naturally won't be able to lift this meat, let alone eat it. Halfway through his explanation, the earthly geezer suddenly exclaimed in bewilderment. Those who aren't saints naturally won't be able to lift this meat. However, aren't you the dignified lord of the mountains and seas? As one of the 5 strongest beings in the mountain and sea division under the mountain and sea lord, you are at least a saint and a nirvana saint. Why can't you lift this meat? Could it be that you aren't a saint? Of course I'm not a saint. As you can see, I'm just an immortal king. Ning Fan answered. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How can an immortal king become a lord of the mountains and seas? The earthly geezer denied. That's why I said that I'm not the lord of the mountains and seas that you mentioned, no. You don't have to hide it from me, Lord. The green bamboo staff that I'm holding has already revealed your identity. There's no doubt about that. The problem is that you're actually one of the 5 lords of the mountains and seas with your immortal king realm cultivation base. This is against the rules. Why would the mountain and sea lord bestow the power of the 4 seasons to an immortal king? Could it be that there are some secrets that no one knows about? The more the earthly geezer thought about it, the more his expression became solemn. He vaguely felt that there was a great deal of responsibility behind it and he could not delve deeper into it. However, he still could not help but think about it. Could it be that the mountain and sea lord is playing a big game of chess on this person? Or maybe there's some other scheme behind it. Ning Fan shook his head. He vaguely felt that the earthly geezer's misunderstanding had deepened. However, he was too lazy to continue explaining. He was already used to chatting across servers. It did not matter to him anymore. First of all, I have to be able to lift this meat. Only then can I eat it. However, how am I supposed to lift this meat? Sure enough, it's better to have a chat with it. Thus, Ning Fan began to chat with the silkworm meat in the copper cauldron under the earthly geezer's gaze as if he was looking at a lunatic. Since there was not only one piece of silkworm meat in the 9 cauldrons but several tens of them, Ning Fan needed to chat with several tens of people, no, several tens of silkworm meat, at the same time. It was quite tiring. Fortunately, Ning Fan and the silkworm meat had quite an agreeable conversation. After all, when a silkworm grows up, it would turn into a moth. As for Ning Fan, even though they were of different species, they were extremely similar. Thus, they could naturally find some topics to talk about. In the inner world of the silkworm meat, there were males and females, young and old. Thus, during the conversation, Ning Fan would sometimes address them as Brother Silkworm and sometimes, he would address them as Mississippi. While chatting with the tens of silkworm meat, they talked about the pain of the silkworm and the butterfly breaking out of their cocoons to the possibility of the butterfly and the moth falling in love with each other. Then, they talked about the pain of having their country destroyed and their families destroyed to the helplessness of life. Finally, they talked about the meaning of life. Ning Fan was surprised to find out that all of the silkworm meat were distressed. The reason why they were distressed was because they could not fulfill the meaning of life despite being food. They had been stored here for countless years, but no one was willing to eat them and no one could eat them. Even though these silkworm meat were taken from the body of revered silkworm meat, they had developed individual consciousness that was different from their host. They did not consider themselves as silkworms but as food. Deep in their hearts, they hoped to be recognized and accepted as food by others. In the end, these silkworm meat actually begged Ning Fan to eat them. Is there such a good thing? Their food is asking to be eaten? Of course, Ning Fan would not reject the silkworm meat's request. However, for some reason, he thought of the god-exterminating shield of the ancient country and the request of the god-exterminating shield that day. It also hoped that Ning Fan could eat it. In the end, the god-exterminating shield that was eaten by Ning Fan seemed to have become a part of him, as if it had become part of his existence. To the ancient divine beings, what is the meaning of eating? Perhaps it was because Ning Fan had talked about the meaning of life with the silkworm meat, he actually began to think about the meaning of divine beings at this moment. However, how could he find the answer to something like meaning? Everything could have a meaning and everything could have no meaning. Even if he searched to the ends of the world, he would not be able to find the answer. Thus, he stopped letting his thoughts run wild. With the help of the silkworm meat, Ning Fan ate the silkworm meat. Strange. This Lord Supervisor is clearly not a saint, but he could actually eat the flesh of a saint. The earthly elder clicked his tongue in wonder, but he did not understand what was going on. Ning Fan, who ate the silkworm meat, did not lose any of his cultivation base. Similarly, it did not increase his cultivation base either. Even though the meat was the flesh of a saint, it was no different from an ordinary human's flesh because it had lost all of its essence qi. Only the undying bloodline in his body benefited from it. It absorbed the undying power that was almost of the same origin from the silkworm meat. However, it did not absorb much of it. After all, the silkworm meat had been stored for too many years. Most of the undying power in the meat had dissipated into heaven and earth. After eating all of the silkworm meat, Ning Fan bowed towards the empty 9 cauldrons. Thank you. Almost at the same time when Ning Fan finished eating the silkworm meat, the 9 cauldrons and 8 cauldrons began to vibrate and let out a cry. Ning Fan, who possessed the ability to communicate with all living beings in the world, could actually hear anger from the cry. They were angry because Ning Fan was not an immortal cultivator of the Ziwei immortal realm, but he had stolen and eaten the immemorial sacrificial meat of this place. However, what could they do even if they were angry? They were just sacrificial tools that had exhausted their power. Besides, they were in an era where the Ziwei immortal realm was going to be destroyed. They could not stop Ning Fan at all. In the end, there were no more silkworm meat in this place. Thus, there was no longer any meaning for the 9 cauldrons and 8 cauldrons to be kept here. The sacrificial tools seemed to have lost all meaning of life. Not long after the sacrificial meat was eaten, the sacrificial tools in this place wailed at the same time. In the end, all of them turned into copper dust and disappeared. After the sacrificial meat was removed, eaten, the body of the earthly old man also changed. The earthly old man revealed a satisfied expression. Then, his body gradually turned transparent and disappeared. Only at this moment did Ning Fan notice that the earthly old man was actually not a living person. Instead, he was someone who had been dead for countless years. I remember now. I remember now. That's right. I've been dead for a long time. However, because there was something in my heart that I couldn't get rid of, my remnant soul stayed here and couldn't return to the mountains and seas. In the past, Immortal Emperor Ziwei violated the rules and used the ruler of a country as a sacrifice to heaven and earth. I was dissatisfied and reported this matter to the Mountain and Sea Division, but I didn't receive any reply. The Mountain and Sea Lord didn't plan to punish Immortal Emperor Ziwei for such a trivial matter. Everyone blamed me for making a big fuss over a minor issue. After that, Immortal Emperor Ziwei heard about this matter from somewhere and found out that I had the audacity to sue a dignified Immortal Emperor. Thus, he sentenced me to death. However, after I died, I didn't turn into ashes. Instead, my remnant soul stayed here to wait for the result of this matter. As the earthly old man of Shiji Mountain, my duty is none other than to protect this mountain from chaos and ensure that the rules of etiquette don't collapse. As long as the violation of the rules of this mountain isn't removed, I won't be free even if I die. Fortunately, I'd been waiting for this day. As expected, the mountain and sea lord didn't forget about my grudge. Even though it has been many years, he still sent a division master here to remove the violation of the rules of this place. In this case, my mission can finally be completed. The earthly old man's face became more and more satisfied. Ning Fan, on the other hand, felt a hint of surprise. This person's remnant soul was really very strong. Even though it was just a remnant soul, it was still like a living person. Even Ning Fan could not see through the fact that this person was already dead. What kind of deep obsession does one need to have to be able to live even though he is dead? Ning Fan felt that this earthly old man was very foolish. This person was just an immortal king, but he actually dared to go and lodge a complaint against a fourth-step immortal emperor. In the end, he lost his life because of that. When Ning Fan first heard the reason for the complaint, it was even more hilarious. He actually wanted to sue immortal Emperor Ziwei for violating the rules of etiquette. However, was it really funny? Ning Fan found it hard to laugh. He was a devil cultivator. Naturally, he was not a person who abided by etiquette. The rules of heaven and earth were meaningless to him. However, to the earthly old man, perhaps the rules of Shiji Mountain were the only meaning of his existence. Perhaps, this person knew that there would be no result if he lodged a complaint against the immortal emperor. However, he still did it just to fulfill his duty. It could be said that he was stubborn, courageous, inflexible, or dutiful. However, no matter what others said, this earthly old man would probably not change his decision, nor would he regret his decision. Lord, you always say that you're not the division master of the mountain and sea lord. However, I know that you are. You must be. My obsession has disappeared. This soul of mine won't be able to exist for long. I'm about to return to the mountain and sea lord. Before I leave, I have something to ask you. I hope that you can tell me the truth. The earthly old man's face was filled with sincerity. It was as if the last question he wanted to ask was very, very important to him. I'm not. Ning Fan wanted to say that he was not the division master of the mountain and sea lord, as he could not answer the old man's question. However, when he saw the earnest eyes of the earthly old man, he finally swallowed the words back into his throat. What do you want to ask? I want to ask how many bamboo flowers have bloomed in the bamboo forest of the Xianxia mountain this year. The earthly old man's face was filled with longing. He wished that he could fly back to the division master of the mountain and see himself before he died. He wanted to fly back to the Xianxia mountain and take a look at the bamboo forest that covered the entire mountain. He wanted to look at the bamboo flowers and his hometown that he had not returned to for many years. However, he could not do it. The only thing he could do was to ask Ning Fan a few questions to relieve the pain of homesickness. Ning Fan wanted to say that he did not know. However, when the words came to his mouth, it turned into I didn't count. If you didn't count, it means that a lot of bamboo flowers have bloomed. Therefore, even with the division master spirit sense, you won't be able to see all of them. This is great. The bamboo flowers in my hometown are blooming very well. I really want to go home and have a look. The remnant soul of the earthly old man dissipated completely. At the moment when his soul dissipated, his smile was frozen forever. That smile was very dazzling. It pierced Ning Fan's eyes and went all the way to his heart. It made Ning Fan feel a little lost. He actually felt a little homesick. I wonder if the snow in 7 Apricot City is heavy this year. I really want to ask someone. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. During these few days, major events happened frequently in the Ziwei North Palace, causing the demons and devils in the palace to discuss about it. Have you heard about it? In the 6th palace, the Trushan Palace, the great spirit spring pond that is said to have an endless amount of water has been drunk by someone, causing the water level to plummet. Of course I have heard about it. It is said that the person who drank the spring water is an old senior named Ning Fan. The great spirit spring pond will have a flood every 10 years and countless demons and devils will drown. Now that the water level has plummeted, there won't be a flood for the next tens of thousands of years. We are really lucky. I heard that the demons and devils of the Trushan Palace are grateful for Senior Ning's kindness. They want to build an incense tower for Senior Ning. Have you heard about it? In the fifth palace, the Great Liang Palace, those evil wine devils were killed by someone. How is that killing them? I heard that those wine devils were eaten alive by someone. Those wine devils are the products of the wine devils after they transform. When they join forces, they can even fight a quasi-saint realm expert. Who is so powerful to kill them? I heard that it is a senior named Ning Fan. Ah? Senior Ning is doing a good deed again? Yeah. I heard that some of the wine devils of the Great Liang Palace had attacked Senior Ning. However, Senior Ning did not hold it against them and repaid them with kindness. That's not right. That's not right. Repaying kindness with kindness? How can one repay kindness? Senior Ning is too kind to these wine devils. You are not allowed to speak ill of Senior Ning. Ugh. Don't hit me. Don't hit me. I was just saying it casually. How would I dare to talk bad about Senior Ning? Have you heard about it? The immemorial seal of the fourth palace, Falling Tower Palace, has been repaired by Senior Ning. Ah? Senior Ning really does good deeds every day. The book devils of the Falling Tower Palace said that they want to repair the incense flame tower for Senior Ning. I heard that when Senior Ning repaired the seal, all the book devils flew out and tried to stop him. In the end, they were all killed by Senior Ning. What are book devils? They are book devils. Those book devils are really powerful. They can transform into Golden House, Thousand Bell Millet and Yen Ruyo. Do you know how Senior Ning defeated those book devils? Senior Ning is really smart. When those book devils transformed into Thousand Bell Millet, he ate all the millet in the courtyard one bite at a time. Those book devils were so scared that they tried to run away, but how could they escape? Senior Ning is really a kind person. We can't be compared to him. Have you heard about it? Something big happened in the third palace, Luozi Palace. Yes, I heard about it. Senior Ning has done another good deed. That meat mountain giant has finally been eliminated. It's really satisfying. All these years, countless demons and devils have died in the mouth of the meat mountain giant. Finally, it's the meat mountain giant's turn to be eaten. It's all thanks to Senior Ning. Senior Ning is really a good person. He's as kind as Lord Duo when in the past. I heard that after Senior Ning left the Luozi Palace, he went to the Xianning Palace. Now, he's in seclusion there. What? Why would Senior go into seclusion all of a sudden? Could it be that you were severely injured when you were going around to eliminate evil and you need to recuperate? I hope Senior is safe and sound. In the second palace of the Ziwei North Palace, the Xianning Palace. The Xianning Palace was the territory of old ancestor Nu Luo. Currently, Ning Fan was in seclusion inside the palace. The place where he went into seclusion was a cave dwelling that looked like a tree hole. It was built inside a towering ancient tree. He was not in seclusion to recuperate as others had guessed. Instead, he was in seclusion to refine the enormous energy in his body. Ning Fan sat in meditation with his legs crossed like an old monk. His body gave off rays of golden light, making him look like a golden heavenly god. As time passed, the rays of golden light gradually increased. Beside him, Shenwan was carefully guarding him. Actually, Ning Fan did not need Shenwan's protection. However, Shenwan had just acknowledged him as his master and was eager to make a contribution. Thus, he took the initiative to make such a request. Amazing. Really amazing. Master's divine power is still increasing. I can't be wrong about this feeling. Master is awakening a second type of divine technique. Under normal circumstances, divine spirits would only have a rare chance to awaken a second type of divine technique when they are advancing to the next level. Could it be that Master is advancing to the next level? Shenwan's face was filled with anticipation even though she did not have a face at all. Master is the father god of wood. His divine spirit level must have already reached the primogenitor level. If he continues to advance, won't he break through to the divine king level? But why did I hear that in order to advance to the divine king level, one would need the blessings of 24 primogenitor divine spirits at the same time? Or could it be that Master didn't cultivate the divine spark of an ancestor divine spirit as a primogenitor divine spirit? He actually cultivated the divine spark of an ancestor divine spirit as an innate divine spirit? Is he also advancing to the primogenitor divine spirit as an innate divine spirit? Shenwan's imagination ran wild. She was right about one thing. Currently, Ning Fan was indeed advancing to the divine spirit level. However, he was not advancing to the primogenitor divine spirit from an innate divine spirit. Instead, he was advancing from a crippled divine spirit to a postnatal divine spirit. There were 3 levels of divine spirit: crippled divine spirit, postnatal divine spirit, and innate divine spirit. After that, postnatal divine spirit was divided into 4 levels: nascent divine spirit, young divine spirit, middle divine spirit, and old divine spirit. Innate divine spirit was divided into 3 levels: innate divine spirit, primogenitor divine spirit, and divine king divine spirit. Ning Fan's divine spirit level had never truly broken through to the postnatal level. In the past, he was just getting closer and closer to the postnatal divine spirit level. However, it was still not enough for him to truly break through to the next level. He could not find the reason. He thought that it was because he did not inherit the cultivation method of the divine spirit race, which was why he could not break through to the next level. However, he had never thought that the reason why he could not break through to the postnatal divine spirit level was because of himself. He was a cultivator. Naturally, he chose to abstain from eating at the beginning of his cultivation. Abstaining from eating required him to cut off his appetite. In essence, it was incompatible with the Tao of divine spirits. 2 different Taos should not coexist in the same person. Fortunately, Ning Fan cultivated the yin-yang transformation, which allowed him to coexist with 2 different Taos. However, he still needed to find a suitable point to break through to the next level of his divine spirit level. Coincidentally, Ning Fan ate a 10th revolution pill that could increase his appetite and digestion. He became very hungry. He had awakened his appetite that had been sealed for a long time. At the same time, the divine spirit instinct deep in his bloodline was also awakened. Originally, when Ning Fan ate that 10th revolution pill, he wanted to absorb the 99 traces of Tao Tai's power within it to evolve his stomach into the Tao Tai stomach. However, how domineering was the divine spirit instinct? It did not give Ning Fan the chance to form the Tao Tai stomach. It devoured all the Tao Tai's power in Ning Fan's body bit by bit. Why do I need the Tao Tai stomach? You are an ancient divine spirit. All you need is the divine spirit's stomach. As a result, Ning Fan's divine spirit ascension had begun by accident. However, he did not realize it at all. It was because Ning Fan was too hungry. He was so hungry that he could not think straight. Naturally, he did not think that the reason why he became hungrier the more he ate was because he had triggered the opportunity for the divine spirit level to advance. Just like that, he did not make a sound and continued to eat crazily to replenish the energy he needed for his divine spirit level to advance. The more he ate, the hungrier he became. It was because the closer his divine spirit level was to the postnatal divine spirit level, the greater the amount of energy he needed. Fortunately, Ning Fan managed to gather enough food in the end. It was also at the moment when he was full that he regained his senses and realized the huge changes in his body. The ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils that I cultivate are all imitations of the ancient divine spirits. The postnatal divine spirits correspond to the extreme of the ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils. The ancient god bloodline is the most similar to the ancient gods. Legend has it that when the ancient gods cultivate to the peak, they can cultivate 7 heart orifices. Ning Fan could feel that his ancient god realm cultivation base was disappearing bit by bit. What replaced it was his divine spirit realm cultivation base that was constantly rising. This was conversion. The ancient god's magic power was transforming into god spirit's magic power. The amount did not change, but the purity of the magic power had a qualitative leap. At the same time, the number of Ning Fan's heart acupoints was also slowly increasing. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong dong. Ning Fan could clearly hear his heartbeat getting louder and louder. Dong dong. Dong dong. Dong dong. Ning Fan was not the only one who could hear the heartbeat, it resonated with the entire cave. Shenwan could hear Ning Fan's heartbeat that was getting stronger and stronger. Then, she found it inconceivable. It must be fake. Master's heart acupoints actually didn't reach 7. Only now did he start to get closer to the 7 apertures. Logically speaking, any postnatal divine spirit that cultivates normally should have the 7 apertures divine heart. There is only one explanation for Master not having the 7 apertures divine heart. Master is actually a divine spirit with a trash body and is advancing to the true postnatal divine spirit realm. A postnatal divine spirit realm infant that is about to possess 2 types of divine techniques? Peak in the 2nd palace of the Ziwei North Palace, Xianpin Palace. Inside the Xianpin Palace, plants were flourishing. Countless towering ancient trees grew in this place. There were also immemorial winged dragons flying between the ancient trees. From afar, this place was just like an immemorial forest. The taller ancient trees in this place had been hollowed out and built into cave dwellings that looked like tree holes. Countless demons and devils that were formed from plants and trees had been living in the tree holes for countless years. The place where Ning Fan went into seclusion was the tallest tree among the ancient trees. It was an old parasol tree that was 3 billion years old. Its trunk was even thicker than a heavenly pillar. Any one of its leaves was enough to cover an entire city in the mortal world. There was a gigantic human face on the tree trunk. Obviously, this tree had already cultivated into a demon. It was the face of a kind old man. His beard was white and each of his beard was hundreds of li asterisk, 500 m per li, long. Currently, it was sleeping soundly. Its snores were deafening and terrifying like thunder. As it breathed, the branches and leaves of the entire parasol tree shook and rustled continuously. This tree demon had a bone age of 3 billion years. However, its cultivation base was not high enough to reach the heavens and earth. Its chi was actually only equivalent to the life immortal realm. It was very strange. Under normal circumstances, no life immortal realm cultivators could live for such a long time. However, this parasol tree had obtained a great fortune when it was young. The demons and devils of the Xianpin Palace had passed down from generation to generation that this parasol tree was once stained with the blood of the Phoenix clan's saint. That was why it could live forever. The proof was that there were still some dark golden blood stains on the tree trunk. Even though the powerful chi in the blood stains had been eroded by time, it still carried the aura force of a saint that could not be looked at directly. To the Parasol clan, the blood of the Phoenix Saint was a supreme treasure. It could help them avoid heavenly tribulations and naturally allow them to live forever. Old Ancestor Nu Luo stood under the tree and looked at the sleeping parasol tree demon. Her expression darkened imperceptibly. Grandpa Tree is getting older and more sleepy now. If someone is in seclusion in his tree hole in the past, he would never leave the guest alone. But now, is there really nothing we can do? Sigh, damn it. If it wasn't for the sake of fighting against the Devil Lord on the Devil Conferral Peak and protecting us juniors, why would Master Tree release such a large amount of life force at once to face the enemy? Fortunately, I met a Lord God of Berserkers. With his mountain and sea curse, he might be able to find enough life force to save me. Thinking of this, Matriarch Nero's eyes were filled with anticipation. As it turned out, the reason why he took the initiative to approach Ning Fan was to save the old parasol tree in front of him. I wonder how Lord Barbarian God is doing right now. My lord has eaten so much food, you naturally need time to refine and absorb it. If it were any other quasi-sage, they would definitely not be able to refine so much food without 1,000 years of hard work. However, this lord is extremely talented. Perhaps he would only need 100 years to come out of seclusion. I hope that you will listen to my request after you come out of seclusion. Ancestor Nile Luo was wrong. Even though Ning Fan had eaten a lot of food along the way, it was far from enough for him to refine and absorb them for 100 years. After just 4 days of seclusion, he had already absorbed 70% of the energy in his body. Another 2 days passed. The enormous amount of energy in his body was completely absorbed by Ning Fan. The energy did not directly turn into his cultivation base. Instead, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, entering Ning Fan's divine spirit body. During the past few days, Ning Fan's body was undergoing drastic changes every second. The number of his ancient divine heart orifices had increased to 7. At the moment when he broke through to the 7 apertures ancient god realm, the shadow of an ancient god appeared between heaven and earth of Xianpin Palace. His appearance was solemn and dignified. It shocked countless demons and devils who thought that there was an enemy attack. In the end, they found out that it was a false alarm. The number of Ningfan's ancient demon spirit wheels had also increased to 3, the limit of the ancient demon spirit wheels was 5. That was why it was called the 5 spirit wheels. Ningfan did not follow the orthodox cultivation method of his spirit wheels. All he did was eat a lot of food. In the end, the number of his spirit wheels increased too. It really surprised him. On second thought, ancient demons cultivated by imitating the ancient divine spirits. Even though he did not follow the ancient demon cultivation method, he ate according to the instinct of the divine spirits. It could be considered as following the cultivation method of the divine spirits. Thus, it seemed reasonable for him to improve his ancient demon abilities. When his spirit wheels achieved a breakthrough, another shadow of an ancient demon appeared between heaven and earth of Xianpin Palace. It shocked many demons and devils again. After that, another shadow of an ancient devil appeared between heaven and earth. After that, another shadow of the barbarian god battling heaven appeared. Another shadow of the Taitsong tribulation spirit appeared. There were even giant shadows of divine spirits and devil spirits that appeared one after another. They looked down upon heaven and earth with disdain. Their world-shaking aura force was enough to make saints panic. Even a quasi-saint like old ancestor Nu Luo did not even have the right to raise her head to look at the two shadows. She was so shocked that she could not speak for a long time. The strange phenomenon between heaven and earth kept changing. Sometimes, the devil turned into the dark night. Sometimes, the Tao turned into the Big Dipper. Sometimes, Yin and Yang merged into one. Sometimes, everything returned to peace. Sometimes, lightning diagrams appeared and rumbled in the sky. Sometimes, there was a rainstorm that fell to the ground. Sometimes, the shadow of a phoenix hung high in the sky. Sometimes, butterflies filled the sky. Sometimes, poisonous miasma filled the sky. Sometimes, it was as dark as night. Sometimes, the sound of war drums shook the sky. Sometimes, killing intent filled the world. Sometimes, the shadow of a sword pierced through the sky. Sometimes, the shadow of Fu Li flew across the sky with a divine spirit tree branch in its mouth. Wherever it passed by, plants began to grow. Sometimes, a purple golden wind blew across the land, turning the mountain rocks into sand and dust. On the 9th day of Ningfan's seclusion, the strange phenomena that filled the sky began to decrease. Every time a strange phenomenon disappeared, some ancient stars would appear in the sky. The colors of those stars were different. Looking from afar, they looked like the stars in the eyebrows and eyes of the ancient gods, demons, and devils that illuminated the sky. There was an indescribable Daoqi surrounding them. Some demons and devils with good eyesight saw through the origin of those stars and were extremely shocked. These are actually Daoqi stars. Aren't only corpse-severing cultivators able to cultivate Daoqi stars? Could it be that Senior Ning is actually in seclusion to perform corpse-severing? No. It doesn't seem like it. If he's really performing corpse-severing, the number of Daoqi stars that would appear would be much more. However, there are only dozens of Daoqi stars here. No one knew why the Daoqi stars in heaven and earth had appeared. Even Ningfan was puzzled. He did not know what was going on. Of course, he did not perform corpse-severing. He had just completed a divine spirit meal. However, a monstrous transformation had taken place inside his body. The 3 cultivation bases of the ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils flowed into his divine spirit cultivation base like rivers flowing into the ocean. The Jialing cultivation base was a little stubborn. He refused to merge with the divine spirit cultivation base and kept his unique cultivation base. At this moment, Ningfan's spiritual world seemed to have turned into a vast starry sky. In this starry sky, many Daoqi stars were born one after another. Strange. You didn't perform corpse-severing. Why did you cultivate dozens of Daoqi stars out of nowhere? In his spiritual world, the Ant Lord's surprised voice resounded. Even with her experience as a quasi-saint realm expert, she still could not understand what was happening in front of her. Corpse-severing? Daoqi stars? Ningfan was a little puzzled. Just as he was about to ask about it, he suddenly felt a strong force pushing him out of his spiritual world. His spiritual world seemed to be a little unstable. Was it because he had just condensed the Daoqi stars? Ning Fan suppressed his doubts and slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were surrounded by starlight. They were so bright that no one could look at them directly, it was indescribable. It was as if his eyes contained the entire starry sky. In that starry sky, there were a total of 43 Daoqi stars. Ning Fan took out a bronze mirror from his storage pouch. Looking at his reflection in the mirror, his expression changed. I seem to have seen this kind of eyes before. I've seen this kind of eyes on the ancient statue of the undying great emperor. I've also seen this kind of eyes in the eyes of Master Luangu. Eyes like the starry sky. What exactly is going on? Before Ning Fan could think about it carefully, a warm feeling suddenly spread from his stomach. Then, it spread to all his internal organs and spread to his muscles, bones, flesh and blood. Eventually, it spread to every part of his body. That kind of warm feeling suddenly became intense. It became scorching hot like fire, like boiling water, like hot oil, like lava, and like the sun that fell from the west. Ning Fan's body was bathed in the scorching divine spirit light. Inside his body, the second type of divine spirit innate talent was slowly taking shape. A few days later, Ning Fan officially came out from his seclusion. On the surface, Ning Fan did not seem to have changed much during his seclusion. Judging from his qi, Ning Fan's cultivation base did not seem to have improved much. It was difficult for others to notice the changes in Ning Fan's body. Only Xianxia, who was sensitive to divine power, could sense that the essence of his master's magic power had changed. Most of his magic power had been converted into the divine power of ancient divine spirits. The cultivation bases of ancient gods, ancient demons, and ancient devils had all been assimilated by the divine power. However, this kind of assimilation could only be noticed by those who were also from the divine spirit race. How could ordinary people recognize the divine power of a divine spirit? They would only think that Ning Fan was still cultivating the magic power of the ancient gods, demons, and devils at the same time. They could not see through his true nature. As a servant of the divine spirit race, Xianxia could naturally see through this. When he saw that Ning Fan's divine power had increased tremendously, he knew that his master had succeeded in his seclusion and had truly stepped into the threshold of the postnatal divine spirit realm. Congratulations on breaking through to the nascent god realm, master, Xianxia said with a flattering tone. The 4 stages of the postnatal divine spirit realm were nascent god realm, young god realm, middle god realm, and old god realm. Ning Fan had already obtained this information from Xianxia. He was quite satisfied with the fact that he could enter the nascent god realm and become a real postnatal divine spirit. Even though his cultivation base did not improve much, the increase in the strength of his physical body was quite terrifying. Compared to when he had yet to break through to the postnatal divine spirit realm, the strength of his physical body had increased by 3 times, his blood and qi had also increased by 3 times, the digestive ability of his stomach had increased by more than 10,000 times. However, his strength did not increase much. That's because you are still too young. You are still a baby. Naturally, it's not the time for you to grow your strength. When you become a young divine spirit, your strength will increase tremendously and you will reach the peak of the postnatal divine spirit realm. Xianxia explained. I am a baby? Ning Fan was speechless. Of course, it's according to the standard of the divine spirit race. Alright. Speaking of Ning Fan's digestive ability. The improvement of his digestive ability was not only reflected in the speed of digestion but also the types of food he ate. You have seen cultivators eating spiritual fruits and spiritual herbs, but have you seen cultivators eating refined iron and mithril? Have you seen someone eating mountains, oceans, and cultivation planets? After breaking through to the nascent god realm, Ning Fan was no longer limited by the types of food he ate. Everything in the world could be used as food and he could digest them. If his body needs it, he could even eat cultivation planets easily. Master, may I ask if you have comprehended a second divine technique after breaking through to the nascent god realm? Xianxia asked hopefully. After becoming a real postnatal divine spirit, one would have the chance to obtain benefits and comprehend a second divine technique. Of course, the possibility of that happening was very low. However, Xianxia was good at observing people's expressions. When he saw his master's beaming face, he knew that he must have really gained something. However, he did not know what kind of divine technique his master had comprehended this time. The divine spirit race was known to have 9 great divine techniques. However, in reality, there were far more than 9 types of divine techniques. It was just that the 9 techniques were the most famous and had the highest grade. That was why they were called the 9 techniques. In fact, there were still many divine techniques that were not ranked. Occasionally, there would be people who comprehended divine techniques that had never been seen in history. All of them were highly possible. Take a guess. Ning Fan was in a good mood and teased Shenwan. It must be so, Shenwan said with certainty. Hee. Ning Fan did not express his opinion. However, since he was smiling, how could Shenwan not know that he had guessed correctly? Then, Master, did you comprehend the 3 upper divine techniques? Shenwan first asked for the names of the first 3 divine techniques. Ning Fan shook his head. No. Could it be the middle 3 techniques? Shenwan then named the middle 3 techniques one by one. Ning Fan still shook his head. Huh? It's the lower 3 techniques? Shenwan said the names of the lower 3 techniques again. Ning Fan still shook his head. He still could not match them. This time, Shenwan was a little surprised. One should know that the first divine technique Ning Fan comprehended was the communication of all living things. It did not make sense for the second divine technique to be an inferior one. The true name of the divine technique I comprehended this time is, all living things acknowledge me. Ning Fan no longer kept Shenwan in suspense. He also wanted to see if Shenwan had heard of this technique before. In the end, it was Shenwan's turn to shake her head. She had never heard of such a technique appearing in the history of the divine spirits. Maybe it was because she was ill-informed, or maybe it was the first time this technique had appeared. Master, don't be discouraged. Even if some divine techniques are not ranked, it doesn't mean that they are not strong. Every divine technique has its own strong points. The key lies in how you use them. Shenwan comforted Ning Fan as he was worried that he would be unhappy. Ning Fan nodded. He had not tested the power of this new technique. Naturally, he would not reject it easily. Let's see what's so special about this technique. Since this technique is called All Living Things Acknowledge Me, it must be related to master recognition. Since it dares to say All Living Things Acknowledge Me, it must be really powerful. Ning Fan took out a few low-grade magical treasures from his storage pouch. All of them were seized from his enemies. These magical treasures were useless to him. Thus, he would not spend time refining them and making them acknowledge him as their master. However, it was a good time for him to use them now. Ning Fan held the magical treasures in one hand and formed a hand seal with the other. Golden divine light gathered and turned into seals that were imprinted into the magical treasures by Ning Fan. It was the master recognition seal that allowed all living things to acknowledge him as their master. The pattern of the seal was that of an ancient giant holding the sky with one hand and forming a hand seal with the other. Almost at the same time when the master recognition seal was planted, Ning Fan could clearly feel that he had established a connection with these magical treasures. This feeling was the feeling of successfully recognizing him as their master. It's done. However, isn't the speed a little too fast? It's even faster than dripping my blood to recognize them as my master. Moreover, it saves me the consumption of blood essence. It's countless times faster than refining my magic power. Ning Fan tried some other high-grade magical treasures. Without any exception, all of them successfully recognized him as their master. After consuming 21 seals, the low-grade innate dragon boat cauldron successfully recognized him as its master. After consuming 33 seals, the low-grade innate dragon burial stone successfully recognized him as its master. After consuming 46 seals, the low-grade innate devil saber successfully recognized him as its master. For magical treasures below the innate realm, a single seal was enough to recognize them as their master. However, higher-grade magical treasures would require more seals. Ning Fan suddenly had a new discovery. The power of the magical treasures that were recognized by the master recognition seal seemed to have a slight increase. Most of them had an increase of 5 to 10%. In other words, the power of the magical treasures can be increased by a small amount after the master recognition seal recognizes them as their master. Even though the increase isn't much, it's still useful. Ning Fan's expression turned serious. His eyes shone with a heavenly green light as he observed the master recognition seal that was planted inside the magical treasures. His expression gradually turned serious, and in the end, there was a look of surprise on his face. Logically speaking, a master recognition seal only required a few finger gestures, so the structure of the Dao technique should not be too complicated. However, the truth was that the inner workings of these master recognition seals were unimaginably complex. Even with Ning Fan's heavenly being law eyes, he actually could not see through the principle of this seal. It was too profound and incomprehensible. This technique is indeed not as simple as I thought. He decided to test the strength of the master recognition seal. He tried to forcefully erase the master recognition seals within the treasures, but he found that once these seals were placed, he couldn't forcefully erase them. The only way to get rid of this seal was to use the divine art of all things recognition in reverse. These magic seals are actually the structure of the indestructible seal. Ning Fan was astonished. The so-called immortal seal was one of the most profound seals. Once a seal of this level was planted, even a nirvana sage would have a hard time erasing it. Because the level was too high, it was extremely inconvenient to use the indestructible seal. It was extremely possible to form the 1,000-finger seal, and the FA needed to form the indestructible seal was an astronomical figure. However, Ning Fan's master recognition seal seemed to be both fast and low energy consumption. It did not consume much of his magic power at all. Since this item is said to be the master of all things, the range of its technique is not limited to magic treasures. Let's try something else. Ning Fan took out a pill and planted the master recognition seal on it. As a result, he found out that the pill that was planted with the master recognition seal could not be consumed by others. Similarly, the medicinal power of the pill increased slightly. Even the pill works? Let's try something else. After consuming 1,500 master recognition seals, Ning Fan's sea of consciousness successfully recognized him as the master. After consuming 2,200 master recognition seals, Ning Fan's physical body successfully recognized him as the master. After consuming 1,900 master recognition seals, Ning Fan's primordial spirit successfully recognized him as the master. Interesting. This technique can actually be used on myself. Indeed, I am also included in all things. Ning Fan found it funny. Xianxia, who was standing at the side, was speechless. Who in the world would recognize themselves as their master? What's the use of it? Of course, it's useful. My entire life is formed from the essence and blood of my father and mother. Therefore, the owner of this body is my parents. However, in the end, the owner of all things in the world is heaven and earth, samsara, and an inescapable fate. I don't belong to my parents either. Instead, I belong to the Creator. However, at this moment, I have already recognized myself as my master. From now on, I am detached from heaven and earth and I only belong to myself. Hee hee. Ning Fan teased. Even though he said it in a serious manner, what he said was actually not his true thoughts. However, just as his voice fell, Ning Fan's expression suddenly turned solemn. He felt the changes in his body. It was originally a joke to recognize himself as his master. However, after doing so, Ning Fan shockingly discovered that his magic power had actually increased by more than 5%. His magic power had increased by a total of 950 tribulations. His magic power had instantly surpassed 18,000 tribulations. What was more frightening was that Ning Fan felt a sense of relief. It was a kind of transcendence. It was as if what he said in a joke was really true. At this moment, he no longer belonged to the Creator of heaven and earth. Instead, he belonged to himself. My joke seems to have come true. Not only that, but this technique also seems to be able to affect the will of the person who has been sealed. However, because I am using it on myself, my own will not be affected. If I use it on other living beings. Ning Fan's expression was as solemn as still water. This divine technique seems to be quite powerful. Xianxia swallowed her saliva even though she did not open her mouth at all. Ning Fan remained silent and his eyes scanned his surroundings. He saw a small lake in the forest not far away. A silver-winged mayfly was flying above the lake. This kind of silver-winged mayfly was an extremely common species in the cultivation world. It was born in the morning and died in the evening. It was already evening now and this mayfly was about to die. It was resting on a piece of duckweed, waiting for its death. Brother Mayfly, your lifespan is about to end. I want to ask you to help me with a small experiment. Can you do it? Ningfan approached it, squatted down and asked politely. Sure. The mayfly agreed to Ningfan's request. This mayfly seemed to be very easygoing. It was obviously about to die but it was willing to help a stranger before it died. Xinwan was a little confused. She knew that Ningfan could communicate with all living beings. However, she did not understand why a dignified divine being like him would lower his status and make a request to a tiny living being. Do divine beings need to ask for help or request for help? If a divine being wants to do something, he can just take it by force. My master is really soft-hearted. Ah, no. My master is being merciful. Thank you. Ningfan squatted down. He formed a hand seal and planted a master recognition seal on the mayfly. With just one master recognition seal, the mayfly successfully acknowledged Ningfan as its master. What was more frightening was that Ningfan could feel the emotions of the mayfly change almost at the same time he planted the master recognition seal. He and the mayfly were strangers who met each other by chance. Naturally, there was no friendship between them. However, after planting the master recognition seal on it, he could clearly feel that the mayfly had developed a heart of loyalty to him that was willing to die for him. This seal can not only recognize a living being as its master but also change its heart and will, forcing it to be loyal to the user. Ningfan's expression became more solemn. Changing the will of a living being is too heaven-defying. Undo. Ningfan undid the master recognition seal in the mayfly's body. In an instant, the mayfly broke away from the master-servant relationship with Ningfan. The loyalty it had towards Ningfan also vanished at the same time. Ningfan flicked his finger and a trace of vitality force shot into the mayfly's body. The mayfly, which was on the verge of death, was instantly reborn. It flapped its wings and flew 3 rounds around Ningfan before flying away. Only Ningfan could hear the mayfly's gratitude. Ningfan just smiled and replied, "Go ahead. This is to thank you." Inwardly, he had some new ideas about the master recognition technique. After that, Ningfan decided to summon the undying ghost soldier. Due to the divine pill's assistance, Ningfan only had one ghost soldier left. However, this ghost soldier had a terrifying cultivation base that was comparable to an ancient great cultivator. The undying divine feat. The only unfortunate thing was that the undying divine feat was a little unruly. It turned a deaf ear to Ningfan's command and wanted to fight him instead. Humph. Did you summon me here because you want to compete with me? As soon as it appeared, the undying divine feat revealed its killing intent and locked onto Ningfan. Since the opponent was so unruly, Ningfan certainly would not be polite. Without saying a word, he sent out countless master recognition seals towards the undying divine feat. The undying divine feat wanted to dodge, but Ningfan activated the contract power of the ghost flower of the netherworld and fixed it on the spot. Dozens of master recognition seals entered its body. The undying divine feat did not succeed in recognizing its master. Obviously, more seals were needed in order to subdue an ancient great cultivator. Thus, Ningfan continued to plant the seals. After planting 1,100 master recognition seals, the undying divine feat was finally forcefully recognized by him. The undying divine feat no longer treated Ningfan as an enemy. It actually lowered its proud head and knelt down respectfully towards Ningfan. Its eyes were filled with loyalty. The divine feat swears allegiance to my master until death. It was actually tamed just like that. Even an ancient great cultivator could not withstand this technique. Ningfan was amazed. However, he also knew that the undying divine feat was just a special case. This person had already become a ghost soldier and had a contract with him. It was just that he was unruly deep in his heart. Therefore, the difficulty of making him recognize its master was far lower than that of ordinary great cultivators. If Ningfan wants to forcefully subdue a great cultivator with the master recognition seals, he would first have to plant a seal that was a few times stronger than the undying divine feat on the other party. Since the other party was a great cultivator, how could he possibly be obedient and allow Ningfan to plant seals on him? Planting a few thousand seals on a great cultivator was no different from hitting a great cultivator with a divine ability a few thousand times. At this stage, it was quite impossible. It's not very practical to use this technique to capture ancient great cultivators. However, there should be a more heaven-defying use. Ning Fan's interest in the new technique increased greatly. He glanced around and suddenly noticed some formation light coming from not far away. I see. This place is where the grand formation protecting the Xianpin Palace is located. If that's the case, after consuming 25 master recognition seals, the grand formation of the palace successfully recognized him as its master. Old Ancestor Nu Luo, who was unaware of the situation, was naturally shocked when she sensed it. Lord Barbarian God has already come out from his seclusion? What did he do? How could he take away the grand formation of this place from my hands so easily? It was just a grand formation. Old Ancestor Nu Luo naturally would not care about the gains and losses. What she cared about was Ning Fan's method. After consuming 1,400 master recognition seals, the Xianpin Palace successfully recognized him as its master. Old Ancestor Nu Luo, who had just recovered from the shock, was astonished again. Impossible. I've been in charge of the Xianpin Palace for countless years, but I still couldn't make this palace truly listen to my orders. I can only barely control it. However, just now, this palace actually has a master, and the master is actually Lord Barbarian God. After consuming 19,000 master recognition seals, the 12 North Pole palaces of Ziwei successfully recognized him as their master. Something happened. Something happened. The master of the North Pole Palace has returned. The purple dome appeared in the sky. It was actually the reappearance of the legendary purple dome phenomenon. In the past, this phenomenon would only appear when venerated Ziwei returned. Could it be? Could it be that the master is still alive and he has returned to this place from the end of samsara? This is impossible. How is this possible? At this moment, all the demons and devils in the 12 palaces of the North Pole Palace were in a state of panic. At this moment, the sky of the 12 palaces was filled with purple clouds. The purple dome appeared in the sky. Countless chanting sounds reverberated between heaven and earth. Countless shadows of ancient immortals walked out from heaven and earth like mirages and illusions. All of them bowed towards Ning Fan's direction and bowed. It was as if they were kowtowing to an ancient immortal sovereign. Even the foreign races in the northern heaven sensed the abnormality of the North Pole Palace. Countless old monsters were alarmed by this matter and wanted to find out what was going on. Impossible. The North Pole Palace has already lost its master. How is it possible for it to regain its master? Could it be? Could it be? Ning Fan did not know how much of a commotion he had caused. In fact, he was also a little surprised. This place was the former abode of a fourth-step immortal sovereign. Even if that immortal sovereign had passed away, it was impossible for this palace to be taken away by others. In the past, Ning Fan still had to rely on the communication between all living things to take away the fire continent from this place. This time, however, he casually took away the entire North Pole Palace and became the master of this place. This ability that allows all living things to recognize their master can even take away the belongings of an immortal sovereign? Isn't this a little too, isn't it too heaven-defying? Ordinary people would probably check their gains after taking away the abode of an immortal sovereign by accident. However, Ning Fan did not do that. At this moment, he was more concerned about the divine technique that he had just comprehended. Even though this technique could even take away the abode of a fourth-step immortal sovereign, Ning Fan still felt that this was not the limit of this technique. Suddenly, he had a sudden inspiration and a bold idea popped up in his mind. Then, he sent out several owner recognition seals towards the void in the sky. In the end, after consuming 33,000 owner recognition seals, the time law of this world successfully recognized him as its master. I can even control the flow of time in this world at will? Ning Fan asked in surprise. Isn't it just controlling time? Many saints can do it too. What's there to be surprised about? Time means nothing to us saints. The voice of the Ant Lord sounded in his sea of consciousness. In fact, her tone was very sour. Damn it. This brat has gained another heaven-defying technique. This ability to recognize all living things as their master is really against the rules. Could it be that everything that exists in this world can be recognized as their master? Could it be that everything that exists in this world can be recognized as their master? Ancient divine beings and whatnot are really domineering, barbaric and rude. It's really enviable. Stop. What are you doing? What are you trying to do to me? Take back your owner recognition seals. The Ant Lord was feeling sour when she was suddenly startled. This time, it seemed like Ning Fan was planning to use her as a test subject to test the power of the owner recognition seals. Even though she was the remnant soul of a saint, even the abode of an immortal sovereign was no match for this technique. How could she have the confidence to resist it, when she thought about how her will might be changed and she would obey Ning Fan's orders obediently after getting hit by this technique? The Ant Lord was really frightened. Luckily, Ning Fan was just joking. He did not really do anything to her. Hee. I'm just joking. Ning Fan said with a smile. Who are you trying to fool? The Ant Lord did not believe him at all. This brat did not even spare her and even dared to use her as his master. Who knows what other tricks he could play with the owner recognition seals? He was actually playing with a pitiful and lonely ant like her. 1. Point. All. No. Strange. Strange, the Ant Lord originally wanted to quarrel with Ning Fan for a while more, but she suddenly sensed something. Her expression changed and she became furious. I'm just joking. Why are you so angry? Ning Fan was surprised. I'm not trying to anger you. It's Ji Fuyao. Something has happened to the body that I've just found. The Ant Lord said with a cold expression. Quickly go outside. Go and serve the female clan. Go and save her. Quick. Rewind the time to a few days ago. On that day, Ning Fan came to the Black Sea Palace and went into seclusion. A few days later, Ji Fuyao, who was following closely behind Ning Fan, had completed the task of collecting the fragments of versatile news along the way. He had also arrived at Xianpin Palace. However, he missed the opportunity to hand over the fragment to Ning Fan because he was a step late. Left with no choice, he could only seek an audience with the master of the palace, old ancestor Nu Luo. Greetings, Senior Nu Luo. I have something to ask you. I wonder if Senior can tell me. Nu Luo chuckled. Hee. Just ask whatever it is. You know Lord Ning, so you don't have to be too formal when you talk to me. Senior Nu Luo, may I ask how long Senior Ning will be in seclusion for? Nu Luo replied, never. Then, how long do you think Senior Ning will be in seclusion for? Nu Luo answered, Lord is in seclusion to refine and absorb the food he ate along the way. Judging from the amount he ate, ordinary people would have to enter seclusion for at least 1,000 years. However, with his capabilities, he might come out in less than 100 years. Ji Fuyao exclaimed, Huh? What should I do? Do I have to wait for 100 years before I can see Senior Ning again? Nu Luo asked, From what you said, you have an urgent matter to discuss with Lord? Ji Fuyao answered, It's not really urgent. Nu Luo chuckled. Hee. You don't have to hide this from me. I am a quasi-saint realm expert after all, and I have the ancient mirror of Mount Wu. I have already found out about you and Lord. You have the intention to help Lord collect the fragments of versatile knowledge. Now that you have collected quite a lot of them, you naturally want to offer them to Senior as soon as possible. This is the first reason why you came to the North Pole Palace this time, to look for the soul-transforming leaf, Saint Extermination Grass and Tao Sealing Spirit Spring, right? Lord has promised to help you find them, but he still hasn't gotten the Tao Sealing Spirit Spring of the Star Discipline Palace. However, you are in a hurry to use it. Naturally, you hope that Lord can come out of seclusion as soon as possible. This is the second reason. Ji Fuyao sighed. Sigh. Senior is really amazing. I can't hide anything from you. Nu Luo giggled, Hee, you don't have to be so anxious. When the Lord first entered seclusion, he entrusted me to go to the Star Discipline Palace and retrieve the Tao Sealing Spirit Spring for you. Since we've already obtained this item, you can just take it. As for the fragment that you want to give to Master, just give it to me. When Master comes out of seclusion, I will pass it to him. Ji Fuyao, huh? Senior Ning is obviously in a hurry to enter seclusion, But before you enter seclusion, you are still thinking about what you promised me. Just like that, Ji Fuyao gratefully obtained the third item she was looking for. Many days had passed since she entered the North Star Palace. Back then, she had sent a message to all the races. At this moment, there must have been a large number of alchemists who had accepted the invitation and were waiting for her to return and refine perfected Lord Beihai to death. When he thought up to here, it wasn't appropriate for Ji Fuyao to continue staying here, and it was time to leave. There was only one thing that made her feel regretful. She still wanted to see Ning Fan again and thank him for his kindness. However, she did not have the chance to do so now. Nu Luo said, "Senior had instructed us before he entered. He knew that you were in a hurry to return to the Feng Nu tribe, so he asked me to tell you that you don't have to wait for him to come out of seclusion. It's more important to deal with your business." "I understand. If that's the case, I will leave now." Ji Fuyao stood outside the old parasol tree where Ning Fan was in seclusion. Suddenly, she knelt down and kowtowed 9 times in the direction of the cave door. Then, she stared at the cave door for a long time before performing a technique to leave the North Star Palace. Since she could not thank him in person, she did not say another word before she left. However, this kindness had been deeply engraved in her heart. She did not dare to forget it. She could only wait to repay him with her life and death in the future. Outside the North Star Palace of the Feng Nu tribe in the North Boundary River. Purple light suddenly flashed in the sea. Then, the light condensed and a person walked out of it. It was Ji Fuyao. The members of the Feng Nu tribe who were waiting here were overjoyed when they saw their clan leader had returned safely. However, when they took a closer look, they realized that Ji Fuyao had actually lost his physical body and only his demon soul was left. All of them were shocked and furious. How hateful! The demons of the North Star Palace actually dared to do such a vicious thing to the king. The members of the Feng Nu tribe were filled with righteous indignation. One should know that Ji Fuyao had a very high prestige in the clan. He was highly respected by the members of the clan. Naturally, they could not remain calm in the face of this matter. She just lost her physical body. She can just cultivate it again in the future. Don't make a big deal out of it. Ji Fuyao's tone was cold. When facing Ning Fan, Ji Fuyao's behavior was like that of an ordinary woman. It was because that was her original appearance. However, when facing her clan members, she had to maintain the dignity of the clan leader. She had to suppress her true nature and give up on simple happiness. Otherwise, she would not be able to protect her clan members. Otherwise, she would not be able to protect the home that her father and mother left for her. "May I ask your majesty if your wish was fulfilled during this trip?" One of the clan elders asked nervously. "Yes. I've obtained all 3 types of medicinal herbs." "Your majesty, you've worked hard." "Worked hard? Heh. What do I have to work hard for?" "All 3 types of medicinal herbs were obtained by a kind-hearted senior for me. If it wasn't for him, not to mention obtaining the medicinal herbs, I would have lost my life in the North Star Palace." "Ah? A kind-hearted senior actually helped your majesty. Our clan will definitely remember such a great favor." The members of the clan said. "Yes. We should remember this favor. By the way, how many pill refinement masters came after I was away?" Ji Fuyao asked. "No less than 200 of them. All of them are 8th Revolution pill refinement masters and above. There are even 12 9th Revolution pill refinement masters. There are quite a number of them." Ji Fuyao asked for more details and felt a little tired. During these days in the North Star Palace, she had been fleeing for her life, getting severely injured and searching for fragments of polylore everywhere. She rarely had any rest. Now that she felt relieved, the exhaustion immediately overwhelmed her. Naturally, she could not hide her tiredness from the officials. Thus, they advised her. "Since your majesty has returned, why don't you take a rest? We will inform the pill refinement masters who came after the invitation. 7 days later, we will open the cauldron to concoct pills and kill that old bastard." 7 days is too long. Inform everyone that we will open the cauldron tomorrow. That old bastard is definitely not an ordinary person. The longer we keep him alive, the more dangerous it will be. Ji Fuyao ordered. "Tomorrow? This? Your Majesty also needs to participate in the process of refining and killing that old bastard. It's better for you to rest for a few more days and build up your strength. It's all right. I'm not tired. Someone, bring me an artificial skeleton. It will temporarily serve as my physical body. I cannot appear in a pathetic state as a demon soul during the furnace opening ceremony tomorrow. Understood. The words furnace opening ceremony resonated in the hearts of every Feng Nu clansman. Refining and killing true monarch North Sea tomorrow was not just an execution. It was also a celebration that belonged solely to the Feng Nu clan. The night was as cold as the sea. Ji Fuyao, who had already donned the artificial skeleton, stood in front of the window and gazed at the night view of the clan grounds. Memories flowed quietly in her mind. She missed her father and mother. He missed it so much that his heart ached. However, his king father and queen mother would never be able to return. The only thing that made her feel relieved was that perfected monarch Beihai, who was guilty of numerous crimes, could be executed tomorrow. She could finally comfort her parents in heaven. Hiss. The pain in her body interrupted Ji Fuyao's recollection. She was currently wearing the artificial skeleton that was unique to North Border River. The so-called artificial skeleton was a temporary substitute for the physical body. For a short period of time, the person who wore it would be no different from possessing a physical body. However, it could not truly replace the physical body. That was because the artificial skeleton was not a real physical body. Forcefully fusing the demon soul with the artificial skeleton would cause the two to be incompatible. Every time she circulated her magic power, she would feel intense pain. This artificial skeleton is indeed not a long-term solution. When this matter is over, I'll build a new physical body. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, a series of cracking sounds came from outside the window. Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyes narrowed as she looked in the direction of the cracking sounds. She saw a middle-aged man tearing apart space and walking out. It was a white-haired man surrounded by the light of nine-colored providence. However, the moment he arrived, he quietly retracted the light of providence. His face was filled with the vicissitudes of life, but it was cold and emotionless. His white hair seemed to have a life of its own as it fluttered in the wind. His eyes seemed to contain the entire starry sky, so bright that one could not look at them directly. The moment he stood there, the entire Feng Nu clan seemed to have changed owners. Even the heavenly Tao had to listen to him. His arrival caused quite a commotion, but if he was unwilling, no one apart from Ji Fuyao would be able to detect his arrival. You again. 3-stage celestial sovereigns, Lai Yuko. Ji Fuyao's expression turned ugly when she saw the newcomer. A trace of disgust was hidden in her beautiful eyes. She clearly recognized the newcomer. The newcomer was definitely not ordinary. He was an ancient great cultivator who belonged to the foreign races of the northern border river. He had a position above tens of thousands of people and was the leader of the 3-stage celestial sovereigns elected by the various races of the border river. He had the authority to supervise the various races. Ji Fuyao did not feel the slightest bit of respect for such a person. It was this person. Back then, it was this person who had clearly received news of true Lord North Sea attacking the Feng Nu clan, but had not asked about it. What bullshit T leader of the 3-stage celestial sovereigns? He was just a person who did not do anything. There was no need to respect him. The white-haired great cultivator called Lai Yuko did not seem to be angered by a junior calling him by his name. His gaze was still calm, so calm that no emotion could be seen. It was as if he was indifferent to the common people. Humans would not be angered by the disrespect of ants because they could not hear the disrespect of ants. This was the feeling that Lai Yuko was giving off at this moment. This attitude again. This person doesn't care about the affairs of the world at all. Why would such a person be chosen to supervise the myriad races? Ji Fuyao felt powerless and cold. At this moment, Lai Yuko suddenly spoke. Immediately end the furnace opening ceremony. This is the order of the myriad races. What? Ji Fuyao's beautiful eyes widened in anger. She did not understand why the aloof Lai Yuko would say such words. Not only that, you have to release that true Lord North Sea as well. You are not allowed to refine him to death, Lai Yuko added. Why? Senior is also an immortal cultivator of the Ziwei immortal realm. Since you know that I have a blood feud with that North Sea old thief, how can you say such words? Ji Fuyao said indignantly. You are not qualified to know the reason behind it. But if you want to follow in the footsteps of your father and mother, you might as well disobey this order. Lai Yuko said indifferently. He was only here to announce the order, not to answer people's questions. Since the order had been conveyed, his figure flashed and floated away, leaving behind Ji Fuyao, who looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She knew that Lai Yuko's orders were absolute because Lai Yuko represented the myriad races of the border river. If she did not comply with the order to release True Lord North Sea, it would be equivalent to becoming enemies with the myriad races of the boundary river. But why? True Lord North Sea was clearly a cultivator of the northern heaven, an enemy of the myriad races of the boundary river. Why did the myriad races of the Ziwei immortal realm have to protect an outsider and an enemy? She could not understand the reason behind it, she only felt that it was unfair. She had sacrificed everything just to avenge her parents. As an ally of the myriad races, they did not help at all when she was avenging her parents but wanted to obstruct her when she was about to achieve her wish. They were simply immoral. The next day, dawn. The furnace opening ceremony of the Fengnu tribe was held as scheduled. In the end, Ji Fuyao did not obey the orders of the myriad races. This was her choice and the choice of the entire Fengnu tribe. Even if this choice went against the will of the myriad races of the boundary river, they would not hesitate. My king. This is bad. Those pill refiners who were invited suddenly left one after another. They are not willing to help us kill that old bastard North Sea. We can't continue with the ceremony this time. A soldier reported. Damn it. Is this also the will of the myriad races? Ji Fuyao gritted her teeth. She knew that things were not so simple, since the myriad races did not allow her to kill True Lord North Sea. The pill refiners invited from the myriad races would naturally not help her. This way, things were back to square one. The Fengnu tribe alone did not have the ability to kill True Lord North Sea, but why was all this happening? At first, when Ji Fuyao received the orders from the myriad races, she indeed felt that it was unfair and angry. However, she calmed down and pondered for an entire night. Finally, she found some suspicious points. It was not that the myriad races did not allow her to kill True Lord North Sea from the start. If they did not allow it from the start, those pill refiners would not have accepted the invitation in the first place. But the truth was that these pill refiners suddenly left at this moment. That Lai Yuko also only suddenly came to announce the orders of the myriad races on the night before the ceremony. Did something happen at the last minute that made the myriad races decide not to kill North Sea? Judging from Lai Yuko's attitude, there is a secret that I do not have the right to know. Ji Fuyao's heart was heavy. Another soldier came forward with a joyful expression. Good news, good news. It turns out that not all the pill refiners have left. Many have decided to stay after some consideration. The ceremony can be held as scheduled again. That's great. Ji Fuyao was naturally very happy to hear that, but more than that, she found it strange. The orders of the myriad races were absolute. Since they did not allow the ceremony to be held, it was reasonable to say that all the pill refiners should have left. However, the reality was that there were still some who chose to stay. Although they could obtain the promised reward from the Fengnu tribe, they would offend the myriad races if they stayed. It did not seem very wise. Your Majesty, the ceremony has already begun. Would you like to attend the ceremony immediately? Of course I will. Ji Fuyao rode a luxurious fish carriage to the venue of the ceremony. The venue was packed with people. Countless foreign race cultivators had gathered here and were discussing. Ha ha ha, this is so satisfying. I didn't expect the Fengnu tribe to have the ability to capture a Northern Heaven quasi-saint. If we can refine and kill this North Sea old bastard, we will definitely raise the prestige of our myriad races. This public execution is definitely a slap to the face of the Northern Heaven cultivators. Refine and kill. I'm really looking forward to refining a prisoner into a pill. I can't wait to see True Monarch North Sea's miserable expression. Those who were discussing this were mostly low-level cultivators. They did not know that the myriad races had changed their minds and forbade the killing of True Monarch North Sea. I didn't expect True Monarch North Sea to be here. The reason why he was captured by the Fengnu tribe is probably because of the spatial turbulence from the battle that day. The battle that day? What do you mean? Fellow Taoist, don't you know? Not long ago, a shocking battle took place in the Northern Heaven Lost World Palace. Many quasi-saints went to the Lost World Palace to create trouble, and the leader was this true monarch North Sea. The North Sea true monarch had so many people that he did not even put the Lost World Palace in his eyes. Unexpectedly, an ancient great cultivator named Xianxia appeared out of nowhere and killed all the demi-saints and ancient emperors in the North Sea true monarch single-handedly. After that, a spatial turbulence swept that great cultivator Xianxia away. Fellow Taoist, do you mean that true monarch North Sea escaped from Xianxia's hands by using the spatial turbulence? That's right. Unfortunately, he managed to escape once, but he can't escape forever. After that, he fell into the hands of the Feng Nu tribe. I'm afraid he's going to suffer again. I just don't know what the myriad races think about this matter. Why is it that when things come to a head, they suddenly... Most of the people who were discussing like this were well-informed people. Not only did they hear about the battle between Ning Fan and true monarch North Sea, they even received some news about the temporary order of the myriad races. There were also some old monsters who had attained the immortal emperor realm who were secretly discussing about this matter. Humph. This Fuyao tribe really doesn't care about the big picture. The myriad races have already given the order. How dare she disobey it and insist on executing true monarch North Sea? Big picture? Hee hee. It's not like you, and I don't know about it. With Lord Lai Yuko's personality, it's certainly impossible for him to tell this kind of secret to Fuyao tribe. After all, sometimes, it's not a good thing to know too much. Even though that lord is cold and hard, he never likes to involve the innocent. I'm afraid that Fuyao tribe doesn't know how important this true monarch North Sea is to the myriad races. That's true. This matter is of great importance. That Fuyao tribe probably doesn't know the inside story. However, if she insists on executing true monarch North Sea, shouldn't we step forward to stop her? The order has already been passed to her. If she doesn't obey, someone will naturally make her pay the price. It has nothing to do with our myriad races. As for what happens after that, we don't need to care about it. After all, everything is Fuyao tribe's own choice. She has to suffer the consequences herself. Hiss. Listening to what fellow Taoist said, could it be that those devils on the Devil Conferral Summit are really going to? That's right. The Devil Lord of the Devil Conferral Summit won't just sit and watch North Sea die. He will certainly send someone to save him. After today, the Fengnu tribe might cease to exist. What a pity. My Dao companion has just died. I originally wanted to choose Fuyao tribe as my new Dao companion, but it seems like I won't have the chance anymore. Ji Fuyao didn't know what those old monsters were talking about her behind her back. Her gaze was completely fixed on the Heaven Abyss Great Cauldron at the center of the venue. The cauldron was about 100 feet tall. It was condensed from the punishment power of the Heaven Abyss prison and existed specifically for execution. At this moment, true monarch North Sea's primordial spirit was locked inside the cauldron. He was meditating and recuperating from his injuries. The aqua-blue Tao of rain surrounded his body, exuding a threatening immortal chi. His expression was as usual. There wasn't the slightest bit of nervousness from someone about to be executed. His fingers calculated from time to time, but he was calculating the time of Ji Fuyao's death. Below the cauldron stood 50 to 60 pill refinement masters. There were originally 200 of them, but because everyone had left, only these were left. On the surface, these pill refinement masters looked no different from ordinary foreign race cultivators. However, if there was a Fiend Dao Grandmaster present, he would definitely be able to tell that a fiend seed had been planted in these pill refinement masters' sea of consciousness. They were already under the control of a Fiend Dao Grandmaster. No wonder these people didn't leave, they didn't have a choice. Your Majesty, the auspicious hour has arrived. Should we open the cauldron now? An armored soldier asked respectfully. There's no rush. I have a secret order. Carry it with you and execute it swiftly. I'll open the furnace once you complete it. As soon as he finished speaking, Ji Fuyao sent a voice transmission to the armored soldier and gave the order. Upon hearing the contents of the order, the armored soldier's expression changed drastically. There was no other reason. This order was for him to quickly gather the younger members of the clan, escape from this place, and never return. It turned out that Ji Fuyao had already sensed all sorts of abnormalities and had a premonition that the Fengnu clan would face a great calamity today. When the nest was overturned, no eggs would remain intact. That was also why Ji Fuyao had given the order for the younger generation of the clan to escape at the last minute. If there really was a mishap, the Fengnu clan would still have descendants. Your Majesty, why did you give such an order? Could it be that a great calamity is about to befall our clan? The armored soldier was so frightened that his face turned pale. Mon, carry out the order quickly. Ji Fuyao sighed. Time passed bit by bit. Ji Fuyao calculated the time and thought that the younger generation of the clan should have already left this place. Thus, he gave the order to open the cauldron. Within the ice-cold Heaven Abyss cauldron, raging flames were suddenly ignited. This fire was not ordinary. At first, it was only the power of the Samadhi true fire, but it quickly rose to the 6th, 9th, and 12th levels. The 12th level true fire was the pinnacle of acquired true fire. Even an immortal emperor would find it hard to remain calm after being burned by such a true fire. However, true Lord Beihai did not seem to feel uncomfortable at all within the sea of fire. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. He was a second-stage quasi-saint, the holder of the title of Rain Master. His cultivation was the natural bane of fire. Did he want to burn him to death? Acquired true fire wasn't enough. Even innate true fire had to reach a certain level before it could harm him. Haha, little kid, your cauldron fire isn't strong enough. True Lord Beihai's disdainful laughter traveled outside the cauldron and reverberated between heaven and earth. It exploded in the ears of every cultivator present like a clap of thunder, as if the sky was collapsing. This was the pressure of a second-stage quasi-saint. Under that pressure, countless foreign race cultivators were so intimidated that they could not stand steadily. Even an immortal king like Ji Fuyao felt dizzy and overwhelmed with shock. Was this the power of a second-stage quasi-saint? Even if he was heavily injured and on the verge of death, even if he was locked in a cauldron, even if he was separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, he only needed a thought and a wisp of his pressure to subdue all living beings. Don't be smug. Since you think the cauldron fire isn't strong enough, I'll make it burn even stronger. Ji Fuyao forcefully suppressed the shock in her heart, gritted her teeth, and walked toward the Heaven Abyss cauldron. When she arrived before the cauldron, she suddenly raised her hand and took out a treasure. The moment it appeared, the entire venue was instantly drowned in boundless purple light. That treasure was the token of immortal Emperor Ziwei, a supreme treasure passed down from generation to generation in the Fengnu tribe. So this is the token of the immortal emperor. So it's true that the Fengnu tribe has this item. Secretly, countless old monsters were shocked, and then revealed greed. There were also some old monsters who knew about this long ago, but they weren't too surprised. They just stared at the treasure with burning eyes. This was the supreme treasure passed down from generation to generation in the Fengnu tribe, and the previous emperors of the Fengnu tribe would never show it to others. This time, perhaps because she had a premonition that a great disaster was about to befall her, Ji Fuyao didn't continue to hide this item, and instead displayed it in public. Firstly, it was to refine and kill true Lord Beihai. Secondly, it was to warn the myriad races that although the Fengnu tribe had declined, they were still the gatekeepers appointed by immortal Emperor Ziwei, and they wouldn't allow outsiders to bully them. True Lord Beihai's expression finally changed when he saw the token of the immortal emperor, and his expression turned solemn. True as expected, as Ji Fuyao took out the immortal emperor's token, the power of the cauldron fire that was originally equivalent to the power of the Hotian realm suddenly skyrocketed. It rose all the way to the power of the Khanate inferior grade. True Lord Beihai might not be afraid of such a powerful cauldron fire. After all, true Lord Beihai cultivated in the water element, so even if the Khanate fire were to go against him, its power would be greatly reduced, and it wouldn't hurt much. However, if true Lord Beihai were to stay in the innate cauldron fire for a long period of time, he would still suffer a little given his injuries. Good. Good. Very good. You actually dare to use the token of the immortal emperor to suppress me. Very good. True Lord Beihai's tone finally turned sinister. As the cauldron fire grew stronger, he finally let out a few muffled groans. Obviously, he was slightly hurt by the fire. However, it was still wishful thinking to kill a second-level titled quasi-saint with just this cauldron fire. But what if I add these 3 items? Ji Fuyao took a deep breath and took out the 3 items again. They were none other than the saint-vanquishing grass, the soul-dissolving leaf and the Tao-sealing spirit spring that Ning Fan had found for him. When the saint-vanquishing grass was thrown into the cauldron fire, true Lord Beihai's quasi-saint chi kept declining. His cultivation base was actually being suppressed by this item. When the soul-dissolving leaf was thrown into the cauldron fire, true Lord Beihai felt great pain in the depths of his primordial spirit, as if he was going to be refined alive. When the Tao-sealing spirit spring was thrown into the cauldron fire, true Lord Beihai felt that his Tao sense was being suppressed. The rain intent that was originally at 100% of its power was reduced to less than 1%. In that case, how could he withstand the blazing cauldron fire? He immediately let out a series of miserable cries. Those were the cries of a second-level titled quasi-saint. Everyone at the scene felt their scalps go numb when they heard it. Immortal emperors were already the peak of the Dharma-ending era. Compared to immortal emperors, quasi-saints were much more profound and unfathomable. Ordinary people might not even see a quasi-saint in their entire lives, let alone hear such miserable cries from a quasi-saint. This Feng Nu clan is really crazy. They actually dared to publicly execute a second-level titled quasi-saint and wanted to refine him into a pill. Only at this moment did some of them feel that this matter was real. Only then did they understand how deviant and crazy the actions of the Feng Nu clan were. Based on this situation, if there is no external intervention, this Feng Nu clan really has the ability to refine and kill true Lord Beihai. The expressions of those old monsters who were hiding in the dark changed. Witnessing the execution of a second-level titled quasi-saint with their own eyes, and this person was an enemy indeed, made their blood boil. Unfortunately, there will definitely be external intervention in this matter. This true Lord Beihai is too important. This person must not die here. Masters, old Lord Beihai is no longer able to withstand the cauldron fire. Everyone can start refining this puppet. Once everything was ready, Ji Fuyao bowed to the surrounding elixir refinement masters and said politely, "Rest assured, Your Majesty. With us here, we will definitely refine this true Lord Beihai into a pill and offer it to you." The elixir refinement masters swore. One by one, the elixir refinement masters released the power of their medicine souls and used them to control the cauldron fire to refine true Lord Beihai. At first glance, these people really seemed to be refining and killing true Lord Beihai. However, only true Lord Beihai, who was in the cauldron fire, knew that at this moment, not only was he not being refined, but someone was healing him instead. This feeling of medicine soul healing, could it be? True Lord Beihai seemed to have sensed something and was instantly delighted. How could he not know that his good friend from the 3 mountains 5 peaks had come to save him? However, this good friend of his had a really wicked sense of humor. He actually did not show himself directly to save him from the execution ground. This good friend was actually making use of this execution to heal his injuries, heal the injuries of his essence spirit, and reconstruct his physical body. This way of doing things could not be wrong. It was definitely the elixir cultivation old demon from the Demon Conferral Summit who was saving him. Haha, I told you that my friend from the Demon Conferral Summit is very close to me. He won't leave me be. Since he knew that his safety was not a problem, true Lord Beihai became calm again and quietly healed his injuries in the cauldron fire. Outside, the elixir refinement masters were still acting like they were trying their best to refine true Lord Beihai. They continuously threw rare medicinal herbs into the cauldron fire, all of which were obtained from the Feng Nu tribe's treasury. Endless medicinal power spread in the cauldron fire. The medicine souls of dozens of elixir refinement masters were guided by a wisp of dark purple medicine soul hidden in the cauldron fire, guiding the medicinal power to nourish true Lord Beihai's severely injured essence spirit. After a day, the injuries of his essence spirit were mostly healed. After 3 days, the injuries of his essence spirit were completely healed. After 5 days, his physical body started to regenerate. After 7 days, his physical body was completely reconstructed. Other than the pill-nurturing old devil who was manipulating everything behind the scenes, no one knew that true Lord Beihai was not killed. Instead, his injuries had completely healed and his chi had also recovered to its peak. Reconstructing his physical body in just 7 days made true Lord Beihai click his tongue in admiration. Fellow Taoist nurturing pill's ancient devil soul nurturing technique has improved a lot again. Such a healing technique is almost on par with fellow Taoist Xianxia's 3 mulberry ancient tree. I inadvertently thought of fellow Taoist Xianxia again. True Lord Beihai immediately felt a piercing pain in his heart. It's killing me, many of his good friends had died in Ning Fan's hands. He really wished he could cut Ning Fan into 1,000 pieces and offer him as a sacrifice to his friends. No, I can't be too hasty. That bastard's methods are powerful. Previously, I called all my friends over but they still failed to kill him. This time I must plan carefully and make more preparations. Only then will I have the confidence to eliminate this bastard. Hee. Fellow Taoist is showing your killing intent. Is there someone you want to kill? Suddenly, a voice came from the cauldron fire. No one else but true Lord Beihai could hear it. It was the voice of the pill-nurturing old devil who was secretly healing him. That's right. There's a bastard who is extremely hateful. He killed all of my friends. I really wish I could grind his bones and scatter his ashes. Unfortunately, this bastard's methods are too powerful. I'm not his match alone. I'm afraid the day of my revenge is still far away. True Lord Beihai gritted his teeth and said. Haha. If I can't do it alone, why don't I gather everyone's strength? In the future, when fellow Taoist wants to take revenge, just call me along. I really want to see what kind of superhuman abilities this bastard has. How dare he go against my elder brother? The pill-nurturing old devil said heroically. Because of this matter, I have already implicated many of my friends. How can I let you get involved in this matter? Why are you being so polite to me? You and I are friends who have gone through life and death together. Your matter is also my matter. It's fine if I don't know about this matter. Since I know about it, I certainly can't just sit back and do nothing. How can I repay your kindness? True Lord Beihai said with gratitude. Ha ha ha. If you really want to repay me, a pot of wine is enough. The pill-nurturing old devil was still full of heroism. Speaking of which, you've already recovered from your injuries. Do you plan to continue resting in this cauldron and let me nurse your body, or do you want to come out of seclusion and teach this Feng Nu clan a lesson? The pill-nurturing old devil asked. Haha. After nursing for a long time, my qi and blood are not flowing smoothly. It's time for me to come out and exercise. True Lord Beihai was smiling, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. How dare an ant from the Feng Nu clan use him to refine a cauldron? If he endured such humiliation, he wouldn't be true Lord Beihai. I wonder how true Lord Beihai is doing in the cauldron. It's been so many days. I don't think I've heard him scream anymore. Could it be that he's been refined to the point where he's half dead and can't scream anymore? Haha. If that's the case, it'll be very interesting. Some of the spectators were discussing true Lord Beihai in the Heaven Abyss cauldron. Suddenly, they heard a series of explosions and their expressions changed drastically. Boom boom boom, the Heaven Abyss cauldron was rumbling. It was as if someone was attacking the cauldron from the inside, trying to shatter it. There were no explosions, but a huge shockwave came from the cauldron, sending countless alchemists and spectators flying. It can't be. That true Lord Beihai is still alive. He still has the strength to attack the Heaven Abyss cauldron from the inside. What a powerful shockwave. That person still has such strength. Could it be that he's really coming out of the cauldron? That's impossible. The Heaven Abyss cauldron is formed from the punishment power of the Heaven Abyss prison. Coupled with the Immortal Emperor's token, even a quasi-sage would find it hard to escape. But that true Lord Beihai isn't an ordinary quasi-sage. He's a second stage titled quasi-sage. He's one of the few existences in the world. Oh no. The cauldron is cracking. Retreat, retreat quickly. That thing is really coming out. Oh no. Boom, with a deafening sound, the Heaven Abyss cauldron finally shattered. A sage-like old man surrounded by the radiance of rain walked out from within. As soon as he appeared, he immediately stirred up a storm of blood. True Lord Beihai's rain intent dispersed. Countless spectators who had mocked him were washed into a pool of blood by the rain intent. Even their demonic souls couldn't escape. Ji Fuyao's face was pale as she watched everything. True Lord Beihai's injuries had healed and even his physical body had been reconstructed. How could she not know that True Lord Beihai hadn't been refined in the slightest over the past few days? Instead, his injuries had been healed. Now, the ferocious tiger was out of the cage. Why? We're all cultivators of the myriad races and descendants of Ziwei. Why are you helping an enemy? Moreover, this enemy is someone who has committed countless crimes. Ji Fuyao thought that it was the myriad races who had saved true sovereign North Sea. Even if the myriad races didn't take action personally, they must have tacitly agreed to it. At this moment, Ji Fuyao felt deeply disappointed in the myriad races of the Boundary River. Is this how the Ziwei immortal cultivators do things? If that's the case, she would no longer be the Ziwei immortal cultivators. From today onwards, she would abandon the Ziwei name. I, North Sea, am here to annihilate the entire race. Those who stand in my way shall be destroyed in both body and soul, never to be reincarnated. True Lord Beihai walked amidst the storm of blood and smiled benevolently. However, his words were extremely cold-blooded. His murderous intent locked on to everyone from the Fengnu tribe in an instant. It was obvious that he didn't intend to let anyone off. Oh? Quite a number of people from the Fengnu clan seemed to have run away. Did they escape in advance? You're quite sharp, kid. You knew that something would go wrong today. Did you want to leave a legacy for your clan? True Lord Beihai's eyes narrowed as he looked at Ji Fuyao. It was just a gaze, but Ji Fuyao felt as if all the rain in the world had drowned her eyes. She only felt a sharp pain in her eyes before they turned into blood and were destroyed. Don't worry. None of the people I want to kill can escape. I'll find those who left this place one by one and kill them all. As for you, hee. Didn't you want to refine me to death? It's impolite not to reciprocate. Then, I won't give you a quick death. I'll refine you into a pill as well. Ha 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 ha. This feeling of revenge is really delightful. Delightful. True Lord Beihai raised his sleeve and swept up the endless rainwater, turning it into a gigantic cauldron. He wanted to suck Ji Fuyao into it and refine her to death. This feeling of revenge is really good. Today, I'll vent my anger on this Fengnu clan. He had no other choice. He had suffered too much in Ning Fan's hands and he didn't have the confidence to take revenge on Ning Fan for the time being. He had been suppressing his anger in his heart for a long time. Now, he could use this matter to vent his anger. He wanted to vent his anger. He wanted to make this insignificant junior, Fuyao, beg for death. He wanted to. Just as True Lord Beihai was about to attack Fuyao, the situation suddenly changed. The rainwater that he swept up was no longer under his control. It no longer obeyed his orders and could not move Ji Fuyao at all. Even the gigantic cauldron that he condensed from the rainwater collapsed in a single breath. He raised his head abruptly and his eyes widened. At this moment, the rainwater between heaven and earth no longer obeyed his orders. They only obeyed one person. At this moment, a person arrived on 9 dragons. His body was shrouded in golden light like the sun. It was as if a deity had appeared in the world. It was Ning Fan who listened to the Lord Ant's request and left the North Pole Palace to return to the outside world. He had already made the North Pole Palace acknowledge him as its master. Naturally, he could come and go as he wished. It was as easy as entering and exiting the profounding world. Everyone was shocked by Ning Fan's sudden appearance. A moment ago, this place was still enveloped by True Lord Beihai's rain aura force. Everyone felt that True Lord Beihai's divine might was unparalleled and invincible. At the next moment, an even more ruthless person arrived. The rain aura force was even stronger. Even True Lord Beihai felt like he was standing in front of him. Who is this? Why did he come here? He's Zhao Jian, the ancient great cultivator who killed all the saints in the Battle of the Lost World Palace. Kiss countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. Everyone was shocked by Ning Fan's ferocious reputation. One should know that the myriad of races in the border river were at war with the cultivators of the Northern Heaven. Now that a great cultivator of the Northern Heaven had come to this place, a great calamity would surely befall them today. Perhaps none of the foreign races here would survive. Quick! Inform the 3-star lords. It's urgent. It's really urgent. Countless cultivators of the foreign races panicked. Even true Lord Beihai was a little flustered. He hated Ning Fan from the bottom of his heart. He wished he could cut Ning Fan into 1,000 pieces. However, none of his friends could kill Ning Fan. That incident had left a deep shadow in his heart. A trace of fear towards Ning Fan grew from the bottom of his heart. Even though he had Old Devil Dan nurturing pills help to fully heal his injuries, he still did not have the courage to fight Ning Fan. Even if he had a good friend like Old Devil Dan nurturing pill nearby who could help him, he still did not have the confidence to defeat Ning Fan. Not enough. Not enough. I need more fellow Taoists. I need more people to charge at him at the same time. Only then can I subdue him. Humph. I didn't expect you to chase after me all the way here and you still won't give up. You're really haunting me. Unfortunately, I still have important matters to attend to today. I don't have time to waste on you. If you continue to chase after me, this is my last warning to you. True Lord Beihai said the most cowardly words with the fiercest tone. How could he not be cowardly? Didn't he just want to say that he planned to run away and hope that Ning Fan would let him go and stop chasing after him? True Lord Beihai shook his body and turned into a ray of light rain. He immediately ran away as soon as Ning Fan arrived. He did not dare to stay any longer in this place. Seeing that, the cultivators of the foreign races looked at him with disdain. Didn't you just say that you want to annihilate the Feng Nu clan? You even said that I will stop your body and soul from being destroyed and you will never be able to reincarnate. Why did you run away without completing your task? You're really a disgrace to the quasi-saint realm old monsters. Did I allow you to leave? Ning Fan's tone was cold and merciless. With a point of his finger, the 9 rain dragons below him appeared. In just an instant, they sealed off the entire Feng Nu clan. No one could enter or leave. True Lord Beihai naturally could not escape as well. He was both shocked and enraged. He was angry because Ning Fan was so persistent. He had just recuperated from his injuries and had yet to come up with the next round of revenge plan, but this bastard had already chased after him. He was really cruel and merciless. He did not give anyone a chance to live. He was shocked because the last time he saw Ning Fan, he did not have 9 rain dragons. Now, however, he had them. They were 9 rain dragons. It was a number that he could not achieve even when he was at his peak. Why? Why can Ning Fan have them? Hateful. Hateful. This bastard must have snatched his rain dragons and devoured and refined them. That was how he managed to achieve such a number. Bastard, you killed my fellow Taoist, snatched my heaven-battling jade umbrella and devoured my rain dragons. I will never forgive you. Aha! True Lord Beihai was so angry that he almost lost his mind. Ning Fan, however, did not even look at him. After blocking all of True Lord Beihai's escape routes, he did not immediately pay attention to him. Instead, he descended to Ji Fuyao's side. As soon as he saw her eyes being destroyed, Ning Fan's eyes turned gloomy. He was displeased. It's my fault. I shouldn't have let you go first. I should have asked you to wait for me to come out of my seclusion so that we can kill this bastard together. No. This is the business of my Feng Nu clan. It has nothing to do with Senior and I won't be tainted by karma. Ji Fuyao's eyes were destroyed. Even though she could not see Ning Fan's arrival, she could feel his qi and hear his voice. At this moment, all the grievances and unfairness that she had been suppressing in her heart were vented out. She could not hold it in no matter how hard she tried. Ning Fan's appearance was like a straw in her despair. It gave her hope. However, there seemed to be a huge secret behind today's incident which was related to that True Lord Beihai. She was unwilling to let Ning Fan get involved in this matter. So, Senior, you better leave now. You mustn't get involved in today's incident. If I'm not wrong, not only the 3-star sovereigns of my clan are involved, but also the Devil Conferral Summit. I've already noticed that some pill refinement masters have devil seeds hidden in their bodies. Be quiet. I'll heal your injuries first. How can you lose your eyes? Without your eyes, you won't be able to see your revenge with your own eyes. Ning Fan's tone was calm. He was too lazy to listen to Ji Fuyao's secret. He did not care about the 3-star sovereigns or the Devil Conferral Summit. He was only interested in killing True Lord Beihai. In this matter, he, Ji Fuyao and the Feng Nu clan were on the same side. If someone wants to stop true Lord Beihai from being killed, not to mention the Feng Nu clan, he too would not like it. He raised his hand and summoned the three mulberry ancient tree. Under the treatment of the three mulberry ancient tree, Ji Fuyao's eyes immediately showed signs of being reconstructed. Ji Fuyao chuckled. Senior, even though my eyes have been destroyed, this isn't my physical body. It's just an artificial skeleton. If my demon soul leaves my body, I can still see what's happening in the outside world. Senior, I think you shouldn't waste your magic power to heal a mere artificial skeleton. While speaking, Ji Fuyao's palm-sized demon soul flew out of the artificial skeleton and sat on Ning Fan's shoulder. However, when he thought of the seriousness of today's matter, Ji Fuyao's expression turned gloomy again. He advised, Senior, you better leave now. I know you're not a member of the myriad of races. You're a cultivator of the northern heaven, which is incompatible with the myriad of races. Even if you don't interfere in this matter, the three-star sovereigns will never let you go just because you showed up here. You're a great cultivator from the ancient times, and those few people are also great cultivators. How can you resist the joint attack of several cultivators at the same level as you alone? You shouldn't interfere in today's matter, alright? I really don't want to drag you into this. You're very long-winded. Ning Fan was a little annoyed by Ji Fuyao's words. With a flick of his finger, Ji Fuyao's demon soul fell from his shoulder. Then, he no longer paid attention to Ji Fuyao and kept the three mulberry ancient tree. On the other side, as soon as true Lord Beihai saw Ning Fan summoning the three mulberry ancient tree, his eyes turned bloodshot. The scenes of him interacting with Taoist Chang Seng in the past replayed in his mind. Everyone has a reverse scale that cannot be stepped on, everyone has memories that cannot be erased. At this moment, true Lord Beihai no longer had the slightest fear towards Ning Fan. He could feel his blood that had cooled down for many years turning boiling hot and filling his entire chest. Ning Fan. You shouldn't have killed my fellow Taoist. You shouldn't have. You shouldn't have. I can tolerate you hunting me down in every way you can. However, this hatred is the only thing I can't tolerate. My Tao might be as insignificant as grass in your eyes. However, even if I'm just a grass, my anger can also set a prairie ablaze. You can kill my body and destroy my Tao. However, the hatred in my heart won't be erased even if you overturn the heavens and the world. Rather than living with the sin of killing my fellow Taoist, I'd rather live beautifully until the last moment and fight you to the death. The more true Lord Beihai spoke, the more his true feelings were revealed. His words actually carried a kind of solemn and stirring feeling as if he was at the end of his road. All the foreign cultivators who heard his words were inexplicably touched. Some old monsters who knew the importance of the North Sea walked out from the dark. When they saw that true Lord Beihai wanted to fight against Zhao Jian, a great cultivator from the ancient era who was infamous for his ferocity with his mere second-tier nascent soul realm cultivation base, all of them were incomparably moved. Their blood that had been cold for many years also more or less felt the warmth that they had not felt for a long time. Strong, North Sea, cultivators of our generation should go against heaven and do things that go against heaven. Even if the enemy is as strong as heaven's might, we can't simply admit defeat or lower our heads. Even if Ho has 2 arms, he dares to cut the wheels of a carriage, we also have 2 arms. How can we not dare to fight against heaven? Fight. Fight, fight. Countless foreign cultivators who were afraid of Ning Fan's ferocious reputation had their blood ignited at this moment. So what if he's an ancient great cultivator? This place is the territory of the myriad races in the border river. Since you dare to come here, you must pay the price. As for true Lord Beihai, it's even more impossible for you to kill him because he's the hope of all the descendants of Ziwei. Ha ha ha. What fellow Taoist said is exactly what I want. Today, I will fight together with fellow Taoist. Let me experience the great techniques of Zhao Jian, an ancient great cultivator. The pill-nourishing old devil who was hiding in the dark was touched by true Lord Beihai's words. He walked out from the dark. Just as he was planning to fight alongside true Lord Beihai, he did not expect that just as he walked out of the dark, he felt a huge black shadow above his head. Rumble a loud sound was heard. The pill-nourishing old devil who did not manage to show his face was already pressed under a towering Dao mountain. He was frightened out of his wits. Sage Dao Mountain. This is impossible. This is impossible. You are not a sage. How is it possible? He subdued the pill-nourishing old devil who was at the first-level quasi-sage realm with just a single move. He waved his hand again. The 9 dragons rampaged between heaven and earth, attacking true Lord Beihai from all directions. *Pucci** true Lord Beihai barely managed to block the attacks. However, he only managed to block 5 of the rain dragons. He was still hit by the remaining 4 dragons. He felt an indescribable pain in his internal organs. He had already suffered serious injuries. So strong. He is even stronger than last time. I thought Ji Fuyao was already long-winded enough. I didn't expect you to be even more long-winded. However, what you said is rather touching. I didn't expect you to have such a deep relationship with your fellow Taoist. In that case, you are indeed a righteous person. I have underestimated you in the past. Today, I will give you a quick death and end this karma. I will send you to your death. The pitiful true Lord Beihai had just recovered from his injuries, but he encountered Ning Fan in the blink of an eye. He did not last long in the hands of the 9 dragons and was severely injured. After all, even though his injuries had fully recovered, his abilities were not as powerful as before. The rain dragons that he relied on were all devoured by Ning Fan. Without the rain dragons, true Lord Beihai was like a tiger that had its teeth pulled out. The power of his rain technique was greatly reduced. Unfortunately, the rain technique that he had almost used up was heavily restrained by Ning Fan. As a result, the physical body of true Lord Beihai, who was praised as the North Sea by everyone, was destroyed by Ning Fan once again. His primordial spirit was captured. After capturing true Lord Beihai, Ning Fan did not choose to escape from the Feng Nu clan, even though he had already sensed that there were many strong qi rushing towards this place. He was afraid that they would not come with good intentions. But so what? No matter who comes today, no one can stop his determination to refine and kill true Lord Beihai. True Lord Beihai said, "Why do you want to refine and kill me again? Didn't you say that you will give me a quick death? You lied. You lied." Ning Fan said, "Don't worry. It won't hurt. I never lie unless I have a reason to. As for you, I don't want to lie to you. If others refine and kill you, you will certainly suffer unspeakable pain. However, if I do it myself, you will only feel a moment of pain. I guarantee that it will be more comfortable than euthanasia." True Lord Beihai said, "No. Don't kill me. My life is tied to a great responsibility. If you kill me, the myriad clans in the world river will not forgive you. Even the devil conferral summit. Even the secret races." Ugh. Ning Fan used his ability to block true Lord Beihai's mouth. Then, he took out the divine refining cauldron. He wanted to send true Lord Beihai off with this cauldron. "Ji Fuyao, I have something to ask you. You just said that you want to refine true Lord Beihai into a pill. Do you have any rules on what kind of pill I should refine?" Ning Fan asked. "Why, all are fine." Ji Fuyao was still in a daze. He could not regain his senses for a long time. In just a short while, the first-level quasi-sage realm pill-nourishing old devil was captured by Ning Fan, while the second-level titled quasi-sage realm true Lord Beihai was subdued and thrown into the pill cauldron again. This. The situation changed a little too quickly. She could not even react in time. Senior is a little too strong. Oh. All right then. My cauldron is a little special. If I'm not careful, I might refine the materials into 10,000 spirits, into something special. If you don't specify what it should be, I will refine it as I wish." Ugh. Oh no. I was distracted while talking to you. I didn't control the flame well and refine true Lord Beihai into a paste. Paste? All the foreign cultivators who heard his words were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. Just imagining how true Lord Beihai would be refined into a paste made them shiver. Is this so-called ancient great cultivator, Zhao Jian, really a kind and benevolent person for 10 generations like what the cultivators of the northern heavens said? Why does he look so scary? Some of you might want to ask, why don't you foreign cultivators run away when such a terrifying ancient great cultivator, Zhao Jian, is here? Why do you still want to stay here and watch the show? Aren't you afraid of death? If someone really asked such a question, these foreign cultivators would certainly cry in grievance. Do you think we don't want to run? Didn't you see that the 9 rain dragons have sealed off the entire Feng Nu clan's heavenly Dao terrain? We also want to run away, but our strength doesn't allow us to. The fact that true sovereign North Sea was refined into a paste was probably not something that Ning Fan did intentionally. At this moment, he was indeed multitasking. No, to be precise, he was multitasking 3 times. No one knew that while he was refining the myriad spirit blood and conversing with Ji Fuyao, he was also secretly doing something else. His left hand was controlling the temperature of the flames in the cauldron while his right hand was hidden in his sleeve, secretly forming golden hand seals. As he changed his hand seals, rays of golden finger imprints quietly took shape. Then, they were concealed by Ning Fan's divine light and sent into the divine refining cauldron without a sound. They were also sent into the water and sky of the Feng Nu clan. That divine seal was the master recognition seal. Then, without a sound or a trace, the smelting divine cauldron recognized him as its master. The refining speed had increased slightly. After that, the Feng Nu tribe had successfully recognized him as its master. The Feng Nu tribe's protective array, Heavenly Abyss Divination Array, had successfully recognized him as its master. Ning Fan seemed to have become the true master of the Feng Nu clan. He became incomparably close to this place. The feeling of being intimately connected with heaven and earth was indescribable with words. It was as if Ning Fan's existence had directly integrated into the mountains and seas of this place. At this moment, the protective grand formation of the Feng Nu clan was not under anyone's control. Instead, it operated on its own. It gathered the spiritual chi of heaven and earth on its own and channeled it into the divine refining cauldron, as if it was helping Ning Fan concoct pills. At this moment, countless faint purple rays of light flew out from the plants, mountains, and seas. They looked like fireflies and starlight as they flowed in midair, converging into large patches of faint purple light rain. Gradually, even the bodies of the Feng women had flickering purple light flying out. Those purple lights flew into Ning Fan's body one after another as if they were summoned. After that, Ning Fan's magic power seemed to have been strengthened by a secret technique and suddenly improved. 18500 tribulations, 19,000 tribulation, 19500 tribulation, 20,000 tribulation. At this moment, Ning Fan's body was surrounded by purple fluorescent light. His magic power had increased to the level of 20,000 tribulation level, which was comparable to the power of a second-level quasi-saint. However, this improvement was not permanent. It was more like a blessing for the territory's lord. Once Ning Fan leaves the territory of the Feng Nu clan or removes the acknowledgement of the clan as its master, this blessing would disappear. Countless alien race cultivators were shocked beyond words. Could it be that the purple light surrounding Zhao Jian is the purple micro-doe light that has been passed down from generation to generation in the female race? Impossible. The Feng Nu tribe's purple micro-doe number had long been lost. How could he ever see the light of day again? Furthermore, this old devil Zhao Jian is a cultivator of the northern heaven. He isn't even a member of the Feng Nu clan. How could he obtain the support of the Feng Nu clan? What exactly happened? No one knew what had happened to Ning Fan. Even Ji Fuyao, who was standing beside Ning Fan, could not understand what was going on. What's going on? As the leader of the Feng Nu clan, I actually lost control of the clan land and the clan formation. This feeling, could it be that Senior Ning took away the clan's formation? How did he do it? It's unbelievable. The purple light that flew into Senior's body is indeed like the purple myrtle divination force that our clan has inherited. It's very similar to what Father said, very similar. Father once said that our clan's progenitor was bestowed with the blessing of Venerable Ziwei, and the entire clan is protected by the power of Ziwei Do. In the past, whenever a great enemy came to invade, the previous clan leaders would use the power of the clan. Unfortunately, the method of using the power of Do Shu has long been lost. Even my father doesn't know how to use it. But why would Senior Ning? Ning Fan looked at the purple starlight that surrounded his body and felt a little puzzled. He had just acknowledged the clan land and formation of the Feng Nu clan as its master. Why did countless starlight enter his body out of nowhere, and why did his cultivation base improve temporarily? He did not know. Ning Fan did not intend to find out the reason for the time being. What he was most interested in now was the matter of refining true sovereign North Sea. His hands that were hidden in his sleeves continued to form the master recognition seal. More and more objects were forcefully recognized by Ning Fan as their master. The terrain within 10,000 li * 500 m per li had successfully recognized him as its master. The heavenly fate within 10,000 li * 500 m per li had successfully recognized him as its master. At this moment, Ning Fan's affinity with heaven and earth deepened further. The great momentum of 10,000 li * 500 m per li turned into golden mist and floated into the cauldron. The heavenly fate within 10,000 li * 500 m per li turned into 9 colored rays of light and floated into the cauldron. The foreign cultivators at this place were shocked once again. The heavenly fate actually took the initiative to help old devil Zhao Jian concoct a pill. How is this possible? He isn't the master of heaven and earth. How could he do this? This person must have used some tricks, using 10,000 li * 500 m per li to lock the shape of the pill and using 10,000 li of heavenly fate to change the pill's fate. It seems like this true sovereign North Sea is going to be refined into a pill. There is no possibility of failure, unless someone stops him from the side. Why aren't the 3 Star Lords here yet? Someone, come and stop old devil Zhao Jian. The Tao law of time within 10,000 li * 500 m per li successfully recognized him as its master. The Tao law of space within 10,000 li * 500 m per li successfully recognized him as its master. When Ning Fan pointed at the divine refining cauldron, the flow of time inside the cauldron suddenly accelerated by 10,000 times. The flow of time outside the cauldron was still as normal as before. Even the supreme cultivators who studied this Tao might not be able to achieve such an exquisite control of time. However, Ning Fan did it with ease. Thus, the true sovereign North Sea that was already in a paste began to be refined at a speed that was 10,000 times faster than before, turning into a blood-red pill. It was the 10,000 spirit blood, boundless baleful chi spread out from the cauldron. It was the baleful chi of a fallen second-level titled quasi-saint. Once it spreads out, it was enough to contaminate all the spirit veins of the Feng Nu clan. However, such a terrifying baleful chi was sealed back into the cauldron by Ning Fan with a single point of his finger. In the past, it was impossible for Ning Fan to seal such a large amount of baleful chi without dispersing. However, now that he had become the master of the space within 10,000 li * 500 m per li, the space within this place would listen to his orders. If he is unwilling, the mere baleful chi would not be able to flow out from the space within the cauldron at all. Even though Ning Fan had sealed the baleful chi without dispersing, those with sharp senses could still sense what was happening inside the cauldron. It's fake. It's fake. What kind of demonic technique did this man use? He actually killed a second-level titled quasi-saint in such a short time. None of them would have thought that Ning Fan had a way to recognize the master of the time within 10,000 li * 500 m per li. What was more surprising was that true sovereign North Sea, who had an exceedingly high cultivation base, did not last long in Ning Fan's hands and was refined into a cauldron of pills. However, in the northern border river, a dragon boat was quickly sailing towards the Feng Nu tribe in the endless distance of the border river. Inside the dragon boat, an elderly man who was dressed in the ancient Chu country's attire was sitting on his knees in front of a writing table. He was reading an old bamboo slip. The old man's eyes gave off a muddle-headed feeling, as if he had no interest in anything in the world. The only thing that could pique his interest was the ancient poems on the bamboo slips. Picking and rolling ears, not filling the basket. Sigh, I'm pregnant with a person, sigh, I'm pregnant with a person, sigh. Adhering to the southern mountain, picking its willows with words. I have yet to see a gentleman, and my heart is filled with sorrow. Sigh. Perhaps these verses had evoked the old man's melancholy. The old man sighed repeatedly and put down the bamboo slip, no longer looking at it. He got up and walked out of the cabin. Standing at the bow, he looked at the currents on both sides and seemed to be thinking of the past. The melancholy in his heart lessened a little, but it turned into a poetic mood. He felt that he would not be happy if he did not get it out. The old man sometimes thought hard, and sometimes he opened his mouth to speak. He repeated this over and over again, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't come up with even half a poem. After an unknown period of time, the old man suddenly had a flash of inspiration. There is a realm river in the north, and there is a god in the river. People say that this god is the River Earl. Let's use this as the title. With the title of the poem, the old man gazed at the surging realm river. His thoughts were unprecedentedly clear as he recited the poem. Swimming in the Nine rivers with a woman, rushing against the wind and stirring up waves. Riding on a water wheel, riding on a lotus lid, riding on 2 dragons. Ascending the Kunlun mountains, gazing around, my heart soaring and vast. When the sun is about to set, I forget to return, only the Pushi river fills my heart. Fish scale houses, she dragon hall, purple shell tower, she pearl palace, what is the spirit in she water? Riding on a white turtle chasing after fish, I travel with a woman to the Zhu river's Zhu, the waves coming down. Fighting with a man in the east, sending off a beauty to the south Poo. Waves come to welcome me, fish scales come to give me. After reciting the poem, the old man heaved a long sigh of relief as if he had completed an extremely important task. Just as he was about to turn his head and reconsider the wording of this new poem, his gaze suddenly changed, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. His expression turned slightly dark. How could he still be in the mood to compose a poem? With a pinch of his fingers, he had already calculated the drastic change in the Fengnu clan. What exactly is the background of that Zhao Jian? It hasn't even been 5 minutes and he has already killed the North Sea. If there were any foreign race cultivators here, they would definitely be able to recognize this old man as old ancestor Chu Ping, who was ranked 3rd among the 3-star lords. In a certain cave residence of the Water Clan in the North Boundary River. Inside the cave residence, a young girl who was as fat as a ball was eating like a tornado. The food that was piled up like a mountain in front of her was decreasing at an astonishing speed. The expression on the young girl's face was very stiff. That stiffness made it seem as if she did not have any emotions. Only when she was eating would her eyes reveal some emotions, allowing others to roughly judge whether she was already full or still hungry. Beside the young girl, a cuttlefish that was as large as a small mountain was saying something angrily. If Ming Fan was here, he would certainly recognize that this cuttlefish was Blood God Gung Wu. Who would have thought that Blood God Gung Wu, who had escaped with his life that day, would actually run all the way from the eastern heaven to the northern heaven? Who knew how he managed to escape to this place? Awesome! 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 Gung Wu said angrily. He did not know how to speak. The word Niao used to be the only human language he knew. Now, it was the only language he knew. I know. You were bullied by that Niao Manshan again, weren't you? You've already said it 800 times. The chubby young girl seemed to understand Gung Wu's language and replied disapprovingly. Ning. 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 Seeing that the young girl was unmoved by his tragic experience, Gung Wu angrily said another word that he knew. I know. The one who bullied you this time is also someone called Ning Fan, right? You've said it more than me. You've already said it 900 times. Don't worry. If there's a chance to go to the Eastern Heaven in the future, I will definitely help you get revenge. After all, we're good friends who grew up eating together. Alright. Don't be angry. Come and eat more. You can only grow up by eating more. In the past, you weren't much younger than me. I'm talking about your body size. Look at you now. You've become so skinny. Any fish clan with a medium body size in the Boundary River is taller and stronger than you. And this is the result of me feeding you recently. You just eat too little. If you eat like me, would you still be afraid of that Niao or Ning? While they were talking, a few fish demons suddenly rushed over and reported. Senior Great Kuan, something bad has happened. Something big has happened to the Fengnu clan. Someone wants to refine and kill the Northern Heaven Rain Master. Shoo, don't be noisy. I'm busy teaching Gung Wu to eat more. But Lord, this matter is very important. No matter how important it is, it's not as important as eating. Do you know that in our Fire Fish clan, there's a maxim? Food is goodness. Eating one's fill is justice. Hunger is evil. Hunger is the original sin. This lowly one doesn't understand Lord's great principles. This lowly one only knows that the Northern Heaven Rainmaster is very important. If you don't understand, then go to the side. You're disturbing my meal. The chubby girl was a little impatient. With a casual fling of her little hand, the few fish demons who came to report the news were thrown thousands of miles away. Then, she said to Gung Wu. Alright, no one is disturbing us anymore. Let's continue eating, that's right. Gung Wu, let me ask you something. When I was talking just now, did I mention the Fire Fish Clan? What's the Fire Fish Clan? Why did I mention the Fire Fish Clan? It's so strange. Forget it. In one's life, there will always be many strange things to do and many strange things to say. There's no need to look into them one by one. For example, when people are not full, they will kill each other. When they are full, they will quarrel again and again. Hey, little Gung Wu. Do you think that my words are very philosophical? That's because I'm a little full now. Full. Up. Yes. Yes. The chubby girl finally had her fill and a sweet smile appeared on her face. However, for some unknown reason, as soon as some feelings were born in her heart, they were wiped out by an invisible force. Then, she returned to her emotionless appearance. Her face was filled with confusion as if she had forgotten many things. Hey, little Gung Wu. I think I'm hungry again. The chubby girl was none other than the great Kun of the Northern Sea, who was ranked second among the 3-star lords. In a very short time, Ning Fan refined true Lord Northern Sea into a cauldron of 10,000 spirit blood. Sensing that true Lord Northern Sea had died, the pale cultivation realm old devil who was being suppressed under the Dao mountain of the Ant Lord was overcome with sorrow. He let out a miserable cry. It's so painful. The pale cultivation realm old devil burst into tears. Then, all of his sorrow and anger turned into a devil roar and vented out. Roar it was the roar of a quasi-saint realm ancient devil. The power of a single roar was like a landslide. In an instant, the entire Feng Nu clan fell into an earthquake. The devil roar locked onto Ning Fan and all the members of the Feng Nu clan. Obviously, he wanted to kill them with his devil roar. However, Ning Fan did not allow the devil roar to spread out. He did not want it to hurt any of the members of the Feng Nu clan. However, Ning Fan lifted his finger and pointed at the pale cultivation realm old devil's devil roar. It was forcefully restrained and only echoed under the Dao mountain of the Ant Lord. Damn it! Damn it! Seeing that he was so weak that he could not even let out a devil roar, the pale cultivation realm old devil felt humiliated for the first time in his life. He clenched his teeth so hard that they almost broke. However, he could not get out of the Dao mountain of the Ant Lord and could not do anything to Ning Fan. Unlike the pale cultivation realm old devil who was grieving, the members of the Feng Nu clan felt extremely satisfied when they saw true Lord Northern Sea being killed. Each of them knelt on the ground and thanked Ning Fan profusely. Thank you, Senior, for helping us take revenge. Even Ji Fuyao knelt down and kowtowed to Ning Fan. His face was filled with tears. Ning Fan flicked his sleeve and a rain intent lifted everyone up from the ground. He said, I didn't kill this man for your sake. It's for my own karma. Thus, you don't have to thank me. As for the item in the cauldron, I don't plan to give it to you. Ning Fan said to Ji Fuyao. The 10,000 spirit blood was related to an ancient divine spirit. Ning Fan would never give it to others. The pill in the cauldron naturally belongs to Senior. What I want is only the result of killing that old Lord Northern Sea. I would never dare to covet Senior's item. That's good. It's just that the pill in the cauldron is a little special. It's not convenient to give it to others. Besides, this item is indeed harmful to you. It's useless to you and might even attract trouble. However, I did borrow your clan's formation to concoct the pill. I should at least give you something to thank you. No. It's obviously us who should give you something to thank you. Ji Fuyao was shocked when she saw that Ning Fan actually wanted to give her something to thank him. Ning Fan had already made up his mind. Just as he was about to take something to give to the Feng Nu clan, he suddenly sensed something and his expression turned solemn. We'll talk about this later. Don't disturb me for now. Ji Fuyao's heart skipped a beat when she heard what Ning Fan said. How could she not know that something major had happened? Otherwise, why would Senior Ning show such an expression? Could it be that the 3-star lords have already arrived? Could it be that there is more than one of them? Could it be? For a moment, Ji Fuyao's mind was in a mess. As the leader of a clan, in addition to the special task of guarding the Ziwei North Palace, she had witnessed the strength of the 3-star lords a long time ago. Each of them was as strong as monsters. Even though Senior Ning was also as strong as a monster, what if the 3-star lords come at the same time? With Senior Ning's strength alone, how could he possibly contend with 3 monsters? He would definitely suffer a great loss. Father, Mother. Please forgive me for being stubborn. I might do something that will bring shame to the Fengnu clan today. If the 3-star lords really dare to bully Senior Ning with their numbers, I would rather detonate the token of the immortal sovereign to give Senior a chance to escape. Ji Fuyao held the token of immortal sovereign Ziwei tightly with her small hand and waited as if she was facing a formidable enemy. She waited and waited, but the 3-star lords did not come at all. However, she did not know that the reason why Ning Fan's expression was solemn was not because of the 3-star lords but because something had happened to the 10,000 spirit blood. In the past, when Ning Fan concocted the 10,000 spirit blood, he would usually concoct hundreds or thousands of them in a single cauldron. Moreover, each of them was the low-grade 10,000 spirit blood. The medicinal power of the low-grade 10,000 spirit blood was comparable to the 9 revolutions golden pill. However, the situation was a little different this time. It was still the same number of hundreds or thousands of them in a single cauldron. However, this time, Ning Fan clearly sensed that the low-grade 10,000 spirit blood in the cauldron were devouring each other and fusing with each other. Why was it like this? Ning Fan also had no idea, but it did not stop him from guessing. Perhaps it was because the cultivation level of the materials were higher this time, or maybe it was because he had perfectly sealed the baleful qi when he was refining the cauldron, not letting the baleful qi of the second-level quasi-saint realm baleful qi dissipate at all. In short, the changes were really happening. As Ning Fan had accelerated the flow of time in the cauldron, the speed at which the 10,000 spirit blood devoured each other was shockingly fast. In just 2 breaths' time, the number of 10,000 spirit blood in the cauldron had decreased to 300. After another 2 breaths' time, there were only 100 of them left. After that, there were 70, 50, 30, eventually, there were only 2 remaining droplets of 10,000 spirit blood in the cauldron. One of them was the Yin pill while the other was the Yang pill. Among them, the Yin pill's medicinal power was extremely strong. It was 10 times stronger than the Yang pill. Due to the severe imbalance in the ratio of Yin and Yang, the last 2 droplets of 10,000 spirit blood could not fuse perfectly no matter what. However, this was not a problem for Ning Fan. What he cultivated was Yin and Yang. What he was best at was harmonizing things that were difficult to fuse. All of a sudden, he raised his hand and slapped the divine refining cauldron. That slap might seem ordinary, but it dispersed the Yin and Yang qi contained in the Yin and Yang pills. When he activated his ability again, the Yin and Yang qi in the cauldron turned into small black and white fishes that swam in the cauldron. Among them, there were 10 black fishes while the white fish was Yang and there was only 1. Ning Fan changed his ability again. The 11 Yin and Yang fishes forcefully fused together, turning into a gourd-shaped Yin-Yang Taiji diagram. The head of the gourd was Yang. Even though it was weak, it occupied a higher position. It used its superior position to suppress the Yin qi that was 10 times stronger and achieve a balance. At the moment when the balance was achieved, the last 2 droplets of 10,000 spirit blood finally fused into one. Asterisk rumble asterisk a force of impact spread out from the cauldron and lifted the lid off. After that, a blood-red pill that was the size of a dao fruit flew out from the cauldron and hovered in midair. It smells so good. Everyone in this place could smell the pill fragrance that assaulted their nostrils. That pill fragrance was like the fragrance of agarwood and sandalwood at the same time. It was extremely unique. After just taking a whiff of it, everyone felt 100 times more spirited. Even their cultivation base improved a little. It was hard to imagine how miraculous it would be if they ate a mouthful of this pill. Asterisk rumble asterisk suddenly, they heard the sound of thunder. Everyone raised their heads and saw a tribulation cloud of 10 colors that they had never heard of before in the sky above the Fengnu clan. What kind of tribulation cloud is this? Could it be that it's going to strike the pill lightning? While everyone was guessing, the pill lightning had already condensed within the tribulation cloud. The pill lightning had 10 different colors. The destructive power it carried was enough to turn a few immortal emperors into ashes. If they let the pill lightning strike without any resistance, everyone here except Ning Fan and the old devil who was trapped under the Dao mountain of the Ant Lord would be turned into ashes. Hiss. What kind of pill lightning is this? Why is it so terrifying? This is bad. Let's leave now. We shouldn't stay here and get implicated. **** Old devil Zhao Jian has sealed the heaven and earth. We can't escape from here. Don't worry. The pill lightning will only appear to destroy the pill. That old devil Zhao Jian has spent a lot of effort to concoct this pill. How can he bear to destroy the pill? He will certainly try his best to resist the pill lightning. Even if old devil Zhao is standing in front of us, we still need to be extremely careful. We must not get hit by the residual waves of the pill lightning. While the foreign cultivators were feeling nervous, they suddenly saw Ning Fan summoning a lightning diagram. Then, a baby and a sparrow flew out from the diagram. They were the Dao Destruction Lightning Infant and the Ancestral Lightning Sparrow. This is great. Master has found us another delicacy. The baby and the sparrow were overjoyed. They rushed towards the pill lightning and finished it in just a few bites. Ning Fan kept the lightning diagram and waved his hand. The pill flew into his palm in a whirling motion. As it had just been taken out of the furnace, the pill was still boiling hot. Fortunately, it was not worth mentioning to Ning Fan. So this is the mid-grade 10,000 spirit blood. What a strong medicinal power. This medicinal power is almost at the level of a 10th revolution pill. Unfortunately, it is still a lot weaker than a real 10th revolution pill. Is it because the ratio of the yin and yang pills is seriously out of balance? Even though the yin and yang pills have merged after my mediation, it is still not perfect. There is actually the chi of the title on this pill. The title of rain, if I consume this 10,000 spirit blood, I'm afraid I can directly cultivate the complete title of rain. Ning Fan was a little happy. True Sovereign North Sea actually managed to refine the mid-grade 10,000 spirit blood just by casually refining it. His luck is really not bad. Unfortunately, before Ning Fan could feel happy for a while, a voice resounded from a distance of 1,000,000 li *, 500 m per li. Fellow Daoist, can you let me have a look at the pill in your hand? Old Ancestor Chu Ping was riding a dragon boat towards them. He was still quite a distance away from the Feng Nu clan. That was why he transmitted his voice to them. No. Ning Fan said indifferently. If that's the case, I'm sorry to offend you. Old Ancestor Chu Ping sighed softly. Almost as soon as his voice fell, Ning Fan felt an endless river that traveled across 1,000,000 li *, 500 m per li, and drowned them. It was a river formed by Dao sense. Although it was not visible to the naked eye, it contained the Dao that old Ancestor Chu Ping had cultivated throughout his life. This is the first level of my Dao sense. Its name is Miluo. End of chapter 1251. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.